The young man, Jiang Chen, transmigrated to a world of cultivators. He thought he didn't have any talent for cultivation, so he had to set up a street stall to make ends meet. But little did he know, he was secretly buffed with the skill master of all arts, the strongest in the server. Casually carving an egg turned it into a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Accidentally doodling a painting could create a heaven-defying sword intent that suppresses all directions. He's just a grocery store owner. But it's so weird. His customers are either saintesses from major sects or princes of the current dynasty. One day, an injured girl happened to pass by his grocery store. Unexpectedly, the injuries on her body were instantly healed by spiritual energy. How magical. The girl assumed this must be the secluded residence of some peerless expert, but the one who came out to greet her was a young man, none other than Jiang Chen. After greeting each other, the girl expressed her intention to buy a wooden puppet from the store. He thought he was finally going to make his first sale and get some cash for groceries. But turns out, she didn't have any money on her and could only trade her bracelet. Jiang Chen was speechless. "You're broke, but wearing fancy clothes and makeup, seriously?" The next day, Jiang Chen didn't wait at the store but went out to the market to set up a stall. Soon, a yellow-robed young master and his servant wanted to buy his calligraphy. Learning from the last time, he only accepted cash on delivery, baby. But Jiang Chen was out of luck, because neither of those two had any money on them. He was speechless. "You're broke, but still bring a servant. Meeting customers like that girl again on my first day? I'm gonna starve again. How depressing." At this moment, the servant suddenly reminded the young master in yellow to check if he had anything on him. Hearing his servant's words, the young master immediately had an idea. He took out a dagger from his person, intending to use it to trade for Jiang Chen's painting. Although Jiang Chen was a bit reluctant, he finally agreed. He just hoped this dagger could be exchanged for some money for groceries. Thinking this, he sighed and threw the dagger into his box to take home. "If I keep running into customers like this, I'm gonna starve to death." But little did Jiang Chen know that the two customers who bought his stuff were no ordinary people. The girl from yesterday was named Mu Yunhuang, and her older sister was the saintess of the Yuhua immortal sect. And the young master in yellow had an old man who was the emperor of the Dayan divine dynasty. The reason they didn't bring money when buying things was because, in their eyes, money was just stuff for mortals. If Jiang Chen knew, he'd be so salty. "You guys don't need it, but I do." At this time, inside the Yuhua Holy Land, after obtaining the treasure from Jiang Chen, Mu Yunhuang's injuries were completely healed. Not only did her cultivation recover, but she also successfully awakened the undying royal Dao physique. After that, a girl in green robes entered the sacred ground. The moment they saw her, the disciples immediately bowed respectfully. "Greetings, holy maid. She's Mu Yuehuang, Mu Yunhuang's older sister, a celestial being who awakened a super-duper talent, way better than any other disciple in the feather transformation sect." As soon as she walked in, Mu Yuehuang anxiously asked her sister if she had killed a middle-aged man half a month ago. That guy was a disciple of the 100-blood Taoist, an elder from the Taiyi Holy Land. They say the old dude's cultivation is crazy high, no less than any holy master from other holy lands. Hearing this, Mu Yunhuang wasn't scared at all, and even boasted confidently, "Just an elder, I can totally handle him." With that, Mu Yunhuang immediately showed off her immortal Dao emperor body, leaving her older sister Mu Yuehuang totally stunned. At that moment, Mu Yunhuang stood tall, radiating a dazzling light, like a goddess or something. Mu Yuehuang was still in shock. "This is the immortal emperor Dao body. Even the holy master said my sister couldn't awaken any special physique. What's going on? How did she do it?" Thanks to her newly awakened physique, Mu Yunhuang was promoted by Wu Shenji, the holy master of the Feather Transformation Holy Land, to become a true disciple. The older sister couldn't help but ask Yunhuang curiously, "What exactly happened? How did your strength explode like that?" The younger sister puffed out her cheeks and made a face. "Not telling. That expert is in seclusion. How could I just spill the beans to you?" Mu Yuehuang was happy for her sister, but also worried that she might be taken advantage of by bad guys. "Seems like things aren't so simple. I gotta investigate this." Meanwhile, Jiang Chen recently noticed that there were a lot more cultivators going in and out of the city. Judging by their outfits, there were loose cultivators, and disciples from different factions too. "Auntie Wang, why are there so many cultivators around these days? Is something up? If something's really going on, I should probably bolt," Jiang Chen asked. "Don't you know yet? A few days ago, the Feather Transformation sect had a genius. Heard she awakened some kinda power and got promoted to a true disciple. They call her a true disciple, a super talent, spitting fire and water. Totally awesome." Jiang Chen sighed. Cultivation really is a good path. Not only does it help you avoid danger, but it also extends your lifespan. But right now, everything seems to be going off track. Cut to a few days later, Jiang Chen's stall was as empty as a deserted temple. The true disciple ceremony had totally ruined his business. Even the money for buying meat every day is gone. I better not find out who that true disciple is, or I'll give him a piece of my mind, Jiang Chen grumbled. Even though there are lots of fruits in the garden, I won't starve. But if I eat only vegetables every day, I'll probably turn into a rabbit. Meat is the best. Jiang Chen decided to go hunting himself to improve his meals. Several hours later, Jiang Chen was starving. Forget rabbits, he couldn't even find a single living thing. Such a big forest, and there's nothing. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Jiang Chen immediately dashed over like lightning, ready to catch his prey. But instead of a rabbit, he saw a fox lying face down on the ground. Jiang Chen was surprised. Have I ever eaten fox meat before though? The fox, named Tushan Mo, was resting in the forest, full of regret. She never expected to end up in this situation. Remembering the past, she regretted running away from home. Discovered and hunted down by her nemesis, she was severely injured, and both her strength and human form were weakened. Tushan Mo is the daughter of the Fox Emperor. She's been living in the sacred land of the Fox clan since she was a kid. With her pure bloodline and 6 tails, she's loved by all the elders. A super noble status and all. But her boring life made her decide to ditch the crib. But little did she know, she ran into trouble the moment she stepped out. Just then, a powerful aura appeared. In Tushan Mo's eyes, it was like some ancient behemoth charging right at her. From the bushes, bam! Our main dude shows up out of nowhere, his eyes gleaming, drool dripping from his mouth, looking like he's starving like crazy. A fox. Never tasted fox meat before, he mumbles. That one sentence made the little fox girl tremble, scared out of her fluffy little tail. A million questions flooded Tushan Mo's brain. He's never eaten fox meat. Is he planning to eat me? How could he want to eat such a cute, adorable fox? Her thoughts got cut short, and Tushan Mo immediately passed out, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Chen, standing next to her, was totally confused. Is this fox sick or something? If it's sick, how can I eat it? And it's so skinny, not even enough for a snack if I butchered it now. And now it's fainted, Jiang Chen thought to himself. Tushan Mo, now deep in dreamland, lay motionless in Jiang Chen's arms. Watching the fox for a bit, Jiang Chen started to ponder. Should I just let it go? But look at its smooth, silvery fur. It's probably some rare species. A plan started brewing in Jiang Chen's mind. What a waste to just let it go. How about I take it back and raise it, fatten it up, and then turn it into a tasty treat? A little later, Tushan Mo woke up and realized she was in a strange place. Where am I? Did I not get eaten? She carefully looked around. The house looked simple, but it held a mysterious power. No doubt about it, this is a solid grand formation, Tushan Mo realized. But nothing can stop me. No sooner said than done, she immediately used her divine sense to break the formation. I'm a princess of the Fox clan, I'm super strong. But all her efforts were useless. What the heck, I can't break it? My divine sense is about to go haywire. Tushan Mo panicked. She quickly withdrew her divine sense, or else she might have vanished into thin air. Who the heck brought me here? Is it some strong dude with weird hobbies, like catching demon folk to raise as pets? Tushan Mo imagined an old geezer in red robes, with a long white beard, riding a reindeer-pulled sleigh. The Fox clan of Tushan possessed extraordinary bloodlines and boundless power. Because of this, they were always hunted by the strong human cultivators. Tushan Mo, with her noble status, refused to be turned into someone's pet. Just as Tushan Mo was feeling lost, Jiang Chen suddenly appeared, holding a small bowl of medicine, his voice full of concern. You're awake. Seeing Jiang Chen, Tushan Mo immediately became wary. It's him, she thought, trying to look fierce. Tushan Mo puffed up her fur, but Jiang Chen just gently reassured her. No need to fluff up. I don't know what's wrong with you, but just drink this. Even if it can't cure you completely, it can at least save you. I'm pretty confident in my medical skills, even if you're just a fox. Jiang Chen's words made Tushan Mo feel uncomfortable. Whatever, she retorted, her voice filled with resentment. I am the daughter of the Fox Emperor. I would rather die than submit to you guys. Even so, Tushan Mo couldn't suppress her curiosity. She approached the bowl of medicine, glancing at it. A small bowl of medicine, and he wants me to submit. No way, she told herself. But as the fragrant scent of the medicine spread, Tushan Mo couldn't help but be drawn in. Wait, why is this smell so irresistible? This bowl of medicine isn't ordinary. It's full of spiritual liquid and elixirs. The fragrance wafted, overflowing with spiritual energy. Tushan Mo felt both intrigued and worried. But in the end, she couldn't resist, and gulped down the medicine. The wounds on Tushan Mo's body gradually healed, and the taste of the medicine was so delicious that she couldn't hide her ecstatic expression. It felt like she was floating on cloud 9. Jiang Chen looked at her and said with satisfaction, Eat up, eat a lot so you can grow bigger. Jiang Chen's words made Tushan Mo suspicious. Why did he tell her to eat so she could grow bigger, she wondered. Wagging her tail and drinking the medicine, Tushanmo had no idea that Jiang Chen was thinking about having meat for dinner. After a few hours, Tushanmo was no longer shy and snuggled into Jiang Chen's arms, taking the opportunity to survey the house. Where is this place? Why are there so many divine artifacts in the house? Who is this person anyway, she thought to herself. Tushanmo's eyes swept over every item in the house and then stopped on Jiang Chen. Tushanmo suddenly remembered what her father had said. Could this be the person my father often mentioned, the reclusive expert with unparalleled power? She had read many ancient books, which contained records of similar figures. The fox suddenly had a vision of an old man in white robes, with a kind face. In the little fox's eyes, Jiang Chen seemed strange at this moment. So I've met a reclusive expert who likes to raise demon clans, she thought to herself. Before she could daydream any further, Jiang Chen hugged her tightly. His only concern at the moment was what to eat tonight. No meat to eat again, he sighed. Is this the fate of a little princess like me? Tushanmo felt regretful. She thought he wanted to raise her as a pet, but who knew he still wanted to eat this cute little fox girl? How outrageous. Meanwhile, in the Yanqing imperial city of the Great Yan dynasty, today was the birthday of the Great Yan Emperor, who was a top powerhouse of the era. His birthday celebration attracted the attention of countless experts. Whether they received an invitation or not, they all tried to attend to witness the ceremony. Most of the major sects, even the Holy Lands, sent people to offer gifts. The emperor is here, the announcement rang out. And at the same time, a surge of true Q-like lightning appeared outside the palace, flying straight into the main hall. At the same time, the great Yan Emperor, Ji Yuanhao, appeared and greeted. Thank you all for attending my birthday. The entire hall echoed with blessings from the guests, wishing the great Yan Emperor may the sun and moon shine brightly, may the heavenly wheel last forever. May the sun and moon shine brightly. May the heavenly wheel last forever. While everyone was celebrating, Jishuan stood beside him, trembling with anxiety, when it was his turn to present the gift. Seeing this, the attendant asked, Your Highness, you seem a little worried. After all, it's presenting a gift to Father Emperor, but rest assured, I'm fine. The most anticipated part of the birthday celebration was when the princes of the Great Yan dynasty presented their gifts. Unlike the Holy Lands, where disciples with strength and talent would be noticed, in the imperial court, climbing to the top depended on the emperor's favor. It was the prince's turn to offer gifts, the first being the eldest prince. This is the eldest prince of the Great Yan dynasty. Your son wishes Father Emperor a joyful birthday. In his hand was a mysterious jade, shining with 7 dazzling colors. This is the profound jade Tai Lin soul-nourishing stone. Your son killed 307 colored flood dragons in the North Sea, and then used ancient methods to refine it into jade. Wearing this jade can nourish the soul, and in particular, your son offers it to Father Emperor. The origin of the jade made everyone around exclaim in surprise. What? Killed 307 colored flood dragons? Is the eldest prince that strong? But the important thing isn't the snakes, but the ancient methods the eldest prince mentioned. As far as I know, this ancient method has been lost for a long time. That's right, the ancient method is the most noteworthy thing. It seems like this gift will make the great Yan Emperor very happy. Even the jade seemed embarrassed when hearing the excessive flattery. People treasure me a lot. This gift is not bad. I like it very much. The 2 background characters immediately shouted, Indeed. However, in his heart the emperor thought differently. It's just a treasure that can nourish the soul. It's not too precious. It was the second prince's turn to present the gift. This prince had his servant bring the item up, not forgetting to instruct him carefully to avoid any mistakes. This is the Qiankun ancient mirror, which can search for dragon veins within a certain range. The 2 background characters chimed in again. As expected of the princes of the Great Yan dynasty, all rare and exotic treasures. After hearing the other princes offer their treasures, Jishuan got even more jittery and nervous. He felt like his heart was about to beat right out of his chest. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air beside Jishuan. 5th brother, I wonder if you've managed to find a better gift for Father Emperor after losing to me at the auction last time. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll only end up embarrassing Father Emperor this time. The 3rd prince, son of the Empress, wasn't just of noble birth, but had also displayed extraordinary talent since childhood, making him the emperor's favorite. The 3rd prince's mother was the empress of the Great Yan dynasty, who was constantly at odds with the 5th prince Jishuan's mother consort, turning the 2 brothers' relationship into a battlefield. They competed in everything, but Jishuan always ended up on the losing side. No need for 3rd brother to worry. 5th brother has already prepared his gift. The 3rd prince was taken aback. Really? He used to just take it whenever I teased him, but this time he's actually fighting back. Whatever, it's my turn to present my gift. With that, he stepped forward to present his gift to the emperor. Your son respectfully wishes Father Emperor a long and joyful life. This is the 7 Sages' profound heart pill, painstakingly crafted by 7 virtuous sages of the human race in ancient times. Your son obtained it in the 7 Sages' ancient realm, and I specially offer it as a gift to Father Emperor. May Father Emperor live for 10,000 years and eternally enjoy the great Yan Empire. As soon as the news spread, the entire hall burst into a frenzy. 7 Sages' profound heart pill. Isn't that supposed to be lost to the ages? Even without knowing the pill's effects? Just the name 7 Sages is enough to blow your mind? Jixuan couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be? How did he pull that off? Looks like at the previous auction, he snatched that item from me just to mess with me. No doubt about it, it's definitely the 7 Sages' profound heart pill. His Majesty looked incredibly pleased, personally stepping down to inspect it. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. His Majesty personally went down to receive it. The third prince wore a smug expression, basking in the attention. Ji Yuanhao's eyes were filled with emotion. You went through so much hardship and danger to prepare this gift for me. It really makes me feel grateful. As long as Father Emperor is happy, no matter the difficulty, I won't hesitate, the third prince replied, his face portraying the image of a filial son. Hey, fifth brother, you thought I'd use some ordinary thing I bought at auction as a gift? You're too naive, he said, laughing loudly in Jixuan's face. Compared to the third prince, the fourth prince paled in comparison. Everyone was still stunned by the treasure that had just been presented. Praise for the third prince echoed everywhere, while the fourth prince quietly retreated unnoticed. Finally, it was the fifth prince Jixuan's turn, and he gathered all his courage to introduce his gift. Your son respectfully wishes Father Emperor a long and joyful life. This painting was something your son stumbled upon during my travels outside. It contains 2 lines of poetry written by a great man with a majestic demeanor, deeply profound, and I offer it to Father Emperor. The entire hall fell silent, everyone's eyes widening in surprise at the fifth prince's unusual gift. People were dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The other princes were all offering valuable treasures. And he's giving a painting, the third prince scoffed, showing his disdain. People constantly whispered around Jixuan. Has the fifth prince lost his mind? How can that be compared to the third prince's gift? The third prince's gift is definitely the most valuable thing at this birthday banquet. No matter what the fifth prince offers, he can't surpass it. He should just accept it. It's just a painting. It's not even worth putting on the table. I thought the fifth prince might not have outstanding talent, but I didn't think he'd be so pathetic that he'd only dare to offer a painting. After the murmurs, all eyes turned to the third prince with a smug smile. Jixuan wore a humiliated expression as the crowd showered him with scornful gazes. It's the thought that counts. On the surface, the emperor said that, but in his heart he thought otherwise. How could a painting really be used as a gift? The fifth prince smiled subtly, then spoke loudly. Father Emperor, this painting is very special. Please believe in your son. In the young prince's blue eyes shone a steadfastness and sincerity, exuding an aura of trustworthiness. He continued, I hope you will open it and enjoy it with the distinguished guests here. The emperor sighed. Fine. I'll give this kid a chance. All right. Taking the painting from the fifth prince, the emperor prepared to open it. At this moment, the third prince appeared with an expectant look, as if waiting for his younger brother's self-destruction. Jixuan was extremely worried in his heart as the emperor slowly opened the painting. The moment the painting was opened, a powerful surge of sword intent erupted, stunning the emperor. Everyone around was also driven crazy by the sword intent. What's going on? Where is this sword intent coming from? This level of sword intent is terrifyingly powerful. The power of the sword intent even fluttered the hems of the surrounding people's clothes. The great Yan Emperor had his eyes open, utterly astonished, but he seemed to have grasped something. So that's it, I understand now. This sword intent is too terrifying, unbelievable. Streams of sword intent escaped, a force that seemed capable of destroying everything. The emperor immediately realized that this painting was no ordinary thing. There's also Dao within it. Just one glance, and my own sword Dao has begun to rise powerfully. However, this powerful energy seemed to exceed the emperor's body's ability to withstand it. This can't continue. If I get caught up in it, I won't be able to escape on my own. Moreover, today is my birthday celebration. With so many guests, if I continue to comprehend, I'm afraid it will cause quite a stir. Xuan Heir, accompany your father on a trip. Thank you, fellow Taoists. For the rest of the birthday banquet, I'll send someone to host it. The fifth prince and I will leave first. If there are any shortcomings in the hospitality, please forgive us. After the announcement, the 2 members of the royal family quickly left, catching the guests off guard. What's going on? Will the banquet end so abruptly like this? Could the reason be the sword intent that just appeared? The calligraphy painting presented by the Great Yan's fifth prince doesn't seem like an ordinary gift. On the other side, the third prince appeared annoyed. HMPH. What's so special about it? Is the party just going to end like this? Elsewhere, the emperor hurriedly questioned his fifth son, Xuan tell father where you got that calligraphy painting from. After listening to Ji Xuan's thorough explanation, the emperor nodded. I see, you mean this painting was obtained from the hands of a reclusive sword Dao expert, Jiang Chen, in Wuhua City, is it? Could this be some old monster from the Wuhua Holy Land? Never mind. To be able to infuse sword intent into a plain piece of paper while remaining in seclusion, even I have never encountered such a thing. Father, is the sword intent in this painting really that strong? Indeed, even I have only comprehended 2 or 3 parts of the sword intent in this painting. It's truly terrifying. Even the emperor only understood a small part. Sword energy sweeps across 30,000 miles. A flash of cold light chills 19 provinces. Excellent poem and beautiful words. Extraordinary sword intent. But the phrase 19 provinces made the emperor ponder endlessly. No. Could it be that I understand? The fifth prince was surprised. What does father understand? 500 years ago, the Great Yan dynasty had a battle with the golden-winged Great Roc in the demon domain. Unfortunately, in that battle, our Great Yan dynasty not only lost, but also had to cede the land of Nanzhao. The golden-winged Great Roc, a powerful race of the demon domain. Besides the human domain, there are also the demon domain, the devil domain, the Buddhist domain, and the immortal domain. Except for the immortal domain, the other 4 domains are adjacent to each other, forming a vast world. The southern border of the Great Yan dynasty is where it borders the demon domain. From this, it can be seen that everything has been arranged by that expert in advance. The expert knew you were struggling with choosing a gift, so he deliberately went there to wait for you. In the end, the expert gave you this calligraphy painting, wanting you to bring it before me. The poem, A Flash of Swordlight Chills 19 Provinces, is vividly depicted with the ultimate goal of having the Great Yan dynasty recover the 19 provinces. Why didn't that expert directly give this to father? Wouldn't that be simpler? The emperor patiently explained. You are still too young and haven't experienced much in life. The expert is one who only says half. The other half must be comprehended on your own. This calligraphy painting makes me realize that the hesitation of the past years is truly laughable. The Great Yan dynasty takes the sword as its honor. A sword cultivator must have the spirit to advance and not retreat. Without hesitation, Ji Yuanhao said solemnly. 500 years have passed. The oppression we have endured from the demon race should end. No matter what father decides, I am willing to devote all my strength for father. Very good. From today onward, the Great Yan dynasty prepares for a decisive battle with the golden-winged Great Roc race. News of the upcoming war between the Great Yan dynasty and the golden-winged Great Roc race quickly spread throughout the world. At Jiang Chen's house, the little fox was being fed. Jiang Chen wondered. Logically, foxes are carnivores, but it doesn't dislike the vegetarian food I make. Moreover, it eats very happily. That's also less troublesome, because if it demands meat, where would I find it? Thinking about it, with my cooking skills, if I opened a restaurant in Wuhua City, I would definitely become rich. But it's such a hassle. From preparing ingredients and hiring staff to the daily grind, opening a restaurant ain't easy. Forget about it. One more mouth to feed means gotta watch the spending. In the following days, while Jiang Chen sulked about having to eat veggies every day, Little Fox thought to herself, these dishes, is this what I get to enjoy every day? I actually refused at first, but from the first bite, I couldn't escape. Seems like it's not bad here either, cultivating my power and having food and drinks. The fox was startled when she realized she was having strange thoughts. Jiang Chen appeared with a gloomy face, startling the little fox. Her fur is still falling out a lot. Could it be from being a vegetarian? Should I go hunt something? I'm so hungry. What if something happens to her? I'm going out. You stay home, okay? Jiang Chen said and left to hunt, leaving Tushanmo alone in the house. The little fox found it hard to put into words, just with the vegetarian food. Her injuries had completely healed, even reaching the 10th level of divine power realm, just one step away from forming a demon core, equivalent to the golden core of humans. Suddenly, the little fox felt a strange sensation. Her danchin was heating up. A powerful force was rushing straight into it. What's going on? The fox's tails appeared one after another, 6 as before, but this force continued, uncontrollable. What should I do? Is the power from her bloodline surging? Then suddenly, a 7th tail appeared, shocking the little fox. It's so hot, the little fox exclaimed, her eyes wide open looking at the new tail. This is the 7th tail. The ancestors of the Tushan fox clan once possessed 9 tails, with extraordinary power and terrifying bloodlines, known as the 9-tailed celestial fox. But since ancient times, after an earth-shattering great war, the Tushan Fox clan suffered heavy losses and was cursed by a powerful expert, causing the nine-tailed divine vein to disappear. Since then, the nine-tailed bloodline seemed to be bound, no longer appearing in Tushan. Currently, the strongest divine vein of the Tushan Fox clan only has 6 tails. Even her father, the Fox Emperor, only has 5 tails. The little fox looked at the new tail, lost in thought. According to the old ancestor in the clan, the appearance of a 6-tailed fox like her was already a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. Now that the 7th tail has appeared, could it be that the food Jiang Chen gave her activated the hidden potential in her divine vein? So this big shot from the start didn't want to keep me as a pet, but wanted to help me activate the fox divine vein and evolve into a 9-tail. The little fox blushed and muttered, "I get it now, but Boss Jiang doesn't know anything. I misunderstood this expert. I've decided, when the expert comes back, I'll transform into a human and repay this kindness." But then she worried. "No, Senior doesn't want others to know his identity. If I transform and express my gratitude, Senior will chase me away. Then I won't be able to eat those delicious dishes anymore." Tushan Mo smugly outlined a plan to freeload. "As long as I continue to cling to Senior, I will constantly evolve. Hee. Then I will become the first Fox clan member to break the curse and evolve into a 9-tailed fox." From this moment, Tushan Mo lost her last bit of shame. Spiritual energy filled everywhere, even spreading outside the house. Mu Wenhuang suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chen's house. "The promotion ceremony is too complicated. I wonder if Senior is still here." "I've arrived, Senior. She swallowed, nervous, but also with anticipation in her eyes. Mu Yuehuang seemed to have been following Mu Yunhuang from afar. I secretly followed her. And sure enough, there's a secret. No wonder she's been distracted these days. Mu Yuehuang was tailing her sister, but it seemed like Yunhuang hadn't even noticed she was there. Yuehuang was all eyes on that tiny wooden house, so simple and ordinary. What's she doing here, she wondered. From a distance, Yuehuang saw Yunhuang dash into the house. Just a few minutes later, she came bolting out, face bright red. Her hands were shaking, and her heart was going a mile a minute. "What's with that expression?" "No way." Yuehuang stared, her jaw practically on the floor, as her precious little sis zoomed past without even registering her existence. It was the first time Yuehuang had ever seen her sister look like that, sending her mind spiraling into all sorts of crazy theories. No, it can't be. Could my sister be in love with some mortal dude? She had to remember that Yunhuang had just awakened her immortal Dao Emperor body. Her path to cultivation was wide open. If she got bogged down by some ordinary Joe, it would be a freaking disaster. That thought lit a fire under Yuhuang's butt. "This can't happen," she declared internally. "Absolutely not. I won't let this happen. Let's see which mortal dares to try to pull a stunt like this." And with that, Yue Huang started walking towards the house, determined to save her sister from this potential love trap. As she got closer, a strange force from the house pulled her in, and the surrounding area was overflowing with Dao energy. What the heck is going on? Is this place not just a normal residence for Yunhuang? Even with her 8th stage golden core cultivation, Yue Huang was completely helpless against the terrifying power of this place. An almighty being. This is definitely an almighty being's domain, she realized in shock. "Here we go." Jiang Chen stepped forward, remembering to greet the unexpected guest politely. "Welcome." In Yu Huang's mind, Jiang Chen was a totally terrifying being. Jiang Chen gave the other party a friendly smile, but Yue Huang was so scared that her face turned pale. "Whoa, is my face really showing my fear this much?" Yue Huang was on high alert, glancing around nervously, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She had heard stories about terrifying beings disguising themselves as ordinary people. She glanced at the building's exterior, and the formations and items inside all screamed immense power. Then she glanced at the little fox who was acting all fierce and tough. That fox belongs to the Tushan lineage, and its status is definitely not low. These kinds of people often look for gifted cultivators to corrupt, so their whole lives are considered slaves. Yue Huang was scared to death. She looked at Jiang Chen with a very wary look. Jiang Chen looked puzzled and a little annoyed to be stared at, but still politely invited the guest. "Guest, please have a glass of water first." "Oh, sure." Yu Huang eyed the water suspiciously, probably worried it was drugged. Jiang Chen was still nonchalantly urging, "Help her prepare, it'll get cold." Crap, what do I do now? This holy maiden was completely spooked, certain she couldn't escape this disaster. In Yu Huang's imagination, she thought, "Come on, once you drink this, you'll be in my bag, hee. Just drink that so-called water first." Yu Huang made up her mind, deciding to trust this person once, no matter what happens. As long as she gets out of here later, everything will be easy. She took it and gulped it down in one go. No weird reaction at all, what's going on? Even my cultivation is increasing significantly. Jiang Chen didn't notice the change that was taking place in her. From Jiang Chen's point of view, are cultivators with more money just weirder in the head? I don't get it, he asked. How did the young lady come to my place? I saw my sister come here. I was worried about her, so I came here. So you're Yun Huang's older sister. My apologies. Your younger sister came here to ask me some questions about the stone sculpture. Stone sculpture? Yu Huang asked. Yep. Jiang Chen quickly realized a chance to make some dough, so he whipped out a stone carving to tempt her. It's this stuff right here? Wanna grab one? Come on, buy it. Jiang Chen is starving here. These stone carvings unexpectedly contained boundless divine power, as if wanting to latch onto someone's body. No way, I don't like stone carvings. I almost gave him a chance to exploit me. I absolutely won't be swayed by these things. Not giving up on the chance, Jiang Chen pulled out a scroll from who knows where. So how about this painting? OMG, not again, this painting. When she saw the figure in the painting, the girl's eyes suddenly lit up. The moment she saw the painting, her origin started to grow stronger, as if it was being replenished with something. This person is terrifying. He even knows that my frozen hell ice phoenix body is missing its origin. How did he do it? This person and that painting are both scary. Stone carving's a no-go. Let's try the calligraphy painting instead. He'd already sold 2 things like this, so Jiang Chen was just testing his luck with the painting, not really thinking much about it. Should I take it? Mu Yue Huang hesitated. The power in this painting can help me replenish the origin of my frozen hell ice phoenix body. But once I accept a trade that the other party offers, I might fall into his trap. But if I replenish my origin, my path of cultivation will surely be wider. But I don't want to become a puppet in this person's hands. Oh, that thing over there is a sword platform? Isn't that Jishuan, the 5th prince of the Great Yan Dynasty's thing? This is the divine sword he uses to condense his destined weapon? What does the sword platform used to condense his destined weapon doing here mean? Did the Great Yan's 5th prince, Jishuan, also trade with this guy? You have to know that my little sister awakening the undying Tao sovereign physique means a wide-open future, and Jishuan has recently been favored by the Great Yan Emperor, and is very likely to become the next emperor of the Great Yan. As long as these two don't screw up, they will be big shots in the cultivation world in the future. He's trading with these two. Could it be that the guy in green in front of me is implementing some big plan? Now with me added in, does he want all the rising stars in the cultivation world to be under his control? At this moment, shopkeeper Jiang stood on the side with a proud look in his eyes, his face as innocent as if he knew nothing. But wait, maybe it's not that simple. According to rumors from high-ups in the sacred land, the Great Yan Dynasty seems to be preparing to go to war with the Golden-Winged Rock Tribe. And all of this happened after the 5th Prince Jishuan presented the birthday gift. Could it be that the guys behind the scenes are manipulating everything that buried the ancient era? Not only controlling the top powerhouses, they also buried all the geniuses of that era and started a war. Will my little sister and I become puppets in his hands this time? No way. Whether it's to stop the other party's world-shattering plan, or for my little sister, I have to act. This may be the only way. Let's temporarily agree to the trade, use this painting to enhance myself, and then find a chance to leave. I really like this painting. This miss has a great eye. Jiang Chen heard this and couldn't help but feel happy. Oh, we're in business. Mu Yue Huang took the painting and hurriedly left. She still couldn't believe that she was let go so easily. He just let her go like that. Oh my god, unbelievable. A trade's a trade. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed. Compared to the glazed bead bracelet that my little sister gave me before, this female cultivator is really generous. Unlike that young master, who looked rich, but only used a toy sword as a token. Next time they come, maybe I should raise the price a bit. 300 miles away, Mu Yue Huang returned and asked her beloved little sister, do you often come to that wooden house? How many years have you been watching me? You never cared about me. Now that I'm off the rails, you finally show up. What's your deal? Mu Yue Huang couldn't help but raise her voice. That place is very dangerous, incredibly scary. I order you, from now on, you are not allowed to go there again. In that wooden house lives the scariest person in the world. He can overturn the world and take the lives of billions of living beings? A devil? He's definitely a devil. Are you talking about Senior Hong Chen? How could Senior Hong Chen be that kind of person? When my life was in the gravest danger, he was the one who saved me. Hong Chen, you said his name is Hong Chen. Indeed, a scary name. The look on her sister's face right now is as if she's truly been frightened. But Senior Hong Chen is the one who changed my life. You can say whatever you want about me, but if you slander Senior, even if you're my own sister, I won't accept it. No matter what you say, I will definitely follow Senior Hong Chen. Little sister, I didn't expect you to be so poisoned by that person. If we keep arguing, we might fall out. It's all because that person is too terrifying, to the point that even my own sister has become like this. If it were someone else, they might be even more extreme. I can only quickly increase my strength, then nip his plan in the bud. As for my sister, I'll just let her decide. It's useless to say anything at this point. The only way is to face the one behind it all. If I have to choose between Senior and my sister, Yun Huang's determined eyes made the decision. I choose to believe in Senior. Right now, they are right in front of Hong Chen's house. Luckily we found it. If we were any later, His Majesty might have found out. They dared to imprison our lovely princess. Such insolence. Ever since the Golden-Winged Rock clan found out we had the six-tailed bloodline of Tushan Mo, they haven't stopped provoking us. The mark His Majesty left on the princess is gradually weakening, proving that the Golden-Winged Rock clan has severely injured the princess. Otherwise, how could this small wooden house imprison our little princess? Damn mortals. The princess has the most divine bloodline of our clan right now. To be held captive by a mortal is a great disgrace. Today, we will definitely bring the princess back. Charge. Inside, Jiang Chen was preparing for his morning exercise, and even sneezed repeatedly. Is little fox still asleep? She's probably still recovering her strength. Forget worrying about her, I better worry about myself. Swordsmanship is, of course, also a top-tier skill Hong Chen got from the game. Morning exercise to improve health. Having said that, he waved his hand. 2 Fox Clan members charged forward, shouting murderously, "Kill!" But before they could do anything, they were sent flying by Jiang Chen's sword Qi, suffering heavy injuries. At this moment, he still hadn't realized what was happening around him. What's going on outside? Outside the gate, the old geezer hurriedly ran out to check on his 2 beloved disciples. Damn it, my precious disciples. The 2 disciples didn't understand what had just happened. They didn't even know why they were so badly injured. Before they could even see who was inside, blood was gushing from their mouths. After a moment, the 3 intruders finally came to their senses. What kind of monster is in this room? Could it be we were wrong all along? There's actually a peerless powerhouse in here, and we've already been discovered. He just didn't bother to make a move because your bloodlines are too weak. He's warning us. Looks like we can only go back to Tushin and report to Her Highness. So-called powerhouses all have their own quirks. If he didn't make a move at the beginning, then he probably won't later either. Thinking this, the old geezer and his 2 disciples slunk back the way they came. So Her Highness the Princess will be safe during this time. You must wait for us to return. Meanwhile, at the Eclosion Holy Land, Mu Yuehuang was still diligently cultivating inside, breaking through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, but still unable to compensate for her own physical shortcomings. She bitterly realized, if she couldn't raise her cultivation level, how could she protect her younger sister? How could she resist that terrifying powerhouse, Jiang Chen? No way. I absolutely can't give in. I have to fight magic with magic. The icy aura within this painting emanates a very pure, bone-chilling aura. It directly froze Mu Yuehuang's entire tower. Meanwhile, Yun Huang's tower was constantly spewing out fire. The 2 guards outside were shocked by this sight. Have these 2 sisters been cultivating more and more outrageously lately? If they continue like this, with their efforts, their status will definitely rise further and further in the Eclosion Holy Land. At the same time, in the Eclosion Heavenly Palace, Holy Master, what's the current situation? Old ancestor Wu Shenji has made it clear. He wants to complete the battle promised many years ago. The old ancestor of the Eclosion Holy Land is a top powerhouse. It can be said that the current glory of the Eclosion Holy Land is mostly thanks to him. Nothing is more important to the Holy Land than him. Nothing must happen to him. I understand your intentions, but the old ancestor has already decided, and even we can't intervene any further. I don't understand why the old ancestor is so insistent on fighting. In the beginning, he was an outstanding genius, with extraordinary talent. Among those of the same generation, he was almost unrivaled. Together with the old ancestor of the Qing Yun Holy Land in his youth, they were considered the 2 brightest stars of the human race. In the end, the old ancestor of the Qing Yun Holy Land changed his step and decided to fight the old ancestor of the Eclosion Holy Land. This appointment has lasted for thousands of years, and it seemed that it would pass, but in the end, it could not be cancelled. Everyone listen. Even if the 2 old ancestors fight, we shouldn't interfere. But if it comes to a critical moment, Wu Shenji paused. But everyone understood the meaning behind those words. If it really came to the most dangerous moment, they would have to take action. After all, the Qing Yun Holy Land has 2 primordial spirit realm old ancestors. Even if they lose one, it won't have too much of an impact, but we only have one. Now the Holy Land has produced 2 unparalleled physique geniuses. A sign of prosperity. In this situation, we need the protection of a powerhouse even more. We can only do this. This action is indeed insidious, and does not match the reputation of the Holy Land. But for the sake of the tens of thousands of years of inheritance of the Eclosion Holy Land, we can only apologize to the Qing Yun Old Ancestor. The residents of the Qing Yun Old Ancestor echoed with the sound of singing, probably because the disciples were teasing him. Cut to Jiang Chen's farm, where our male lead is busy harvesting veggies for lunch. Whoa, food's ready. Little Fox seems way livelier than when I first found it. Did it finally recognize me as its owner? Tu Shanmo's eyes are still full of that enchanting charm, but looks like it doesn't affect Jiang Chen at all, huh? After a hearty meal, Tu Shanmo just conked out, muttering things like nine-tailed evolution in its sleep. Jiang Chen stood there, watching and muttering, well, at least it's a neat eater. But seriously, its fur is getting shinier and shinier. Is it really about to turn into a demon beast? Anyway, I'll set up my stall this afternoon. If I make some cash, I'll totally upgrade your meals when I get back. Out on the street, everyone was super friendly, greeting Jiang Chen with smiles. Boss little Jiang, long time no see. It's been almost a month, and you still haven't made it big, huh? A villager teased playfully. Boss little Jiang. Boss little Jiang. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Oh no. Something's happened at Manager Lai's place. His daughter suddenly fell gravely ill last night. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If Zhao Song was sick, you should have come to me last night. Li Xiaosong, Manager Li's daughter, is only 7 this year. She's such a sweet, sensible kid who often shares food from their shop with the other vendors. All the old folks adore her, but she's always been frail and sickly since birth, so now that something serious has happened, everyone's super worried. They initially thought it was just a minor illness. But who knew even over a dozen great physicians couldn't do anything. Her condition just kept getting worse. So what are you waiting for? Take me there, quickly. This can't wait. Wait, where did Uncle Lon pop out from? And is that a young lady's footsteps I hear? Turns out it's an uncle and niece out for a stroll. What are all those people doing? Looks like someone's daughter is sick, and they've called that young man over to treat her. The girl beside him had a glint of sadness in her eyes. She reminds me so much of our daughter. Let's go take a look too. Xiao Song's illness is super weird. Her pulse, breathing, body temperature, everything is normal, but her condition is incredibly unstable. I've seriously never seen anything like this before. Everything about her body seems perfectly normal, so why? Boss little Jiang, please, save Zhao Song. If you can save her, I swear I'll give you everything I own. I'll be your ox and horse. Hey, you two, don't be like that. Little Jiang will definitely do his absolute best. Even your best efforts will be useless, though. This little girl's problem isn't something a mere mortal can fix anymore. Xiao Song's mom heard that and instantly flared up. What are you even saying? Whoa, hold your horses, don't get too worked up. Oh, turns out it's that two-toned hair girl from earlier. I'm saying, your daughter's problem isn't something mortal methods can fix. This kid isn't sick, she's been afflicted by something unknown. What's more, if a powerful cultivator doesn't step in to get rid of it, she'll quickly perish. Can you save my daughter? The father was instantly filled with hope. Then, do you have a way? For your daughter's illness, I'm just as helpless, but Uncle Lon is here. Uncle Lon, she continued, just treat this little girl as your own daughter. This sickness can be cured, but it will leave some damage. Can you accept that? Is the damage serious? Best case scenario, she'll be sickly for the rest of her life? Or even, kinda out of it? This bad news hit them like a truck, Mr. and Mrs. Likar were practically collapsing. We're out of options, okay? She's our only kid. We'll do anything as long as she lives. Just save her, we agree? Hold up. If you two can't fix it, zip it. Let me handle this. I can get Zhao Song back to 100%, no lasting problems, nada. Jiang Chen's confident words totally surprised Jiang Lingger and Uncle Lon. Dude, do you even know what you're saying? Totally. My eyes don't lie. I wouldn't be called a divine doctor for nothing. There are many ways to live. I get that Songzhi loves running around, playing, just being a free spirit, no limits, If the price of living is losing all of that, then no way, I'm not letting that happen. Jiang Lingger was speechless, but seemed like she realized something. Fine, whatever. She's your kid, you guys decide who treats her. How about we let Boss Jiang give it a shot? We kinda trust him more anyway. Jiang Lingger sighed. She wanted to step in earlier because she related to the girl and had a bit of empathy for her. If they want to go with that regular dude, whatever. That kid was born with some weird energy, but it's so mysterious it's usually hidden. It just shows up as her being weak and always sick, but as she gets older, that energy gets stronger. 7 years old is a big danger zone. What can that random dude even do? Jiang Chen pulled out a needle, gave it a good look, then carefully stuck it into the girl. Is that acupuncture? The uncle and niece were both shocked at the scene. The whole thing was super detailed and precise. He really does live up to the divine doctor title. Uncle Lon, you see that? He didn't use any spiritual power at all when he stuck the needles in. What kind of technique is that? Pushing out the mysterious power deep in her bones without using any spiritual energy. Jiang Chen didn't even notice them, he was just super focused on the acupuncture. By now, Hundreds of needles were stuck in every pressure point on her body, making her look like a freaking cactus. Looks like the needles are doing something. Some weird demonic energy started coming out of her mouth. Xiaosong's cured, just needs some rest, and she'll be good as new. Jiang Chen's voice was confident, even though he had some sweat on his forehead. In less than 3 days, she'll be back to bugging you two again. Thank you so much, little Jiang. When Jiang Chen turned around to say, "You're welcome," those two were gone. Just poof. They were just standing here. Xiaosong woke up then. Her parents were crying tears of joy by her bed. "Honey, how are you feeling?" "Thanks to brother Jiang, I feel a lot better." Outside in the garden, Jiang Chen was getting mobbed with praise. "Boss Jiang, you're amazing. It's what I do. You guys are too kind." After Jiang Chen's treatment, Songzhe was completely healed. The city was back to being peaceful and happy. Gotta head back and make dinner for little Fox. On the way, Jiang Chen ran into those two again. They looked like they'd been waiting for him. Fine, let's take another route then. Seeing Jiang Chen about to turn around and leave, the two hurriedly called out, "Young master, please wait a moment." They were obviously waiting for him here on purpose. Jiang Chen glanced at the girl. Seems like just a glance was enough for him to recognize something unusual about her. This little girl's surname is Jiang, name is Lingye, and this is Uncle Lan. "Did you guys come looking for me to get treated too?" Jiang Lingye was startled, feeling like her mental state was fluctuating a bit. Everything had been seen through by him. "Jiang Lingye, you come from a noble background, and were originally expected to become the heavenly maiden of the Jiang clan, possessing endless power and a wide-open future. But all of that was cut short by the heavenly yin severed meridian, one of the most terrifying types of meridians in the cultivation world. No matter how talented you are, those afflicted can't live past 18. It not only prevents the generation of magical power, but also gradually erodes the foundation, causing the patient to suffer endless pain." "Miss, are you really decided? Your problem is completely different from ordinary people. We've tried for many years but still couldn't solve it. He's just a mortal. Even if his medical skills are superb, can he really do it?" Jiang Lingye. What a lovely name. It's just that the surname is a bit rare. "I know, but I don't have much time left anymore," Jiang Lingye frowned, accepting the harsh reality. "If that's the case, then you guys should follow me home first. Go home." The two uncle and niece looked at each other, thought for a moment, and then decided to follow. And so, Uncle Lan and Lingye followed Jiang Chen home. As soon as they stepped into the house, the two were so shocked that their faces turned purple. "Oh, this is my house. Make yourselves at home." This is a formation. This entire courtyard is a formation. Could it be that we guessed wrong? This young man in green robes looks pleasing to the eye, with an extraordinary aura. Could he actually be an old monster with extraordinary strength? This strength is at least at the Rob nascent soul realm, so what should we do next? He's not planning to make a move on us, is he? The two followed the fragrance wafting out, discovering that the smell came from the bowl of food that Jiang Chen brought to the fox. While preparing to eat, the fox suddenly noticed the appearance of two strangers. Afraid of having her food stolen, she quickly drank the bowl of soup in one gulp. "Uncle Lan, is this the Tushan Fox clan? We heard 2 days ago that the little princess of this clan went missing. Could it be that she was captured by this person? Let's just pretend we don't know anything for now." Meanwhile, little Fox fell asleep after eating her fill. She really loves the food of the great expert, only knows how to eat and sleep. If she eats a little more, she might break through. A moment later, Jiang Chen examined Lingye, checked her feet, and discovered a strange disease that he encountered for the first time. It's very difficult to treat. As expected, Lingye's face turned pale upon hearing this, on the verge of tears. "Wait a minute, I didn't say there was no way. As long as it's treated properly, it can definitely be resolved." Jiang Chen quickly corrected himself. Lingye's heart blossomed upon hearing that it could be completely cured. But this is the heavenly yin severed meridian. Can it really be completely resolved? "With me here, what's so great about the heavenly yin severed meridian?" Jiang Chen smiled kindly. "As long as the person isn't dead, give me time and they will recover." Immediately, Lingye knelt down and begged. "Then I implore, young master, to take action and cure this heavenly yin severed meridian for me. I will be eternally grateful." For the heavenly yin meridian, she had paid too high a price. Originally a heavenly daughter of the clan, she was instead despised and reproached. Despite her outstanding talent, surpassing her senior brothers, she couldn't condense her magic power. Watching everyone surpass her, even her father didn't bother to pay attention to her. Now Jiang Chen is her only hope to escape the torment of the heavenly yin meridian. "Miss, please rise. You don't need to do this. After all, your illness is a bit complicated. It needs a long time to treat. So, can you two stay?" "Stay? Are we forced to stay? If we don't make it back to the clan in time, I'm afraid my father will be furious." The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, "The food is ready?" The stall is closed today, so I can only offer you some vegetarian dishes. Jiang Chen sensed the arrival of uninvited guests. It turned out to be Uncle Lan and Linger, who had just returned from chopping wood. Silently observing, Jiang Chen assessed. Only demonic energy, no magic power. These two are cultivators, but their strength is just average. Uncle Lan, are we really agreeing to stay here? Linger asked, regarding Jiang Chen as her last hope. As for the sect leader, I'll explain it clearly then, Uncle Lan whispered. Jiang Chen called out, It's time to eat. We cultivators don't need to eat. The fox showed a contemptuous expression. Clueless, don't come crying and begging for food later. Countless miles away from the feather transformation Holy Land, a majestic voice resounded. So, Moer is currently being held captive by an unknown human race expert. Although her life isn't in danger, she's being treated as a pet. That's right, Your Majesty. I saw it with my own eyes. The Fox Emperor was enraged. My fox cub. The Fox Emperor, one of the strongest experts in the demon realm, on par with human emperors and holy landmasters, even a supreme existence. And someone dares to imprison my daughter. Your Majesty, please calm down. Tu Shanfeng knelt down in panic. It seems I must make a trip myself. Tu Shanfeng, tell me in detail about that human race expert. That human race expert is skilled in swordsmanship. I'm afraid he's very difficult to deal with. Therefore, Your Majesty should not act rashly. At least, it will take time to retrieve Tushan's sacred artifact, so it will be easier to bring the princess back. If we have that sacred artifact, it will definitely be better, because it specializes in defense, especially against swordsmanship. Let's decide on that. The most important thing now is to bring Moer back. Let me see if that bold fellow who dares to imprison my daughter can withstand the wrath of this Fox Emperor. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen remained carefree, completely unaware of the disaster about to befall him. What are you singing, young master? Are you... Alright, I'm fine. Where were we? Alright, the heavenly yin meridian you mentioned belongs to the yin aspect, because it has been present since birth, causing the yin energy to condense and corrode your heart meridian. What needs to be done now is to eliminate the yin energy inside first, helping to balance yin and yang. Crush these herbs every morning, mix them with clean water, and drink them. Just use these herbs, Linger asked in surprise. What? Is there a problem? No problem. A moment later, Linger brought the herbs to Uncle Lan for inspection. Just drinking herbs can help balance the yin and yang in the body. Uncle Lan looked doubtful. Whatever, let's just give it a shot. Uncle Lan's reaction seems a bit unexpected to Linger, but she still decides to trust both of them. Alright, I'll start now. I'm gonna make this work. Linger begins to drink the herbal concoction, sip by sip. Whoa, this tingling sensation is like it's cleansing my whole body. Young miss, how do you feel now? Uncle Lan hurriedly asks. This medicine is actually working, Linger exclaims joyfully. The power of the heavenly yin severed meridians in my body is gradually dissipating. Really? That's great. Regarding the sect leader, I also need to make a trip. You want to go? It's just temporary. As long as I explain things clearly to the sect leader, I'll be back. Besides, I'm not leaving right away. Just as he says that, Uncle Lan suddenly stops, his eyes fixed on the person standing opposite them. Turns out it's Jiang Chen practicing his swordsmanship as a form of exercise. Ling Sher and Uncle Lan are both shocked to see this. Uncle Lan, did you see that? The young master is also a swordplay expert. The little fox next to them has seen it all. Acting like a senior, it must be used to seeing this scene. The other two look like they've never seen the world. When it's time to eat, Jiang Chen treats his two guests to a table full of vegetarian dishes brimming with spiritual energy. Master of top-tier music, unparalleled in the game of Go. A poet of the highest caliber, a Picasso of this era. Young master has reached the pinnacle in every field. Uncle Lan, I don't want to leave anymore. Meanwhile, while Jiang Chen is helping Jiangling Kuyer, the Great Yan Dynasty and the Golden Rock Clan and the Demon Territory are erupting in war, the result is that the Great Yan Dynasty has suffered a defeat. The Great Yan Dynasty launched a war against the Golden Rock Clan in the Demon Territory. To support the war, the Great Yan Dynasty has ordered the mobilization of human cultivators within its territory to participate in the battle. The battle is described as extremely fierce, with cultivators sacrificing themselves every day, and blood flowing like rivers in the major battles. The fifth son of the Great Yan Emperor, although lacking the outstanding talent of the others, displayed courage by leading the soldiers in the first battle, showing resilience and decisiveness. However, the defeat in the first battle forced the emperor to summon the princes to discuss strategies. You also know that this time, our Great Yan Dynasty has been defeated in the war against the Golden Winged Rock Clan, and morale is low. The emperor realizes that Great Yan is at a disadvantage against the Golden Rock Clan, and needs to ensure victory in the second battle to determine the outcome of the war. The emperor believes that the great expert who helped them before might continue to assist them again.
If that great expert gave this painting to you, it shows that he has goodwill towards our great Yan. Therefore, I want to ask him for help again.
Father is so thoughtful. I am ashamed, Jishuan says. Then I will prepare and go see that great expert once more. Wait, I will go with you. Jishuan is surprised. Cut to Jiang Chen. Jiang Ling'er has completed the first stage of her treatment and rested for 7 days. Now her body has balanced yin and yang. Now she starts the second stage, using acupuncture to stimulate the major acupoints in her body. Ling'er's eyes light up. She follows the young master's arrangements. After a few days of treatment, Ling'er is completely conquered by Jiang Chen. Ling'er's appearance is so familiar, just like when little Shuang was being treated. She's covered in needles all over, looking like a cactus. Uncle Lon, I've applied the needles. This process takes time. I'll go into the city to prepare the herbs. Thank you, young master. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Chen is thinking about making money to make ends meet, because now there's not only the little fox in the house, but also 2 more people. If he doesn't find a way to earn more income, how will they survive? Every bit helps, I guess. Jiang Chen rummaged around his house and found a painting he had once drawn. This painting, wasn't it the one I drew because I was impressed with swordsmanship? Sword slaying the stars, the person in the painting, is based on myself. Even though I can't cultivate in this Xiangxia world, I can still imagine my own sword slaying the stars through painting.
Thinking like that, Jiang Chen decided to take the painting to the market, bringing it along. The other paintings didn't sell before. Who knows, maybe someone will like this new one.
Scene cuts to the marketplace. Here, a local, it's unclear whether it's a shop owner or just someone nearby, is giving a tongue lashing to 2 people in front of them. I've already told you. Shopkeeper Zhao Jiang only sets up his stall when he's in the mood. He might come tomorrow, or maybe a month from now. What's with all the nagging, seriously?
Turns out the 2 men being scolded are the great Yan Emperor and the 5th prince, Jishuan.
That local shooed the 2 father and son away. Alright, that's all I know. You 2 go away. Don't bother my wife's business.
The emperor and Jishuan were dumbfounded, taking the scolding. Even though they knew they were in disguise, who would have thought they'd be given a hard time by commoners like this?
Father, it seems that the expert really isn't here. Could it be that the expert is intentionally avoiding us? Suddenly, the local who was just scolding them piped up, "Oh, look at those 2. Shopkeeper Zhao Jiang is here. You guys are lucky." He's here, the father and son said in unison. In the crowd, Jiang Chen gradually appeared with a mysterious aura, cold and aloof, his eyes gleaming with unfathomable depth, a cloth bag of goods slung over his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. At least, that's how he appeared to outsiders. Seeing him, Ji Yuanhao was like a fangirl meeting her idol. An expert, he's definitely an expert. On the other side, the local whispered to Xiao Jiang, "I'm telling you, someone's looking for you." Then the 2 of them glanced over towards the other side, only to see Jishuan hurriedly speak up. "Shopkeeper, it's me." Xiao Jiang suddenly remembered. Indeed, there was a kid who looked pretty rich, who used a toy sword to trade for his painting before. It's him. This is my father.
The emperor looked rather suspicious at this moment, a somewhat perverted look in his eyes, his cheeks flushed as he paid respects to shopkeeper Jiang. Xiao Jiang felt a chill down his spine, his facial muscles stiffening.
Last time, for my birthday, my son presented me with a calligraphy piece as a gift. Although I didn't quite understand it, I could sense the profound meaning within. I've been trying to comprehend it since that day, but I still can't fully grasp it. That's why I asked my son to bring me to see you, shopkeeper. Now that I see you, shopkeeper, you truly have an extraordinary bearing, an amazing demeanor. You flatter me, sir. It was just a casual scribble. So, what brings you 2 here today? That painting of yours, shopkeeper, its sword intent swept across 30,000 miles, with a single sword strike terrifying 19 provinces. Not only is the calligraphy beautiful, but the meaning is also very profound. But we can't comprehend it all. What must we do to achieve a single sword strike that terrifies 19 provinces?
The emperor wants to understand how to achieve the 1 sword terrifies 19 provinces.
How to achieve a single sword terrifies 19 provinces? How would I know? Aren't you making things difficult for me? Should I just say I don't know? But wouldn't that be belittling myself?
Jiang Chen didn't want to degrade himself, so he took out a newly drawn painting about swordsmanship, containing an even stronger sword intent. I drew this painting a few days ago.
It's my own understanding of swordsmanship. The hidden aura inside is much stronger than that single sword terrifies 19 provinces thing. I can just take this painting out and talk nonsense about it. If they ask anything, just tell them to figure it out themselves.
Seeing the painting, Jiang Chen pretended to be serious and said to the two of them, "Everyone has different ways of thinking. Even if I explain it, it's not necessarily correct. What's important is what you see.
If you really want to comprehend it, you have to look more, think more." As it happens, I still have another painting related to swords. Maybe what you're looking for is in there. When the painting was opened, a powerful sword intent burst out, causing great astonishment to those present. Brilliant starlight. Boundless power. Ah, it makes our souls tremble. Who is that? Isn't that a master? Wow. The brilliant starlight was shattered by the sword energy, just like glittering smoke.
This painting is definitely prepared for our great Yan dynasty.
Boss, how can I get this painting? How lucky, I just arrived and already have a business opportunity, and it's even a returning customer. Then I have to see how sincere you guys are. Looking at how rich they are, they will definitely be generous, right? Dad definitely brought money, right? There's no way he didn't bring money, right? Sincerity. Ordinary things definitely can't please a talented person. Sincerity is important. But what can show sincerity? Boss, do you think this item can be exchanged for that painting? This is the Emperor's seal of Great Yan. Unbelievable. Why is it this again? Can't you buy stuff with money anymore? Why is it so hard to earn money? I didn't expect this father and son to be so stingy. Is it genetic? Oh well, I'll just consider it a good deed. The emperor held the painting in his hand, his face full of excitement. Father, is it okay to use the Emperor's seal of Great Yan to exchange for this painting? No, this is the best way. That Emperor's seal is just a symbol. It doesn't have much practical value, but if he accepts it, it means he has accepted my invitation.
Which means he has become a person of our great Yan dynasty. In the future, if the great Yan dynasty is in danger, he will definitely not stand by and watch. Ji Xuan wouldn't even dream of the meaning behind his father's actions.
Old ginger is spicier than the new. This time coming back will be the beginning of my great Yan's prosperity.
Scene change to Jiang Chen's house.
Alright, today's acupuncture is done. Next we'll combine it with herbal medicine to stabilize the yin and yang energy in her body.
Thank you, young master. Even though it's only been one acupuncture session from a master, I can clearly feel the changes in my body,
especially the meridians that couldn't absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth before, are now clear. It's unbelievable. Uncle Lon, I feel very good. Maybe I don't need to completely eliminate the heaven yin extinct meridian, and can even break through to the divine power realm. That's great. But miss, the heaven yin extinct meridian is still there. You need to be careful. Don't worry. I will definitely be careful. That's right. I must repay the person who helped me. But what should I use to repay him? At Monster Lock Town, tens of thousands of demons and goldenroks are preparing for war. The drums are sounding, signaling a bloody battle is about to begin. Demon race attack. The demon race army has attacked. Shouts echoed everywhere. Why did the golden-winged rock clans suddenly gather a large demon army? What to do? His Majesty is not at the pass. If a great war breaks out, how can the two of us stop it?
The two officials looked pretty worried. Suddenly the third prince popped up and said,
"Hold on a sec, everyone. Listen up. This prince has two ideas. First, no matter what they pull, we just gotta avoid a fight. No casualties, okay? Second, send an envoy to negotiate. It's totally fine even if our great Yan has to concede a bit." The two officials just went quiet after hearing that, hesitating and not saying a word. Who said our great Yan should take a step back? The emperor's voice boomed. The emperor's back. The third prince quickly tried to explain himself. Imperial father, if the golden-winged rock tribe wants to challenge us, our great Yan obviously can't back down. I declare the second great war has begun. Don't you worry. Your imperial father won't let you down. With the help of a powerful master, our great Yan won't be scared of the golden-winged rock tribe anymore. A master, the third prince, was taken aback. Imperial father went out alone with fifth brother again, and even went to find a master for such a secret mission. Could imperial father be planning to make him the crown prince? Plus, everything Jishuan has now is thanks to that longevity calligraphy painting for imperial father's grand birthday. And he also claimed he got that painting from a master. Could it be that the master imperial father is talking about is the same guy? Once the battle kicked off, fresh blood dyed the whole sky crimson. Great Yan was fighting solo against both the demon tribe and the golden rocks. Casualties were piling up, losses were massive, and things weren't looking too optimistic. O king of the golden-winged rock tribe. Thousands of years ago, our great Yan was defeated and had to give up the southern continent. That wasn't just a disgrace for our great Yan imperial dynasty. It was a disgrace for the entire human race. Today, I will utterly crush the Golden Rock tribe, reclaim the southern continent, and restore the human race's destiny. Seriously, that's hilarious. How many times have you spouted that nonsense already? But what was the result of the last big war, huh? Ji Yuan Hao, you're nothing but a windbag. Today, I'll lead the golden-winged rock tribe and completely wipe out your great Yan. Oh really? Your soldiers are practically wiped out, and you still dare to talk big. You really don't know your place. Watch me knock you out with one punch right here.
The king of the golden-winged rock tribe just glared.
What the heck is that, painting? Have you seriously gone crazy from losing? Everyone was totally confused about what the emperor was trying to do. Both the human soldiers and the demon creatures of the other tribe were bewildered.
The king of the demon beasts seemed utterly insulted. This is a true disgrace to me. All brothers, charge.
As soon as he finished speaking, tens of thousands of golden rocks swarmed forward, attacking the great Yan emperor.
It's time.
The painting was finally unrolled. The emperor roared out the name of the technique, or rather, the painting's name,
Starfall. Inside the painting was an image of Jiang Chen holding a sword, and that image seemed to vigorously spring to life in the sky. Don't be scared, it's just a fancy show of force. The projected image of Jiang Chen, wielding immense sword intent, slashed right at the Golden Rock tribe. Everyone saw a dazzling streak of light pierce through the heavens and earth.
Even the stars in the sky trembled in fear, and the sky, the earth, and all things in the world were enveloped by it. This terrifying power went beyond anything any living being on the continent could ever imagine.
The golden-winged Great Peng King and his army were utterly wiped out in an instant.
But that wasn't even the most terrifying part. The real horror was that rift in the sky. The very void itself was split in two by a single sword strike.
The golden-winged Great Peng King remained silent.
Yeah, that sword strike just now made him feel the icy grip of death.
Golden-winged Great Peng King, do you finally realize your mistake? I told you before. All you had to do was return the South Continent that Great Yan ceded. No other demands, nothing. This king has already agreed. What choice did I even have? If I had truly said no, I probably wouldn't have this little life of mine left anymore.
The South Continent, which originally belonged to the human race in Great Yan, was finally reclaimed. After the battle, a bunch of folks gathered, buzzing with chatter. You wouldn't believe it, Great Yan actually won the second battle. Even though the power imbalance was clear as day, something totally weird happened. Rumor has it, a blue-clothed figure stepped right out of a painting, swung his sword to split the void, made stars fall, and drove back the demon army. Was that some ancient saint, or one of Great Yan's old ancestors? Just then, Yu Huang appeared, her eyes sharp and cold, stating with conviction, "Nope, that's not it at all. I know exactly who that person is."
The golden-winged Great Peng tribe, a seriously powerful force in the demon realm with super strict discipline. In the battle between the Great Yan Imperial Court and the golden-winged Great Peng tribe, Great Yan scored a crushing victory. But hey, this victory wasn't just the Great Yan Imperial Court's doing. It was probably all orchestrated by some expert pulling the strings from behind. Jiang Chen, everything's totally within his control.
No way, he's that strong already. Has the Great Yan Imperial Court already fallen under Jiang Chen's sway? Definitely not that fast. If he truly holds the Great Yan Imperial Court in his grasp, no one knows what he'll do. That's the human race's strongest power, and any decision it makes would shake the entire cultivation world. Maybe he hasn't completely taken over the Great Yan Imperial Court yet. I can't think about this anymore.
After pondering for a bit, Yu Huang suddenly turned her head to look back at the painting hanging on the wall.
An icy, bone-chilling aura emanated from this painting. Ever since that day, I've been constantly studying this painting to mend my deficient origin, and the effects, they were actually really good. I can clearly feel my frigid hell ice emperor physique has transformed compared to before. Cultivation isn't just smoother, it's stronger too. But I still feel like something's missing. This 1000 Live Frozen painting, even though it keeps helping me level up my cultivation, my frigid hell ice emperor physique seems to have hit its limit. My origin has been mended, sure, but it still feels like it's just a tiny bit off. At first, I thought it was just my imagination. But the more I cultivated, the stronger this feeling got. Could this also be a trap laid by that person? Knowing I wanted to mend my frigid hell ice emperor physique, he gave me this painting, but in reality, this painting not only didn't completely restore my origin, it even caused negative effects on me. That person seemed to be helping me on the surface, but in reality, he wanted me to fall into his trap step by step and completely control me. I was totally tricked by him. It's all because I was too hasty in cultivating my physique without thinking about the consequences. Now, this flaw in my origin will definitely affect my future cultivation path. Before, I always thought I could fix my origin to quickly boost my strength
and then confront Jiang Chen. But now, that plan has totally fallen apart. Plus, if that guy is really as powerful as I suspect, I can't spill the beans about this to the Saint Lord and the Elders yet. That's a being even a Holy Land can't stand against.
If I reveal it, it'll definitely cause massive trouble. Looks like there's only one way to go about this. Whoever started it has to finish it. I gotta pay him a visit.
Scene change to Jiang Chen's home.
Right now, Jiang Chen is giving Jiang Linger acupuncture. and her moans echo through the house. "Young master, are you done yet?" Jiang Lingzhe is so tired she can barely speak. Jiang Chen gets the message and announces, "Acupuncture's done. Next up, brewing and drinking medicine."
This has been so hectic, running to Wuhua City every day to prepare herbs, plus giving Jiang Ling'er acupuncture. Ever since I transmigrated, I've never been this diligent.
Alright, I'm gonna take a nap. Count on everyone at home to help out, okay? Jiang Chen stretches. "You're too kind, young master. Just leave the housework to us, miss. The medicine is ready. You can drink it soon." Oh, it's young master's pet, Uncle Lon. Look. Her evolution is almost complete.
As far as I know, the strongest bloodline of the Tushan Fox clan, the Fox Emperor, only has 5 tails.
But this little fox seems even stronger, if I'm not mistaken.
She's the daughter of the Fox Emperor, the 6-tailed Tushan Mo.
If she really is Tushan Mo, it's her blessing to be raised by this senior. After the Great War in ancient times, the Tushan bloodline clan was cursed, and since then, the purest descendants have disappeared. Tushan Mo possesses 6 tails, which is far from the peak. But as long as she stays by this senior's side, she will continue to evolve. Reaching 9 tails isn't impossible. A 9-tailed Tushan fox, how many years has it been since one last appeared? She turned back into 1 tail. Looks like she still needs to sleep for a while longer. "Miss, it's time to drink your medicine," the servant reminds her. "Okay," Jiang Lingzhe replies, picks up the bowl of medicine, and drinks it in 1 gulp. She clearly feels the impact of the heaven's yin severed meridian, gradually weakening thanks to the treatment. Young master said that after the 2nd treatment, everything will change significantly, and when the 3rd step is completed, the heaven's yin severed meridian will be completely eliminated. Then I can focus on cultivation, and choose my own path. Suddenly she feels a chill envelop her. "Miss, someone's here," the servant reports. Right then, Mu Yue Huang appears. "Oh, who's this? A man and a woman? Could they be Jiang Chen's accomplices?" No, impossible. A terrifying figure like Jiang Chen wouldn't have accomplices. One of these two has low cultivation. The other is only slightly higher, definitely not worthy of Jiang Chen's attention. I get it. They're just pawns. Maybe even cannon fodder. Seems like I'm much more valuable. Jiang Ling'er notices the disdain in Mu Yue Huang's eyes, making her feel uncomfortable. Strange. I've been here for so long, and haven't seen anyone come. But she glances at Mu Yue Huang from head to toe.
She's kinda pretty, but only slightly better than me. I find her so annoying. Ling'er puffs out her cheeks in annoyance. Uncle Lon, noticing Ling'er's childishness, speaks up.
"Little Missy, HMPH, maybe she's the young master's guest? But he's taken a nap. Not like we'd leave a guest unattended. I'll entertain her real good." Ling'er put on a fake smile. "Hello there, this guest." But Mu Yue Huang totally ignored her like she didn't even exist.
"Who are you? The young master is napping. I won't let you disturb him," Ling'er said. "What's it to ya?"
Mu Yue Huang replied with a chilly attitude. "Seriously, this girl just got more annoying." Uncle Lon, seeing the guest's rudeness, stepped in. "Ms. Such behavior isn't appropriate."
Yu Huang frowned, channeling her power, making the air around them icy. Looked like she was ready to throw down.
Inside, Jiang Chen, still asleep, felt the chill and shivered. Why is it suddenly so cold? When Yu Huang tried to barge in, Uncle Lon stopped her right away. "Ms. Such behavior isn't appropriate." This old geezer's strength was nothing to sneeze at either. "Uncle Lon," Ling'er called out.
Without another word, Yu Huang channeled the Phoenix True Intent, radiating a battle-ready aura.
Whoa, Jiang Ling'er was shocked. That's Phoenix True Intent.
"You're the holy maiden of feathered ascension, Mu Yue Huang, aren't you?
Since you know who I am, step aside." "So what? Hey. A feathered ascension, holy maiden?" Ling'er stood her ground. "You think the Jiang clan would be afraid of you?" Unable to hold back any longer, Ling'er also took action, blocking Yue Huang. The Jiang clan. That name triggered something in Yu Huang's mind. The Jiang clan were ancient hermit clans inherited from the ancient times. Though they're a branch of the human race, they aren't the same as other factions. The Jiang clan usually hid in mystical small worlds, not easily showing themselves, even when the human race faced annihilation. So even though they were both human, the cultivation world's opinion of these ancient hermit clans wasn't great.
There were even rumors that the destruction of the ancient era was related to those remnant clans.
No wonder he's involved with that guy, Jiang Chen, so he's the one behind the collapse of the ancient era, and now he's planning something else, but so what?
Yu Huang ignored Uncle Lon's threats and just kept moving forward. "I want to enter this place, and you guys can't stop me."
How outrageous, Uncle Lon was furious, ready to attack any second. Yue Huang wasn't backing down either, ready to fight. The Jiang clan, I actually want to learn a thing or two.
While the two sides were gearing up for a battle, Jiang Chen woke up.
As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he was hit by a sudden chill, and sneezed. But the intense auras of both women vanished in an instant.
What just happened? Ah, young master. Jiang Lingyer's eyes lit up, turning towards Jiang Chen like she'd been waiting for this moment. How could this be? Yue Huang was surprised, her power suppressed. Why is it so cold?
Right, what was all the commotion about? Oh, is that Miss Yu Huang?
Ah, business is here. Jiang Chen, who was worrying about money, felt like he'd found a lifesaver when he was down on his luck.
Miss Yu Huang, you're a welcomed guest. Please, come inside. Huh? Is that someone young master knows? Ling Shi's jaw dropped. As for Mu Yue Huang, she didn't seem too surprised that Jiang Chen knew she was there.
From her perspective, Jiang Chen clearly anticipated her arrival here. Her innate constitution wasn't fully restored yet, so this must be a trap set by her opponent. So, Mu Yue Huang followed Jiang Chen into the house. Come on in, quickly now. It's a bit chilly out there. Jiang Chen offered a warm smile. Mu Yue Huang trembled all over. But it wasn't from the cold. It was from pure dread.
Young master, Ling Shi softly called out. Uncle Lan, what do you think is the relationship between this Mu Yue Huang and Senior?
Senior's cultivation realm is extremely high, I cannot speculate. Although the feathered saintess possesses incredibly strong innate talent, she still hasn't caught Senior's eye.
If there's any relationship, it's probably just Senior giving pointers to a junior.
Senior giving pointers to a junior?
Huh. Uncle Lan's words actually make a lot of sense. The feathered saintess, though not bad-looking, what kind of figure is Senior? He's long since stopped caring about such mundane stuff. The only reason he's smiling and welcoming her must be Senior giving pointers to a junior. Yes, that's definitely it. At most, it's just a senior-junior relationship. Not like me, I've always been by young master's side, and he's always put so much thought into my heavenly yin-severed meridian. We're practically companions from dawn till dusk. If we're really talking about relationships, I'm definitely closer to young master. Oh, that Mu Yue Huang, young master is just being hospitable because he's kind-hearted, that's all. Just like with Tushan Mo. But maybe young master prefers women with real strength and innate talent more? If that's the case, I'll have to work harder too. Strive. Keep going.
Witnessing his granddaughter gradually maturing with her somewhat naive thoughts, Uncle Lan could only sigh. Well, the young lady's affairs are for the young lady to handle herself, he thought. After stepping into the room, Jiang Chen quickly poured tea for Mu Yue Huang.
Mu Yue Huang took a sip of tea while subtly glancing around, taking in the peaceful and comfortable scholarly atmosphere of the place. Miss Mu Yue Huang, is there anything I can help you with? Jiang Chen asked in such a casual tone that it startled Mu Yue Huang so much she nearly spat out her tea.
So dangerous. This person is truly too dangerous. Are you all right, miss? Jiang Chen's voice was gentle, and his friendly smile instantly made anyone facing him feel a sense of goodwill. The atmosphere around him was both quiet and comfortable, making people unconsciously immerse themselves in it. But in reality, Jiang Chen's mind was calculating. Recently, my income hasn't been enough to cover my expenses, so I definitely need to seize this opportunity. Luckily, this young lady showed up. Little Jiang was so excited he didn't hesitate to deploy his best business smile. If it weren't for her solid cultivation, Mu Yue Huang would have long since been swept away by this whole act. She told herself to stay strong mentally and not be swayed. Shopkeeper, that painting from last time really brought me a lot of benefits, Mu Yue Huang began, but there are still a few points I can't quite grasp. It feels like something is missing from that painting.
Excellent. I've said it so clearly. I knew there was a trap in your painting from the start. Now I want to see how you explain yourself. Jiang Chen genuinely didn't understand. Missing what, exactly? Hearing Mu Yue Huang say that, Jiang Chen actually thought seriously for a moment and said, missing? What exactly is missing? The best answer would be to say I don't know, because seriously, how would I know what's missing? That 1,000 miles of ice painting, I didn't even draw it badly myself. The brushwork is there, the artistic conception is there, everything's perfect. How could anything be missing? Looking at Jiang Chen's expression, Mu Yue Huang, sitting opposite him, observed him carefully. Perhaps he already knows my trick, and he's testing me. I know now, Jiang Chen declared. Miss Mu Yue Huang, after you took that painting home, did you observe it every single day? Yes, that's right, Mu Yue Huang confirmed. Then that's it, Jiang Chen exclaimed. You've looked at that painting, comprehended it, but you've only understood its superficial appearance. The true artistic conception hasn't fully dawned on you yet. It's like painting, you've only painted the surface layer, not the inner essence, not the bone of painting itself. Artistic conception, yes, that's exactly it, the artistic conception. But actually, you can't be blamed. That painting was drawn by my own hand, with deeply cultivated artistic conception techniques, even though you've somewhat grasped the meaning within it. To fully comprehend that painting is still too early for you. That's right, you're still too green, I'm talking about you, specifically.
But what does this guy mean, Mu Yue Huang thought. Is he implying that I'm too obsessed with that painting? Or is it because I was too hasty in restoring my innate constitution and overlooked other things? But what did I overlook? Could it be that this person intentionally left a flaw in the painting to control me?
Alright, I'll show you one more painting, and you'll understand right away. Wait a minute, where did I put it? I wonder, Jiang Chen said. What exactly does he mean? Mu Yuehuang pondered deeply. Ugh, my head hurts too much. Fine, I'll stop thinking for now. The museum display stand where the sword sheath and stone tablet used to be. Next to the sword sheath, there's another item now, and there's the words Great Yan carved on it. Could it be something from the Great Yan dynasty? Why does this thing look so familiar? I think I saw it in the ancient records. The ancient records recorded all sorts of secrets, and there was a pattern identical to this one. Seems like that thing is exactly like this thing in front of me. Could it be the Great Yan Heavenly Emperor Seal? That's right, it is the Great Yan Heavenly Emperor Seal. This is actually the Great Yan Heavenly Emperor Seal. So dazzling. The Great Yan Heavenly Emperor Seal is a treasure left behind by the founder of the Great Yan dynasty. Owning this thing means becoming the Emperor of Great Yan, just like the Jade Seal of Succession in a mortal country.
But this thing is usually carried by the Great Yan Emperor at all times. How could it appear in this place? Unless the Great Yan Emperor actively took it out. Could it be that the Great Yan Emperor, in order to win against the golden-winged Great Rong clan, didn't hesitate to take out this Heavenly Emperor's seal to trade with Jiang Chen?
Does this mean that Great Yan has sacrificed half of its territory? If that's the case, isn't Jiang Chen directly controlling the Great Yan dynasty? Over here, Jiang Chen is still rummaging around looking for something. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. This person's methods and plans are even more terrifying than I imagined. This guy is really too dangerous. What to do? What to do now? Should I just run away and be done with it? Found it.
Hearing the voice, Yue Huang hurriedly turned back to the chair.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Miss Yu Huang. Take a look at this painting. I feel it suits you better at this moment.
At this moment, Yu Huang put on a pitiful, helpless look. Oops, too late to run away. Jiang Chen saw Yue Huang's suspicious expression and couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? If you say it's suitable, then it must be suitable. Why am I so stupid? And even come here to do business. Isn't this just walking into a tiger's den? If something happens, I could lose my life immediately. Luckily, I haven't told the Holy Lord about this. Otherwise, the Feather Transformation Holy Land might be destroyed.
You haven't even looked at it. How can you know that what I said is right? Why do I feel like I'm forcing a sale? I didn't threaten her. Right, boss? The boss's cultivation is very profound. Whatever he says is right. I'm just a junior. I just need to listen, huh? What, Miss is so polite? Don't bow anymore. Stand up.
This junior should still kneel, Ye Huang said, eyes wide. Then you just take this painting, Trisketchis. Still the same old rules. Can't understand it. Better to get it over with quickly, Ye Huang muttered.
Old rules, huh? So what will the price be this time?
In Yu Huang's eyes, little Jiang looks no different from a devil.
I understand. Like last time, once I finish the transaction with him, I can leave this place. Hurry. What else do I have that I can take out? I already gave him the most precious frozen hell phoenix ice last time. He definitely won't be interested in anything else on me. What to do?
The Great Yan Emperor already took out the Heavenly Emperor seal to trade. If I casually take out a few things, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction with the other party.
What kind of trash is that? I want your life. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Trisk. Miss, I didn't do anything to you. Jiang Chen is really in distress and had no choice but to use the last resort. Yue Huang then took out a treasure from her body. What is this? Seeing this thing emerge from Yue Huang's body, Jiang Chen was also quite surprised, because this thing naturally exudes a cold air, perfect for a refrigerator. This, you can call it the frozen hell phoenix. Amber, is this okay? Just looking at this thing, you can tell it's even more precious than the silver needle last time.
Just a painting isn't worth that much, right? Jiang Chen thought to himself.
The amber of the frozen hell phoenix, a treasure condensed from the frozen hell ice phoenix physique. This treasure contains the true intent of the ice phoenix. Although it's not a magical artifact, its value is unparalleled, equivalent to Yue Huang's life.
In other words, Yu Huang is using her own life to make this exchange. This is the final act, as the Great Yan Emperor has already used half the country.
If she only uses a few external possessions this time, it definitely won't be enough to satisfy the other party's greed. Why do those evil bastards always like to control others like this?
Yue Huang helplessly accepts her fate, tears welling up in despair. Damn it, she still fell into the trap in the end.
Outside, Lan Shushu and Ling Wei are watching Yu Huang as she walks out. Lan Shushu, what's wrong with Mu Yu Huang? I'm not sure either. She was normal when she arrived, but she looks like she's running away now. Maybe she got some benefit from the senior and doesn't want others to know.
Each of the senior's works contains many implications. Just a glance can yield many gains. Linger pouts unhappily. I want that too. I need to cultivate diligently. to receive young master's guidance. Yeah, little miss, you can do it.
A few minutes later, Yue Huang returns to the Ascension Mountains, finally escaping. This time is truly a great loss. To escape, I lost my life into the hands of the other party.
But whatever, if I didn't pay such a price I probably wouldn't have been able to escape. Now I only have this painting, I must examine it carefully.
When she opens the painting, a surge of intense cold energy bursts forth. The icy aura of this painting is truly magnificent. The flaws in Yue Huang's divine soul are gradually being healed.
So that's how it is, I understand now. You're saying I focused too much on the artistic concept in the painting and neglected myself. It's my innate frozen hell ice phoenix physique that has awakened.
I only knew of the physical strength and neglected cultivating my divine soul, which created the flaw. Now I understand clearly, just by looking at this snowy mountain painting. The snowy mountain is still the snowy mountain. But it's not about being indifferent, it's about seeing myself as the snowy mountain, situated between heaven and earth.
Over time, my divine soul will become stronger, and the flaw will gradually be repaired. The frozen hell ice phoenix physique and the power of the divine soul seem to be merging. This painting is truly too powerful. It not only helps repair the root of the physique but also enhances the cultivation of the divine soul.
This feat, I fear, can only be accomplished by a saint. That's not right. Why am I starting to admire that guy again? He's the one behind the destruction of the world. I had to pay a heavy price to get this painting. It's just a transaction, there shouldn't be any reverence. Never mind, forget it, I must calm down first and regain my eternal tranquility.
The calmer she becomes, the more Yue Huang thinks of Jiang Chen.
The more she thinks, the more lovable she finds him. Could it be that he has been deeply engraved into my soul, and I wasted the phoenix true intent? I fear that now even my life is in his grasp. I'll take it one step at a time. If there really comes a day when both my body and soul are controlled by him, I just need to hold firm to my original heart. Yun Huang, why are you here? Yun Huang looks at her older sister. Her expression seems to be offering some advice. Then she says, I must go to the Ascension Holy Land tomorrow. The Ascension Holy Realm is a place of cultivation, belonging to the Ascension Holy Land. Inside, not only is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth extremely abundant, but there are also various insights left by the Holy Land's predecessors. It is a land of creation. Only those who are appointed as true disciples will have the qualification to enter it for closed-door cultivation. But if one is not careful, the cultivator may completely immerse themselves, causing their divine soul to be sealed off, unable to awaken.
Mu Yue Huang had also entered the Ascension Holy Realm before, but almost didn't escape, so Mu Yun Huang is also a little afraid that she won't be able to escape this time, so she specially came here to say goodbye. After all, the two are blood-related sisters, and no matter what, there is still kinship. Then be careful, I understand.
At this moment, Yun Huang noticed the painting behind her. She angrily shouted, Sis, you went to Senior Jiang's place too. Right, what am I even afraid of? HMPH. You also got benefits from Senior Jiang, didn't you? Benefits. Looking at it almost cost me my life. If I hadn't sacrificed my origin, I wouldn't have escaped at all. Mu Yue Huang gritted her teeth. Where I go is none of your business, and it's not related to you. Don't tell me you think I want to care. What gets on my nerves is that you say one thing and do another. You said Senior Jiang was scary, but you enjoyed the benefits, and even brought back a painting.
If you really thought that way, why not give the painting to me? I'll return it to Senior Jiang.
You're a terrible big sis. You stop others from going to Senior Jiang, but you go there yourself. Are you kidding me? I exchanged my life for that? How can I return it? My affairs are none of your concern. You should focus on preparing for the Feather Transformation Sacred Realm. When you have real power, then talk to me.
So you're still afraid that I'll awaken the immortal Tao Emperor physique and threaten your position. That's why you hid your visit to Senior Jiang, Mu Yue Huang. Mu Yue Huang, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. I wouldn't object to you visiting Jiang Chen. I'd even support it.
But the one thing you should never have done is benefit from him and then slander the senior. The senior didn't do anything wrong to you, and he's not a bad person. You're being too much, putting on one face in public and another in private. I never intended to take your saintess position. I've decided. When I leave the Feather Transformation Sacred Land, I'm definitely going to fight for that position.
To repay Senior Jiang's kindness.
And give him a surprise. Ugh, gotta go, what is it now? Watching these two sisters is exhausting.
Inside the Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace, discussions were underway. The Qingyun Sacred Land's old ancestors' old wounds are acting up, and he won't last much longer. He himself knows this well. Therefore, in this battle he will surely go all out.
Although I have utmost confidence in our old ancestors' cultivation and strength, this time our opponent is someone who doesn't care about living or dying. Are you all prepared?
Reporting to the Holy Master, everything is ready.
I guess the old ancestor knows this as well, right? He knows. But after learning about it, the old ancestor didn't stop us. That's good, remember this.
This matter is not to be disclosed to anyone other than the people here. Yes, if this gets out, it will be very troublesome. No matter what, this battle must be kept absolutely secret.
About 500 miles away from the feather transformation sacred land, Yunlan had things that had to be done.
The great battle of the past, with my ultimate defeat, is still a regret. Now that my fate is coming to an end,
even if the result of this battle is the same as it was back then, I won't regret what I've done. Good, I will accompany the old ancestor. You truly are my most devoted descendant.
From a young age, I have been nurturing Yunlan, hoping that another peerless expert would appear.
Having such a descendant with such a physique, my life can be considered complete. Alright, let's set off. But there are still 3 days. Until the day of the battle. We can take our time, yes.
Old ancestor.
What is that? Why is there a wooden house in this desolate place?
At Jiang Chen's house, Jiang Chen's fingers flew across the strings of the zither, each clear sound reverberating,
causing everyone around him to be deeply moved. Dad, the master is playing the zither. The spiritual power in my body is surging, increasing again. Someone suddenly remembered that it had been a long time since they had practiced the zither, so they relaxed a bit. Each note played by the senior contains extremely high artistic conception. Such a skill is truly that of an immortal. Although we don't know music theory, our bodies can't help but sway to the rhythm.
Alright, that's all for today.
Suddenly there is an uninvited guest outside the door. Who is Uncle Lon? Hard to say. But definitely not some average Joe. This guy, whether he meant to or not, is just radiating power,
creating this super intimidating vibe. The masked dude pulled down his scarf, revealing the old ancestor's face.
But why does he look kinda like something? Yo, old bird, what's up with you? Was that you playing the zither earlier? Oh, it was. Getting confirmation from the source of the music, the old ancestor bounced right down.
Standing before Jiang Chen was a ridiculously beautiful girl, holding a fancy-looking zither that probably cost a fortune.
No doubt her skills are pretty pro. Lan Shushu and Lingir blurted out in surprise. Is that Metachair? Turns out, not long ago, the two of them heard the zither music coming from the mountain. You got a mortal there, 2 cultivators, and an old guy with a decent cultivation level. What's a mortal doing here?
This place is right next to the Huayu Holy Land, with all kinds of cultivation dangers lurking around.
They're probably going to run into some life-threatening situations, because mortals usually don't last long. Honestly, I've never met a real mortal in my entire life. It's the music. This super unique music, totally different from anything I've ever heard. The musical theory behind it, and the feeling, it's just on another level.
Musical theory never been exposed before. Even Dantai Yunlan had never encountered. Wouldn't that make the other party a sage-level master? Let's go check it out.
Well, we came here because this junior has been studying zither music pretty deeply, but the more I delve into it, the more I realize how vast the Tao of music is. I was wondering if I could invite you, senior, to listen to me play a piece. If there's anything I could improve on, please let me know. Alright, so you two are here, because you want me to give you some zither lessons, huh? The two of them heard you two and were clueless. This pretty girl's zither looks way more expensive than mine. That means this old guy and the young one are probably good potential customers. Maybe they can start with the zither. Please, miss. I gotta clear my head and reach a state of spiritual emptiness. Playing the zither ain't just about skill, you gotta put your heart into it. Yun Lan started playing for Jiang Chen. The music was like roaring waves, like blooming flowers. The artistic conception was also not ordinary. Uncle Lon, this girl's zither playing is no joke. Yeah, her music blends with the surrounding nature, and it's got this deep meaning. The music went ding ding dang dang.
During her playing, heaven and earth's spiritual energy continuously converged. This kind of cultivation method I've never encountered, able to cultivate while playing, causing the realm to rise. It seems that can only be the legendary heaven-born soundbody.
Heaven-born soundbody. No doubt she's the current holy maiden of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. Looks like that old dude is Qing Yunzi.
Whether it's Dantai Yunlan with the heaven-born soundbody or Qing Yunzi, they're both famous and respected figures in the cultivation world.
I heard that when he was young, Qing Yunzi was seriously injured, and now he doesn't have much time left. Looks like he wants to spend the rest of his days nurturing the heaven-born soundbody. Even though I'm no expert in music, it's clear that Dantai Yunlan has met a master, which will make her path ahead easier. Yeah, let's just wait and see what happens. Yunlan stopped playing and said, "This piece is called Qi Yin. It's my reflections from the past few days. Senior, what do you think?"
At the Holy Land, everyone calls me the Holy Maiden and respects me a lot. But I always feel lonely. I always wanted to find a true soulmate who understands me, and that's why I composed this piece. After listening, Jiang Chen only said one sentence. The musical style is too flamboyant, a bit exaggerated, Everyone's being cliché. Dantai Yunlan, who carries the heaven-born sound body, is the current holy maiden of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. She doesn't need to cultivate. As long as she comprehends the true Tao of music, she can easily become a sage. In the sacred land, everyone revered her. The juniors respected her, and the seniors loved and protected her. But Yunlan knew very well that she was different. The heavenly yin holy body destined her to walk a lonely path. Her qi yin was the voice of her heart, yearning to find a true soulmate. However, to Jiang Chen, this melody was just flashy, exaggerated, all frills and no substance. Yunlan collapsed to the ground, heartbroken. Yunlan, you're going too far. This junior of mine may be young, but her musical skills have reached the pinnacle. Is what you're saying not a bit off, sir? Her qi yin melody is good, but the artistic conception is too shallow. I know she wants to convey the idea of seeking a soulmate, but the arrogance in the music is way too obvious. Her demeanor is too aloof. This isn't seeking a soulmate, it's just thinking she's extraordinary. But it's understandable, she's been pampered since childhood and hasn't experienced any hardship. How could she possibly play a profound melody? Although I don't understand music theory deeply, what he said isn't wrong. Qing Yun Holy Land has protected Yunlan too well. We only thought about letting her grow up, almost never letting her experience any difficulties. So that's how it is. Senior is absolutely right. Thanks to Senior's reminder, this junior has realized that there really is arrogance in my heart when I play. Then may I ask Senior, how should this junior's melody be revised? Yunlan's face gradually became serious. Qing Yunzi couldn't help but feel proud, seeing his disciple growing. Ah, my Yunlan, wah! It truly puts my heart at ease. You've finally grown up, but this melody can't be revised. It's completely ruined. Hearing Jiang Qin's words, Yunlan felt like she was about to break down. Ruined, come back here. Yunlan panicked, her mind lost in the wind. Senior, Yunlan has been studying music theory since she was little, and her obsession with it is very deep. Please say a few kind words, otherwise, she might be broken. Yunlan, aha, is that really necessary? Politeness is one thing, but what I said was sincere. If you can't hear it or can't accept it, there's nothing I can do. If that's the case, then Jiang Chen will take out a zither to instruct Yunlan how to improve the melody. This can only be felt, not described in words. So, listen to me play a piece, and then compare my melody with the one you composed yourself. If you recognize the difference, then there's still hope. If not, I advise you to give up on this path. Do you want to listen? Hoping for Senior's guidance. Alright. Jiang Chen's skillful fingers began to touch the strings. The music gradually became captivating, and everyone seemed to feel a different world. The wonderful music spread between heaven and earth. The melodious sound like a stream flowing between mountains. Gurgle. Gurgle. Faint images appeared. It was a noble cultivator, with extraordinary talent, passionate about music theory, spending his days with the zither. One day, the cultivator was sitting in the mountains playing the happy music on his zither. Suddenly, he noticed a commoner standing in the barren mountains, clapping and praising. Curious, the cultivator began to communicate with the commoner. To his surprise, he realized that the commoner also had a deep understanding of music theory. From then on, the two became soulmates, not only exchanging insights in the forest, but also playing wonderful music together. Time passed, and 3 years later, the cultivator had to leave temporarily due to sect matters. The two agreed to meet again in the spring of the following year when the flowers bloomed, to play together once more. But when the cultivator got back, he learned that the woodcutter had died from an illness half a year ago. Heartbroken, the cultivator went to his soulmate's grave, shedding tears and playing a sorrowful tune. After the piece ended, the cultivator wailed. He felt that with the woodcutter gone, there was no one left in the world who could understand his music. In his agony, he smashed the zither in his hands and vowed never to play again. And true enough, from that day until his death, the cultivator never touched another musical instrument. As the music ended, someone asked, Senior's melody, so this is what a true kindred spirit in music sounds like. Senior, what is this piece called? The cultivator replied, a song of a shattered universe, the sound of searching for a soulmate at the world's end. The other person said, this piece is called High Mountains Flowing Water. Hearing the name of the piece, everyone was stunned. High Mountains Flowing Water. The tale behind High Mountains Flowing Water is an extremely famous story in China. Immediately, Yunlan knelt and said, Senior, please teach me. If you take me as your disciple, I will walk through a mountain of blades and plunge into a sea of fire for you. Fine, but I only know how to teach music theory. You don't have to do the whole formal greetings master thing, of course. Learning music theory takes patience. I wonder if you two can come every day, Yunlan replied. That's simple. This disciple will build a wooden hut right next to you. What, Uncle Lan?
Don't tell me this Dantai Yunlan is planning on staying here for good. At that moment, the old ancestor was severely shaken after closely examining the decorations in the living room.
Never mind these stone carvings and calligraphy scrolls. If I'm not mistaken, that's the 9 Heavens Cold Jade Ice Phoenix Needle Amber containing true phoenix intent, along with an item from the Tushan Yao clan and the Great Yan Emperor seal. The Great Yan dynasty defeated the golden-winged Great Ping clan in the past, but no one knows exactly how they managed it. Only that it involved an overwhelmingly heaven-shaking sword art. Could it be related to this person? Old Master Jiang Chen stared intently at the old ancestor and continued, "You don't have long to live." "You are correct. I indeed don't have long to live. Have you never considered treating it?" "I've not only considered it, I've tried countless methods, but all were useless. Back in my youth, I, Qing Yunzi, was a renowned powerhouse in the cultivation world. I too was full of life back then, dashingly handsome, elegant as a jade tree in the wind, carefree and suave, a rare character indeed. But who would have thought? I was accidentally injured in my youth, and that wound damaged my very foundation. But as the old ancestor of the Qingyun sacred land, I couldn't just sit around and wait for death. All these years, I've exhausted the sacred land's resources, from 1,000-year spirit herbs and divine treasures to even life-extending immortal pills. But nothing had any effect. I had no choice but to accept my fate. Watching my lifespan dwindle, I have long been in despair these past years. My only 2 wishes now are to see the battle through and to nurture Dantai Yunlan. As for everything else, I've made my peace with it. I ask for nothing more, other than to keep living. Though my heart is still filled with regrets, this is my destiny, I've accepted it." Hold on, no need to be so dramatic, acting like this is a life and death parting. It's just that your previous methods were wrong, old sir. Don't get so worked up. I think you're still salvageable. With the right method, your problem is quite easy to solve.
What? Did you just say it's simple? You mean to say my injury is easy to solve? Hey, don't get so excited. I'm worried your heart might not be able to take it.
Even though you're getting on in years, your body's not half bad. The problem isn't the herbs, it's the training. How should I put it? Right, life cultivation. Yeah, get me.
Life cultivation. Those 2 words hit Qing Yunzi like a ton of bricks, kinda stunning him. Life cultivation. Looks like this big shot doesn't get it. My very foundation is damaged. My lifespan's run out, meaning I've lived enough. Even life-extending elixirs are useless, let alone life cultivation. How could that possibly work? He doesn't know that method is useless to me. If I say it works, then it works, as long as you're willing. I won't force the issue, so want to give it a shot. That's the spirit. I have just the thing for you. Wait here, let me grab it. Whoa, looks like I can't give up hope of living longer just yet. The moment there's a chance, my heart starts itching to grab it.
So-called lifespan exhaustion means no method can extend it.
Unless you can fill your body with vitality again, living a second life. But something like that hasn't happened since ancient times. Whatever, let's give it a shot. Sorry to keep you waiting. Take a look at this. Jiang Chen put the book on the table. The Complete Guide to Life Cultivation. This is too much vitality. How can this be? Just looking at the 4 words on the cover, I can feel the vitality in my body seemingly recovering. This is a book I compiled in my free time, filled with my insights on the Dakeo of medicine. Flip through it and have a look. The old ancestor swallowed his saliva and excitedly opened the book. Well, I'd like to broaden my horizons a bit. See, as long as you cultivate according to what's in this book, you absolutely can't go wrong. I'm not saying you can completely transform, but living a bit longer definitely won't be a problem. That's right, the key is the movements at the beginning. Those are movements I created myself based on my insights into the essence of life. Practice them every day, and it'll definitely benefit your condition. That feeling is terrifying. It's as if all the endless sources of vitality between heaven and earth are converging on my body. Each movement brings an indescribable magic. I've gained countless precious insights just from one look. The knowledge of life cultivation, both physical and spiritual, has become even more profound. I can confirm that as long as I follow the movements within and practice diligently, in no more than 2.5 years, I'll be able to step into my second life. So how do you feel after reading it? I told you I wasn't wrong, right? This book is seriously amazing. You're absolutely right. This thing can definitely solve my current problem.
Qing Yunzi's face was now full of vitality, as if he had become hundreds of years younger.
Just who are you, exactly? This book is seriously too magical. Let me take another look.
Each time I read it, I gain new insights.
You're the truly magical one. Old mister, you truly have discerning eyes. Compiling this book took a lot of my effort. What? You compiled it? Then this book is too precious? I can't accept this treasure for free.
As he spoke, Qing Yunzi put the book into his pocket.
His words and actions didn't seem to match. It's fine, just keep. After all, you're a relative of my disciple, so it's no big deal to give you a book like this. This big shot not only has unfathomable cultivation, but his realm is also incredibly profound. If this book were outside, it would definitely be something that experts would fight over until their heads were bashed in. But this person can easily give it away without asking for any reward. This is a true peerless expert. But this book is too precious. This big shot can generously give it away, but I can't casually accept it.
Everything requires a price, especially something like this. In this situation, I have no choice but to do this.
Qing Yunzi, I've roamed the world for thousands of years, and I'm clear about everything. If you really want to give it to me, I have to offer some items in exchange.
See if this item is good enough to exchange for your book. After saying that, Qing Yunzi took out a Qingyun Ling token, personally carved by the old ancestor of Qingyun's sacred ground. There's only one in the world.
Having this token allows someone to command the Qingyun Holy Land to do 3 things unconditionally. In other words, with this token, even the holy master of the Qingyun Holy Land must obey. Of course you can have it, Jiang Chen replied. Even though he didn't understand any of this, it's not gold, it's not silver. But it should at least be worth some money, right?
So Jiang Chen just casually put the Qingyun decree next to the great Yan Heavenly Emperor's seal, and Qing Yunzi also decided to stay here for a while, so casually. Right now, Qing Yunzi's greatest wish is to thoroughly research the great compendium of nourishing life.
Old ancestor, Master just invited you in. Is something up? This old ancestor of mine probably doesn't have to die anymore. The old geezer happily jumped up. Huh, our old ancestor. At the same time, what are the guys from Feather Transformation singing?
When Jiang Chen stepped outside in the evening, he found that the new wooden house had already been built. Without thinking much, Jiang Chen started preparing dinner, making extra food for 2 more people. Dinner's almost ready. Everything was happening so naturally, except for the little fox who had just woken up.
What's going on? Why are there 2 more, one old and one young? And these 2 are even stronger. I just took a nap. We 2 don't need to eat. HMPH, what a pity if you don't eat. Whatever. I'll eat first, and then think. I already have 7 tails now. If I just keep eating, my divine meridians can recover soon. This food, vitality's vitality, I can't believe I haven't experienced the world yet. In the days that followed, Jiang Chen continued to persistently perform acupuncture for Jiangling Chi. Thanks to the progress in the treatment, the influence of the heavenly yin extinct meridian on her became weaker and weaker.
At the same time, Jiang Chen also began teaching Yunlan the basics of music theory. These lessons were like a beacon, helping Yunlan resolve her long-standing questions, making her feel like she was entering a paradise of knowledge. Not only that, but Jiang Chen also took the time to answer Qing Yunzi's questions about nourishing life. Even though life was busy, Jiang Chen still felt happy, especially when he got to spend every day with 2 beautiful young women. During this time, Jiang Lingshi and Yunlan also gradually became closer. From strangers, they became close friends, sharing every moment, including gossip.
Lan Shushu and Qing Yunzi also chatted frequently, getting to know each other. Even if they weren't kindred spirits, having a good friend in life was still precious. They often raised their glasses together, enjoying moments of peace.
These peaceful days made all 4 cultivators feel comfortable.
They even recalled their previous cultivation days.
They wondered.
Clearly, the ultimate goal is to pursue longevity, so why must we kill each other?
Sister, try this dish. All right, little sister, let's raise a glass together. And so, time passed in peace and happiness.
But then one day, demonic energy suddenly filled the sky. So the place where Moyer is imprisoned is actually nearby, so Tushan Moa's relative is her father. Looks like we have uninvited guests, and they don't seem to be bringing good intentions.
Jiang Chen was currently immersed in his afternoon nap, a habit he couldn't skip unless he had to go to Feather Transformation City.
Every day he would dedicate about 2 hours to rest, and his sleepy face was absolutely not to be disturbed. Let me go stop him. With the old ancestor taking action, nothing can possibly happen.
Yunlan worriedly watched the old ancestor's departing figure. No matter what happens, it'll be alright.
With Senior's talent, no matter how strong the opponent, they can't possibly break in. If Senior is woken up,
I don't know if he'll be angry, but it'll definitely be terrifying. I'm afraid no one can withstand it.
At this time, Tushan Mo was still fast asleep when she sensed her father's aura. This aura. Outside, the Fox Emperor was displaying overwhelming power, causing everything around him to shatter.
Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning struck down, and a blue sphere appeared,
inside which was Qing Yun, old ancestor. You've come to stop me.
Qing Yunzi, what are you doing here? Go back, don't come any closer, don't block my way. I need to find the mortal in that room. Even if you're the old ancestor of the Qingyun Holy Land, you can't stop me from saving my daughter. Save your daughter.
Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? I'm telling you, it's still not too late for you to turn back now. You can't beat the person you're looking for. Withdraw your demonic energy. Don't disturb his sleep. Then we can talk. You're telling this Fox Emperor of my Tushan Fox clan not to disturb him while he's sleeping with my daughter. In Hudi D's head, the rage was hitting its peak. The hell are you talking about? In that instant, Hudi lost it and immediately charged. With Qingyun Laozu's current cultivation level, facing Hudi seemed like way too much of a challenge. Ha, Qing Yunzi. Is that all you got? Things were getting hairy, so Qingyun Laozu had no choice but to crack open that cultivation book. Bam! Qing Yunzi reappeared looking young again, which freaked Hudi out. Who are you? What is that book? This cultivation book can temporarily bring Qingyun back to his prime. Screw it. Take this. Hudi instantly pounced with insane speed. Qingyun Laozu wasn't backing down either, unleashing a barrage of sword ki to parry, clash, boom. A deafening explosion erupted, with weird purple smoke swirling in the sky. This was a battle between two powerhouses at the top of the food chain. No clear winner in sight. Hudi, listen to me. Behind you is a hidden expert. If you piss him off, forget about your daughter, even you will suffer. Oh really? Still not listening though. The situation still doesn't look good. But no matter what, I can't let him disturb Senior. Such an arrogant and belligerent dude. Guess I have no choice. The words barely left his mouth when Qing Yunzi ignited his divine blood, temporarily boosting his cultivation, and the power radiating off him was terrifying. He sealed off the entire sky, spreading out for thousands of miles. This was the true strength of a human powerhouse. If that's how it's gonna be, let's fight to the bitter end. Hudi unleashed his strongest move, Tushan Celestial Foxclaw, charging straight at his opponent. Qing Yunzi didn't flinch, using the Qing Yun imprisoning heaven finger, creating a massive hand heading straight for Hudi. The two moves collided with insane force, creating wild shockwaves, an explosion with the destructive power of a nuke. Down below, everyone was super worried. That blast, is that Qingyun Laozu's real power? Laozu ignited his divine blood. What do we do? I'm so worried about him. Don't worry, Senior is here. Qingyun Laozu will be fine. Jiangling Greer gripped Yunlan's hand, gently comforting her. Yeah, with Shifu here, everything will be okay. Burning divine blood can temporarily boost your cultivation, but the consequences are heavy. Even if you burn your divine blood, you can't keep it up forever. In the long run, you're gonna lose. And the result of losing is just one word: death. At this moment, Laozu has no choice but to teach Hudi a lesson, to let him know what is a real expert. I am so scared you go away. Unexpectedly, he conceded. The nine-tailed celestial fox garment treasure, even though he brought it along, he didn't even use it. Saving his daughter is more important. No time to think much. As soon as the Fox Emperor stepped into the courtyard, Qing Yunzi thought, yep, still green as grass, ain't ya? Bam. Right then and there, Jiang Chen's courtyard's grand formation gets activated. The power of the laws inside is just bonkers scary. The Fox Emperor got forced back into his original form, just a little five-tailed fox. What the heck is happening? Qing Yunzi, smirking behind him, says, Hey, animals are humankind's besties, ya know. Humans are the same kind of people, while animals depend on them. Humans are naturally high-level, evolved creatures, with wisdom that surpasses animals, but between them and animals, there's still a tight relationship, tangled up like vines. Oh, looky. Qing Yunzi's eyes went wide, looking all adorable. What catcha gonna do? Qing Yunzi then hugged the Fox Emperor tight. No matter how strong he is, he can't break free from this hug, like he's never even cultivated. This freaked him right out. My cultivation? Could it be ruined? The Fox Emperor suddenly remembered Qing Yunzi's warning. Turns out what the other guy said was true. I told ya, but you wouldn't listen to my advice. Look over there, will ya? Old Qing Yunzi pointed toward Jiang Chen, who's sleeping. In the room filled with immortal qi and laws, Jiang Chen's silhouette flickered on the roof. Senior, that aura. Tushan Mo's rushing over to see his dad. Fox Emperor. I warned you already. Lucky for you, Senior didn't get mad, just turned you back to your original form. The Fox Emperor was so scared he froze solid. Just what kind of being is he? A true peerless master. Maybe something like an ancient sage. No way, if he's an ancient sage, why is he hiding in this boony's backwater? Ancient sages got heaven-defying skills. Once they become immortals, they ain't got no other attachments. I want to be an immortal too. Boundless magic power, and this is his hideout. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I told you, but you didn't listen. Just stubbornly sticking to your guns. Back in ancient times, even though the Fox Emperor's tribe was super powerful, that's exactly why some powerhouses caught him to raise as pets. My daughter got caught too, and it's not, Qing Yunzi, what do I do now? It's okay. Just then, Tushan Mo arrived. Dad. The emotional reunion between father and son unfolded in boundless joy. The moment they saw each other, they ran over and hugged tightly, not letting go. Moer. Dad. The families reunited. Such a warm and emotional scene. Moger, are you okay? Did anyone bully you? How have you been? The Fox Emperor asked anxiously.
Senior treats me really well. If Dad doesn't believe me, look at this. Tushan Mo was talking and hopping around in front of her father, her face beaming with joy.
Hearing the little fox's laughter for the first time, everyone felt it was so adorable. Are you really okay? Dad, I know you're worried, but after you see this, you'll definitely feel relieved. With that, Tushan Mo showed off her 7 magnificent tails. Oh, so cute. Yunlan and Xuan Er couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It really is 7 tails. You've evolved into a 7-tailed fox. But you only had 6 tails before. What exactly happened? The Fox Emperor was utterly astonished. At this time, Mo Er confidently recounted the whole story to her father. I've never heard of this before, but that kind of food can help with evolution. It's unbelievable.
If we can get our hands on that kind of food, not the entire clan needs it.
Just a few geniuses in the clan using it is enough. The Tushan Fox clan will definitely prosper. But the senior gave me special attention. Maybe because of my adorable appearance. The others all have ugly appearances. I even thought about causing trouble for the senior before. So embarrassing.
Within the clan, just one person with the bloodline of a 7-tailed fox is enough. More than that will lead to insatiable greed.
The senior took great care of me and helped me evolve. This kindness is immense. What about you, Dad? The figure formed from the convergence of Tao gradually dissipated across the heavens and earth, returning to a state of tranquility.
Everyone present could feel that the senior was no longer concerned about this matter.
Dad, isn't that senior truly generous and magnanimous? I was too reckless. Being able to follow the senior is my good fortune. No matter what happens in the future, if I'm not allowed by the senior, I won't leave on my own accord. Moreover, if possible, I will definitely repay this kindness. Everyone, from now on, Mo Er will have to trouble you all to look after her. If she does anything wrong, please feel free to teach her a lesson.
Fox Emperor Senior, rest assured.
Dad,
go see Senior.
They're very gentle and won't blame you at all. Nah, I'm not going anywhere.
Senior,
forgiving my recklessness is already very merciful. Sniffle. If I'm still stubborn and make them unhappy, that won't be good. And so, the Fox Emperor walked on the road back. Then be careful on your way, Dad. Say hi to the old ancestor for me. And when there's a chance, I'll come back to visit everyone.
Mo Er seemed extremely filial to the Fox Emperor. Tushan Mo kept an expression of indifference. After saying goodbye to his daughter, the Fox Emperor also left.
Phew, he's finally gone.
The little fox breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Dad didn't force me to go with him. One side is Dad, the other side is Senior.
One side is deep blood ties, and the other side is great fortune, opportunity. Just thinking about having to choose between the two gives me a massive headache.
Lost in thought,
a hand suddenly reached out, picked up Tushan Mo, and patted her head. Let's go, little sister. Good. Senior must be waiting for us right now, Lingjie and Yunlan simultaneously embraced the little fox.
Singa, yeah, I feel like being a little fox here is so much better. Even if I transform into a human, I can't compare to these two big sisters. Meanwhile, Uncle Lon cast his eyes on Linger and the others, many thoughts arising in his heart. It seems there are things that need to be resolved sooner rather than later, he thought to himself. Elsewhere, the Fox Emperor had returned to the mountain where his subordinates were waiting.
Ah, it's His Majesty. His Majesty has returned.
The cheers of Tushan Feng and another person rang out excitedly, mixed with the sound of the Fox Emperor landing heavily. Your Majesty, how did it go? The two rushed to ask, not giving the Fox Emperor time to rest.
What's the deal? Where's that guy in green robes? Did your Majesty defeat him? Where's the princess? Why didn't she return with you?
The Fox Emperor's expression turned irritable, veins popping on his forehead, and he roared, "Shut up!"
The two subordinates immediately fell silent, not daring to utter a word.
There's no need to discuss these matters further, the Fox Emperor said coldly. So what if that's the princess's fate? What are you all worrying about? Let's go back.
With that, the Fox Emperor led his subordinates away swiftly.
In the courtyard, Jiang Chen stepped out with a just-woke-up face.
Everyone's gaze followed him, filled with various emotions. Respect, worship, admiration, and reverence.
How come, after just one sleep, their eyes have changed so strangely? Jiang Chen wondered, as 5 pairs of starry eyes focused on him. Because he had slept soundly throughout the Fox Emperor's visit, Jiang Chen didn't know what had happened. Why? What happened? Oh well, whatever.
How's that book I gave you coming along? Is it effective?
This disciple has gained many insights from it, and believes results will be seen soon. Yes, your studies have been progressing well recently. I'm very satisfied. But on the path of music, you need to have your own unique interpretations. Yes, master.
Next is you. Linger will listen to your every instruction. Linger was delighted to be the last one to receive instructions from the senior. Young Miss Alon uncle couldn't help but worry about Linger's delusion. Your condition has improved after several treatments, and your health has also improved significantly. Now there is only the final step. To eradicate the root of the disease in your body. Originally, this was a dangerous process, but thanks to my careful care of you the previous 2 times, this step will be no problem. Eradicate the root, can that really be done? This is the heart demon that has plagued me for so long. How could this be? Is this the absolute meridian of heavenly yin? Then isn't this child unable to cultivate? The offspring of an ancient family cannot cultivate. Isn't that fatal? This child is flawed. Flawed. These 3 words echoed in Linger's mind. Linger recalled her childhood, always clinging to Uncle Lan, because even her father didn't bother to look at her. Uncle Lan, what's wrong with the young miss? Does father hate me very much? What did we do wrong? Young miss is very well behaved and has done nothing wrong. Your father is just in a hurry to cure your illness, so he is angry. But why has father never looked me in the eye even once? Uncle Lan froze at the young miss's question, trembling as he comforted. Young miss, don't think too much. Your father is just too busy. You should take good care of your health first, and after you succeed in cultivation in the future, we will give your father a surprise, okay? Okay, Uncle Lan, I know everything. I know I am the absolute meridian of heavenly yin and cannot cultivate for life. I know the Jiang clan values cultivation and sees strength as everything. I know my status in the clan is low, and I have to endure enough humiliation. I also know that elder brother is ashamed of me. In my father's eyes, I am just like a speck of dust. It's okay to have me or not, but it's all because of the absolute meridian of heavenly yin. As long as I break through the limits of the absolute meridian of heavenly yin, proving that I can break this curse, I believe father will look at me with different eyes. I don't believe it. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how much effort I have to put in, I will definitely find a way to completely cure the absolute meridian of heavenly yin. But even if Linger searched all the books, she couldn't find it, and even got slapped in the face by my father. Just give up already. The heavenly yin severed meridians is fate. If it's fate, you just gotta accept it. A complete cure for the heavenly yin severed meridians? What a joke. Stop looking for non-existent solutions, miss. Are you alright? Just as Jiang Lingyer was suddenly hearing Lan Shushu's voice, it took her 3 times to regain her senses. Lan Shushu asked worriedly, Miss, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly space out like that? Is something the matter? Is there anything bothering you physically? Linger replied softly, It's nothing. I just lost focus for a moment. Where were we? Lan Shushu was surprised. What? Didn't you hear what he said? It's alright, I'll say it again. The ailment within you has plagued you for many years. On the surface, it seems like a misfortune. But in reality, meeting me can also be considered a blessing, Jiang Chen explained calmly, and Ling Shir's eyes suddenly lit up, filled with hope. A blessing? Looks like my guess wasn't wrong. Just control the yin qi in the body to a certain degree, then transform it into energy. For example, treat Jiang Ling Shir's yin qi as a type of medicinal herb. There's a saying that medicine is 3 parts poison. But, if used correctly, poison can also save lives. With my medical skills, I can definitely do this. Linger was surprised. Huh, did I hear that right? Senior is saying that the heavenly yin severed meridians that has plagued me for so many years will become my blessing. Jiang Chen affirmed. That's right, you heard correctly. Your condition can be understood as yin qi congealing, damaging the root and leading to physical problems. But from a medical perspective, women are inherently yin, so a little extra yin qi isn't necessarily a bad thing. What if I control the yin qi within a certain range, so that it no longer poses a threat to your body, and at the same time, turn it into something that can nourish your root? That way, not only will your illness be completely cured, but your body will also become stronger and healthier. Upon hearing this, Linger couldn't hold back her tears, and 2 streams of tears silently flowed down. Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You have suffered a lot over the years, and now you have the right to decide your future. Whether you want to completely cure the disease in your body or keep it, it's all up to you. Hearing these words, Linger was so moved that she burst into tears. Don't cry anymore. Yes, is this real? It's unbelievable. It's the heavenly yin severed meridians. For cultivators, it's considered an incurable disease. I've wandered the world for so many years and never heard of anyone who could resolve this kind of illness. Before, when a great master had a method to make the heavenly yin severed meridians show positive changes, I was already extremely astonished. Now, the great master is saying that this heavenly yin severed meridians can become Jiang Linger's blessing.
If what the Great Master says is true, then this is truly a heaven-sent opportunity.
Can it really be like that? The thing that has plagued me for so many years, preventing me from cultivating since birth, like a nightmare that never ends. Can it really become my blessing? To be honest, I'm very scared. Even though I want to immediately get rid of the heavenly yin severed meridians from my body at this moment, who is this senior in front of me, now that he's giving me this opportunity, who knows if I'll need it in the future. Even if the heavenly yin severed meridians are completely cured, I might be able to accumulate power slowly and then explode into fame, but so what? My starting point is too late. If I want to catch up with those geniuses with sacred bodies, it's just wishful thinking. Without good fortune, the road ahead will be extremely difficult. Keep it in my body. I believe in you, senior. You're really brave. Relax. If I said this method works, then nothing unexpected will happen. I said your illness would become a blessing, and it definitely will. Many thanks, senior. Then it was Uncle Lon's turn, and the tough guy finally couldn't hold back his tears. This is too good. Really too good. Our young miss has finally persevered until now. Boo-hoo, this is really too good. Alright, let's rest well today, and we'll start again tomorrow, okay? That night, Uncle Lon met with Linger to discuss things. Young miss, Uncle Lon. Is that you? Young miss. I'm planning to leave today for a trip back to the clan. Are you going to tell father about the senior who's about to cure my heaven's yin severed meridians? That's right, you've been away from the clan for a while now. Even though the clan leader agreed to let you out, there was a time limit set. I originally wanted to return after your heaven's yin severed meridians were completely healed, but today's events have me worried. If the clan leader also comes looking for you, young miss, you know your father, he's the clan leader of the Jiang clan. Not only is his cultivation high, but he's also extremely domineering. What he says goes. If he comes here, I'm afraid a major battle will be unavoidable. It's best if I go back and explain things to the clan leader first. Memories suddenly flooded back. You said you've seen reality clearly. Linger is paying respects to her father. That's right. Linger knows that the heaven's yin severed meridians can't be cured. Now Linger just wants to go out for a while to relax and see the vast world. Then I'll choose to live peacefully in the clan for the rest of my life, and won't have any more unrealistic dreams. Oh well, as long as you confirm the date of your return, then do as you please. Thank you, father, but you must know that father will still worry about you. You must know that father will still worry about you. These words haunt Linger to this day, and she can't escape them. Young miss, right now your treatment has reached a crucial stage, so you absolutely cannot leave. As for the heaven's yin severed meridians, with the senior here, there won't be any problems. So now the only thing we need to do is figure out how to persuade the clan leader. Uncle Lon, you understand father's personality better than I do. If this matter reaches his ears, I'm afraid it will cause even more trouble. From the beginning, father didn't agree with my desire to completely cure the heaven's yin severed meridians. He believes this is fate, and wants me to accept it. If you go back to the clan and tell him about this now, I'm afraid things won't go smoothly. Once father finds out, he will definitely be unhappy, and might even force me to accept my fate as before. As long as the heaven's yin severed meridians are cured by the senior, what's done is done. No matter how dissatisfied father is, he won't be able to change it anymore. Young miss, this matter must be reported to the clan leader. You can't hide it from him forever. Don't worry, if the clan leader gets angry, I'm here. I will do my best to persuade him. Young miss, you have patiently endured for so many years waiting for this day, overcoming so many difficulties and despair. You're really amazing. This is probably your last chance. Even if the clan leader might not be happy about it, I still have to try to persuade him to accept it. That way, when young miss returns to the clan, everything will change greatly, and you will also have more resources to cultivate. Uncle Lon, thank you, uncle. Thank you for always taking care of me all these years. But you have to promise me, Uncle Lon. If father gets angry and tries to stop you, don't force it, Uncle Lon. You must be careful. Uncle Lan suddenly recalled the moment when Linger's mother was on her deathbed. Yinglan, are you there? I'm here. I have one last thing to ask of you, my daughter. Please take care of her, I promise you. At the same time, Jiang Chen was busy preparing for tomorrow. Gentle spiritual energy spread throughout the house, where he worked diligently. That evening, Yunlan paced restlessly in front of the house. Qing Yunzi appeared, shaking his head gently to advise, Yunlan, don't bother Jiang Linger anymore. At times like these, just trust them, that's enough. In the room, Linger was highly focused on circulating her energy, preparing for the upcoming healing process. Jiang Chen stepped out into the garden, picking the necessary medicinal herbs. A basket full of spirit fruits and various herbs was carefully prepared, checked thoroughly one last time. Everything is ready. We can proceed to the next step, Jiang Chen said. Just then, Lingaker and Yunlan approached. Senior, Your complexion is not bad. It seems you have adjusted yourself to the best state. Then I will explain in more detail about this final healing process.
First, you need to drink the bowl of medicinal water that one have decocted. The purpose of this step is to stabilize the foundation in your body, helping you to avoid exhaustion during the healing process.
The second step is that I will use acupuncture to stimulate the major acupoints on your head, completely release your spirit, and thoroughly suppress the disease in your body. As for the third step, that depends on your willpower.
My willpower? Linger asked.
That's right. You must combine the pure yin power with the foundation of your body yourself. I can help you complete the first 2 steps, but for this last step you must rely on your own will. Are you ready?
Linger took a deep breath and replied,
I am ready, senior.
Very good. Everything is prepared.
Let's begin. At the Yuhua Holy Land, in the sacred space of the Yuhua Heavenly Palace, Holy Lord Wu Shenji led a group of disciples, all respectfully shouting, We disciples respectfully greet the old ancestor. That powerful man was none other than Yuhua Old Ancestor, with the Dao name Shen Xiaoqi.
Regarding the news related to Qing Yunzi, how much have you grasped? Shen Xiaoqi asked. Reporting to the old ancestor, according to the information we received, Senior Qing Yunzi left the Qing Yun Holy Land long ago, and he also led the Holy Maiden Dantain Yunlan towards our Yuhua Holy Land.
According to reason, they should have appeared yesterday, but there is no trace of them. You also know that Qing Yunzi has high magical power and profound cultivation.
We are afraid that we are not capable enough to investigate carefully.
Under the main hall, a commotion arose, everyone vying to speak. Hearing about Qing Yunzi's departure from the Holy Land with a little inquiry is easy, but wanting to investigate the details of his journey, what he did along the way, or whether he stopped to rest somewhere, is indeed extremely difficult. After listening, Shen Xiaoji frowned and thought, Did that old geezer break his promise again?
Shen Xiaoji and Qing Yunzi were rivals from a young age. These 2 great men always confronted each other in life and death battles, and because of this, they had some empathy for each other. When he learned that the other party was seriously injured and would not live long, a feeling of regret arose in Shen Xiaoji's heart.
Ha, you've become a grumpy old man, Shen Xiaoji teased. Qing Yunzi, you're the one who's old.
But still, there are fewer and fewer people from that era, barely any left now. If Qing Yunzi really kicks the bucket, Shen Xiaoji would be the only one left from that time. Both of them, from 2 different generations, knew that this duel was probably their last chance to meet. So no matter what, this battle had to happen as scheduled. Shen Xiaoji thought this was their last unspoken agreement.
But now, how dare that old codger make him wait? Shen Xiaoji was so pissed he couldn't control himself. Ancestor, please calm down. The disciples quickly tried to soothe Shen Xiaoji.
Ancestor, this disciple thinks that perhaps Senior Qing Yunzi has already passed away. Everyone knows he didn't have much time left. Maybe he couldn't hold on during the journey to the Yuhua Holy Land.
Hearing this, Shen Xiaoji sighed. That makes sense. It's not impossible. He was severely injured. It's a miracle he held on this long, thanks to the Qing Yun Holy Land having such a strong foundation.
However, Shen Xiaoji dismissed the thought. Don't talk nonsense. With Qing Yunzi's cultivation, even severely injured, he wouldn't just quietly die like that.
I bet it's that little brat with the heavenly yin saint physique, Tantai Yunlan. That kind of physique doesn't rely on cultivation but on enlightenment. Maybe because of her progress on the path of cultivation, they're delaying their trip. Anyway, Qing Yunzi should have at least sent us a message.
Forget it. It's useless to guess here. Send a message to the Qing Yun Holy Land. Qing Yunzi and Tantai Yunlan have both disappeared. They're the ones who should be worried. Let them fret, and the duel can be temporarily postponed. Oh right, how's Yu Huang's cultivation going lately? Reporting to Ancestor, Yu Huang's cultivation has made great breakthroughs recently. She'll probably advance another step soon.
Very good. The younger generation is growing. I feel much more at ease, Ancestor.
This disciple has good news to report. Yu Huang's younger sister, Yun Huang, miraculously awakened the undying Dao Emperor physique not long ago.
The Ancestor was surprised. What? Awakened the undying Dao Emperor physique? Even I was helpless with that physique, so how did she awaken it? Regarding this, Mu Yunhuang didn't explain it clearly at the time, and I didn't ask in detail, so it seems you don't know either, the Ancestor exclaimed with some disappointment. It's all right, as long as the method is orthodox. Besides, doesn't this mean that the Holy Land has another genius? That's right, and one with a physique on par with Mu Yuehuang. The Holy Land having 2 geniuses is truly a joyous occasion.
At this time, Mu Yuehuang had arrived at the gate of the Yuhua Immortal Palace. With the presence of the Ancestor and the growth of the 2 Mu Yuehuang sisters, the future of the Yuhua Holy Land will definitely stand firmly at the pinnacle of the human race.
Haha, well said. Everyone pay attention. This girl's name is Zhao Huang. She's been troubled by something recently.
The reason is none other than Zhao Huang's extremely smooth, closed-door cultivation. Her strength soared dramatically. She doesn't even recognize her own limits anymore. Zhao Huang didn't expect that her body, soul, and physique began to merge constantly, finally becoming a unified whole. The rapid pace of progress far exceeded all her expectations. After only a short period of closed-door cultivation, her cultivation base has increased far beyond her previous 10 years of hard work.
If this speed were revealed, it would surely shock countless people. And all these miracles stem from one fundamental cause. In Xiao Huang's hand is an extremely ordinary painting. As long as she has this painting, Xiao Huang can completely break through her current realm without any obstacles.
Before, when she entered the Yuhua Holy Realm, her cultivation had never been so smooth.
Doesn't this mean that the painting is even beyond the comprehension of countless predecessors in the Yuhua Holy Land? The person who gave her this painting is truly terrifying, Xiao Huang thought to herself.
Moreover, thinking that she and her sister might become the other party's playthings, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Xiao Huang stood there awkwardly, her body swaying back and forth, her heart filled with anger and anxiety. Not knowing what to do, the opponent in front of her was so strong that it far exceeded her imagination. With her current strength, she was completely helpless. Perhaps the only way is to report this matter to the Holy Lord and the elders, then face the opponent directly, and be forced to rely on the power of the Holy Palace. Xiao Huang took a deep breath, sighed, and then gathered all her courage to step inside. She cupped her hands respectfully and said, "Disciple Mu Yue Huang requests an audience with the Holy Lord and the elders."
Wu Shenji turned to the ancestor, surprised, and asked for his opinion. Isn't Mu Yue Huang in closed-door cultivation? Why is she out already? The ancestor nodded in agreement, allowing her to enter. Mu Yue Huang slowly walked into the hall. When she saw the people present in the hall, she couldn't help but be stunned. Not only were the sect leader and the elders there, but even Shen Xiaoxi, the ancestor who was always in closed-door cultivation all year round, had shown up.
This is a great opportunity.
With the ancestor's immense power, she will definitely be able to solve this problem for me. Thinking so, Mu Yue Huang felt much more relieved. Holding the painting scroll in her hand, she smiled and said, "Disciple greets the ancestor, sect leader, and elders." Wu Shenji smiled gently. "No need for formalities. But Mu Yue Huang, aren't you in closed-door cultivation? Why have you come here today?"
Mu Yue Huang replied, "Disciple has completed her closed-door cultivation. The reason I've come here this time is because of this painting. I hope the ancestor, sect leader, and elders will take a look at it." Her words caused the atmosphere in the hall to suddenly become silent. The elders,
and even the ancestor, looked confused. Even the ancestor didn't know what she wanted them to see.
The painting was presented for everyone to admire, but its material was only paper. There was nothing special about it. Everyone began to whisper amongst themselves, and most didn't feel there was anything remarkable about it. This way of thinking was understandable. Mu Yue Huang, although she had anticipated this, still felt so embarrassed that she wanted to disappear.
Finally, the ancestor spoke slowly. "It's all right." Then he stretched out his hand and said, "Bring it here."
The painting scroll was suddenly enveloped in a layer of flames. Mu Yue Huang released her hand from the painting, respectfully inviting the ancestor to examine it.
The ancestor held the painting scroll in his hand, channeling his magic power into it to investigate.
The results showed that this was just an ordinary painting, without any significant fluctuations.
However, the ancestor glanced at the painting, then looked back at Mu Yue Huang, making him wonder if this painting contained something special. "All right, let's just open it and take a look," the ancestor told himself. He slowly opened the painting.
Suddenly, the feather transformation heavenly palace seemed to be frozen, shocking everyone. The chilling air filled the hall with a terrifying aura. The solemn scene had now become chaotic.
Everything was frozen, and icy snowstorms blew through. Even the elders and the Wu Shenji couldn't escape this situation. The ancestor was slightly better off, but his body was also covered in a thin layer of ice and snow. He trembled and said, What is the origin of this painting?" The cold air gradually dissipated, but the frost remained, clinging tightly to the space.
Suddenly, an elder sneezed,
and like a chain reaction, a series of other elders also sneezed. The atmosphere became strange and tense. The ancestor pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "Mu Yue Huang, where did you get this painting?"
Mu Yue Huang hesitated, her eyes a little flustered. "Ancestor, sect leader, and elders, everyone knows that I've recently made great progress on my cultivation path. The main reason is thanks to this painting. The painting contains an extremely high level of ice and snow artistic concept, which is suitable for my frozen hell ice phoenix physique, helping me to cultivate more smoothly."
As for the origin of the painting,
speaking of this, the image of a certain person suddenly appeared in Mu Yue Huang's mind.
causing her mind to become confused. That person suddenly appeared in her dream, gently lifting her chin, his voice gentle but full of charm. "Oh, you've come." Mu Yue Huang, at that time, was completely naked, her soft body exposed before Jiang Chen's eyes, making her feel both ashamed and disturbed. Jiang Chen suddenly chuckled, his eyes full of intention. "You want me to paint?" He picked up the brush and said with a teasing tone. "But I'm out of paper, so you become my drawing paper. Haha." Those strange images became clearer and clearer in Mu Yue Huang's mind, making her feel dizzy, her face flushed. She tried to suppress those thoughts and continued, "I obtained this painting from a mysterious person. It seems that he painted it himself. I had to use my body to exchange for it. Every time I met him, I was, phew, he almost painted on my body. He also wanted to do strange things with me." And my younger sister, Mu Yue Huang, choked up, tears streaming down her cheeks. Even though this disciple only interacted with that mysterious person a few times, one thing's for sure, he's cooking up some seriously evil plan that's gonna flip the entire cultivation world upside down. Mu Yue Huang suddenly shouted, her voice filled with panic. Wu Shenji and the old ancestor stood there, dumbfounded. What's this kid blabbing about? They exchanged a suspicious glance. The sacred hall fell into a deep silence after Mu Yue Huang's words. The old ancestor furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, "So, you're saying that the Great Yan Dynasty's easy victory over the Golden-Winged Rot clan, the painting that helped your cultivation break through smoothly, and even the reason Yuan Huang suddenly awakened the undying Dao Emperor body, all stemmed from a mysterious green-robed figure. Furthermore, this character is also cultivating some kind of extremely terrifying demonic art, capable of enticing people's hearts, with the aim of controlling the two most outstanding disciples of the Yuhua Holy Land. His demonic claws have even reached out to the two great forces of the human race, the Yuhua Immortal Palace and the Great Yan Dynasty." Mu Yue Huang, though a little horrified after hearing this, still nodded in confirmation. The old ancestor suddenly exploded with power, roaring, "Well then, this is getting interesting. Looks like I absolutely have to meet this mysterious guy once." Below the sacred hall, everyone started buzzing with excitement. The old ancestor continued to roar with anger. "I want to see what his purpose is. If he really threatens the entire cultivation world, then even if I have to sacrifice my life, I will stop him." Mu Yue Huang trembled before the old ancestor's pressure. While holding her hair from flying everywhere, she said, "Old ancestor, please wait. That green-robed guy has incredibly strong power. We need to prepare thoroughly before acting." The others also clamored to follow the old ancestor, but the old ancestor just looked at them with a stern gaze and refused. "If even I am not his opponent, what's the point of you going? Rest assured, I know my limits. This time I will act together with Shenji and Yue Huang. Moreover, I plan to invite the Yuhua Immortal Realm to assist with the protection of the Immortal Realm. There will definitely be no problems." Mu Yue Huang, Wu Shenji, and the elders in the hall were all stunned. Their cries echoed throughout the Yuhua Immortal Palace. What? The old ancestor wants to invite the Yuhua Immortal Realm. Outside Yuhua City, two figures walked out of the city gate, a middle-aged man, accompanied by a teenager in a golden brocade robe. That's right, they were the emperor and prince of this kingdom. Ji Xuan poked his fingers in confusion, hesitated, looked at his father, and asked, "Father, is it okay for us to come and greet the senior this time without bringing any gifts?" Afraid that his father wouldn't understand, he asked bluntly, "Do we need to bring something?" The emperor unexpectedly took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on, his face full of majesty. "Xuan, heir, you're thinking too much. High-level experts like the senior don't care about material things at all. Even if we bring countless gifts, would those things move the senior? With just one painting, the senior helped the Great Yan Dynasty defeat the Golden-Winged Rot clan. Such high-level experts only care about cultivation. Nothing can shake them." Ji Xuan slowly nodded, taking out paper and pen to take notes. The emperor looked at him with confident eyes, instructing, "Ji Xuan, remember this well. The more powerful high-level experts are, the more they value creation and opportunity. It is your fate to meet the senior, and to be guided by the senior is creation." Although Ji Xuan didn't fully understand, he still nodded. "Ah, I understand." The emperor smiled and continued, "Without opportunity, even if the senior is standing right in front of you, you wouldn't be able to recognize him. Therefore, when we meet the senior, we must show the most natural side of ourselves." Ji Xuan nodded in admiration. "Father is indeed knowledgeable and profound. The affairs of high-level experts cannot be inferred using ordinary reasoning." The two quickly passed through the forest to get to Jiang Chen's residence. Ji Xuan walked ahead, and as soon as he saw the silhouette of the house, he pointed and said with a smile, "Father,
Look quickly. Jiang Chen's villa appeared before their eyes. The emperor exclaimed in admiration.
This wooden building, though simple, exudes an ancient charm.
Just looking from afar makes one feel their eyes sparkle, and their insides thoroughly cleansed, as if the innate great Dao is revolving within it, he excitedly said.
Worthy of being a senior's secluded residence, it truly is extraordinary. Jixuan suddenly scratched his head and blankly asked, Father, look. Besides senior, there are a few other people in the courtyard. Could they be senior's friends?
The old emperor exclaimed in surprise.
What friends? Where? Ah, I see them now. 2 young women and an old geezer.
As for that old geezer,
the emperor pondered deeply. His body contains an extraordinary power. If it erupts, even I would have to be wary. However, although the old man's cultivation is high, his vitality has long been exhausted, and it seems that his lifespan is nearing its end.
The emperor stroked his beard and said with a smile, I'm certain that this old geezer is not a friend of senior. Jixuan looked at his father and asked, Father, you just told me that the old geezer's cultivation is very high. The old emperor then explained, Your father has encountered countless experts, and so have I. To become a friend of senior, one doesn't need earth-shattering cultivation, but one must at least surpass your father. Although that old geezer is strong, he hasn't quite reached that level. A high-level person's friends must naturally be beings of the same level. The emperor raised his head high and said, That old geezer is at most on par with your father, which shows that he is not a friend of the expert. Jixuan nodded in praise.
The emperor continued, But if you look closely, the most noteworthy person is that barefoot woman sitting next to senior. Her cultivation is very low, but her body contains an enormous source of energy.
Furthermore, Jixuan asked, Father, what have you noticed?
The emperor's face darkened. Unable to believe what he had just seen, he said in a low voice, Senior is currently holding a silver needle.
Jiang Chen carefully looked at the silver needle, and then decisively lowered it.
The silver needle was inserted into the major acupoint on the top of the young woman's head. From the silver needle, a strange energy seemed to have been dredged through, running throughout her body, as if performing a miraculous healing process. However, this ailment carries an inexplicable peculiarity. The next scene shocked the emperor so much that he couldn't help but exclaim, How could this be? The chaotic power in that girl's body is actually gradually transforming, turning into a controllable source of power. This girl has a bright future.
The emperor was so stunned that he was covered in sweat, his mouth gaping open, unable to close it.
But what surprised him the most was that the senior was only using the simplest methods, yet he was completely controlling the special power within the girl's body.
What kind of magical technique is this, after all? The emperor fell into a deep state of contemplation again.
The heaven's yin-severed meridians is originally a congenital disease, which cannot be completely cured because it is merged with the root of the body, which means that it cannot be cultivated. That is also why it is considered an incurable disease in the cultivation world.
Simply put, this senior is using that strange force to help Jiangling'er cleanse her marrow, rebuild her body, and create a physique suitable for cultivation. Suddenly the old man sensed something strange and turned his head.
Unexpectedly, he discovered that the emperor and Jixuan were secretly observing from afar. Immediately, the old man recognized the emperor's identity.
The emperor stood there, a smile blooming on his face like a flower.
Yunlan asked the old ancestor in surprise, Is that the great Yan emperor?
The old man nodded in confirmation. That's right, he is one of the leading figures of the human race, with a status equal to the holy masters of the Holy Lands. Jiang Chen had just finished the acupuncture for the girl, and then called out, Yunlan, is the medicinal bath I asked you to prepare earlier ready?
Yunlan nodded, and replied with a smile, Yes, it's ready. Yunlan walked towards the medicinal bath, gently lifting the covering cloth. As soon as the fragrance of the medicinal bath spread, she could not restrain her astonishment and excitement. Is this really a medicinal bath? It seems to radiate a magical aura, Yunlan exclaimed, and the old man standing nearby was also startled, and hurriedly stepped forward and asked, What fragrance did you add? Yunlan was still in shock, and she stammered, Just the plants that master told me to pick in the backyard. That weird smell also wafted over to where the emperor and Jixuan were hiding. The old emperor quickly told his son to take a sniff. The list of medicinal ingredients included ziku, which is the dried fruit flesh of the white cardamom from the ginger family,
which helps warm and regulate qi, aids digestion, and is good for the stomach.
Jiaren, a traditional Chinese medicine from the ginger family Myristica fragrans, used to treat diarrhea and dysentery. This is a tropical plant adapted to hot and humid climates, with the effect of warming the large intestine and treating cholera and dysentery. Mu Xiang is the dried root of the Saussurea costus plant from the daisy family. Bai Zi, a traditional Chinese medicine taken from the root of a perennial herb. Shan Nai, a herbaceous plant from the ginger family with tuberous rhizomes. Cinnamon, cloves, peppercorns, star anise, dill, soda ash, dried ginger. These spices have the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. Yun Lan started to overthink things. She nodded to herself, muttering, I get it now. Actually, the herbs grown in Senior's backyard might look ordinary, but they're all rare and precious medicines. The so-called divine objects being buried, it's just because we didn't recognize them before.
That's right, it must be like that. Yunlan was so fascinated that she couldn't restrain her desire.
Jiang Chen felt helpless seeing her just staring fixedly at the medicinal barrel. A hint of tiredness appeared on his face. Jiang Chen looked at Yunlan and said, Yunlan? I've completely blocked Lingshi's 5 senses with silver needles. She can't feel anything from the outside. Now put her in the wooden barrel and start soaking her in the medicinal bath.
Speaking of which, there's also those guys over there. Jiang Chen glanced towards the Emperor and Jixuan. He'd noticed them a long time ago, those fake rich dudes. Jiang Chen felt annoyed, remembering, why are these guys here?
Yunlan hugged Lingxie and asked Jiang Chen, Shifu, Miss Lingxie is still wearing clothes. Will that affect the medicinal bath? Oh, that. He hadn't paid attention to that. Jiang Chen pondered for a moment, then replied,
The effect will be a little weaker, but Miss Linger is a girl after all. Well, it's up to you to decide then. Soaking in the medicinal bath needs to be maintained for a long time. I'll leave everything to you during this time, Yunlan excitedly replied. Okay? Then immediately put Lingrer into the water and quickly remove the clothes on her body, Jiang Chen added.
After you've taken care of Linghe, remember to greet the guests.
The Emperor and Jixuan were secretly standing behind a bush observing when Yunlan approached and respectfully said, Esteemed guests, Shizun invites you. The Emperor was startled, almost bursting out. The old man stammered, You, Shizun, could it be that Senior Jiang Chen is your master? Yunlan nodded, casually replying. Yunlan was noticed by Shizun. Obtaining this opportunity was also a surprise. The Emperor nodded, pretending to praise. To be accepted as a disciple by Senior Qing Yun Saintess is truly blessed.
But in his heart he was burning with anxiety. Unexpectedly, the Qingyun Holy Land acted so quickly. No, we must also find a way. The old emperor angrily glared at his son, then quietly said, Xuanker, when you meet Senior, even if you have to be shameless, you must stay here no matter what, Jin Xuan asked in surprise. Father, why do we have to do that?
The old emperor narrowed his eyes and sternly explained. Even though Father already offered the great Yan Son of Heaven seal and Senior accepted it, I still feel it's not safe enough.
Look at that Qing Yunzi. Unexpectedly, they let their junior apprentice to become Senior's disciple.
Think about it. If the Qingyun Holy Land is in danger in the future, can Senior just stand by and watch?
The more the emperor spoke, the angrier he became. We also need to have an ace up our own sleeve, and Senior is the best choice.
The old man put his hand on Jixuan's shoulder, sincerely saying, Xuanker, if you can really stay by Senior's side, absolutely don't leave.
Jixuan looked at his father blankly and asked, What do you mean, father? Don't you want me to return to Great Yan anymore? The emperor laughed loudly, explaining, Xuan, sure. With your status, at best your future achievement would only be becoming the emperor of the Great Yan dynasty, But if you stick around someone like this Senior, your cultivation achievements will definitely surpass your dad's, no cap.
Jixuan nodded, looking like he finally understood. Just then, they arrived where Jiang Chen was waiting for guests. Jiang Chen saw them and immediately asked, What's up? What brings you two here? The emperor honestly replied, Your reputation in Yuhua City is legendary. Just ask around and everyone knows. Jiang Chen, though annoyed, still put on his best customer service smile and asked, So what can I do for you fine folks?
The old emperor coughed a few times and said, Senior's painting holds great significance for me and my son. We've come to thank you and seek your guidance on painting. Coincidentally, my son, Jixuan, is also super interested in painting. If he's lucky enough to become your disciple, I definitely won't refuse any of your requests whatsoever.
Jixuan blankly asked, Painting? The old emperor put his hand on his son's shoulder, and Jixuan instantly caught on, nodding and saying, That's right. Senior's painting gave me deep insight, so I want to become your disciple. Seriously study and research painting. If I have that kind of luck, I'll be blessed for 3 lifetimes. Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened, and he flatly refused.
No way. I'm not taking any disciples. After taking Tantai Yunlan as a disciple, he already felt super annoyed. Even though she has amazing musical talent, he still has to spend time teaching her. Plus, he's a man of principle. Now someone else wants to become his disciple. If he agrees, wouldn't that be even more trouble?
The emperor and Jixuan were totally shocked when Jiang Chen refused, their faces changing color. Senior refuses. Why, they couldn't believe it.
Jiang Chen coldly replied, I'm a man of few words, so I'm not interested in taking you as a disciple. But seeing your sincerity, I've decided to give you a chance.
He figured these two were used to being served, so they'd definitely refuse if asked to do chores. So he said, in other words, this is a test. If you pass, I'll agree to take you as a disciple. Really? Both the emperor and Jixuan were super excited. Jixuan nodded fiercely. Okay, as long as Senior is willing to take me as a disciple, I won't hesitate, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire. Jiang Chen was smug about his plan. He snorted a few times and said with a smile,
The test is simple. Laundry, cooking, cleaning. In his heart, he hoped they'd refuse. But surprisingly, this request was way too easy for Jixuan. He agreed immediately, shocking Jiang Chen so much that his face changed.
Jixuan smiled brightly, innocently, saying, I agree, Senior. Being able to stay by your side, no matter what the task, I'm willing to do it.
Jiang Chen stared blankly at Jixuan, feeling like he dug his own grave. The atmosphere seemed to freeze. And he stammered, What did you say? Jixuan excitedly replied, I agree with Senior. From now on, even if it means climbing mountains of knives or diving into seas of fire, I won't refuse.
Jiang Chen felt like a blizzard was raging in his heart. He thought to himself, Looks like I underestimated them. Even though they're from a wealthy family, they can still accept my harsh conditions. In that case, taking them as disciples isn't so bad.
He sighed and said, If you're willing to stay by my side and do the manual labor, you'll have a chance to become my disciple in the future. Of course I won't take advantage of you. Turns out there's something so good. This time, both father and son emperor were so shocked that their faces changed.
Jiang Chen walked over to his bookshelf. He rummaged around for a bit, muttering to himself, Haven't been painting much lately, so I'm fresh out of new pieces.
Finally, he pulled out a wooden sword and said, This sword may just be made of ordinary wood, but it's meticulously hand-carved. Among my works, it deserves to be considered a masterpiece. I'll give it to you too, as a token of my sincerity. The Jixuan father and son looked at the wooden sword, so astonished they were beyond words. In their eyes, it was a peerless sword, a terrifying magic treasure. Even without holding it, they could feel the magnificent sword intent radiating from it.
The old emperor hastily cupped his hands and said reverently, If this is Senior's sincerity, then we, father and son, shall accept it. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word. Jiang Chen looked at the old emperor with a blank stare, his head filled with question marks. He forced a smile and said, It's just a wooden sword. What's so precious about it? Just take it. You two grown men are making such a fuss. It's just a wooden sword. Why so serious? Are people in this world all so polite? He pondered, remembering what happened before.
Ever since he transmigrated here, everyone he's met has been incredibly polite, whether male or female, even the elders of his disciples.
Could it be that this fantasy world isn't a place where the big fish eats the little fish, but a world of love and peace? Jiang Chen shook his head, put that thought aside for now, and asked, Oh right, I still don't know your name, Jixuan quickly replied. Yes, this junior is called Jixuan.
Jiang Chen nodded. Then I'll call you Little Xuanzi. From now on, Jixuan forced a smile. Yes, okay.
Jiang Chen added, All right, if there's nothing else, you two father and son should take this wooden sword and get to work first. I have other things to take care of, so I have to leave for a while. After Jiang Chen left, the old emperor's expression suddenly changed.
From calm to full of anxiety, sweat trickled down his forehead, and he trembled as he exclaimed, Oh heavens, Senior Jixuan is indeed generous. This wooden sword is an peerless divine object. It's unbelievable.
The old emperor cautiously reached out to touch the sword.
Unexpectedly, the sword seemed to have a soul and bit his hand.
The emperor was startled,
flailing his hand wildly, but couldn't escape the sword's tight grip. This strange situation left him bewildered.
Watching his father running around like crazy, Jixuan suddenly understood. I get it. This is the real test from the expert.
If father doesn't figure out a solution, not only will he be unable to use this divine weapon, but he'll also be ridiculed.
The great Yan emperor ran around in circles, one finger clamped by the sword. It was strange. A man and a sword, and a comical scene unfolded in the room.
After a while, the sword still refused to let go. The old emperor turned to Jixuan. Think of a way to help me, Jixuan replied awkwardly. This son doesn't know what to do either.
The emperor then turned back to look at the sword and said decisively, Then the only way is to use force.
But this strange sword was not easy to deal with. As soon as he made a move, sword energy exploded, startling Jixuan. This thing is truly terrifying. When the dust settled, the old emperor appeared covered in dirt, with a tired expression. He sighed. Jixuan, it's clear that you're the one who went to become a disciple, so why is it that I'm the one being tested? Jixuan awkwardly replied. This son doesn't know either. Then suddenly, he thought of something. Wait, could it be that I understand?
Jixuan quickly grabbed the broom and ran around the room, saying, Now I will start to seriously do my job.
Only by completing the task assigned by the senior can I pass the test and free father's hands.
Just as Jiang Chen had expected, these two were indeed of extremely noble status. Like Jixuan, for example, who was originally a somebody, but now he was obediently sweeping, doing the work only for servants. This child has suffered too much for him and Great Yan. The old emperor had seen it all, and now he was constantly regretting it. Thinking back, the punishment of the peerless azure godsword for him was not without reason. He owed this child too much.
All the things that happened before he had witnessed, but he had never comforted Jixuan even once. And yet, Jixuan still went through all that trouble to introduce such a peerless master to his father. The emperor was so touched, he cried, This father has failed you.
After releasing his emotions in the room, the old emperor walked out, wiping away tears as he said,
Jixuan, as usual, forced a smile and replied, Don't worry, father. I'll just be serious about it. But immediately, the emperor hugged him tightly. You've had it so rough all this time. Even though he didn't understand why, tears still streamed down Jixuan's face, and he softly said, Why do you say that? Golden sunlight streamed down on them. Grandpa Yunlan and Yunlan were carefully approaching Linger's soaking medicine pot with bowls in hand. Looking over at Jixuan, they sighed. Even though they didn't know what had happened, it was truly touching.
That medicinal pot was indeed miraculous, its fragrance spreading everywhere. Even the wooden sword was attracted by the fragrance, causing it to leave the old emperor's hand. The old emperor looked at his swollen hand, crying and cheering. I'm free! Jixuan was also excited. Father is so good.
The old emperor sat down on the ground, looked at Jixuan and said with a smile, Is this the master's trial? I understand now, Jixuan. From now on, this father will often reflect, not only to be a worthy emperor but also a worthy father. Jixuan nodded. Father, no matter what, I will always support you.
That touching scene of father and son getting along was indeed moving, but in reality, the green god sword was simply indulging in the intoxicating fragrance. There was no trial at all.
The sky was clear, the wind was gentle, and the golden sunlight was dazzling.
Jiang Chen, who had been hiding somewhere, walked along, massaging his sore shoulders. So painful, I've been busy for half a day, because of Jiang Lingrei's illness. He sighed inwardly. It really hurts.
As soon as Jiang Chen got home, he saw Jixuan and his father, along with several other people, making a ruckus.
The scene before his eyes couldn't help but surprise him.
These people seem to be getting along very well, chatting happily.
Jiang Chen was a little dazed. He stepped forward and said with an enthusiastic smile, Although there are more and more freeloaders, everyone is still very happy and harmonious.
Only Tushan Mo had a long face, looking uncomfortable. There are more and more people eating for free. Its food portion is being shared now. That's the important way to enhance its magic power.
Speaking of which, it's time for dinner. Tushan Mo immediately rubbed against Jiang Chen. Acting cute, Master, I'm hungry. Jiang Chen looked at it, calculated the time. It was indeed time to cook, but there weren't enough ingredients for so many people to eat.
Tushan Mo thought to itself, I will help Master chase them away. Suddenly, an idea popped into Jiang Chen's head.
He happily called everyone to gather around.
All of them looked at him excitedly and asked, Does the master have any instructions? Jiang Chen said with a smile, Well, because there aren't enough ingredients to cook, let's go into the mountains to find some. Although Jiang Chen only said to find ingredients, everyone understood it in a different way. Could this be a new type of training? Jixuan wondered to himself. The second trial, perhaps? Yunlan and the old man both thought they were going to find new ingredients.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was still smiling innocently, asking, No one has any objections, right? Of course, no one dared to speak up. After all, these people came here just to eat for free. They didn't have any other intentions. Truly a bodhisattva's heart, Tushan Mo thought proudly to itself.
Although no one dared to express their opinion, everyone's thoughts were different. However, when it comes to peerless ingredients, my Matsutake mushroom is interested in being challenged. This mushroom is scientifically known as Tricholoma matsutake, also known as Matsutake mushroom. It grows on the roots of pine trees. It has a rich and unique flavor and is a precious and valuable medicinal mushroom worldwide. A true Matsutake powerhouse must be able to withstand the prying eyes of 10,000-year spirit beasts, thanks to its amazing effects, as well as fierce attacks from human experts. deeply rooted in molten rock, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, impossible to uproot, containing endless meaning. This is the power of the mushroom.
Suddenly, the Matsutake Powerhouse detected movement nearby. An expert showdown was about to begin. It glanced at the newcomers and thought to itself,
"Not bad, not bad. This is the aura of human experts. Two top-tier powerhouses, famous figures. This mushroom is overthinking it." Meanwhile, the emperor was secretly determined to compete in his heart.
His son had become a disciple and was ranked behind his opponent's prized female disciple. This time, he had to perform well and absolutely couldn't lose. He glanced at Jiang Chen's two disciples. Yunlan, at this moment, felt a special liking for Jixuan. Even though he was a prince, he didn't disdain the simple life in the mountains. Truly a humble and approachable person, a real talent. As for Jixuan, he thought that Yunlan was like a hibiscus flower in the morning. Her smile was so beautiful. Jiang Chen led them closer and said,
"Everyone, disband here and gather back in 2 hours." The mushroom couldn't sense any fluctuations of spiritual power from him at all. It thought to itself, "This guy must be a servant, right? As long as it's not that servant guy, the rest can come and challenge me."
The mushroom calmly observed Jiang Chen's movements. Seeing him leave, it felt relieved. Suddenly, it sensed a hand reaching out, intending to pick it.
When it saw the gentle and beautiful Yunlan standing before it, it thought to itself, "I've hit the jackpot." Suddenly, Yunlan grabbed a mushroom and pulled it up. 1 mushroom, then 2, 3, and finally the 4th. But strangely, when she got to the 4th mushroom, she couldn't pull it up no matter what. Yunlan stared at the mushroom in astonishment, muttering, "There are clearly 4 mushrooms here. Where's the 4th one?" She started to feel helpless, even on the verge of tears. "Why can't I pull it up?" "Ah." The mushroom glanced at Yunlan with a proud look, thinking to itself, "You want to pull me up just based on your skills, little girl? Absolutely impossible, you're still too green." Just then, another hand reached out and easily plucked the mushroom.
Jiang Chen, who had returned unnoticed, stood behind Yunlan and did it.
The mushroom lay in Jiang Chen's hand, sweating buckets. The confrontation between powerhouses ended, and the mushroom was tossed into the basket. The other mushrooms looked at it and cheerfully asked, "Hey, brother, you're in here too."
Over here, Jiang Chen sternly lectured Yunlan. "Isn't it just picking a few mushrooms? Don't take so long next time." The mushroom was so angry its face turned red, but no matter how much it screamed, it was all over, with the human powerhouse emerging victorious. In another corner, after gathering the cooking ingredients, Jiang Chen entered the kitchen and started cooking. Everyone went back to their places, each doing their own thing. Emperor Daiyan was busy honing his sword, extremely happy. Prince Jixuan, who was usually clean and exemplary, was busy cleaning up,
while Qing Yunzi was frantically doing his qigong exercises. Qing Yunzi walked over and asked, "You two, do you have any plans after the meal?" Jixuan replied, "Senior is keeping me here to work for him.
During my stay here, my royal father won't be leaving either." Having said that, he continued to sweep. Yunlan felt a special fondness for Jixuan. She didn't expect that Jixuan wouldn't act arrogant like a prince at all. On the contrary, he exuded maturity and reliability. Yunlan nodded and said with a smile,
"Being able to stay for dinner is also a small stroke of fate. You two will definitely be surprised when the time comes."
The two of them were so intrigued by Yunlan that they couldn't take their eyes off her. She continued with a chuckle, "Ha ha! You two will know when the time comes. I'll go change Linger's medicinal bathwater first. You two can take a rest. The courtyard is very spacious, so please make yourselves at home."
After saying that, she immediately left, leaving the two Jixuan's father and son staring blankly at each other.
Jixuan decided to continue with the cleaning, while the old emperor nodded and said, "Then I'll go take a walk around and see what's what."
As the old emperor was walking around, he suddenly saw Qing Yunzi sitting cross-legged under a tree, looking deep in thought. "This old geezer isn't rapping anymore, now he's playing chess." Ji Yuanhao approached, stroked his beard, and stared intently at the chessboard. "Is this a chessboard that's already been set up? What exactly is so special about this chess game that it's making Qing Yunzi look like that?" Ji Yuanhao felt extremely curious, but as soon as he saw the chess game, he couldn't keep calm.
Suddenly, a terrifying suction force pulled him in. His divine soul seemed to be sucked into another world. Ji Yuanhao gritted his teeth and shouted, "Stop!"
When he opened his eyes slightly, the scene before him terrified him.
The place where he was standing had turned into a huge chessboard, covering the entire sky and earth.
More accurately, this had become a completely different world, where all living beings were like black and white chess pieces intertwined, being arranged at will.
Even the Emperor of Great Yan was just a small chess piece in this grand chessboard. No, if this continues, just as he was panicking, Qing Yunzi's old voice rang out. "Ji Yuanhao, Withdraw your divine sense. Ji Yuanhao was startled, and immediately withdrew his divine sense, his face still showing shock. Qing Yunzi looked at him and explained, "This is a chess game set up by the senior. If your divine sense penetrates too deeply, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape on your own. Fortunately, you managed to get out in time, otherwise your divine sense would have been crushed. This chess game encompasses the stars, the earth, and all things. I was also shocked at first." Ji Yuanhao stroked his chest, trying to calm his mind. Qing Yunzi exclaimed in amazement, "I didn't expect this chess game to contain such profound meanings of heaven and earth. The great Tao within it is truly immeasurable and mysterious. Not only can I not fully comprehend it, but I was also drawn deep into it. If it weren't for the senior's scolding, I might have been lost forever." Suddenly he asked, "Does your wooden sword also have a similar principle, right? The items personally crafted by the senior all contain endless mysteries. Such an unparalleled divine sword, even in the entire cultivation world, would be considered a supreme treasure." Ji Yuanhao pulled out the wooden sword, tears filled with pride. It was indeed as Qing Yunzi said. He held the sword up and felt extremely confident.
Ji Yuanhao proudly and excitedly bragged, "Let me tell you, don't let it out, okay? The senior even granted my Xuan the opportunity to become a disciple. As long as she passes the test, my Xuan and your Qing Yun holy maiden will become fellow disciples." Qing Yunzi nodded in admiration. "Oh really, that's great."
Ji Yuanhao became excitedly showing off the opportunity to receive disciples, the gift of this peerless divine sword. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't receive such treatment. Qing Yunzi assessed the situation discerningly.
Finally, he sighed and said, "Even though I didn't get what you guys got, the senior also granted me a method that will help me live into my second life."
Emperor of Great Yan, behold, this is the book. Qing Yunzi opened the book. Ji Yuanhao stared blankly, shocked instantly.
He felt a strange energy flowing into his body. He shouted, "I feel it! This book contains a vigorous life force." Then Ji Yuanhao suddenly returned to his youthful appearance.
This life force felt like it was about to burst right off the page. This book could definitely grant someone a second life. Suddenly, Qing Yunzi snapped the book shut.
Ji Yuanhao's projected form vanished. Much to his annoyance, Qing Yunzi said, "The free trial ends here. Please pay up to view more exclusive content."
Qing Yunzi asked smugly, "My own aptitude is too dull to fully grasp the wonders within. How about it? Did the Emperor of Great Yan get anything out of it? My book is pretty valuable, right? I'm putting it away so you can't look anymore, just to tick you off." Ji Yuanhao couldn't hide his admiration, exclaiming, "It truly is an unprecedented, miraculous book. Even my treasured sword pales in comparison." "But you've gotten careless," Qing Yunzi gently reminded him.
"I've already memorized that last page. I'll just practice this first and figure out the rest later." "Ha! Freeloading is awesome!" The 18 life-nourishing stances. First stance. Iron Mountain Lean. Ji Yuanhao began practicing the forms. The two of them were like a couple of kids comparing their toys. Yet in the mortal world and the cultivation realm, both were top-tier figures others could only admire from afar. Qing Yunzi lost today's show-off contest simply because he got freeloaded off of, and the two juniors watching couldn't stop judging him.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, taking advantage of some spare time while cooking, was holding a pouch of silver needles. Each silver needle had a color similar to the matsutake mushrooms picked earlier, which certainly made one wonder. Without another word, Jiang Chen took out the silver needles and inserted them into 49 major acupoints on Jiang Lingzhi's body. After he was done, he instructed Yunlan. "All right, Jiang Lingyi has absorbed the medicine. Actually, the treatment is taking effect. Just change the poultice later as I told you." Yunlan nodded. "This disciple understands." Jiang Chen stretched his back and said, "Well, I'm off to continue preparing dinner." After Jiang Chen left, Ji Yuanhao and Qing Yunzi gathered to observe Jiang Lingyi, their expressions turning gray.
This man not only completely neutralized the effects of the heavenly yin severed meridians, but even used its unique power to reforge the girl's body. What kind of profound method is this? To actually change it into a special constitution, truly unimaginable. Ji Yuanhao asked in astonishment, "What? This girl has the heavenly yin severed meridians?" And senior helped her reforge her body.
The two seniors exchanged a slightly shifty look and nodded in unison, which was truly and utterly shocking. Tushan Mo strode over in annoyance and kicked the two of them away. "Your focus wasn't really on the heavenly yin severed meridians now, was it?" Time ticked by slowly, making Ji Yuanhao antsy. "Shouldn't we be helping, senior? Are we just going to sit here and wait?" Qing Yunzi replied softly.
"Help? There's nothing we can do. This is something only senior can handle. As for why, You'll understand after dinner.
Ji Yuanhao grew curious. What was so mysterious about a single meal that both the Qingyun Saintess and Qing Yunzi kept bringing it up? In this world, once a cultivator reaches a certain realm, they no longer need to eat mortal grains to feel hunger or thirst.
And yet, here were two people and one beast acting completely famished. Only the two who had never experienced it before had no idea what was going on. But when he caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma, Ji Yuanhao still tried to maintain a dignified front. What a rich and captivating scent. Still, for a cultivator, what's the big deal about one meal? A moment later, he completely ate his words, threw his dignity to the wind, and rushed toward the kitchen.
In the kitchen, Jiang Chen was attentively shaping dough, preparing a mixture of flour, honey, water, and yeast.
Warm water, sugar, and toasted sesame seeds.
After kneading it well, he flattened the dough, brushed it with honey, sprinkled it with sesame seeds, and put it in the oven to bake.
And just like that, the Taigu cakes, an intangible cultural heritage of China, were ready. This pastry is sweet but not cloying, crispy but not crumbly, and hailed as the king of snacks. Ji Yuanhao and Ji Xuan, father and son, wore the exact same transfixed expression.
After preparing the cakes,
Jiang Chen began to work on the matsutake mushrooms. The mushrooms were sliced into perfectly even pieces and turned into a mushroom soup and grilled mushrooms, to be served alongside the Taigu cakes.
"All right, everyone, time to eat,"
Jiang Chen announced. Everyone grabbed their chopsticks at the same time, digging in with gusto and completely ignoring all formalities.
Ji Yuanhao and his son were instantly ecstatic. After just one bite,
they were practically jumping for joy. The food contained a powerful surge of spiritual energy, combined with an indescribably delicious flavor, completely blowing their minds.
Could this be the opportunity Qing Yunzi mentioned? Reaching this level would normally take years of hard cultivation, but with just one dish made by this senior, everything seemed so much easier. Qing Yunzi slowly approached the table, his eyes full of curiosity. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen picked up his chopsticks, holding a flatbread. Skillfully, he added some matsutake mushroom as filling, quickly whipping up a homemade vegetarian sandwich. Looking pleased with himself, he turned to Yunlan and offered it. "Yunlan, wanna try it? I used to eat these all the time when I was a kid." Yunlan didn't hesitate, taking the sandwich and biting into it immediately. As the flavors of the matsutake mushroom exploded in her mouth, she froze for a few seconds, then suddenly burst out. "Wah!" Seeing Yunlan trembling, Jiang Chen asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Yunlan, still eating, replied in a shaky voice, "No, it's too good. It's so good she couldn't hold back her tears, eating and sniffling at the same time." Jiang Chen nodded, secretly feeling proud. "Good! Looks like my cooking skills haven't changed in this world. No one's ever tasted it without being amazed. Not even my stir-fried stinky tofu with pig intestines." He was extremely confident in his abilities. Suddenly, Jiang Chen sensed a strange signal. Tushan Mo, who knows when, was standing in front of him, pouting, and asking, "Where's mine?" Jiang Chen was speechless. Quickly preparing Tushan Mo's dinner, she ate happily, looking very satisfied. Before long, everyone had finished their meal. It was late at night, and the bright moonlight shone down. Qing Yunzi went back outside to sit at the go table, and Ji Yuanhao slowly approached. Seeing Ji Yuanhao, Qing Yunzi asked, "Oh, you haven't left yet," Ji Yuanhao replied. "Senior didn't chase me away, so I wanted to stay in this courtyard for the night. Senior's residence looks ordinary, but it actually hides many mysteries. I want to stay and comprehend them."
Of course, he couldn't admit that he just didn't want to leave.
Qing Yunzi nodded in agreement. "All right, ever since Brother Lan left, I haven't had anyone to confide in. We can explore the mysteries hidden within this Go game together." Ji Yuanhao seized the opportunity to ask, "By the way, Qing Yunzi, who is this Brother Lan you mentioned? And that girl too, what's the story with her?"
Qing Yunzi's answer shocked Ji Yuanhao. "What? That girl is from the Jiang clan, an ancient clan from ancient times? This is incredible."
Qing Yunzi leaned closer to Ji Yuanhao's ear and asked, "Also, did you see that little fox girl here? I won't hide it, she's the Fox Emperor's daughter."
A few days before you arrived, the Fox Emperor suspected that his daughter had been kidnapped by Senior, barged into Senior's place, and almost had his cultivation crippled.
"What a dramatic affair," Ji Yuanhao scratched his head and exclaimed. "Senior is truly worthy of his reputation. Even in seclusion, those who come here are all extraordinary figures." Qing Yunzi chuckled. "Perhaps Senior's charm lies in this, allowing all kinds of people, whether extraordinary figures or those with terminal illnesses like me, to gather in one place, either growing on their own or defying fate to change their destiny." Ji Yuanhao was moved, tears welling up in his eyes. Being able to meet Senior is our greatest fortune. Qing Yunzi nodded happily. Indeed, let's drink a cup to celebrate. The two old friends chatted under the moonlight all night long. The next morning, the sun slowly rose from the east, the grass and trees were lush, and the birds were singing, full of vitality. But all good things must come to an end, and it was time for Ji Yuanhao to leave. Qing Yunzi asked. Not going to say goodbye to the senior, Ji Yuanhao replied. There'll be chances to come back later. Sorry to trouble you to say goodbye for me this time, Qing Yunzi nodded. All right, remember to visit often, or I'll get lonely. Ji Yuanhao turned to Ji Xuan and instructed. Xuan heir, staying with the senior is the greatest blessing in your life. No matter what, you must seize this opportunity. Ji Xuan replied seriously. This son understands. Ji Yuanhao placed his hand on his son's shoulder, his voice warm and deep. Under the senior's guidance, your path of cultivation will go further, even achieving things that your father couldn't. In the future, you'll become the strongest pillar of Great Yan. After giving instructions and saying farewell to everyone, Ji Yuanhao took off into the sky. But just a moment later he came back. Qing Yunzi looked at him in surprise. Long time no see, Ji Yuanhao replied coldly. I haven't left yet, someone's coming. Moreover, their aura is extremely powerful, Ji Yuanhao explained. I was about to leave, but I suddenly sensed the aura of a powerful expert, and not just one. Do you think they're here to visit the senior like I did, or do they have other intentions? Qing Yunzi pondered, then released his magic power to sense the aura. It's definitely him, no doubt about it, Ji Yuanhao asked anxiously. Who is it? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Qing Yunzi nodded. There's no mistaking this aura. One of them is definitely Shen Xiaozi. Ji Yuanhao frowned. Furthermore, it seems like they're here for a duel. I heard before that you once made a duel agreement with someone but ultimately broke it. Could it be that he's discovered your whereabouts? Qing Yunzi chuckled. Haha, sorry for making you laugh. As a man, one must maintain a respectful image. On the other side, Shen Xiaozi approached, his face full of anger. He didn't expect that he would come here, though flying would be faster. But it could easily be seen as provocation. And then this place, he saw it already. Clear sky, gentle breeze, and bright sunshine. It really is beautiful. Ji Yuanhao and Qing Yunzi suddenly rushed out from inside the house, causing Shen Xiaozi to startledly stop and stared at Qing Yunzi. He turned to Mu Yuehuang and asked softly, Yuehuang, did you see Qing Yunzi first when you came here last time? Mu Yuehuang honestly replied. Disciple never saw him. Hearing this, Shen Xiaozi became even more vigilant. Not only was Qing Yunzi here, but even the emperor of Great Yan, Ji Yuanhao, was also present. The wind gently swayed the grass. The two sides faced each other in a tense atmosphere. Qing Yunzi stepped forward, frowning. Unexpectedly, Shen Xiaozi, Wu Shenji, and Mu Yuehuang, three outstanding talents from 3 generations of the Holy Huayu land, have all appeared here together. I wonder what the purpose of your visit is. Shen Xiaozi gritted his teeth and replied. What a coincidence. Emperor of Great Yan, old friend, we're here just to pay a visit to a peerless master. Who would have thought you'd be here too? Two strangers, with no acquaintance with each other, gather here at the end of the day to do something. Shen Xiaozi couldn't help but doubt. Seeing Shen Xiaozi's insincere attitude, Qing Yunzi's face darkened and he said, Visiting a senior. The senior is resting. You've come at a bad time. Please leave first. Shen Xiaozi's face also darkened and he replied, We're just here to visit, with no other intentions. If the senior is resting, we can wait. Ji Yuanhao snorted, thinking to himself, No other intentions. The aura of wanting to cause trouble has already traveled for miles. Am I too old to sense anything anymore? Qing Yunzi then said. The senior really is resting. You've really come at a bad time. Please leave. Even if you say you want to wait here, the senior won't see you today. Shen Xiaozi was provoked and grinned menacingly. Oh really? I remember that the duel agreement between you and me was supposed to have taken place before this. But why are you appearing here and trying to chase me away? Are you trying to find an excuse to avoid fulfilling the agreement? Seeing Qing Yunzi remain silent, Shen Xiaozi became even more aggressive and asked, Did I guess right? Haha, Qing Yunzi said annoyedly. That was just youthful impulsiveness. You winning against me that year was indeed due to your strength. I can still admit that I'm temporarily not your opponent. But these two things are unrelated. I'm advising you to go back simply because I want what's best for you. The last time you came to cause trouble, your entire cultivation was almost crippled. Shen Xiaozi still stubbornly refused to believe it, he sneered, trying to scare me with unfounded reason. Shen Xiaozi will not easily be deceived by fabrications. Qing Yunzi sighed wearily. Another one who doesn't know the fear of death. Really, Ji Yuanhao said coldly from the side. You deal with Shen Xiaozi, I'll handle the rest. The situation forces the battlefield to be divided again. Qing Yunzi held the Book of Health in his hand,
and his body gradually transformed into the youthful appearance he had when he first started breathing.
Shen Xiaozi curled his lip into a sneer.
"Oh, so you picked up the youth restoration techniques somewhere? Don't think turning into a young whippersnapper will make me go easy on you. Your arrogance is gonna cost you big time."
Suddenly, Qing Yunzi's technique came crashing in. Shen Xiaozi was a bit startled, but he quickly went on the defensive, luckily avoiding injury. Still, his anger was boiling. Before the old coot could even react, Qing Yunzi coldly said, "Turnabout is fair play, baby." Shen Xiaozi immediately formed a hand seal. Raging flames enveloped his body and hands.
He bent his hands, facing each other, palms pointing to the heavens.
One finger raised high, the other hand clasping two fingers together in a seal, and the flames went totally bonkers. The tips of his fingers crossed, creating a massive ring of fire. He lifted his thumb towards the sky.
The technique was completed in the blink of an eye, the sky ablaze with red, like fiery dragons dancing everywhere.
Shen Xiaozi launched his crazed attack, roaring with laughter. "Prepare to receive my years of pent-up fury."
The flames raged fiercely, with the momentum of flying dragons coming at Qing Yunzi.
Qing Yunzi remained calm, simply holding the book in his hand as he cast his spell. Facing the ferocious flames, a gentle green barrier appeared, blocking all attacks.
Qing Yunzi followed up with the second move from the 16 longevity poses,
steadfastly neutralizing Shen Xiaozi's flames once again.
But Shen Xiaozi was no pushover. After being pushed back a bit, he immediately formed a hand seal again.
Spitting out a small spark of fire from his mouth, his fingers drew circles in the air, activating the chained rings of fire technique. Countless scorching iron chains flew across the sky, all attacking Qing Yunzi simultaneously.
Qing Yunzi coldly dodged, then used the first longevity pose, Iron Mountain Roasting. Moving as if drifting through mist, a strange energy suddenly shot up from the ground. The smoke cleared. Shen Xiaozi felt completely unaffected. No pain, no itching. The move looked epic, but it was really just a longevity technique. How could it possibly have any real attacking power?
Qing Yunzi wailed. "How can this be?" Ji Yuanhao, observing from below, calmly said, "It's pretty simple actually. You're forcing the use of the techniques without fully understanding the meaning of the book. Of course you can't bring out its full power. Are you done over there?" Ji Yuanhao smiled and replied, "Yes, to ensure fairness, that little girl didn't participate, and Wu Shenji has been defeated."
This made Shen Xiaozi deeply suspicious. What's going on here? In theory, their strength should be evenly matched. How could he have failed so quickly? What the heck happened?
Ji Xuan, looking out from the courtyard, said, "It seems like one side's aura has stopped. Looks like we have a result. Wanna guess if we won or not?"
Yunlan chuckled casually. "It's definitely us. After getting pointers from the senior, everyone has improved. I'm super confident in our side."
Ji Xuan nodded in agreement. At this moment, Mu Yuehuang stood by, observing, also feeling a little bewildered.
This great Yan Emperor is way stronger than they imagined. Should she even intervene?
Either way, this battle is full of unexpected twists and turns.
Like Ji Yuanhao, he clearly knows his strength, and the strength of the Holy Master of the Wuhua Holy Land are equally matched. But currently, he is suppressing his opponent.
Ji Yuanhao couldn't help but secretly rejoice, wondering if he had gotten stronger. But he immediately refuted it. This result was thanks to the divine sword that Jiang Chen gave him yesterday.
Even though it's only been a short day, the sword has invisibly nurtured his sword intent, making his understanding of the sword path deeper and deeper.
Shen Xiaozi yelled, "Unbelievable! To make Wu Shenji surrender so quickly. Qing Yunzi is exhausted now and no match for me, so let me fight you instead. If you lose, obediently call that guy out."
Ji Yuanhao chuckled with a sneer. "Big talk, but if you dare barge in here, your cultivation definitely won't stay intact."
Mu Yuehuang sighed. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to get involved and just watch from the sidelines. Shen Xiaozi formed a hand seal and cast the 8 trigram swimming dragon, a giant fire dragon appearing behind him. He shouted, "I'll take your word for it, but I also want to see how much of my cultivation he can take." Shen Xiaozi gritted his teeth and controlled the 8 fire dragons to strike directly at Ji Yuanhao, who was standing below.
Just before the 8 fire dragons hit, Ji Yuanhao turned into a phantom image. The fire collided with each other, creating a huge explosion. At this moment, Ji Yuanhao had teleported behind Shen Xiaozi, his hands forming a seal.
He stared intently at Shen Xiaozi, beginning to chant an incantation.
The 1,000-hand Tathagata palm sword formation was cast. Countless swords formed a circle around Ji Yuanhao, their sword aura sharp and their momentum unparalleled.
Shen Xiaozi laughed heartily, seemingly excited by the fight.
He raised both hands, and a giant fireball appeared in midair, burning fiercely.
From that fireball, another fire dragon was formed.
This move is called the Rampaging Dragon Defensive Claw. This dragon seemed to have been upgraded, completely different from the last one. It received Ji Yuanhao's attack without any damage, and even looked angrier.
Ji Yuanhao gritted his teeth. Damn it, this is really tough this time. Completely different level from Wu Shenji. Can't let Shen Xiaozi bother senior.
Ji Yuanhao looked at the object in his hand, worriedly wondering, if I use this thing, I might be able to withstand it. Right? Even though I haven't fully comprehended it yet.
Suddenly, the sword in Ji Yuanhao's hand bit his hand again.
He turned pale. Why now of all times?
Who knew that the wooden sword suddenly clamped down on his hand and dragged him away? Ji Yuanhao's body was controlled by the sword, completely unable to resist.
What kind of weird act is this? In the middle of a fight, Shen Xiaozi didn't know what to say, but this was also his chance.
So he formed a hand seal, using flames to scorch Ji Yuanhao's surroundings. Even if he didn't understand what just happened, he'd attack first.
As a result, both Ji Yuanhao and the wooden sword were burned black.
The wooden sword that was biting Ji Yuanhao's hand also became extremely angry. The wooden sword was so annoyed that it started narrating its life. Anyone who's ever read about me knows I'm a wooden sword. I'm extremely unhappy right now, because I'm always being disturbed when I'm sleeping. Since I was carved, this is the second time already. Suddenly, it turned to Ji Yuanhao. Human, I'm done with you. I can't believe you haven't learned your lesson from last time.
I hate being disturbed. Hate having human fingerprints and aura on me. Originally, I wasn't going to spare you, but the fragrance you let me smell last time helped my cultivation increase greatly.
I had to close my eyes and recuperate for a while, and during that time I opened my heart in compassion and spared you.
I didn't expect that you would dare to mess around again after waking up. The magical sword was furious, transformed into the form of a Qilin and roared, "Are you tired of living?" Seeing the Qilin, Shen Xiaozi's expression was like being struck by lightning. The Qilin continued, "But the guy opposite me is even more annoying. I can't believe he dared to set me on fire. Moreover, I feel he has great malice towards the master who created me. So this time I will temporarily side with you. You can't beat him, I will lend you my strength. But there are conditions." After saying that, the Qilin transformed back into a sword, and Ji Yuanhao's body was filled with a powerful energy, his hair shiny. The old coot grinned, his face splitting into a goofy smile. This body was overflowing with energy. A freaking miracle. Seeing Ji Yuanhao's sudden transformation, Shen Xiaozi felt a seed of doubt sprout in his heart. Like a bad omen was brewing. Slowly, Ji Yuanhao reached out and touched the wooden sword, the very one that Senior Jiang Chen had bestowed upon him. An ultimate divine artifact, brimming with unparalleled sword intent, a peerless treasure, no cap.
Ji Yuanhao unsheathed the sword, striking a badass pose, then charged in for the attack. In a flash, Ji Yuanhao went from zero to hero, achieving a state of perfect unity with the sword. Faced with such overwhelming power and skill, Shen Xiaozi's dragon was nothing but small fry. Before Shen Xiaozi could even react, he was pummeled into oblivion. A total beatdown.
Reduced to smithereens, ain't nothing left.
Qing Yunzi, now back to his original form, walked over to Shen Xiaozi to explain.
That sword in his hand?
It's a gift from Senior Jiang Chen, the same guy you were so eager to settle scores with.
The sword itself reverted to its original form, and loudly nagged Ji Yuanhao. "Every day you gotta oil me, polish me, and let me smell that fragrance, got it?" Ji Yuanhao nodded like a pecking chicken.
Qing Yunzi sighed.
"You losing is no surprise, dude."
Shen Xiaozi was utterly defeated, too drained to argue. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling of injustice, and grumbled, using a god-tier divine sword to make the Emperor of Dayan bow his head, willingly guarding the door. "So, what's your reason for being a doorman?"
Qing Yunzi replied cheerfully. "Senior taught me the method to live a second life."
Shen Xiaozi exclaimed. "A second life?" He moved closer to Qing Yunzi, his voice serious. "Qing Yunzi, you can't just throw those words around. A second life, even in our sacred ground, countless seniors failed to achieve it. Don't be fooled by that guy." Qing Yunzi opened his book, reverting to his youthful appearance, and laughed. "Believe what you want, but the truth is, I did receive the method for a second life from Senior. As for you saying that Senior controls me and Ji Yuanhao, making us work for him willingly, you're just overthinking it. We're here of our own free will." Shen Xiaozi thought to himself, have they already been controlled? And he hasn't even used his trump card yet. Looks like he's way stronger than I imagined. Best not to use my final ace in the hole just yet.
I'll head back and hatch a long-term plan. Too many unexpected factors.
The three people from Shenwu Temple all returned, with even the two youngest disciples coming out to greet them. Ji Yuanhao mumbled, "Is it over? If I had listened sooner, it wouldn't have taken so long.
I wonder how long it's been. Senior should be waking up soon." After the big battle, the place was finally quiet again. Yunlan went over to Qing Yunzi and asked, "Is it over, elder?" Qing Yunzi sighed. "Yeah, it's over." As he tucked the book into his robe, he said, I'm tired too, I'm gonna go rest for a bit.
Yunlan glanced at Ji Yuanhao and exclaimed in disbelief. Who would have thought the Emperor of Daiyan would suddenly become so powerful, turning the situation around in a blink? Even though Senior Shen Xiaoji didn't use his full strength, that sword intent still made him fearful.
Qing Yunzi harumphed, looking displeased. Even though they both received precious items, someone now outshone him. No wonder the old fart was pissed.
Qing Yunzi said, I need to go research the method for a second life. With that, he stormed off, leaving Yunlan standing there, clueless about what she'd done wrong.
Suddenly, she remembered Jixuan was still there, and hurried off to find him. But when she got there, she just found Jixuan standing like a statue with a broom, and sighing. Yunlan couldn't help but sigh along. A messy pile of rubble was all that was left, and Ji Yuanhao had bailed.
Jixuan was furious. He fumed. Leaving this battlefield for me to clean up. My hatred is immeasurable. Scene changed to Ji Yuanhao's flight path.
The Qing Shen sword, flying beside Ji Yuanhao, thought happily, since I was created, this is the first time I've left the house. This form is too clunky, watch this. Boom! With a bang, the sword transformed into a cute little girl in a Qilin outfit, unbelievably adorable. The little girl happily giggled, and asked Ji Yuanhao, who was flying beside her, so exciting, where are we going now? Ji Yuanhao stared blankly at the divine sword next to him, his eyes practically popping out.
The divine sword innocently gazed at the scenery below, cheerfully saying, wow, so many sights I've never seen before, Baldy uncle, where are you taking me?
Ji Yuanhao's shiny head was already dripping with sweat, and he fearfully asked, why you? Are you that azure sword? The divine sword cheerfully giggled, and replied, ah, that's right, my previous form was too inconvenient to move around in. Isn't this form much better? Let's go on an adventure together.
Ji Yuanhao's face was now filled with utter terror. Senior expert, senior, just how incredibly powerful are the divine artifacts you create? What's more, this makes me feel like I'm babysitting a grandkid.
On one side there was happy chatter and laughter, while on the other they were fleeing in defeat. Mu Yuehuang flew after divine firmament old ancestor for a while, unable to hold back any longer, and asked, old ancestor, why did we suddenly leave? Divine firmament furrowed his brows in confusion. If we were to really clash head-on, it's not certain that we would lose. Furthermore, we haven't even used our ultimate treasure yet.
Even if we brought out the Ascendant Immortal Mirror, we could directly suppress Qing Yunzi and Emperor Grand Flame, but then what? We would have to face that person. In Divine Firmament's imagination, that person was an extremely terrifying figure, but little did he know that Jiang Chen was actually just an ignorant fool. Divine Firmament said in a low voice. This person can make Qing Yunzi and Emperor Grand Flame bow their heads and become his lackeys. Think about how strong he must be. Qing Yunzi and Mu Yuehuang both fell silent, especially Wu Shenji, who had been blown away and left without a stitch of clothing. Mu Yuehuang frowned and thought, never expecting that the Holy Land's elders, working together, still couldn't deal with Jiang Chen, the owner of that wooden house.
The old ancestor and the Holy Master both have profound strength, yet they couldn't do anything. The last time I came, the situation wasn't this bad. It's hard to imagine what it will become if this continues. At that time, even if we united the major forces of the human race's cultivation world, it would probably be useless. But we can't just leave like this either.
Qing Yunzi frowned and said,
the existence in that wooden house is indeed extremely terrifying. Perhaps, even for Ascendant Holy Land, it would be hard to provoke him. But what kind of earth-shattering scheme is this person brewing? Otherwise, he wouldn't control the Grand Flame Dynasty and Qingyun Holy Temple.
Furthermore, judging by the looks of it, he seems to have succeeded already. As he spoke, Wu Shenji used his magic to change his clothes.
He continued, when I fought with Emperor Grand Flame, that sword was constantly transferring energy to him. It must be controlled by that person from behind. He's always standing in the shadows, secretly controlling the entire battle. If he really makes a direct move in the future, it won't just threaten Ascendant Holy Land, but the entire cultivation world.
Mu Yuehuang frowned, her expression becoming serious. Qing Yunzi was right.
What if we could unite with the major forces of the other races to take action together? After hearing Wu Shenji's explanation, Divine Firmament said, with the power of our Ascendant Holy Land, there are really few in this world that we need to fear. I understand what you're thinking, but have you ever considered that if we join forces with the other races and reveal our true strength, will they also do the same?
At that time, will a war between the major forces be unavoidable? If that happens, even Ascendant Holy Land will find it difficult to control the consequences. Mu Yuehuang frowned. She was the youngest here, but to be honest, she had her own calculations. It seems like more and more forces are getting dragged into this. Before, I only wanted the old ancestor to investigate the situation, not to make things big. But if it's the entire Holy Land,
It's different. My younger sister is too trusting of Jiang Chen, seeing him as a supreme expert, even thinking that he has a debt of gratitude to her. Right now, my younger sister is still cultivating in the Ascendant Holy Realm. She hasn't come out yet. When she finishes cultivating, will she be even more deeply immersed in this relationship? While my younger sister hasn't come out yet, we must resolve this issue immediately. Not just for my younger sister, but for the entire cultivation world. We must persuade the old ancestor. Mu Yue Huang pondered for a moment, then walked to Divine Firmament's side and said, "Old ancestor, I agree with the Holy Master's idea. Right now, Senior Qing Yunzi and Emperor Grand Flame have both become Jiang Chen's lackeys. If we continue to hesitate, who knows how many other forces will be dragged in. At that time, our strength will become weaker and weaker, while his strength will become stronger and stronger. While there's still a chance, we must act immediately." Divine Firmament placed his hand on Wu Shenji's shoulder and nodded. "You're right, Shenji. After you return, immediately contact the Holy Masters of the major Holy Lands, along with the emperors of the other dynasties, and ask them to come to Ascendant Holy Land for a visit." Mu Yue Huang was surprised, not expecting Divine Firmament to agree so quickly. Divine Firmament furrowed his brows and said, "Actually, I've thought it through carefully. Right now, we still have a chance. If we continue to delay, the odds of winning will only get smaller and smaller. So we must prepare carefully and guard against all situations. Remember, what we're doing must not be revealed, it must be done in secret. Otherwise, it will be easy to fail." Mu Yue Huang nodded blankly. Yes. Even though her goal had been achieved, their behavior was becoming more and more strange. The scene shifts to Jiang Chen's extraordinary home. In the music courtyard, Jiang Chen was guiding Yunlan. After listening to the piece, he nodded in praise. "Not bad, you've made progress. However, your progress is only limited to technique, while the most important thing in music is expressing emotions and personality. I don't know how much music theory you've learned before, but there's one thing I must emphasize. Following your own path is the most important thing." Yunlan nodded in agreement. "Learning from those who came before is indeed very easy, but there will come a day when that becomes your own obstacle. I hope you remember that. If you don't pay attention to this, sooner or later you will be hindered by it, and a lifetime of effort will only result in stagnation," Yunlan replied. "Yes, master, I understand." Jiang Chen nodded, then turned to look towards Qing Yunzi and Jishuan. Yunlan followed Jiang Chen's gaze and said happily, "Old ancestor Qing Yunzi looks so much younger now. His hair is dark and shiny, his skin is smooth, and his eyes are much brighter." Yunlan exclaimed excitedly. "Old ancestor, you look so much younger." Qing Yunzi smiled brightly. "Indeed, thanks to reading that complete guide to healthy living, I had some insights, and my qi and blood are starting to recover." Jiang Chen nodded. "Not bad, keep it up, and you'll change even more in the future." Jishuan looked at Jiang Chen and said with a smile, "Senior, I've cleaned up the surroundings. Is there anything else you need to instruct?" Jiang Chen glanced around and saw that the courtyard had been swept clean, and everything was neatly arranged. This rich young master is quite handy, isn't he? The guy's finally free from chores, and he's so happy he's about to cry. If I can't cultivate, but I'm living with them, then helping them out is the right thing to do. In my previous life, I was busy for half my life, but in the end, I got nothing. Now that I have a chance to start over, of course I have to live more freely, like this secluded life, for example. Time flew by, and the day for Jiang Lingzhi's treatment to end had arrived. Yunlan swapped her out into a bigger cauldron. She looked at the cauldron and asked the old ancestor anxiously, "Is it about to succeed?" Qing Yunzi shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Recreating a special physique is something I've only seen for the first time. But Senior has profound methods, so there shouldn't be any problems. Let's just watch and see." A strange fragrance suddenly wafted from the cauldron. Elsewhere, the crowd was in an uproar, looking up at the sky and cheering. "An omen! It's the light of the cat star." Meanwhile, in other worlds, flowers were blooming in competition, and here, a sweet fragrance spread everywhere. Qing Yunzi's face turned pale, completely stunned. Yunlan couldn't help but blush, staring blankly at where the fragrance came from. Fragrant flowers bloomed everywhere. The hills were covered in flowers, creating a rare sight in the world. Jiang Chen nodded, smiling with satisfaction. "Yeah, looks like everything succeeded." The incense burner opened, and a few drops of sparkling golden liquid shot out. From within, a hand reached out, followed by a body part by part, pure and white. The fragrance of herbs filled the air. Jiang Lingzhi's body slowly floated into the air, breaking free from the medicinal liquid, surrounded by a layer of light. Could this be the kind of medicinal liquid that can transform people? The light swirling around Jiang Lingzhi grew stronger and stronger, emitting dazzling divine light. From her body, a soft fabric gradually formed, creating a complete outfit.
Jiang Chen gave a cold glance, while Jixuan, Yunlan, and Qing Yunzi were so moved they were in tears. Oh, the dazzling light, the graceful figure. Jiang Lingxie stepped out, fully clothed, her black and white hair now a pure black. She slowly opened her eyes and looked around, meaning they had succeeded.
Yunlan rushed over and hugged Jiang Linger's waist tightly. Perfect, not a single flaw. Linger, how do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?
Jiang Linger smiled and replied,
Thanks to Senior, the strange sensation caused by the heavenly yin extinct meridian has completely disappeared. I feel warm all over.
After speaking, she let go of Yunlan's hand and walked towards Jiang Chen. She was finally free from this suffering. Jiang Lingyer knelt down and, facing Jiang Chen, said sincerely, Lingyer, thanks Senior for this second chance at life. I thought I would have to live my whole life as a cripple, with no hope of ever cultivating.
But meeting you has given me another opportunity. My gratitude is beyond words. As she spoke, Jiang Linger looked as though she was about to cry.
Jiang Chen calmly walked over, extended his hand to her, and said gently, There's no need for this.
Jiang Linger stared in surprise at the hand offered to her. The future was still uncertain, but something new had definitely blossomed in her heart.
Jiang Chen smiled.
Meeting me was fate, and saving you was also fate. It's all simply destiny.
Jiang Lingyer stood there in a daze, her cheeks flushed red, her eyes fixed on Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen continued gently,
If you get a chance to start over, you must seize it. Don't live with regrets. Leave no what-ifs, and give it your all.
With that, Jiang Chen reached out and gently patted Jiang Linger on the head.
She nodded lightly, her voice soft. Yes, I understand.
After the expressions of gratitude, Jiang Chen said, All right, if there's nothing else, I need to go set up my stall. I'll leave things around the house in your hands. Yun Lan happily went to Jiang Lingyer's side, pulling her into a hug with a smile. Lingyer, congratulations, Jiang Lingyer replied enthusiastically. Sister Yun Lan, let's work even harder together from now on.
Seeing the two of them getting along so well, Qing Yunzi was also overjoyed. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, this little girl is getting more spirited by the second, and now it's Zixuan's turn to be called out. Yun Lan then recounted the whole story. Zixuan stood stiff as a board, stammering, Hello, miss.
Jiang Lingyer nodded for a moment, then asked,
Sister Yunlan, Senior, Qing Yunzi? Has Uncle Lan not returned yet? At the mention of Yinglan, the expressions of the two men changed instantly. Only now did they realize it. The scene shifts to a desolate place, where a large bloodstain mars the ground. A figure approaches, smearing the blood on the ground. This blood isn't dry. It seems he managed to get away.
The man let out a soft laugh.
You'd better lead the way properly, Yinglan. Take us to find your young miss. By now, Yinglan was gravely injured. He coughed up blood as he ran, his hacking breath suggesting he could collapse at any moment. Yinglan gritted his teeth, his brows knitted tightly, his face was dark, but his skin was deathly pale from blood loss, his robes soaked in it. He thought to himself, This can't go on, but I have to get back to the young miss. Young miss, don't come back, that place is no longer a home.
At the Jiang clan estate, a gloomy and unpredictable atmosphere hung in the air, thick with a chilling aura.
In the main hall, the man seated on the clan head's throne looked down coldly at the kneeling figure and asked, What is the situation?
This man was the current head of the Jiang clan and also Jiang Lingyer's biological father. However, at this moment he looked every bit the villain.
The kneeling man reported respectfully. Reporting to the clan head, we let Yinglan go. It appears he is looking for the young miss, however he is severely injured. It is uncertain if he can last long enough to reach her.
The Jiang clan head replied coldly.
He will. With his personality, he would crawl to her side, even if it meant dying. The kneeling man pondered for a moment, then asked, Clanhead, why did we let Yinglan go? With your cultivation, finding the young miss shouldn't be a major problem, would it?
The Jiang clan head gazed into the magic power prism before him, and said flatly,
At any other time, I could of course find her with ease, but this time, even with my magic, all I can see is a shroud of fog. I cannot find a single trace. Therefore, our only choice is to let Yinglan lead the way.
However, one thing puzzled him, that there was still a place in the cultivation world that he could not spy on. Could what Yinglan said be true? Has Jiang Lingxie really found a solution for her heavenly yin's severed meridians?
Blood flowed endlessly from Yinglan's wounds. This meant that he had found his way to Jiang Chen's home and met Jiang Lingwei. But his injuries had also become more severe. Yinglan gritted his teeth and coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body collapsing to the ground as blood continued to gush from his wounds.
Jiang Linger ran over in a panic.
Uncle Lan, what happened to you? Are you all right? Yinglan struggled to say, Young miss, I'm fine. It's good to see you again. Jiang Ling'er's face was pale as she cried and trembled, asking, Uncle Lan, why are you covered in so much blood?
Witnessing that horrifying scene, Yun Lan and Jixuan were both stunned into silence.
Jiang Ling'er, heartbroken and furious, cried out, Who on earth did this?
Qing Yunzi rushed over and said anxiously, Yingxiang, don't say anything yet, let me heal you first. Qing Yunzi's power flowed into Yinglan's body, and the wounds began to heal.
But suddenly, the healing process hit a snag. Even Qing Yunzi, who was treating him, sensed something strange.
Yinglan seemed to be even more severely injured, continuing to cough up blood. Jiang Ling'er panicked and asked Qing Yunzi, What's happening?
Even Yunlan felt a chill of fear. Qing Yunzi angrily exclaimed, Damn it, this is impossible, Lan Xiong. What exactly is wrong with your wounds? There's a force of extreme cold constantly eroding your vitality. My power is only having the opposite effect, Qing Yunzi explained.
Yinglan slumped into Jiang Ling'er's arms, weakly saying,
It's useless. The power within my body is unique to the Jiang clan. Unless someone from the Jiang clan takes action, no one can heal this wound. He frowned deeply and said, Could you all excuse us for a moment? I have something I need to discuss privately with the young miss.
Yuan Lan looked at Qing Yunzi, nodded in agreement, and even though he was worried, Qing Yunzi reluctantly left. Once everyone was gone, Jiang Ling'er pressed Lan Shubo. Everyone's gone now. What exactly happened? Yang Lan gritted his teeth and said, Young miss, from now on, do not return to the Jiang clan.
Jiang Ling'er asked in shock, What are you saying? Why are you suddenly telling me not to go home? What happened at home? A look of pain crossed Yinglan's face as he said, There are things I plan to tell you later, but now I have no choice. Your mother and I both belong to an ancient Yi race, the descendants of the Yang clan. However, compared to the Jiang clan, our Yang clan is small and isolated, and our bloodline inheritance is mostly hidden. Because of this, our clan has been declining over time, and by your mother's generation, there were fewer than 100 people left. Our Yang clan has an extremely special bloodline inheritance, which is the ability to gather the pure yin power of heaven and earth and condense it within the body. The more pure yin power, the stronger the force, especially when cultivating. You can say you're already halfway to success. Your mother was the one with the purest bloodline of the Yang clan since ancient times, possessing an innate talent. Back then, countless geniuses admired your mother, and I was just one of them.
Your father at the time had schemes, was good at disguises, and was extremely attentive to your mother. Moreover, he was the young master of the Jiang clan, with a noble and prominent status that ordinary geniuses couldn't compare to.
Later, he promised your mother that he would use the power of the Jiang clan to rebuild the Yang clan. Therefore, your mother turned down the marriage proposal. At that time, I also gave up pursuing your mother, and eventually joined the Jiang clan.
Everything seemed to be going well
until your mother gave birth to you and then suddenly passed away.
It was also at that time that my hair turned from black to silver white, and I was extremely furious. Yinglan continued, I questioned your father about what happened, but he suddenly changed completely, becoming cold and aloof.
No matter how I questioned him, he refused to say anything. I even saw murderous intent in his eyes. I wasn't afraid. I was determined to find out the truth about your mother's death. And so, I took care of the helpless young miss, while secretly investigating the cause of your mother's death.
Jiang Ling'er felt her mind was in chaos, unsure of what to think, and she asked, Lan Shubo, what happened after that?
Yinglan gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. And then you grew older.
During that time, I continued to investigate your mother's death, but in the end, I couldn't find any clues. Until this time when I returned, I was attacked by those Jiang clan members. Of course, with my current cultivation level, Yinglan could only endure the injuries and suffer in silence, unable to do anything else.
As soon as he received the news from Yinglan, Jiang Yingtian immediately flew into a rage.
His eyes bloodshot as he questioned harshly, You said Ling'er has found a way to cure the heavenly yin severed meridians.
I've been scheming for so long, and you dare to ruin my plans like this.
In an instant,
Yinglan understood the whole truth.
It was all Jiang Yingtian's sinister plot.
In Wuhua City, the sunlight still stretched lazily across everything.
Jiang Chen was strolling leisurely through the city, a red bean bun in his hand, when suddenly, a red bean popped out.
As he took a bite of the bun, he suddenly felt uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen.
Sure enough, his premonition was right. At that moment, Jiang Lingye was in immense pain. She placed Yinglan's rough hand on her face, but felt helpless to do anything. Lan Shushu's injuries were getting worse, and even though the heavenly yin extinct meridian had been removed, she still couldn't help. His cultivation is gradually weakening. If this continues, Qing Yunzi sighed, looking at Jiang Lingye and saying, "The injuries caused by Jiang Yingtian, I can't deal with either. It's shameful that Jiang clan's patriarch is too strong. Even if I were at my peak, I wouldn't be his match."
Yunlan exclaimed worriedly. Ancient remnant race. Those 4 words carry immeasurable weight, even for the Holy Land's old ancestor. Right now, the only person who can help us is Senior.
All their hopes were pinned on Jiang Chen's appearance. Just as the thought flashed in her mind, the door burst open. Jiang Chen walked in from outside, seemingly having rushed back. He looked at everyone and said, "Sorry, I kept feeling uneasy, so I came back sooner than planned."
As soon as she saw Jiang Chen, Jiang Lingye let go of Yinglan and rushed towards him. She hugged Jiang Chen tightly, pleading earnestly, "Senior, please, you must save him."
Jiang Chen looked at her in surprise and asked, "What's wrong? I'm back now." Jiang Lingye nodded, tears streaming down her face. As if she had finally found someone who understood her feelings, she said, "But the situation isn't good. It's all my fault." Jiang Chen shook his head reassuringly. "Don't blame yourself just yet. Take me to him right away."
Qing Yunzi seized the opportunity to interject. The one who hurt him left a method on his body, constantly eroding his vitality. "I've tried to help, but there's nothing more I can do."
Jiang Chen walked towards Yinglan, who was lying on the bed, and said, "It's okay, leave it to me."
He quickly checked the injury. This condition was too serious. It seemed like he had been poisoned. There was no time to delay. Jiang Chen pondered. If not handled in time, the consequences would be disastrous. It seems that the one who injured him is also a capable person.
He turned to the group of Qing Yunzi and ordered, "I have to immediately heal Lan Shushu. You guys need to act fast too. Yun Lan, go to the backyard and pick some herbs, just the ones from the 2 plots in the front. And Lingye, you go prepare hot water." The 2 replied in unison and hurriedly left. To Jiang Chen, everyone in the courtyard was considered his guest. When a guest gets injured, of course he can't ignore it. For the time being, he put aside figuring out why Yinglan was injured and poisoned,
and just focused on completing his task well. After that, Jiang Chen took out his acupuncture kit.
In just a short time, Yinglan had fully recovered and was able to sit up normally. The kids were overjoyed to see this scene. Sure enough, Jiang Chen lived up to his name, resolving everything quickly and efficiently. Jiang Chen wiped the sweat from his face and said gently,
"It's all right for now. You just need to rest.
The external wounds aren't a concern. What's worrying is the poison that accumulated in your body. Although I'm not sure what it was, I've removed it so you can rest assured. Try moving around, you'll definitely recover completely in a little while." Yinglan did as Jiang Chen said. Then he clasped his hands together in gratitude, saying, "There really isn't any threat left in my body, and my spiritual power is flowing smoothly, even stronger than before. I'm truly grateful, Senior." Jiang Chen was a little confused. He smiled helplessly and said, "Why are you starting to call me Senior too? Ha ha ha." At this time, Jiang Lingye ran from behind Jiang Chen to call Yinglan.
She hugged her Shushu tightly, bursting into tears. While crying, she called out, "Lan Shushu." Yinglan smiled happily, gently comforting. "Miss, I'm all right now, luckily thanks to Senior."
Qing Yunzi sighed in admiration. "Lucky to have Senior, making me feel ashamed of my inferiority." In Qing Yunzi's eyes at this moment were filled with admiration. Jiang Chen confidently accepted the compliment. He thought proudly, "How could I not be awesome? Otherwise, how would I be worthy of my top-level medical skills?" The next day, sunlight shone again into Jiang Chen's courtyard. Qing Yunzi happily jumped up, gave Yinglan's rock-hard six-pack a playful punch, and praised, "It's truly miraculous. Your body feels even tougher than before, and you can't even see any signs of injuries anymore." Yinglan angrily grabbed Qing Yunzi by the collar, lifted the old geezer up, and scolded. "All right, that's enough." Qing Yunzi put on a pair of pitiful eyes, looked at him, and said, "Aren't you done playing yet?" Jixuan twitched his lips and asked Yunlan standing next to him, "Have they always been like this?" Yunlan helplessly nodded. Suddenly, Yunlan said, "Speaking of which," Jixuan excitedly turned to ask, "Speaking of what?" Unexpectedly, Yunlan walked towards Jiang Lingye and asked,
"Lingye, little sis, have you thought it through? Do you want to tell Senior about your situation?" Jixuan was suddenly abandoned and felt extremely awkward and embarrassed.
Jiang Lingye looked troubled. She shook her head and said, "I still don't know. I don't want to bother Senior any further, since this is a private matter for my family anyway." Qing Yunzi, with several lumps on his head from the beating, walked up to Jiang Lingye and happily said, "No matter what, with Senior's compassion, he'll definitely help you. Just relax."
Jiang Lingye thought to herself, "Even though the heavenly yin severed meridians have been resolved, That power still exists.
Senior Yunlan and Senior Qing Yunzi are right. Only Senior can help me now. Seeing that Jiang Lingye was still worried, Yunlan enthusiastically encouraged her. Go for it, Lingye. With Senior here, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jixuan also gave a thumbs up and nodded in agreement.
Even the fox spirit sis is cheering her on. Looks like she's made up her mind this time.
Jiang Lingye smiled and said, I'll tell Senior about it tomorrow.
The very next day in the back courtyard, Jiang Chen was sitting at a stone table drinking tea when Jiang Lingye came looking for him, her eyes darting around nervously.
Jiang Chen leisurely gazed at the tea in his hand, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Jiang Lingye clenched her hands tightly, a look of hesitation clear on her face, probably wondering if she should tell him. But then she shook her head, negating that thought.
She definitely had to say it now. Her eyes were filled with determination. And then, Jiang Lingye suddenly shouted, Senior, causing Jiang Chen, who was enjoying his tea, to jump in surprise and nearly spit out his tea.
Jiang Chen stood there like a statue, his eyes blank as he looked at Jiang Lingye, resembling an innocent kitten that didn't understand what was happening. Jiang Lingye suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. Actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a very long time. Jiang Chen suddenly stiffened. Based on his experience, Jiang Lingye's awkward and hesitant demeanor couldn't help but make him suspicious.
Could it be that she has feelings for me?
There's something I've thought about a lot, but I don't know if telling you will cause you trouble.
Jiang Lingye continued, her voice gradually fading.
Jiang Chen pondered, his mind racing with a series of speculations, a strange feeling creeping into his heart. He froze for a few seconds before suddenly realizing the bizarre situation. What was going on? Jiang Chen looked at Jiang Lingye in surprise, a series of questions rising in his heart. Could it be that she really has feelings for me? But what's so special about me? Moreover, she's a young miss from a wealthy family. Why would she take notice of me? Is this real or just a prank? He thought to himself. Because he didn't know what Jiang Lingye was going to say. Afraid of misunderstanding, Jiang Chen decided to keep silent.
Jiang Lingye spoke again. My family might be coming here soon.
Jiang Chen swallowed. Her family. He began to have some doubts.
Even though Jiang Lingye is young, always outside with just one servant, in this dangerous world, aren't her family worried?
It seems that this young lady left home without permission, and now her family has found out and will definitely come looking for her. But looking at Lingye's expression, could it be that she has a conflict with her family?
As expected, Jiang Lingye continued, I haven't gotten along with my family since I was a child. Whether it's people in the clan or those so-called siblings, almost everyone looks down on me.
Jiang Lingye looked at Jiang Chen with teary eyes,
while he rested his hand on his cheek, deep in thought. It seems that her family is going to take her back. Lingye must have left home because of family discord.
Family.
It's like a sociological concept, right? Basically, it's a mom, a dad, and the kiddos all stuck together. The whole vibe of that household, the air, the traditions, the daily drama, it messes with your head. Especially when you're a kid. A happy family. You get love and security. A messed up, cold family, hello? Anxiety and insecurity. So yeah, the feels between family members are kinda important for growing up normal-ish.
So right now, the Jiang family wants to drag Lingye back home, but she's being all stubborn and even, kinda disgusted.
After hanging around her for a bit, I've figured out Lingye a bit. She's actually pretty damn smart and sensitive. She makes you feel bad for her.
The fact that she doesn't want to go back probably means there's some messed up secret she's hiding.
Jiang Lingye nodded awkwardly and asked, So, can you help me with this?
Jiang Chen felt like this was a pickle. I mean, it's someone else's family drama. Should he even be sticking his nose into this? He's just a small-time merchant, no power, no clout. If her fam is loaded and has evil goons, he's screwed. Jiang Lingye suddenly said, If I go back, it's not just me. Uncle Lan is going to be in serious danger too.
Jiang Chen's heart did a triple take. He finally gets it. That's why Ying Lan was so messed up.
He remembers that brutal wound, his face went white. Looks like Lingye wasn't kidding. This is getting complicated. He's not exactly Mother Teresa, but when it comes to life and death, Jiang Chen decided to nod.
He looked at Jiang Lingye and said, If they actually show up here, I'll try to help you.
Jiang Lingye felt like a freaking weight had been lifted off her shoulders.
Just one sentence from Jiang Chen, and her wobbling heart suddenly calmed the F down. She just knows that when Senior says something, he'll do it. Even though they're not BFFs, he's willing to help her with just a word.
He ain't even scared of the ancient relic race, a super powerful and mysterious force. Anyone else would have noped out of here ASAP. But with Senior around, even her tyrannical and selfish dad can't do SHT.
Jiang Lingye wiped away her tears of joy, her heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Senior, and thanks to you too, little fox. She happily touched the little fox. The two rubbed against each other as if sharing the joy.
Those guys,
Qing Yunzi, Yunlan, and Jishuan, hiding in the bushes, couldn't help but smile too. This time, things are considered settled. In the following days, everything gradually returned to normal. Everyone focused on their work. After learning the truth about her mother's death, Jiang Lingqie was more determined to cultivate than ever before. Jiang Chen's small courtyard also gradually regained its original peace and quiet. However, outside, there were other changes. The Feather Transformation Holy Land secretly summoned the major forces, and even invited old enemies. At the same time, the geniuses who once shook the cultivation world suddenly fell silent in a strange way. No one knew what was happening, and no one knew who was behind it all. How Emperor Dayan also heard some news. He held the secret report in his hand, and pondered. Those people in the Feather Transformation Holy Land just returned from the senior's place. Why are they doing this? They are obviously targeting the senior! I originally wanted to go to the senior's hermitage again, but I am busy with work and cannot leave. I still want to ask more about that wooden sword, but with the senior's ability, it doesn't make much difference whether I go or not. I will visit the senior after I finish my work. Alright. However, at the same time, in a place thousands of miles away from the log cabin, the space suddenly vibrated violently, shattering into pieces. From the shattered void, a man walked out, followed by several masked men in black. Looking at the color of his hair, this man was exactly the same as Jiang Lingwu. He was Jiang Lingwu, the son of Jiang Yingtian. He frowned, his voice full of annoyance. Damn it, that Yinglan lost track around here, right? The men in black replied in unison. Yes, young master. Jiang Lingwu frowned and muttered. It's strange. Obviously my father taught me how to track the heavenly yin absolute meridian, but I can't feel a trace of aura. I've come all the way to the Feather Transformation Holy Land, and still have no clues. That's so careless. At first, I thought it was just a small mission, but who knew those two would hide so well? If I can't find them, it means I have failed to complete my father's order. Thinking of this, Jiang Lingwu's face flushed red. His reputation would be damaged, and even his right to inherit the position of patriarchs might be shaken. A man in black next to him asked, Young master, should we take action now? Jiang Lingwu spoke, his tone full of caution. Wait, we haven't determined the exact location of Jiang Lingwu yet. Acting right now is definitely not a wise decision. If this is just a cover-up by that Yinglan, then all our previous efforts will be in vain. Currently, the top priority is to find Jiang Lingye. Other things can be put on hold. Yinglan has been seriously injured. He no longer has the ability to cause trouble. Even if he was at his peak, it would be difficult to face the combined efforts of the three of you. So, don't rush, let's go, we must find the whereabouts of those two. The group set off immediately, but their direction was still towards the Feather Transformation Holy Land. A man in black spoke in doubt. Could it be that he has discovered us, and is deliberately leading us to the Feather Transformation Holy Land? Jiang Lingwu thought for a while, and then replied. It is also possible that they have actually entered the Feather Transformation Holy Land, and used a powerful secret method to hide. He snorted, his face full of arrogance. So what if it's the Feather Transformation Holy Land? If Jiang Lingye and her Jiang clan people dare to hide and refuse to hand it over, then that is a declaration of war against the Jiang clan, and we will destroy them without batting an eye. Haha. Jiang Lingwu's laughter echoed throughout the space. At the same time, in Jiang Chen's small courtyard, Jiang Lingye was sitting by the river, immersed in her cultivation. Yinglan and Qing Yunzi stood at a distance, observing her. Qing Yunzi gently asked, Yinglan, can you sense it? The power of the heaven's yin meridian on Lingbre not only helps her cultivation, but can also be guided by a special method to enhance her physique. Yinglan nodded in agreement. I've noticed it too. The heaven's yin meridian on the young lady is formed from the pure yin power of her mother, refined by sect leader Jiang Yingtian. It contains a powerful force, but it's very difficult to control. Now, the senior has shown outstanding talent. By helping the young lady utilize this power, it's unbelievable that even the senior can do it. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingwu's group had also discovered Jiang Chen's small wooden house. It looked utterly ordinary, without any trace of magical power. Clearly just the residence of a mortal. Jiang Lingwu immediately denied. Jiang Lingye can't be here. Yinglan was now injured and her magic power significantly weakened, unable to detect the presence of the other group, nor could she cast any blinding spells. However, the people in black affirmed, Yinglan's aura seems to disappear here as well. Jiang Lingwu placed a finger on his forehead to sense it. And as soon as he finished, he felt something strange. Clearly, there wasn't any aura in that wooden house at all. It wasn't that they were discovered by Yinglan, but that the wooden house itself had a problem from the start. The owner of the wooden house was leisurely sitting in the courtyard, with some wine and snacks in front of him. Today was a day he was being lazy at home. Going to Feather Transformation City was only due to life's demands, The real enjoyment was still at home. Moreover, the sound of sweeping resonated steadily.
The cleaner was there, the bodyguard was there, the dance partner was there, the background music was there, and even the pet and caretaker were there. Everything was carefully calculated,
just needing an additional chef to take over the cooking, and everything would be perfect. That was because he was injured when he returned last time, and there was nowhere to buy new clothes in this desolate place. Recently, he has been too lazy to go to Feather Transformation City as well.
Jiang Chen snapped his fingers. Got it. He just needed to use his skillful sewing techniques to make a new set of clothes for him. Anyway, he was idle at home. Time passed, and after finishing sewing, Jiang Chen brought the clothes to Yinglan.
As soon as he saw them, Yinglan couldn't help but be astonished, swallowing hard, with fear evident on his face.
This, the old man said awkwardly. This, I can't accept it. In Jiang Chen's eyes, this set of clothes was just ordinary, but to Yinglan, it was a glittering object, radiating brilliant golden light.
The item wrapped in this cloth bag contained supreme mysteries, causing my blood to boil endlessly. Yinglan hurriedly shook his head to refuse. Senior has already saved my life. That kindness has not yet been repaid, and now you bestow such a divine object upon me, I really dare not accept it.
Jiang Chen smiled gently and said,
This is just a replacement set of clothes for the old one on your body. It's tailored to your measurements, so if you don't accept it, no one else can wear it. Then my efforts will be in vain.
Yinglan scratched his head awkwardly and said,
This is truly unexpected fortune. Then I will respectfully obey.
Jiang Chen laughed loudly. Just take it. Quickly change into the clothes on your body. After Yinglan put them on,
his body radiated golden light continuously, looking extremely confident.
Jiang Chen happily clapped his hands and praised. It fits perfectly, as expected of him. Yinglan adjusted his scarf while smiling and thanking. Senior? After putting it on, he clearly felt a comprehensive change in spirit and temperament. Hearing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and said with a light smile, Then I have some things to take care of. I'll take my leave first. Yinglan nodded in response. Senior, rest assured, leave the courtyard to me. Jiang Chen entrusted everything to Yinglan and then left.
Just as Jiang Chen disappeared from sight, Qing Yunzi quietly appeared, his eyes full of admiration as he gazed at Yinglan's new outfit. He exclaimed, Wow, this is something else. A look of reverence was plastered all over his face.
Qing Yunzi continued, I was just researching the complete compendium of health cultivation, when I suddenly sensed an aura of supreme divine power. I came to investigate, and unexpectedly witnessed Brother Lan possessing such a precious divine artifact. Truly, it's something to celebrate.
Yinglan laughed and replied, I must thank you greatly, Senior. When I put it on, I felt my blood and qi surging like a raging tide, and the magical power within me bubbling non-stop like a flowing spring.
Qing Yunzi eagerly urged,
What are you waiting for? Quickly circulate your magic power. Who knows, your cultivation might take a leap forward. I'm really eager to see what happens.
Yinglan, while channeling his magic power, responded,
You're right. I'll seize this opportunity to comprehend the blessing of this high-level expert.
Focusing intently, Yinglan glued his eyes to the void. Suddenly, he unleashed a punch. Energy surged around his arm like a violent storm. Qing Yunzi was almost blown away, and even Yinglan nearly lost control of this terrifying power. Meanwhile, Kuan Lingwu and his subordinates were still hovering in the air, carefully observing Jiang Chen's wooden house, disregarding the warnings of those under his command.
One of the men in black spoke up. Yinglan's aura seems to have vanished.
Kuan Lingwu turned to look at him and said, Perhaps Yinglan and Kuan Lingrier are hiding inside that wooden house. It's strange. Even our Quan clan's secret techniques can't penetrate it. My divine sense can cover thousands of miles, and with the cultivation of the three of you combined, we still can't sense any aura inside. Could someone be helping them? Kuan Lingwu and his subordinates couldn't help but ponder.
Another man in black asked, Young master, what should we do next?
Kuan Lingwu smirked. Don't be hasty. Although Yinglan is injured, if he recklessly activates the power of the Ying clan's bloodline, it would be troublesome. Moreover, there might be a mysterious expert behind these two.
As a precaution, the three of you should set up the Great Zhang Metal Extermination Formation here.
The Great Zhang Metal Extermination Formation is one of the most terrifying secret arts of the Quan clan, possessing terrifying destructive and sealing power. This formation has the ability to create 10,000 and 8,000 peerless killing swords, turning the entire covered area into a land of death.
The power of the formation is directly proportional to the abilities of the one controlling it. If the three of them preside over it together, even the city lord of a human sacred ground would find it difficult to gain an advantage. However, using this formation to deal with Yinglan's group is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut, a complete waste.
In reality, Kuai Lingwu had no intention of using the Great Gang Metal Extermination Formation to deal with Yinglan. His real target was Kuai Lingwu.
He thought to himself, I am the future clan leader of the Quan clan. With a secure position, unparalleled talent, and a supreme bloodline, how can I accept the existence of such trash sister? The heavenly Yin severed meridians are a stain on the Quan clan. Yet father still allows her to live? I will definitely have her pierced by 10,000 swords to satisfy the anger in my heart.
Thinking of that scene,
Kuai Lingwu couldn't help but chuckle, a smile full of malice. He was certain that the feeling would be absolutely wonderful, and that mysterious guy must also die. What a dreamer.
Kuai Lingzhi was focused on cultivating in Jiang Chen's courtyard.
Every movement she made exuded an air of dignity. A golden halo enveloped her body, and strands of true qi transformed into military seals, protecting her like a screen.
From afar, Yunlan and Jixuan watched, their hearts filled with admiration.
Lingzhi, you're really making amazing progress, Yunlan exclaimed. Kuai Lingzhi modestly replied, You praise me too much, sister. I still need to work hard.
Yunlan then said, I brought some pastries that Senior made. Take a break with me for a while. Jiang Lingshi sat down and smiled. Thank you, sister. Senior's pastries always help me increase my cultivation. After eating, I'll cultivate even better.
Yunlan looked at her worriedly. I've noticed that you haven't been resting at all lately. Will your body be able to handle it if you keep going like this?
Kuai Lingzhi reassured her.
Don't worry, sister. Since my heavenly yin severed meridians were healed, my body has been overflowing with energy. This little bit of cultivation is nothing.
Jixuan, while munching on a pastry, asked,
But are you still worried about your relationship with Senior?
Jiang Lingyi sadly admitted.
You saw through it? The truth is, I've been training so hard because I don't want to burden Senior.
This is my family's issue, and it's better if I can resolve it myself. Plus, I want to settle things with my father once and for all.
Yunlan, worried, quickly said, Alright, let's not talk about heavy stuff anymore. Eat while it's hot, or it'll get cold soon.
Jiang Chen's dim sum looked incredibly appealing, making anyone want to dig in right away. Jiang Linghuo'er took one and said, This is Senior's kindness. It wouldn't be good to let it get cold. From the distance, a mysterious force suddenly appeared, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Linghuo'er was about to eat when she was drawn to the aura outside.
That's right, it was an extremely familiar aura, the Grand Gang Metal Annihilation Formation.
In the sky outside the courtyard, a giant sword almost covered the entire space, preparing to descend. This was the Grand Gang Metal Annihilation Formation, a terrifying power that Jixuan shuddered at upon witnessing it for the first time.
Jiang Lingyi looked worriedly in that direction, thinking to herself, So they came here yesterday, but they were secretly observing, instead of showing themselves. That's definitely my father's style. And that older brother of mine too. They'll stop at nothing for the throne. Father not only killed my mother, but now he's closing in step by step, wanting to push Uncle Lan to his death.
Jiang Lingyi's heart ached with torment, and she couldn't sit idly by.
They clearly shared the same blood. They were clearly family. Why were they so ruthless? A drop of kin blood was worth more than an ocean of strangers, like a thorn piercing through her life to this day. She really didn't understand. Uncle Lan clearly had no blood relation to her, but he treated her like family. Senior also had no blood relation, but had given her a new life, so what was the meaning of that family bond?
Seeing Jiang Lingyi silent and in pain, plus the giant sword in the sky, Yunlan couldn't help but worry. She walked over, put her hand on Jiang Lingyi's shoulder, and asked, Lingyi, have your family come? Should I call Senior?
Jiang Lingyi smiled, shook her head. No need. If they've caused me so much pain, I'll cut that bond myself.
Jiang Lingyi took a bite of the pastry in her hand, her eyes filled with determination.
Let me go talk to them. Outside the grand formation, Jiang Lingwu stood attentively, his heart burning with anxiety.
He gritted his teeth, a question rising in his head. Why haven't they come out yet? Could they have all run away? Unable to restrain himself, he decided that maybe he should force them to make a move first.
With this formation, I don't believe I can't flatten that wooden house of theirs.
His eyes shone like fire, his smile twisted like a devil.
Jiang Lingwu roared madly. Who knows, I might even cripple those two bugs. I want them to wish they were dead. But suddenly, his expression returned to normal.
He looked at the person who had just appeared with eyes full of resentment.
Oh, looks like you have some courage, huh? My good little sister. His voice was full of sarcasm.
Jiang Lingwu sneered and asked Jiang Lingyi, What's wrong, not running away?
Jiang Lingshi coldly replied, I didn't expect you to act so quickly.
She clenched her fists, questioning, I'm asking you.
It was clearly aimed at me. Why did you hurt Uncle Lan?
Jiang Lingwu burst out laughing.
Why? You're still asking why? How ridiculous.
Father has already said,
You and the Ying clan must both be eliminated in the river of time.
Hearing this, Jiang Lingye's heart sank into despair. With no hope left, she formed a hand seal while coldly declaring, "What do you want to do?
If you dare target Uncle Lon again, see if you can get past me first."
Jiang Lingye sneered, mocking.
"My dear little sister, you can't even protect yourself, and you're talking about protecting others?"
Jiang Lingwu frowned, questioning.
"Are you saying father wants to kill me too?"
Jiang Lingolger glanced at her disdainfully, replying, "He won't kill you. Father instructed us to spare your dog life. Since you're already out here, stop yapping, activate the grand formation, cripple her cultivation, and bring her back alive." He seemed determined to eliminate Yinglan and everyone in the wooden house. The three figures in black robes obeyed the order and immediately activated the grand formation. Countless swords rained down on the house, so many that they were unquantifiable. The entire sky was filled with sharp blades. They seemed to be sentient, passing through Jiang Lingwu and stabbing straight into the wooden house.
Jiang Lingshare, seeing this, calmly warned, "I advise you to stop. If you want to fight me, I can go far away with you, but if you disturb the senior in the house, you will regret it for eternity."
Jiang Linger heard the warning but still laughed arrogantly. "Haha, a senior in the house. Isn't that just the backer hiding behind you? Just a turtle hiding its head who hasn't dared to show his face? How laughable."
As he was laughing haughtily, the sound of a zither suddenly rang out, disrupting Jiang Lingzhi's mind.
"The zither music must be from Yunlan," she timely assisted Jiang Lingwu.
She completely focused on the melody, her eyes gentle as if one with the tune.
Yunlan's zither music carried the power of control, rendering the black-robed figures unable to move. Jiang Lingwu happily turned around, her eyes stopping on the person below. Yunlan Gege has timely helped her. Jiang Linger witnessed this scene, her eyes turning bloodshot, her face contorted with anger. She actually found allies. This useless thing who couldn't accomplish anything since she was little.
Unable to control his rage, he reached out, preparing to cast a spell to attack the house. "Die for me. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for wanting to be friends with my little sister." A streak of light shot towards Yunlan, but she only showed slight surprise without much reaction.
Because before the light could touch the house, it was blocked by a layer of barrier and reflected back.
Jiang Linger looked over in shock. It was bounced back. What followed was a scene he couldn't believe. Without him knowing when, a pair of dazzling golden butterfly wings had appeared behind Jiang Lingwu. Countless small butterflies fluttered around her. The large butterfly wings seemed capable of withstanding all the swords stabbing down.
Jiang Lingshare gritted his teeth, his heart trembling. This is her heavenly yin meridian.
Her heavenly yin meridian has been cured. Not only that, but it has become so powerful that it can withstand his attacks.
Unforgivable. Unforgivable.
Aha! Jiang Linger screamed in frustration.
From the ground, countless long hands reached out, as if wanting to drag people down to hell. Those hands gradually clung to Jiang Lingzhe, swirling around and enveloping him.
He screamed madly. Father values her, so what he wants must be this mysterious power, the heavenly yin meridian. For my future position as sect leader, I gotta take you out. No forgiveness here, buddy.
Ku Lingwu was totally losing it. His hair was flying everywhere, and he was surrounded by this bloody aura. Yikes! From behind him, a demon mask appeared, like it was crying blood. Seriously freaky looking. Ku Lingwu screamed, "Your heavenly yin meridian is healed. Looks like you got a big shot helping you. I want to see who's got the guts to mess with the Kus clan." Seeing all this, Ku Lingxir couldn't help but worry. She didn't expect Ku Lingwu to get this serious all of a sudden, and it looked like he was going after that mysterious senior too.
Ku Linger frowned and said to Yunlan, "Yunlanji, leave my brother to me. You focus on stopping that sword formation over there. You gotta be careful. Those three powerhouses haven't even shown their real cards yet. This is just the beginning, even for my brother."
Yunlan nodded. "Okay, you be careful too." She looked super cautious. Then, Ku Linglir flew towards Ku Lingwu, where the sky was churning and bloody red clouds were swirling like a tornado. Ku Lingjer was like a blazing sun, rushing forward. Even facing her dangerous brother, she wasn't scared at all.
On the other side, the three Ku clan powerhouses were still being held back by Yunlan. The sword formation was stable for now. Yunlan sat back down and used the sound of her zither as a weapon. Attacking like a whirlwind, she calmly dealt with the killing formation. No wonder she's got Jiang Chen backing her. The three powerhouses were temporarily paralyzed by Yunlan's music.
Ku Lingwu suddenly laughed. "Looks like your little sister over there is having a tough time too. It's a long way off. I want to see how long you can hold out. You should just surrender now and come back with me while you still can."
Ku Lingwer stubbornly refused. "I believe she'll be fine. You should worry about yourself first." Her butterfly wings flapped hard, and tons of butterflies flew out, attacking Ku Lingwu head-on. Ku Lingwu clicked his tongue, scoffing. Still talking tough when you're about to die. He immediately charged forward, with a huge hand appearing above and below to add to his momentum. Not sure what those hands do, but they're definitely there for a reason. Maybe just for show, haha. That demon mask kept spitting out a dark and unbelievably chilling stream of true Q. Golden rays of light flashed and spread everywhere from the sky. Ku Linglinger formed a hand seal and mumbled an incantation in her head, preparing to cast a spell. The two massive energies collided, creating two explosions of purple and gold in the sky, like opposing yin and yang forces. Ku Lingir suddenly felt a familiar demonic energy fluctuation. Those guys have started activating the sword formation. At this moment, Yunlan rushed over in a panic. My attack has been blocked. What should we do? The Yi Jing Gang killing sword formation was activated once again. Ku Lingwu was super excited, laughing non-stop. If it were normal, Jiang Lingquer would have been cornered. But now, she's not just standing still, she's trained a lot more. So Jiang Linghe rushed out, spreading her large wings to shield Yunlan behind her. That small and fragile body held unimaginable strength. In contrast to Jiang Lingter, Yunlan was super worried and gloomy, but mostly just frustrated. She bit her lip, thinking, What am I even good for? I've been learning from Senior for so long, and I can't even help, Senior said, to find my own style, find my own path. But how? What am I even right now? My abilities are full of noise. What do I do? Suddenly, the little fox appeared, munching on a pastry and giggling. You're way too uptight. She still had pastry crumbs on her face, but she started lecturing about life's principles. Everyone has weaknesses, especially a man who's been in seclusion for so long. A seductive aroma radiated from Tushan Mo. Those guys were still dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on, when suddenly a beautiful fox girl with no clothes appeared in front of them. This scene made the three high-level cultivators freeze in place, nosebleeds streaming down their faces, intoxicated by Tushan Mo's charm. Seriously. When she makes a move, nothing can compare. Tushan Mo transformed into human form, the degree of seal release currently at about 50%. She playfully stuck out her tongue, smiling at Yunlan. Hey sis, sometimes you gotta use a few tricks, ya know? Yunlan asked in surprise. Fox sister? Tushan Mo chuckled. I'm here to help you guys. Let's go get rid of them together. Jiang Lingjier felt relieved when Tushan Mo showed up to help. Sure enough, good people are rewarded. Yunlan also felt more at ease after Tushan Mo helped out, and her heart was less worried. She nodded. Yeah, let's go. Then she sat back down, focusing on her zither music. This time, the music transformed into countless azure and golden attacks, pouring down on those who were trapped by Tushan Mo's mist. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the earth trembled, and the three figures were vaguely visible, their life or death unknown. But one thing was certain. They didn't have time to dodge or defend, because Tushan Mo's captivating fragrance was too high level, trapping them in an illusion they couldn't escape from. Xu Lingwu, seeing the situation was bad, looked over at them, but it was too late. There was no way to get them out of the illusion, damn it. It's just a few people I hate to the bone, and I can't even kill them all. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xu Lingwu went berserk, yelling, glaring at Jiang Lingwer's group. I'm gonna chop you guys into pieces. Supernatural power erupted. Xu Lingwu suddenly raised both hands, gritting his teeth and shouting, Hata! A surge of true ki poured out of his body, seemingly about to make his opponents tremble. The crazier the enemy gets, the more calm I have to be. Jiang Lingwer chanted an incantation while observing Xu Lingwu, ready to receive his attack at any moment. The Zhu clan originally came from an ancient lineage that survived a miraculous extermination, and their bloodline power is considered unparalleled. Moreover, Jiang Ling'er also possesses a mixed bloodline between the Zhu clan and the Ying clan. However, Jiang Chen had once warned her, remember, you've just cured your heavenly yin absolute meridian, and you can't freely use these two forces yet. Don't be impatient. As expected, she suffered a backlash and her body was no longer in control. Xu Lingwu saw Jiang Ling'er suddenly freeze and laughed triumphantly. Haha, what's wrong? Scared by my power, huh? You trash. Jiang Ling'er gritted her teeth, enduring the pain to continue manipulating her magic, determined not to fall at this moment. No matter how painful it was, she believed that a senior would worry and help heal her. However, her strength was gradually dissipating, and at the same time, countless hands reached out towards her from the void, as if trying to drag her down to hell. That damned son of a bitch was extremely smug, because he was about to ruin his father's plan by killing Jiang Ling'er, feeling extremely pleased and arrogant. At this moment, the butterfly wings behind Jiang Ling'er had completely disappeared. She faced that terrifying force without any way to dodge, and only one thought remained in her mind.
Could it be that everything will end here?
Jiang Linger's face turned pale, looking at the disaster about to befall her.
She knew she couldn't avoid it, but her heart was still full of resentment.
That enormous energy was getting closer and closer, oppressing and squeezing her to the point where she didn't dare to open her eyes to see the approaching death. When Jiang Lingler regained consciousness and opened her eyes,
she was surprised to realize that a figure had appeared in front of her, but it turned out to be Ying Lan, who had arrived just in time. With her golden hair standing on end and her sparkling outfit, Ying Lan looked like she had just transformed, thanks to the special effects of the outfit designed by Jiang Chen. Ying Lan rushed forward, clenched her fist, and unleashed the Qiankun Grand Step technique. Her powerful true ki gathered around her fist, creating an astonishing force. Zhu Lingwu didn't have time to react, and his body was sent flying backwards.
The shockwaves throughout his body made everyone who saw it feel the pain.
Yunlan and Tushan Mo turned back in surprise, paying attention to the situation with Jiang Lingye.
In her eyes, Yinglan was shining brighter than a supernova at that moment.
He was exactly the hero, showing up right on time. Yinglan turned to look at Jiang Lingye,
his golden hair still blazing, and said, "Sorry, Missy, I'm late."
Jiang Lingshare was startled, then shook her head and laughed quickly. "It's okay, Uncle Lan, you're just in time."
Ying Lan raised his fist, showing off his outfit and gear. "How's this? Am I like, super handsome?" Qing Yunzi piped up from behind. "The senior personally made it, you know."
Ku Slingyu ate a fist sandwich and spat out blood, taking a few seconds to regain his senses.
He rubbed his eyes like crazy, staring in disbelief at the guy in front of him. "That punk, could it be Ying Lan? No way, Arg. I'm so pissed."
Ku Lingyu looked at Ying Lan and Jiang Lingxie, laughing and joking around, and his heart was filled with resentment. How could this be happening?
Clearly, he'd severely injured his royal father before, leaving him clinging to life. Death was only a matter of time. The Ying clan's Ying Ni should have been wiped out long ago, but now he was standing right in front of him, hale and hearty, even punching him and laughing carefreely, completely ignoring his existence.
Not only that, but Ying Lan's strength had also increased dramatically. Who knew what realm his cultivation had reached? Ku Lingyu was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Unforgivable.
"I'm a Ku clan prince. How can I swallow this humiliation? There must be an expert backing him, daring to go against my Ku clan, crush him into a million pieces, 5 horses dismember him. No one can escape." Only then did Ying Lan notice Ku Lingyu. He frowned and said, "That's a lot of killing intent. Looks like you're not hiding anything anymore. But if you dare to plot against the young lady, or get within a step of Mukchi, don't blame this old man's fist for having no eyes."
Ku Lingyu was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth. "You dare threaten me?" Ying Lan didn't even bother with him. He just unleashed his true energy and shouted. This old man never said he was just threatening. His aura was like a true dragon. Ying Lan's current strength far surpassed what it used to be. Even though he was already powerful and hailed as a genius of the Ying clan, Ying Lan roared, "This old man really wants to teach you a lesson." Having said that, he turned to Jiang Lingzhe, his attitude suddenly changing, and gently smiled. "On second thought, I'll just trap him. The rest is up to you, Missy."
Finishing his sentence, a burst of true energy shot out from Ying Lan, encompassing Ku Lingyu, forming a giant fireball-like sphere that looked totally wild.
Ku Lingyu frowned, his body suddenly paralyzed.
At this point, Jiang Lingjie had stabilized both her strength and her health.
She cupped her hands together to express her gratitude to Ying Lan, then began to form hand seals, preparing to attack Ku Lingyu again.
Ying Lan smirked. "No need for thanks, just beat him up."
Trapped in the cramped enclosure, Ku Lingyu grew increasingly anxious, eager to escape. Qing Yunzi hopped around cheerfully, laughing and saying, "Ha ha ha, he's completely tied up now." Even the formations collapsed. Qing Yunzi was right. The ghost mask behind Ku Lingyu had disappeared.
Jiang Ling'er gritted her teeth, trying hard to cast her spell. "Good chance, just a little bit more,"
she pleaded. "Give me a little more power, even just for a moment. I absolutely won't miss this opportunity."
Jiang Ling'er screamed, the true energy in her Qi Si Danshan converging in her golden core, erupting into power. Golden butterfly wings appeared again, even more gorgeous than before.
Ku Lingyu was now frantic. Surrounded by a powerful expert, he shouted in fear, "Insolent! What do you want to do? I'm your older brother, you unfilial wretch." Jiang Ling'er ignored his words, heading straight for Ku Lingyu. Ku Lingyu shrieked in terror. "You, don't come any closer." Ku Ling'er furrowed her brows, glaring at him, clenching her fist,
and then WHAM threw a punch right at his face. She yelled like she was finally letting it all out.
This wasn't no ordinary punch, oh no. It was packed with the crazy power of the Taiyin holy body, enough to KO a regular dude instantly, even stronger than Ying Lan.
Ku Ling'er roared.
This punch is for all those times you humiliated me in the past, you jerk. This punch is punishment for daring to screw over my friends. This punch is for disrespecting the elders, and especially, you dare to push Uncle Lon, the most important person to me, to the brink of death. Unforgivable. Kulinger was so pissed her face was turning 5 shades of red. Tushan Mo was like, whoa, and even Yun Lan was kinda touched. But it was probably Ying Lan who felt it the most. Kuling Er really did see him as the most important person in her life. That little kid he used to look after, always worrying about, now she's grown up all strong and badass like this. However, the villain was like, even after being beaten till Kuling Rare Wu's face is swollen and bruised, he's still alive. A filthy obsession can really make a person hold on like a leech. He trembled, thinking, I'm the little clan leader of the Ku clan, and will become a top expert in the future. Not only the remnants of the Ying clan, but now even this cripple dares to hurt me. How can I stand this humiliation? In the future, I will definitely be criticized by the people in the clan, and shake my position as the little clan leader. My father is extremely concerned about this task, so Kulingair must be taken away no matter what. He gripped the jade token tightly in his hand. This was his last trump card. Ku Sling Rear Wu tossed the jade into the air. The golden lines on the jade lit up, and he yelled, kill them. Take Kulinger away. They must be killed. He squeezed the jade token, like he wanted to crush it to dust. A terrifying source of power gradually spread throughout the space. Blood flowed from his nose and mouth. But Kulingru Wu didn't seem to notice the pain. He was just so bitter about not being able to do anything else. At all costs, he had to take Kulingru away. Kulingru Wu was so angry that his eyes were flashing. Just a few small fries like you dare to stop me. What he was holding, Yinglan and Kulingxier knew very well, it was the ancient god token. Not good. Maybe Kulingxier Wu planned to summon Ku Yuantian's avatar here. And Ku Yuantian was Kulinger's father. And who is Kulingrir's father? He is the clan leader of the Ku clan. Will a peak immortal platform realm power come here? As Kulingwer Wu crushed the ancient jade in his hand, a mysterious surge of energy suddenly appeared. The power hidden within that jade began to pour out endlessly, radiating an extremely powerful aura. In the blink of an eye, that aura had spread throughout the heavens and earth. At the same time, the powerhouses in the world all felt the tremor of a powerful force, including Xian Xiaoji and Ji Yuandao. They immediately recognized that this was the aura of the Ku clan, one of the ancient survivors, and it came from Jiang Chen's wooden house. While Shen Xiaoqi suspected that Jiang Chen had a mysterious connection with the ancient survivors, Ji Yuandao was more astute, realizing that this aura carried a not-so-benevolent intention. As soon as he sensed this, Shen Xiaoqi hurriedly left a message. Shenji, I'll go check it out. You pay close attention to the immortal palace and disappear immediately. Ji Yuandao didn't hesitate either, flying away from the royal palace. Even though he knew that Jiang Chen was guarding it, he couldn't help but worry in his heart. Back at Jiang Chen's wooden house, at this moment, the aura erupting from afar seemed to be unhidden, exuding a terrifying power. It filled a radius of 10,000 miles, not only covering the Ascension Holy Land and the Great Yan Dynasty, but also making countless people in that area realize the strange changes in the world. The ancient jade has shattered. Kuling Hulaer Wu was filled with satisfaction in his heart. He laughed madly, his voice cold. Haha, you will definitely die, do you know? In the Kule clan, in order to protect the safety of the young clan leader like me, everyone is given an ancient god token. This jade can summon the current clan leader's avatar. My father, one of the top powerhouses in the world, is the Kun clan leader, the peak immortal platform realm powerhouse, Ku Yuantian. From the sky, a large figure slowly appeared, exuding a cold, murderous aura. That is the avatar of Ku Yuantian. Jiang Lingjier saw her father, and her heart couldn't help but tremble, not only because of the painful memories of the past, but also because of the terrifying power radiating from him. A series of heartbreaking images from her childhood to the present flashed through her mind. No matter how hard she tried to appear strong, when facing the person responsible for it all, she couldn't hide her weakness. Jiang Lingolger was almost at her breaking point. She collapsed to the ground, instinctively hugging her head. Ying Lan immediately stepped forward, standing in front of her, and gently comforted her. Miss, don't be afraid, we're still here. Indeed, Ying Lan was the most trustworthy person to Jiang Lingweir, second only to Jiang Chen. His presence was like a solid fortress, always protecting her. Jiang Ling'er gradually calmed down. Just as Ying Lan said, she was no longer alone. A helpless smile appeared on her lips, and she wiped away her tears while thanking him. Meanwhile, Ku Yuantian suddenly burst into laughter, making one wonder why a villain like him could live so long. With his blood-soaked and indescribably ugly face, he yelled in an irritating shrill voice, "Are you guys crazy? Death is at your doorstep and you're still chatting? We're still here, are you kidding me?
Ying Lan, a small fry at the Dharma idol realm, dares to be insolent in front of my father. Even if there were 100 of you, my father could crush you with a wave of his hand. In the sky, Ku Yuantian's doppelganger suddenly raised his hand.
The jade-like hand descended from above, slamming directly into the face of his unfilial and ignorant son. You call your dad when you can't win a fight. Kuling Zenger is as good as dead 100 times under his father's vicious attack. He was sent crashing to the ground like an arrow, and the ground beneath him shattered from the impact. Ying Lan's group quickly retreated to defend, while Ying Lan carefully shielded Jiang Lingye behind him. The bodyguards stood there dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening.
Under the ground, the dust gradually settled, revealing Kuling Sher lying in a human-shaped pit, trembling as he asked, "Father, why?" Ku Yuantian seemed to be extremely angry as he growled,
"You piece of trash, do you really need to use the ancient god token for something like this?"
Everyone around felt a chill spreading, probably due to the pressure from his realm.
Ku Yuantian roared,
and a terrifying skull appeared from above, 100 times more immense and powerful than Ku Lingye's.
"What makes me the most furious is that you dared to take my heavenly yin meridian. It seems the only way is to kill all of you, and then find a way to retrieve the heavenly yin meridian." Hearing the words "kill all of you" and "retrieve the heavenly yin meridian," Ying Lan, who was standing beside Jiang Lingye, suddenly disappeared. He shot off like an arrow, charging straight towards Ku Yuantian's descending giant hand. His eyes were filled with fury and hatred. Ku Yuantian was probably surprised by Ying Lan's actions. In his eyes, Ying Lan was just a piece of trash that he had beaten half to death not long ago. And yet, now he was full of vitality and strength.
Ying Lan's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "You piece of scum!"
Then he turned around and unleashed a series of ferocious attacks on Ku Yuantian's doppelganger.
The sound of fists striking the body echoed everywhere.
The ignorant juniors couldn't help but chatter excitedly. Even Qing Yunzi happily rushed forward, cheering him on. "Hit him hard, knock him away."
Only Kulinger on the ground was shocked, staring upwards with wide eyes.
"What the hell? Ku Yuantian's hand has been blown away."
Ku Yuantian raised his hand, his arm almost numb.
He gritted his teeth and looked at the tiny figure in front of him, his heart filled with doubt. How could this guy suddenly have so much power? What exactly is the reason?
Ying Lan snarled, shouting straight into Ku Yuantian's face. "This fist is for the Miss's mother, the next fist is for the Miss." Although Ying Lan had been equipped with Jiang Chen's clothes, and his cultivation and strength had increased significantly, compared to Ku Yuantian, he was still no match. But Ku Yuanti didn't give Ying Lan a second glance, coldly threatening, "Insolence! You dare lay another finger on me and see what happens."
Ying Lan, showing absolutely no fear, directly punched the massive avatar of Ku Yuanti square in the face.
The sky seemed to blaze with light, Ying Lan looking incredibly imposing.
Ku Yuanti's face was turned to the side, and in that instant, old memories flooded back. He remembered the time before he started courting Ku Lingsher's mother. He received a report about someone constantly sticking close to the young miss of the Ying clan. The messenger corrected, reporting, "Sir, it's the young Miss's childhood sweetheart." Ku Yuanti took the documents, but in his eyes this guy was just some nobody,
not even worth bothering about.
Ying Lan, a secondary member of the Ying clan, how boring. Guys like him weren't worthy of his attention. Just some small fry who can't make any waves, just ignore him. As he spoke, he tore up the documents about Ying Lan.
But now Karma was a real BTCH. That insignificant bug from the Ying clan he used to look down on was now attacking him, even gaining the upper hand. Ying Lan's speed was lightning fast. As Ku Yuanti blocked, he roared, "You damn Ying clan upstart."
Ku Lingye was so shocked her eyes almost popped out. How can this be happening? Even though it's just a reflection, his strength is at the mid-stage immortal platform realm. Ying Lan is, at best, in the law manifestation realm. How can he suppress a reflection of an immortal platform realm cultivator? Even Qing Yunzi couldn't help but be amazed. Ying Lan's clothes and Jiang Chen's were clearly immortal artifacts, capable of boosting his strength to allow him to fight above his level. Talk about an ant killing an elephant. Ku Yuanti glared at Ying Lan, veins bulging on his forehead, grinding his teeth and yelling, "Don't get cocky."
Then, he compressed his true form to a smaller size, clearly to increase his attack power. Ying Lan continued to charge forward, launching a barrage of attacks. This time, Ku Yuanti had shrunk his size, making movement easier. He reached out, casually creating a barrier to block Ying Lan's attack. In the sky, two streams of gold and blue light collided, showering sparks everywhere. Ying Lan was pushed backward, and even Ku Yuanti couldn't avoid being blasted away. Panic surged in his heart. What's going on? Was I just pushed back? Why? What the hell is happening? This situation was completely against common sense, too strange and bizarre. Even Qing Yunzi felt this situation was incredibly mysterious. Even with only a difference of one minor stage in the same major realm, crossing the gap was difficult. But now, not only was there a difference of an entire major realm, but they could fight evenly. It was like a tiny ant shaking a giant elephant.
Power and methods that defied all the usual rules of this world. This feeling was like, in Kuyuandi's mind flashed the image of a silver-haired man.
At that time, that guy found him and said with a smile, "Too bad. Seems like you have no hope of breaking through anymore. Maybe you should try my method." That's right. Kuyuandi still remembered like it was yesterday the first time he met that person, like a mighty dragon that could overturn the heavens and earth, while he, in front of that person, was just a tiny ant. If that were the case, could it be that the person who cured Kulinger's celestial yin-severed meridians was... The more Kuyuandi thought, the more chaotic his heart became. Clenching his teeth, his face darkened, and he thought, "No way, it seems I have to snatch Kulinger back before that person makes a move. It's the only way." Kuyuandi frowned, his eyes full of vigilance, staring at Yinglan in front of him.
Yinglan was now starting to face a serious problem, his arms almost numb, seemingly reaching his limit.
He frowned, thinking, although the chances of success aren't high, I have to repel this reflection before I fall. What's more, he didn't know what happened, but he suddenly stopped moving.
This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Yinglan laughed, charging straight at Kuyuandi to attack.
Almost there, just a little bit more.
Suddenly, something appeared, causing Yinglan to startle instinctively. He quickly tilted his head to dodge, narrowly escaping disaster as something shot past him.
Yinglan looked back in confusion at whatever had just flown by, wondering, what on earth was that? In front of him now, countless similar beams of light shot forward. Yinglan had no time to defend, and was struck repeatedly, fresh blood spurting from his wounds. Although he now had a few more wounds, they were just flesh wounds, and weren't significant. What was more important was that old geezer Zhu Yuantian had activated the Great Gang Metal Annihilation Slaughter Formation. In the sky, tens of thousands of swords materialized, their aura sharp and ferocious.
How could this be? Yunlan and Tushanmo had been carefully watching to prevent those three powerhouses from activating a formation.
But when they looked over at the three of them, they were stunned. The three powerhouses were having their bodies forcibly used to cast the spell, each one nearly drained of all strength, like living corpses. This magic was truly too vicious,
and for someone like Qing Yunzi who cherished all life, it was especially unacceptable. He roared in fury, "Xu Yuantian, do you have absolutely no regard for the lives of your subordinates?"
Xu Yuantian snorted, and replied coldly, "No need to ask. You're just a sore loser. Less talk and more action is always the best way." Under Xu Yuantian's control, the swords all flew towards Yinglan.
Facing such a powerful and dense force, Yinglan wasn't foolish enough to confront it head-on. He quickly dashed away to evade. Yunlan hurriedly suggested, "Sister, let's see if we can disrupt the grand formation." However, Qing Yunzi immediately stopped them, calling the act foolish. Xu Yuantian also seemed to have noticed their group's movements,
and a portion of the formation turned to attack them.
Qing Yunzi shouted as he defended, "This is absurd. This battle isn't a place for juniors like you." With the support of the Great Gang Metal Annihilation Slaughter Formation, this projection already has the strength of his true body.
You're facing a 10th level peak immortal platform realm expert. What are you still standing around for? Run.
After he spoke, under Qing Yunzi's cover, the juniors hastily fled. However, Xu Yuantian wasn't about to let them escape so easily. He waved his arm, trying to stop them. Yinglan couldn't let Xu Yuantian harm Qing Yunzi's group, so he took the initiative to turn back, dodging while looking for a chance to counterattack. Xu Yuantian glanced at him and said indifferently, "Forget it. Since you rushed in here yourself, I'll just send you on your way first."
Yinglan was startled, as countless blades slashed into him, embedding deep into his flesh, fresh blood dyeing his new robes red.
Countless phantoms of swordlight rushed forward, their sharp auras slashing down in a seemingly endless assault. Yinglan could only grit his teeth and endure, completely unable to get close to the formation's controller. Damn it. Yinglan's transformed state began to dissipate.
He sighed, thinking to himself, this is as far as I can go? That's right, this power was only borrowed, after all. Yinglan's massive body began to fall under the slaughter formation's relentless attacks. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind. Young miss, you have to take care of yourself.
Yinglan was on his last breath, but he forgot that he wasn't alone. In the most critical moment, Jiangling Ye channeled all the power of her heavenly yin-severed meridians, shooting forward like an arrow to save Yinglan.
Looking at her now, she was clearly furious. But not at Xu Yuantian. She was angry at Yinglan himself. His recent actions were no different from suicide. Jiangling yelled in frustration, "Uncle Lan, stop being so reckless. If you're gone, what am I supposed to do?" Xu Yuantian, you had almost killed Yinglan, but you were foiled. and your heart was filled with rage. He stared with bloodshot eyes as his own rebellious daughter carried Yinglan away.
The swords continuously flew towards Jiang Lingjie, attacking to block her path. But with her extreme speed, she miraculously dodged them all, carrying Yinglan out of the danger zone.
As she ran, Jiang Lingjie cried, "You're the only family I have left now, uncle. You can't give up. We're almost there." That's right. They were just a little further from Jiang Chen's wooden house. As long as they could make it there, everything would be safe.
Kusling Linger dashed towards the house, which had finally appeared right in front of her eyes. She reached out her hand, just needing to get back here. Back to this safe place.
Behind her, the great Zheng metal extermination killing array seemed to be catching up, life and death hanging in the balance.
The past flashed before her eyes. Back then, Kuling Elker's mother was barely clinging to life.
Lying on the bed, her cheeks sunken, she weakly called out, "Shu Kuyuantian."
Zhu Yuantian, holding the crying Kuling Grier, startled and looked at her, his eyes filled with only contempt and disgust. The old geezer even thought, "Is this woman still barely breathing?" He ignored her, handing cooling air to a servant. Her mother trembled and said, "Things definitely won't go the way you want." Shu Yuantian chuckled sarcastically. "How ridiculous. I'd like to hear what not going the way I want means."
"You know what? Just now I confirmed it. The child you gave birth to, I can't sense any magical power on her, but in her origin I can feel a surge of yin energy."
This child definitely has the heavenly yin severed meridians. Everything is proceeding step by step according to my plan.
"Whether it's you or your child, you're both just pawns of mine." Kulinger's body trembled, and she slowly extended her hand from the blanket, offering a weak but firm smile. "It's me, huh? It's really all right now."
"Good.
Come to mother, let me hold you for a moment."
Shu Yuantian turned around in shock, staring intently as her arm dropped limply.
Thinking to himself, "Isn't this the last breath before death?" He continued towards the servant, examining Kulinger more carefully than ever before. Even if he could be considered a good father, unfortunately he wasn't. After examining her, only a cold and cruel smile appeared on Shu Yuantian's lips.
"Indeed, it's just as I thought. The heavenly yin severed meridians have been successfully formed. I didn't expect to scare myself. Last words before death are so boring."
"Next, I just need to wait for the fruit to slowly ripen, slowly ripen." Back in the present, just when Kulinger thought she was dead, surprisingly, she was still alive. She looked in astonishment at the scene before her. A truly unexpected event.
The rain of swords fell from the sky. But before it could touch the wooden house, something blocked it, and it disappeared.
A surge of vibration came from around the wooden house. Those from Qing Yunzi were also shocked and frightened, the scene descending into chaos. As for Shu Yuantian, who was in a state of being cool, suddenly counted the people, and the wrinkles on his face also deformed. Just now it was unclear what had happened. Just a boom. Thousands of the killing swords had disappeared. The great gang metal extermination killing array was clearly still running. There were no problems. Why was that? Zhu Yuantian trembled with anger, asking himself, "What exactly happened? What realm has done this? What realm are you in to be able to prevent me from detecting you, eliminating all the killing swords that the great gang metal extermination killing array is exhibiting? What secrets does that wooden house hold? This strength is truly terrifying." Yun Lan worriedly asked the old ancestor. "What just happened?" Qing Yunzi replied in horror. "It seems that not only I, but even that big shot doesn't understand what's going on." Clearly, the stronger the person, the easier it is to feel that this method contains an absolute strength.
Shu Yuantian roared. "What exactly is going on?"
"I also want to know the truth clearly. To broaden my horizons." He then used all his power, frantically casting the great gang metal extermination killing array. The dark clouds rolled everywhere in the sky. The great array slowly running, the ground and space below also shook accordingly. This guy is really crazy. He still dares to continue. This time the number of swords was countless, densely packed in the sky. A total of 108,000 swords, all heading towards that wooden house.
Shu Yuantian looked down, his mood a mess of complexity and panic. He was going to keep his eyes peeled this time. Got to see that trick clearly. From the sky, 10,000 swords came crashing down, full force. Suddenly, the ground around the house lit up. Qing Yunzi was also giving it his all. Runes gradually appearing, countless golden runes manifesting between heaven and earth. Shu Yuantian felt his heart skip a beat. Deep down, a wave of fear washed over him. These golden runes were like someone reciting the scriptures of the gods. The scene was too dazzling and magnificent, overwhelming anyone who saw it. It was like flowers falling from the sky, mixed with golden light surging from the earth. The runes surrounded the house, forming a barrier. The swords touched the runes and vanished, completely absorbed. Countless swords stabbed down, the runes causing them to dissipate completely.
That wooden house remained unscathed.
Shu Yuantian couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. The power and murderous aura of those 108,000 killing swords had disappeared completely in the blink of an eye, like a large stone dropped into water without causing a ripple. Could that powerful figure have destroyed all 108,000 killing swords in just a few breaths? The person behind Shu Linger was probably stronger than he could ever imagine. What he had witnessed before was just the tip of the iceberg. Zhu Yuantian coldly considered the possibility that it was an ancient sage. But ancient sages were just legends existing among the ancient remnant tribes. He originally knew the opponent's background and identity, but now such a sage-like figure had completely disoriented him. A sage-level existence was too terrifying. Not someone you could meet whenever you wanted. He definitely wasn't one of them. The more Zhu Yuantian thought about it, the more panicked he became, no matter how much he tried to reassure himself.
At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: to get Zhu Linger out of here. If so, there was only one way.
Shu Yuantian roared, his entire strength and true qi erupting violently. He was willing to pay the price with his own reflected clone, and the Great Zheng Metal Extinction Killing Formation.
Even if he had to destroy everything, it didn't matter, as long as he concentrated everything on one point.
10,000 swords suddenly merged into a shooting star, rushing down with overwhelming sharpness and a horrifying aura.
Heaven and earth seemed to be filled only with the light of those swords.
Qing Yunzi cried out in shock. He's crazy. He wants to self-destruct both the Great Formation and his reflected clone.
The power of self-destruction would be terrifying, affecting everything within tens of thousands of miles. If he concentrated his power here.
Meanwhile,
Xu Lingwu was crying miserably, as if this father had forgotten that he was still here.
In the sky, Shu Yuantian's clone seemed to be completely drained. The power of the old man descended, indescribable, only to see the entire sky light up for tens of thousands of miles. A sword that could split the heavens in two.
Shu Yuantian looked down coldly,
shouting loudly, "Break for me!" The sword converged into a crescent shape, striking down with terrifying force. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be compressed.
Almost no sound could be heard. Had the moment of decision arrived, the Qing Yunzi people below were so frightened that they screamed instinctively. Suddenly, Jixuan appeared beside them, reassuring, "Everyone, please rest assured." Holding a broom in his hand, even with the changing of heaven and earth, Jixuan calmly said, "With this level, that one wouldn't even need to show his face."
Jixuan was the only one present with profound knowledge, having seen the painting of the senior who defeated the golden-winged rock. Sure enough, when that sword descended, Jiang Qian's house suddenly changed, and a powerful energy erupted from below.
That energy gradually gathered, transforming into his figure. This figure looked 10,000 times more majestic and powerful than Shu Yuantian. His laws seemed to encompass the entire heaven and earth.
Facing Shu Yuantian's attack, that figure merely tilted its head slightly, its gaze chillingly vacant.
Light reflecting in the depths of Jiang Qian's eyes as that figure slowly extended its hand,
pinching the blade of the moon slicer between two fingers.
A dazzling light erupted in all directions, brighter than the sun, the shockwave spreading for tens of thousands of miles.
Qing Yunzi and the others couldn't help but tremble. Even Jiang Lingye was astonished by the terrifying strength of this senior,
and the most shocked of all was definitely Shu Yuantian. How could such power exist in this place, and so casually face such a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering attack?
Zhu Yuantian, relying on the self-destruction of the Great Gang Metal Eradication Killing Formation and his clone as a support, launched the most terrifying attack on the wooden house. This power nearly annihilated thousands of miles around.
But the blue figure that flew out of the wooden house surpassed that power, like a cosmic entity suppressing everything, causing everyone present to tremble in their souls. In that instant, the cultivators who had gathered suddenly sensed a violent surge of heaven and earth energy from afar. They began to discuss animatedly, suspecting that something had happened at the Feather Transformation Heavenly Palace. How could such a strange phenomenon appear in this wilderness? One cultivator exclaimed, while another murmured, "I fear this is a life-or-death duel between peerless experts. I never expected such a big event to occur here. We must quickly return and report it."
Ji Yuandao stood quietly in a corner,
his eyes thoughtfully following the events, as if everything was about to end, and he realized he had worried unnecessarily. Even Shen Xiaoji had to admit that the strength of that mysterious figure was indeed extraordinary.
It seems Ye Huang was right.
The same thought arose in everyone's hearts, that senior truly existed, and his presence inspired both awe and fear.
This time, their fate seemed to have shifted in an easier direction, but that was a matter for the future. Right now, all eyes were focused on the image of Jiang Qian,
a proud figure, with one hand deflecting the great attack, and the other clasped behind his back, sleeves fluttering in the wind.
Suddenly, Jiang Lingzhi burst into tears. She entered a space filled only with a clear blue sky and a gentle embrace.
A weak voice called out, "Linger, is that you? Is that you?" Jiang Linger looked in surprise at the woman lying there, tears still glistening in the corners of her eyes. Although she had never met her, she was certain that the woman was her mother.
"It really is you." The woman smiled weakly. Her mother's face was blurry in Jiang Lingzhi's eyes, her voice gentle but filled with emotion.
"That's so good." Sure enough, her mother reached out her hand tremulously.
Jiang Lingzhi knew exactly who this woman was. "It's all right now, don't be afraid," her mother comforted gently.
Jiang Lingzhi advanced closer, then suddenly rushed towards her mother, as if afraid that if she was a second slower, her mother would vanish.
Come to me." The woman raised her hand, weak but full of love.
Jiang Lingzhi bent down and took her mother's descending hand. Whether it was an illusion or reality, she felt warmth and love overflowing. "Mother," Jiang Lingzhi called out tremulously. Jiang Lingzhi gripped her mother's hand tightly, bursting into sobs. "Mother, I've come to see you. I'm so unfilial, I came too late." All her life, she had never thought she would have the opportunity to say goodbye to the mother who loved her the most. Jiang Lingzhi's mother smiled gently. "My Lingzhi has grown up. Now can I hold you for a moment?" Jiang Lingzhi nodded emotionally, replying softly. Yes, she had longed for this moment for a long time.
The two hugged each other tightly, speechless, with only tears streaming down their faces, brimming with emotion. They had no idea that an invisible hand had arranged this meeting, and it was none other than that senior expert. Snuggled in her mom's arms, Ku Lingzhi was like a little kid again, just bawling her eyes out. Suddenly, Ku Yuantian got yanked into some crazy, unreal world. He was totally startled, and looked around like, "Whoa, where am I?" He saw the blurry figures of a woman and a kid in front of him, and was all confused, like, "The heck is this place?" The figures slowly came into focus. Ku Yuantian stared at them, totally gobsmacked. "No way! What in the actual hell is going on?" Out of nowhere, Ku Yuantian's mom raised her hand and waved it, while still hugging Ku Lingzhi tight with the other. Bam! A super powerful attack hit Ku Yuantian so hard he coughed up blood. All that holier-than-thou attitude, gone. The sky went all topsy-turvy, and his soul felt like it got a serious shaking. Ku Lingzhi's mom's eyes were full of determination and hate. "I told you things wouldn't go your way." She chuckled and said, "Don't even think about bullying my daughter." Ku Lingzhi, still in her mom's arms, stuck her tongue out and playfully teased her dad. Back in the real world, Qing Yunzi and the others were still standing there, totally dumbfounded by the freaky scene they just witnessed. The sky suddenly lit up, and the Ku clan folks were nowhere to be seen. Looked like they got completely owned. Yinglan's first thought was to check on Ku Lingzhi, who was standing silently. He asked, all worried, "Miss, why are you crying?" Ku Lingzhi snapped back to reality, tears still streaming down her face. She probably didn't even know why she was crying, but the tears just kept coming. Ku Lingzhi said, "All blank, I don't know, I can't stop them." A rainbow appeared in the sky. Everyone was still worried about Ku Lingzhi, but hey, at least it was all over. Jiang Chen strolled out of his house, stretched, and gave a big yawn. The main character finally woke up from his beauty sleep. He had no clue what had just happened outside. But when he stepped out the door, seeing everyone standing there definitely surprised him. Jiang Chen grinned and asked, "Wow, everyone's here, what a crowd." Suddenly, those guys happily ran over to him, making Jiang Chen even more curious. "Why are you all covered in dust?" They figured the senior was joking around, so they happily replied, "We were just cleaning up the yard." Jiang Chen nodded. "Ah, see, well, you guys keep at it, I'll get dinner ready later." While the place Jiang Chen was in was filled with light, the Ku clan's great hall was a completely opposite scene. Ku Yuantian was kneeling on the floor, panting, still freaked out by what had just happened. What the hell just happened? Why did He wondered. Suddenly, a violent spasm tore through his body, and he puked up a ton of blood. Blood debts must be paid in blood. The red blood was all over the great hall. Ku Yuantian coughed and sputtered, but what scared him the most was that his cultivation level had dropped by 3 minor stages. Just one hit from that avatar thingy had messed him up this badly. However, Ku Yuantian immediately rejected that thought. No way. If it wasn't for that avatar thingy, my soul would probably have been buried, and my body dissipated long ago. In the shadows of the great hall, a mysterious figure slowly appeared. A cold voice echoed, "You failed, didn't you?" Ku Yuantian felt true terror for the first time in his life, like he was facing something absolutely horrific. He knelt on the floor, while the other person slowly approached and said slowly, "Too bad. If things keep going like this, you'll be hopeless. But I must thank you, because thanks to you, I saw something that's not bad. See you when fate wills." The mysterious green-robed figure vanished into the shadows. Under the gentle sunlight, Yinglan stood in the courtyard, took a sip of wine from the glass on his hand, then looked up at the blue sky. Finally, back to a peaceful life again. Thinking back about what happened, it's like a dream. Qing Yunzi also held a glass of wine, and replied with a smile, "I'm not surprised at all.
With the senior here, the ending is a foregone conclusion. I'm just curious what moves the senior will use to enlighten me.
At this time, Qing Yunzi's skin has become shiny. He laughed again. I heard that this time you and Miss Linger have eliminated a great worry. Ku Yuantian certainly won't dare to cause trouble with you for a long time to come.
Yinglan nodded and happily replied,
That's right, thanks to the power granted by the senior, I have done what I never dared to dream of before. Moreover, I must also thank you guys. Thanks to the senior's blessing, Ling Langer has made a group of good friends. Without you, we would not be able to reach our full potential.
Ah, now that you mention it, it seems that your Yunlan has been very close to that prince lately, right? Qing Yunzi approached Yinglan and whispered excitedly into his ear, I've noticed it too.
So according to what Yunlan said, that's the whole story. Yinglan, after hearing it, burst out laughing. So that's how it is. Qing Yunzi also chuckled along, kinda clueless like.
After the big rumble, the little wooden house was back to its peaceful self. Just like before, but like a million miles away in the Yuhua celestial realm, things were anything but peaceful. At Mu Yunhuang's cultivation spot, the sky suddenly lit up like a Christmas tree, causing a total spectacle. Up high, a phoenix spread its wings and soared, all dazzling and gorgeous. But TBH, Mu Yunhuang was having a major headache because she couldn't break through. It was like she was drowning in her own inner demons, you know?
She opened her eyes and stared into the distance, sighing. Maybe I was always like this before I met that master.
But now, I'm basically Phoenix Nirvana, reborn from the ashes. I remember back in the day, trying to awaken my immortal Grand Phoenix physique. I pushed myself to the brink of death like a gazillion times. And what happened, Nada? But after meeting that master, defying destiny isn't impossible anymore. I gotta repay this kindness, no doubt.
Mu Yuehuang was keeping a hawk eye on her little sis's cultivation process from start to finish. She could totally feel that her sis's cultivation was about to wrap up. For the Yuhua Heavenly Palace, that meant their combat power was about to get a serious boost. Mu Yuehuang decided right then and there to give her sis a good talking to when she got back to the palace. I'm her older sister, after all, we've been together since we were tiny tots. In her heart, my words definitely carry more weight than some dangerous dude she just met, right? It wasn't just Mu Yuehuang patiently waiting. Wu Shenji and Shen Xiaoqi, the old ancestor, had also shown up. Shen Xiaoqi gazed towards Mu Yunhuang's Dongfu and said with a sigh, This old man and Shenji were just wrapping up a chat with a great power from the human race when we happened to pass by and sensed that Mu Yunhuang's aura was going through some earth-shattering changes. Mu Yuehuang proudly chuckled, Old ancestor really has got a sharp eye. I also felt her aura getting stronger. She's probably about to come out. Shen Xiaozi chuckled with excitement. Awesome. This time, our combat power is going to get another boost. The pressure from that mysterious person a few days ago had me kinda worried. That deep, dark terror was hard to shake.
Now that Yunhuang's finished cultivating, my heart can finally chill out a bit. With you and Yunhuang around, our Yuhua Holy Land is like a tiger with wings. Add in the heroes and talents that Shenji and I have gathered, and our strength is definitely going to be way superior. Wu Shenji, who had previously plotted sneak attacks with his subordinates, said with a chuckle.
That's right. If our strength isn't enough, we'll just use the sea of people tactic. But when you get right down to it, those guys were way too naive.
Mu Yuehuang chimed in. Little sis, I believe your eyes are like a mirror, able to see through the truth. We absolutely can't let this world fall into the hands of bad guys.
After a while, the image of that phoenix lit up the whole sky, and Mu Yunhuang finally emerged from her cultivation. She happily thought to herself, My cultivation's jumped up another level. I feel like my abilities are even beyond my big sis now. Speaking of big sis,
I gotta quickly share this awesome news with that master. So, the moment she came out, Mu Yunhuang zoomed off, and she was heading straight for Jiang Chen.
Shen Xiaoji was so shocked his face turned green.
And Wu Shenji definitely didn't see that coming. Mu Yuehuang furiously yelled, Unforgivable, get back here now.
Mu Yunhuang, all happy and clueless, flew towards Jiang Chen, her bird feet gently landing on the ground. She stretched, looking fresher and more beautiful than her sis, and finally landed safe and sound.
Oh, this familiar aura, she thought to herself. But then, Mu Yunhuang immediately felt something was off. It's not just the master's aura. There are other people's auras here too. Moreover, all of them are extraordinary individuals with extremely powerful cultivation levels.
Suddenly, a familiar and graceful figure emerged from the house. Mu Yuehuang looked over joyfully. It was none other than the esteemed master. The esteemed master looked as strong and mysterious as ever, and her eyes were filled with admiration. However, Jiang Chen wasn't paying attention to Mu Yuehuang at the moment, but was looking towards Yuanlan and the others. He rested his chin in his hand, smiling as he asked, So, everyone's here.
The moment Mu Yuehuang saw Jiang Chen appear, her heart fluttered with shyness. She wondered if her sudden appearance like this was too abrupt, but then she decided to heck with it. Yunlan stepped forward, smiling warmly at Jiang Chen. "Master, you're awake." Jiang Chen nodded, smiling back. "Yeah, I took a nap at noon."
When Mu Yuehuang saw Yunlan standing next to Jiang Chen, she was so shocked her jaw dropped. Who's that hottie? And that aura of the heavenly yin saint body, could she be from the Qingyun Holy Land? Just then, Jiang Lingjie also appeared, stepping out to chat intimately with Jiang Chen.
Mu Yuehuang was even more confused, not knowing who this girl was.
What's more, isn't that old geezer in front of me the mortal enemy of Qing Yunzi? Her ancestor, Ying Lan, also stepped forward, looking towards Mu Yuehuang, and said with a smile, "Oh my, I sensed a guest has arrived," Qing Yunzi happily replied. "It feels like a junior. Is she an acquaintance of the senior?" Jiang Chen chuckled. As for acquaintances, there were indeed two before.
Mu Yuehuang looked utterly wronged. "Esteemed master, how could you do this while I was away?"
Truly unwilling, Mu Yuehuang instinctively flew over, embracing Jiang Chen tightly, making her grievances known.
As for Jiang Chen, he was currently shocked beyond belief, the expression on his face stiff, not understanding what had just happened. Mu Yuehuang teared up, feeling wronged. Yinglan forced a strained smile. Qing Yunzi was so astonished he couldn't close his mouth.
Jiang Lingjie and Yunlan were even more bewildered. They stared intently at the beautiful young lady before them, not understanding where she came from, and why she would suddenly embrace their esteemed senior master like that. In another corner of Daiyan City, several hooligans were gathered, cursing at a young boy.
They glared and shouted so hard that spittle flew everywhere. "You dare to try and scam us with this little bit of money? Are you deaf, boy? We're going to teach you a lesson."
The young boy trembled in fear, crying as he said, No, that's really all I have left on me.
"My mother needs money to treat her illness at home. Please spare me.
This time, after my mother recovers, I will pay the remaining money."
One of the hooligans, hearing this, his face turned red, veins popping out, and shouted, "Stop trying to pull this crap on me."
He grabbed the boy's hair, intending to beat him up. But then red blood spurted out. The hooligan blankly stared at his missing arm. A few seconds later, the pain finally hit, and both hooligans screamed in terror.
In the distance, a figure slowly approached. His blood-red pupils stared intently at the hooligans.
Behind him, several undead spirits fluttered, creating a ghastly scene. Whether he was a good guy or a bad guy, one thing was for sure. He was mighty strong. Seeing two bone snakes holding green fire in their mouths, the two hooligans were terrified beyond measure. That guy was a monster from the demon race? They hurriedly ran away, forgetting all about the pain because the fear had temporarily dulled their physical suffering. The young boy stood blankly for a moment before suddenly realizing what had happened. His eyes lit up as he looked towards the person who had just appeared, happily saying,
"Thank you for saving me. You were amazing just now. You are my benefactor. How can I repay you?"
However, the person still maintained a cold, even gloomy expression, asking back, "Repay me?" The young boy suddenly felt a faint sense of fear, but still tried to reply, Yes, that's right."
The person stared intently at him and muttered, "The spiritual root is indeed not bad."
Two bone snakes immediately flew over, tightly coiling around the kid. From their bodies, brilliant green flames erupted, beautiful yet terrifying.
The green-haired youth just coldly remarked, "A pretty good soul artifact."
The boy's face gradually sank into the sea of green fire. In extreme pain, he screamed desperately, Why? Why is this happening?"
The other person replied concisely,
"You possess a rare spiritual root. Offering your soul to me is the best repayment."
The boy's eyes gradually lost their life, becoming hollow.
The person in green turned and walked away, leaving the boy's dried-up body with the two snakes coiled around it.
The soul, a sacred gift from the gods, is a great miracle. It burns forever, seeking truth, pursuing freedom, and turning the impossible into possible. Mu Wenhuang was currently huddled close to Jiang Chen, cheeks puffed out, lips pouting, exuding an aggrieved aura, and Jiang Chen's face was as black as charcoal. Awkward. The people around were also dumbfounded, not understanding what was going on. After a few seconds of being hugged, Jiang Chen instinctively took a step back, then politely greeted, "Oh, isn't this Miss Mu Yun?" At this age, it was the first time a girl had taken the initiative to hug him, making Jiang Chen feel rather embarrassed. He forced a smile to hide his confusion, then asked, "Is there something you need here?"
Mu Yunhuang stared intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of reverence. "This junior specially came here to thank senior for guiding me to break through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Perhaps I was a little too excited just now and couldn't control myself. Please forgive me, senior." Jiang Chen looked at Mu Yunhuang, thinking to himself, "Helped her break through to the Golden Core stage? Isn't that the stone statue I sold her? I just wanted to make some extra money."
What a headache, he anxiously thought. What should I do? That was just an ordinary stone statue. Something's definitely not right.
Before Jiang Chen could figure out the situation, Mu Yunhuang proactively spoke up, mentioning, "Are these people also accompanying Senior?" Jiang Chen asked in surprise. "Why do you suddenly ask that?" Qing Yunzi beside him sighed and answered for Jiang Chen. "That's right, we are all following Senior to learn."
Finally, she mustered up the courage to tentatively suggest that I also want to stay here to learn from Senior. Would that be alright? Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, not understanding what this girl was saying. "Why do you suddenly want to stay?" Mu Yunhuang slowly explained. "Senior must have met my older sister already. She is currently the Holy Maiden of the Feather Transformation Holy Ground." Yinglan frowned and asked, "The Holy Maiden who was with Shen Xiaoji earlier, is she your older sister?" Qing Yunzi also had some impression. He had heard that the Holy Maiden of the Feather Transformation Holy Ground had a younger sister, but he didn't expect her magic power to be no less than her sister's. Mu Yunhuang pouted, looking displeased.
"I want to compete with my older sister to see who is more worthy of the position of Holy Maiden, and I hope Senior can give me more guidance." Yinglan and Qing Yunzi burst into laughter. "What's there to compete about between sisters? Wouldn't 2 lamb Holy Maidens be better?" Mu Yunhuang looked annoyed. "You seniors don't understand.
My older sister received benefits from Senior, but she confronts Senior everywhere. I want to use the position of Holy Maiden to teach her a lesson." Qing Yunzi couldn't help but laugh. "Just relying on the Holy Maiden of the Feather Transformation Holy Ground, you want to threaten Senior?" he said with a smile. "Miss, I think you're worrying too much, but staying by Senior's side can indeed improve your strength. You're very clever on this point, but acting out of negative emotions isn't good. And besides, this matter still depends on your relationship with Senior." Mu Yunhuang pondered silently. Clearly, he's an enemy of the Feather Transformation Holy Ground. But he's standing in my shoes and thinking for me. What exactly has he experienced with Senior?
Jiang Chen wanted to cry. "Oh heavens, more and more people are appearing. I really can't understand it." Jiang Chen put on a stiff expression and asked, "You really want to stay here with me?" Frankly speaking, he didn't know if he was as good as everyone said, but he did know her older sister. She had even come to buy things from him before, and although she was a little mentally unstable, she wasn't to the point of confronting everyone. Could it be that the 2 sisters had some misunderstanding? Jiang Chen stared at her intently, his eyes full of determination. No matter what, she still wanted to become stronger than her older sister, so she nodded in agreement. For many years she had always been compared to Mu Yunhuang. She also wanted to become the pride of the Feather Transformation Holy Ground, not just the younger sister of the Holy Maiden. Suddenly, a slender, soft hand was placed on Mu Yunhuang's shoulder. Yunlan walked to her side and said with a friendly smile, "You've been traveling for a long time, haven't you? The Senior is also just waking up. Let's sit down together, rest, and chat a bit." Mu Yunhuang stared at Yunlan in surprise. Wasn't she from the Qingyun Holy Land? The others also laughed cheerfully, treating her like family, with genuine warmth, which made Mu Yunhuang feel flustered. At the Wuhua Immortal Palace, Shen Xiaoji was having a headache. Heavens, I've lived for so long, and this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Corpses being drained dry, this is truly a headache. It seems that matter has reached their ears. The person cupped his fist and reported, "Indeed. From the state of the corpses, they resemble withered tree trunks. Moreover, it seems that the power of heaven and earth within their bodies has been completely drained, leaving nothing behind. Only a select few can achieve this, so it shouldn't be difficult to investigate." Furthermore, according to the person who returned with a severed arm, the perpetrator appears to be a handsome man in azure robes, with long hair and a cold expression. Mu Yunhuang stood there silently, picturing this description. And for some reason, it felt strangely familiar to her. A handsome man in azure robes. Could it be him? Mu Yunhuang's mind always jumped to the worst conclusions about people. Not only Mu Yunhuang, but others also seemed to be starting to pay attention to Jiang Chen. They all suspected whether he would strike again. The more Shen Xiaoji thought about it, the more his head ached. If that person was truly the culprit, the danger was even greater. Although he had retreated safely last time, he hadn't gained any advantage. Moreover, he was surrounded by Qing Yunzi and his group. But I absolutely cannot overlook someone who dares to commit such cruel acts. Previously, after hearing Mu Yunhuang's account, I sensed his danger, but I never expected him to be capable of such heinous acts as draining souls in the power of heaven and earth. What on earth is his purpose? Suddenly, another person spoke up. Ancestor, I suddenly remembered something. Similar rumors once circulated in the mortal realm, but they were probably exaggerated. Many gifted cultivators died in circumstances similar to this young man. They also lost all their souls, and the power of heaven and earth accumulated in their bodies. Even more terrifying, it was said they were all killed by the evil arts of the demon race. After death,
Their souls were refined into monsters even more terrifying than demons, and the appearance of those monsters is also similar to the description of the culprit this time.
To add a bit more, the world that Jiang Chen transmigrated to is divided into 3 layers. The immortal realm is located at the highest layer, the mortal realm and demon realm are in the middle,
while the ancient remnant tribes are in the bottom layer. Other spaces are all void regions and unexplored territories.
The demon tribes all have their own sacred trees to worship, and the divine power from the sacred trees helps protect and assist them in their cultivation. The immortal realm is mostly separated from the world, rarely interacting with the other 2 layers. It is said that the immortal realm has countless precious magic weapons and spiritual objects, but it is extremely difficult to enter. Only a few cultivators can break through their cultivation and ascend to the immortal realm, but once they enter, they never return.
The mortal realm borders the demon race's territory, so conflicts and wars occur frequently. The bottom layer, where the ancient remnant tribes exist, has an extremely harsh environment, with frequent heavenly tribulations. However, it is said that there are also many powerful magic weapons left behind by the ancient remnant tribes. As long as one is strong enough to withstand the harsh environment, one can find those divine objects to help their cultivation progress by leaps and bounds.
In the mortal realm, a similar horrific event occurred, with the prime suspect being a demon race or an extremely powerful human cultivator. Shen Xiaoxi, with a face of concern, thought to himself, in order to prevent more innocent sacrifices, this matter has become extremely urgent. Moreover, those who died all possessed extremely powerful heaven and earth spiritual roots. If their lives were drained, and these forces were gathered together, what would happen? It's hard to imagine.
The atmosphere in the hall became heavier and heavier. Mu Yue Huang worriedly glanced at the old ancestor. It seemed that this time things were really serious. On the other hand, at the home of a certain solitary, azure-robed man, everything was still proceeding as normal.
Jiang Chen felt a little awkward about Mu Yun Huang wanting to stay, since they had had a slight misunderstanding regarding her elder sister. Could this be anger leading to running away from home or something? Jiang Chen could only smile and say, "About that, I've met Yun Huang's elder sister before. We only had 2 transactions with each other. There must have been some misunderstanding. Let's sit down and talk about it more thoroughly." Mu Yun Huang looked at him with wide eyes, thinking in her heart, "The heart of a great person is truly generous,
not only helping my sister improve her cultivation, but also forgiving her evil deeds. How can there be such a saint?" A hand reached out and grabbed Mu Yue Huang's hand, and then another hand did the same. Yunlan stepped closer and said intimately, "Listen to Senior's words. You definitely won't go wrong." Jiang Lingjier next to her also nodded in agreement. "Don't worry, Miss Mu Yue Huang. Senior won't let anything make things difficult for you." Mu Yue Huang nodded obediently, her heart suddenly pounding when she saw the expert in front of her. His smile was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, and his gentleness was the most precious gift in her life. His eyes were a sight she would never tire of. Every smile, every glance, every breath of his made her infatuated. She loved his sincerity, kindness, and even his superb cooking skills. Mu Yue Huang looked at the table full of delicious food in front of her, feeling so delicious that she almost cried. The more she ate, the more she couldn't understand how there could be such delicious food in the world. Not only that, but her cultivation also increased significantly. Wasn't this a miracle? Every bite seemed to shorten her cultivation time by decades. Even if you beat her to death, she wouldn't want to leave. Mu Yue Huang was so happy that the 2 little feathers on her head were waving in rhythm with her joy. Jiang Chen saw that she was so happy, and could only smile helplessly. "Take your time eating, it's okay." "That's right, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to stay here, but you have to listen to my arrangements. Can you accept that?" Mu Yue Huang nodded quickly. "As long as I can stay here, I can accept anything." She was even more excited about the arrangements of that expert. Jiang Chen nodded, looking satisfied. "That's good then. Through observation, I see that I probably can't help you much in terms of cultivation, but in terms of temperament, I can give you some pointers. Before, when your older sister came here, although her words and actions were a bit strange and tense, she wasn't a bad person. When living together, the most important thing is tolerance. This is also a way to cultivate your temperament. The more open your heart, the stronger you become. By the way, was it you who bought pottery for me the second time?" "I don't know if you would like to make pottery with me," Mu Yue Huang asked blankly. Make pottery? Is there even such an option?" Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right. From the initial concept to choosing the clay, shaping it, firing the pottery, glazing, refiring, to polishing. Recently I've seen that pottery in Yuhua City is very popular. If you work as my assistant and bring the goods to the town to sell, who knows, we might even be able to eat meat this month." Mu Yue Huang was
Still a little doubtful, although she didn't fully understand it yet, she felt very touched, thinking that an expert like Jiang Chen must have his own arrangements. Jiang Chen continued, "Mud is dirty, but when fired it can become exquisite porcelain. As long as you have a tolerant heart, are not afraid of getting dirty, and patiently shape it, you can turn it into something magical." Mu Yuehuang widened her eyes and exclaimed, "Oh," Jiang Chen added, "moreover, during this time, we can also wait for your older sister to come here." Mu Yuehuang was startled, her feathers puffing up. "What? Let her come here again?" Jiang Chen asked innocently. "What's wrong? Is that not okay?" Mu Yuehuang was a little embarrassed, but finally nodded. "No. Whatever the boss says, that's what it is. I have no objections." Even so, she still didn't really understand Jiang Chen's intentions. Of course, Jiang Chen didn't want to make the relationship between the two sisters worse. He decided to explain everything clearly as soon as possible. After hearing Mu Yuehuang agree, Jiang Chen smiled and said, "That's good then. Haha. Later you can send a letter to your older sister. Tell her to come here, we will clarify everything together." People around them all admired him.
As expected of an expert, he truly is an expert. Although Mu Yuehuang was a little unwilling, she finally agreed to listen, because it was the expert's arrangement. After everything was arranged neatly, Jiang Chen decided, "Then we'll just follow this plan. We'll start working after the meal." Time slowly passed, and a letter was sent to Mu Yuehuang.
Holding the letter in her hand, Mu Yuehuang trembled and muttered, "This is a letter from my younger sister. What is this? Asking me to come to the wooden house for a visit." Shen Xiaozi couldn't help but be startled and asked, "What? Is it a declaration of war?" Mu Yuehuang became more and more confused as she read, "I don't understand either. She said she's learning to make pottery at Jiang Chen's place. Could it be that she's really brainwashed? A future holy maiden like you is making pottery? I really can't accept this way of thinking of Mu Yuehuang." Back at Jiang Chen's wooden house, Mu Yuehuang was focused on shaping clay at the pottery wheel. Her eyes were glued to the spinning table. But deep down, she couldn't hide her worries. The Yuhua Holy Land had a rule since its founding. Disciples create their own opportunities, and no one can interfere. When the two sisters were little, an elder praised, "Amazing! You're qualified to be inner sect disciples at such a young age. Plus, you possess two top-grade attributes, ice and fire. It's thanks to this that the Yuhua Holy Land hasn't been destroyed and can continue to thrive." The elder looked at the two sisters with satisfaction. "You two are truly a pair of genius sisters. The Yuhua Holy Land's future is in good hands." Back then, the relationship between the two sisters was incredibly close, to the point that it made others admire and envy them. Time passed, and both of them gradually grew up. But life isn't always smooth sailing, you know. Mu Yuehuang awakened the frozen hell ice emperor physique, a rare innate physique. Meanwhile, Mu Yuehuang was still happy and close to her sister, even sincerely congratulating her. "I heard the Holy Master accepted you as a disciple. That's awesome," Mu Yuehuang replied with a smile. "Master has also prepared a large amount of cultivation resources for you." Mu Yuehuang hesitated and said, "But the Holy Master and the Grand Elders told me that, without supreme luck, my undying Grand Emperor physique can't be awakened." Mu Yuehuang gently encouraged her. "People are the most important factor, so don't worry too much. Just cultivate diligently, and I believe you'll definitely succeed." As she spoke, she stroked Mu Yuehuang's head. However, even with her sister's comfort, only Mu Yuehuang truly understood her situation. Even the Holy Master and those old fogies in the Holy Land couldn't help her awaken her physique. In the end, they concluded that only through life-or-death trials could there be a sliver of hope. Mu Yuehuang didn't hesitate to risk her life, constantly venturing into dangerous forbidden areas, but still achieved nothing. The undying Grand Emperor physique is just a useless physique before awakening, providing no benefits whatsoever. Meanwhile, Mu Yuehuang was the complete opposite. When Mu Yuehuang was appointed as the Holy Maiden, everyone happily congratulated her. An elder stepped forward and praised, "In just a few years you've made rapid progress. Surpassing countless disciples who entered the Holy Land before you, you can grasp any divine ability in a short amount of time. Truly remarkable." Mu Yuehuang humbly clasped her hands. Yuehuang thanks the elders, but she completely ignored the pained expression on Mu Yuehuang's face behind her. In that moment, the elder noticed Mu Yuehuang and asked, "Hey, isn't this your younger sister? What's her name again?" It's a pity. Even though she was initially noticed, those in power in the Holy Hall tried everything but still couldn't awaken her physique. Another elder continued, "It's alright, she has a sister like you, so she can rely on you in the future." Then they both laughed heartily. Laughter echoed throughout the main hall. Mu Yuehuang, pissed, yelled, "Enough!" The two elders startled, staring at her in confusion. Mu Yuehuang grabbed Mu Wenhuang's hand and coldly said, "Yuehuang has been impolite, we'll take our leave first." Then, she dragged her younger sister away from them. Once they were alone, Mu Yuehuang looked at Mu Wenhuang, trying to comfort her. Wenhuang, don't overthink it. The elders didn't mean any harm. Mu Wenhuang understood that, but she wasn't having it. She yanked her hand away from Mu Yuehuang, saying coldly, "The elders aren't wrong.
You're so extraordinary, while I'm just ordinary. In this world, talent is everything. All of this is just normal." The more she talked, the more lost Mu Yuehuang felt. She was really drifting apart from her younger sister. She just couldn't understand Mu Wenhuang's inferiority complex. Mu Wenhuang looked at her sister, tears welling up, and pleaded, "Please, stop talking to me in such a condescending tone." At that moment, Mu Yuehuang's heart felt like it was weighed down by a huge rock. These were Mu Wenhuang's first words like that, but they hurt way too much. Yeah, Mu Wenhuang wasn't wrong. In this world, talent is king. These things can only be endured. From then on, Mu Wenhuang and Mu Yuehuang received completely different treatment. In a faraway place, Mu Wenhuang suddenly touched the delicate jade bracelet on her wrist. It was a precious gift that their master had given to the two sisters. A pair of identical bracelets, symbolizing the deep bond between them. Memories of their joyful and happy days together made her smile slightly. Just then, Mu Yuehuang appeared and asked, "What are you smiling about?" Mu Wenhuang looked flustered, as if caught red-handed, trying to hide her embarrassment by puffing out her cheeks and replying, "HMPH, who needs you to worry about it?"
Mu Yuehuang immediately retorted, "Just knows how to smile like a fool. Go cultivate already, don't waste time." Mu Wenhuang irritably snapped back, "I just got here and you're already saying I'm wasting time. Don't be so uptight." The two sisters kept bickering. Mu Wenhuang sat there kneading clay, her heart full of anger. Suddenly she realized with a start that she really was wasting time.
Looking at the misshapen lump of clay in front of her, she couldn't help but sigh. What kind of weird thing did I just make? In the quiet room in the afternoon, a handsome man was diligently making pottery.
His eyes were focused on every move, as if he were looking at the love of his life. His nimble fingers kneaded the clay skillfully, each movement as rhythmic as a dance practiced hundreds of times.
Joy was evident on his face as he poured his heart into every tiny detail,
creating vibrant works of art. Mu Wenhuang looked at it with admiration. Both the master and his works are masterpieces. Jiang Chen, noticing her strange expression, sighed and asked, "Hey, are you seriously learning or not?"
He held up the ceramic bird he had just finished, his heart full of worry, hoping Mu Wenhuang would observe more closely.
Jiang Chen became serious again and began to explain. Pottery making is a process that requires many steps, from kneading the clay and shaping it, to carving the details. During this process, the potter must be highly focused, paying attention to every hand movement and the changes in the clay. This focus not only helps us temporarily forget our troubles, but also makes our souls more relaxed. Furthermore, making pottery also requires patience and perseverance. Each ceramic product must go through many steps before it can be completed. Mu Wenhuang stared intently at Jiang Chen, her eyes fixed on him, listening with rapt attention, even if it was unclear whether she really understood everything he said or not.
Jiang Chen continued, "Each step requires patience and meticulousness. By persevering and completing each stage, we can cultivate patience and perseverance. These qualities will gradually seep into a person, helping the soul become more open and steadfast. To me, it's just an ordinary pottery piece. But in your eyes, this pottery bird seems to be radiating the dazzling brilliance of a phoenix."
Seeing Mu Yunhuang's expression, Jiang Chen felt happy too. He smiled and said, "So, pottery making is not just a craft, but also a way to cultivate the mind. It helps us relax, cultivate perseverance and focus. From there, the soul will become calmer and more open."
What you need right now is exactly that kind of state of mind. Mu Yunhuang nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper is absolutely right. Jiang Chen placed the pottery bird on the table and pointed to the pottery wheel. "Then, why don't you give it a try?" Mu Yunhuang started working, but the results were extremely strange. 1, 2, then 3. By the fourth one, the finished product became even stranger, distorted, and incomprehensible.
Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. "These pottery birds seem to be emitting a gloomy aura. Miss, are there negative thoughts in your heart?"
Although Mu Yunhuang didn't want to admit it, she finally nodded, her hands still spinning the pottery wheel.
She continued to redo it over and over again,
but all failed, and no product took any specific shape.
Jiang Chen didn't show any impatience or anger towards Mu Yunhuang. Instead, he maintained a gentle and unhurried attitude, patiently explaining, "Pay attention to your mood. Reflect on what you are thinking while kneading."
Mu Yunhuang suddenly startled. Mood. At that time, my heart was full of dissatisfaction and turmoil.
Seeing her older sister's rapid cultivation progress while she seemed to be standing still, The source of the pressure became clear.
Although she had escaped the predicament thanks to Jiang Chen, the feeling of inferiority and self-doubt still haunted her.
Every time she witnessed her older sister displaying advanced magic or showing overwhelming power, Mu Yunhuang couldn't help but feel inferior, helpless, and doubtful about her own abilities. She gradually believed that she would never be able to keep up with her sister's pace, and the fear of being left behind grew stronger in her heart. This anxiety and impatience had become the dominant mood throughout her cultivation process.
After a moment of reflection, Mu Yunhuang suddenly seemed enlightened. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she said to herself,
"Could it be that the shopkeeper wants me to re-examine my cultivation methods and skills, change my cultivation style and mood, and find a path that suits me?"
The path of cultivation is not a race, but a journey of self-growth and comprehension for each individual. Everyone has their own talents and rhythm.
Jiang Chen nodded slightly, gave a gentle smile, and softly advised, "The key is to focus on cultivating yourself, not comparing yourself to others."
Hearing this, Mu Yunhuang seemed to wake up. She exclaimed, "That's right. My value lies not in comparing myself to my older sister, but in my own growth and progress."
Just a few words from Jiang Chen were enough to enlighten Mu Yunhuang. There is no end to the path of cultivation, as long as we persevere in pursuing our goals.
I need to learn to accept my imperfections and cherish my achievements and efforts.
Everyone has their own path to take.
Mu Yunhuang looked at the pottery wheel. Her whole body seemed to be surrounded by spiritual energy. While kneading, she was focused, and this time her mood was different.
The important thing is to maintain faith in yourself and constantly grow and progress. These pottery works were all extremely beautiful, far surpassing the previous ones. Jiang Chen stood beside her and didn't hesitate to give a thumbs up in praise.
The scene shifts to the Great Yan Imperial Palace. Ji Yuanhao was racking his brain over the recent turmoil in the empire. He muttered to the Qingmu sword in his hand, "But I'm not sure if the enemy is a master or not. Is there a larger force or some unmentionable secret hidden behind them? It's time to make a decision, because this is happening in my territory. If this continues, the authority and security of the nation will be threatened, even shaking the foundations of the Great Yan Empire and bringing untold disaster."
Seeing Ji Yuanhao's worries, Shen Mu said honestly, "I'm afraid I can't help much, because I just appeared not long ago, and my understanding of the demon race is limited.
I'm also not clear about their strategies and intentions, but being careful is always necessary."
Ji Yuanhao nodded. "You're right. Protecting the territory and security of the people of Great Yan is the top priority. I must find the demon race's weakness and how to deal with them. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan and the Yan Emperor have already ceased fighting. Would the other demon races dare to cause trouble again?
Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore." "Do you feel like you and I have become stronger recently?" Mu Jian answered frankly. "No." Ji Yuanhao pondered for a long time before slowly saying, "Looks like we need to go back and see that master again." Underground chaos often leads to public chaos, and the current Yu Hua Heavenly Palace is the clearest example of this.
For some unknown reason, the main hall was packed with people, and it was noisy everywhere.
The disciples in the clan all seemed suspicious and confused by this strange event. They had heard everything about the Holy Maiden's younger sister, but no one expected her to actually send a challenge letter. Unbelievable. She was just promoted to a core disciple, and her cultivation has also broken through, but now she is giving up all the resources and nurturing of the Immortal Palace to run after the enemy, to make pottery.
This is not only a rash action but also a betrayal. It would be light if she was expelled from the sect, and even worse, if she was severely punished.
Mu Yuehuang felt more and more dizzy, as if she was about to explode with tension. But at that moment, a dignified and familiar voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. "Enough! Everyone be quiet and don't rush." Seeing the figure of the old ancestor, everyone fell silent, their eyes focused on him, waiting for his handling.
Mu Yuehuang hurried over and said worriedly, "Old ancestor, my younger sister is young and ignorant. She doesn't understand the ways of the world.
This action must have been seduced by a villain. This is my fault for not managing her strictly. I hope the old ancestor will be generous and give me a chance to correct my mistake. I am willing to lead my foolish sister back, so that she can confess her guilt and await punishment." Although he wanted to be tolerant, Shen Xiaozi was determined this time. As soon as the two words, "no need," came out,
Mu Yuehuang immediately felt like she had fallen into the abyss of despair. She quickly knelt down on the ground, intending to continue begging, but Shen Xiaozi coldly interrupted her.
As soon as Mu Yuehuang saw Shen Xiaozi, she hurried over and said worriedly, "Old ancestor, my younger sister is young and ignorant. She doesn't understand the ways of the world. This action must have been seduced by a villain, all because I didn't manage her strictly. I hope the old ancestor will be generous and forgive me. Give me a chance to atone for my sins. I ask to personally lead my younger sister back to confess her guilt and wait for the old ancestor to deal with it. Although he wanted to be tolerant, Shen Xiaozi was determined this time. As soon as the two words, no need, came out,
Mu Yuehuang felt like she had fallen into the abyss of despair. She quickly knelt down, intending to continue begging, but Shen Xiaozi interrupted her. Yuehuang, listen to what old ancestor has to say first.
The mysterious person in the wooden house has unknown origins and strength, and suddenly a green-clothed person appeared who absorbed other people's magic power, adding the movements of the great Yan dynasty and the Qing Yun Holy Land. The situation around the Yuhua Immortal Palace is extremely complicated. With just a little carelessness, we will fall into eternal doom. Mu Yuehuang understood these words, but Shen Xiaozi continued.
Losing your younger sister is indeed a pity, but it was her choice.
I can't let you and others continue to take risks because of this matter.
Shen Xiaozi slowly walked to Mu Yuehuang, put his hand on her shoulder, and gently reassured her. Yuehuang, don't worry. I promised your parents many years ago that I would take good care of you two sisters. I will take care of Yuanhuang's side, trust me. Mu Yuehuang was silent. Knowing in her heart that she could not deny Shen Xiaozi's words, she could only obediently nod and step back. At this time, Wu Shenji stepped forward to report. Old ancestor, Yu Huang and everyone have returned.
Shen Xiaozi pondered for a moment and then called out, Shenji. Wu Shenji replied. Yes, Shen Xiaozi said. Old ancestor has something I want to ask you to do. The scene shifts to Yuefeng Heavenly Palace, which was originally Mu Yuehuang's private cultivation, Dongfu.
Currently, she is busy arranging all of her family's wealth, from top-quality equipment, precious spirit pills to natal magic treasures. Even though she had prepared so carefully, she still couldn't dispel the feeling of worry and anxiety. Mu Yuehuang knew that secretly searching for her younger sister was too reckless an action, and even went against the old ancestor's wishes. However, Mu Yuehuang still did not realize her own foolishness, and only thought of her younger sister in her heart, becoming even more blinded. Suddenly, the image of her weak younger sister who needed protection and care appeared in her mind. Mu Yuehuang had promised the other party, so even if this trip was fraught with danger, she had to go alone.
Wu Shenji watched Mu Yuehuang's retreating figure, only sighing. They were too used to her personality.
Before long, Mu Yuehuang found Jiang Chen's wooden house.
The house was still simple, quietly existing in nature, the secluded residence of a reclusive expert.
Hiding behind a nearby bush,
Mu Yuehuang carefully observed the inside. Even though she had made up her mind, she still didn't know how to get inside and bring her younger sister out. Not to mention anything else, this area alone was set up with a large-scale formation. Last time she almost couldn't make it back. I was so eager to find my little sister that I overlooked the most important thing. This could be the enemy's base camp. Coming here is no different from throwing myself into the tiger's mouth, she reproached herself.
While Mu Yuehuang was deep in thought,
Jixuan appeared, sweeping the yard with a broom as usual. He happened to sweep to the spot where she was hiding.
Jixuan smiled innocently and greeted, "Hello, miss." Just a simple sentence made Mu Yuehuang jump, her heart pounding. She retreated in panic and asked quickly, "You, who are you? Why are you here? Oh no, more accurately, you're wearing the clothes of the Great Yan Dynasty? You're from the Great Yan Dynasty, why are you sweeping the yard here?"
Jixuan still had a kind smile, enthusiastically inviting her into the house.
"My boss once said that a female guest would be coming recently. I guess it must be you, miss. Everything is prepared, please come in." Mu Yuehuang was full of suspicion, thinking to herself, "So suspicious, too suspicious. This is clearly a trap. Are they provoking me?
Well, whatever. I want to see what tricks you have up your sleeves." But when she stepped into the courtyard, she was stunned in astonishment.
Yinglan sat by the stone table, waving to welcome her with a friendly smile. "So the holy maiden of the Yuhua Immortal Palace has arrived." Qing Yunzi also enthusiastically inquired about the recent health of the old ancestor.
Only Jiangling Ye seemed a little annoyed, while Yunlan still maintained her usual gentle smile.
From a realistic perspective, they seemed like a group of good people, harmonious and happy together. But in Mu Yuehuang's eyes, the Qua clan, Qing Yun Holy Land, and the Great Yan Dynasty were all gathered together, like a pack of demons meeting. She had heard before that the old ancestor of the Qing Yun Holy Land didn't have much time left, yet now his face was surprisingly radiant. Even the middle-aged man of the Quen clan, his aura was even stronger than the last time.
The Qing Yun Holy Maiden and the Prince of the Great Yan Dynasty had also made obvious progress, but what shocked her the most was the young girl who claimed to be from the Shu clan. The last time they met, she was clearly just a mortal without any magical power. Yet now her aura had reached the divine power realm, even about to break through to the golden core realm. This cultivation speed was unbelievable, as if she had become a completely different person. Not only that, but behind her also radiated the power of heavenly yin. With her current aptitude, she was completely not inferior to any holy maiden I've ever known. Could it be that great figure nurtured a commoner into a holy maiden in a short period of time? If this method is really based on energy, wouldn't he be able to build a sect full of holy maidens and holy sons in a short time?
Mu Yuehuang felt extremely terrified. The more she thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. If that was the case, her side could be completely crushed.
Now she was confused. This news was indeed extremely important. Should I use all my strength to escape from here and tell everyone? If I hesitate, when that great figure appears, I definitely won't be able to escape.
Suddenly, Jiang Linghair stepped in front of Mu Yuehuang, her eyes fixed on her with contempt. Jiang Linghair coldly said, "The future holy maiden of the Yuhua Heavenly Palace, I will definitely surpass you." Mu Yuehuang hesitated to look back, her heart full of doubt. Jiang Linghair slowly continued, "I am always by the senior side, receiving guidance almost every day, and there will come a day when my strength far exceeds yours, so don't have any bad intentions towards the senior."
A series of chaotic thoughts suddenly appeared in Mu Yuehuang's mind. Thinking about being taught every day about the method of creating holy maidens, her mind could not be at peace.
She wondered what the purpose of training a large number of holy maidens was. What kind of cultivation method allowed one to increase their cultivation every day just by being by their side? Could it be dual cultivation, multiple cultivation, or could it even be limitless cultivation? Mu Yuehuang suddenly realized Jiang Chen's terrifying plan, feeling that she had revealed her ignorance. At that moment, Jiang Chen came out, wearing an innocent smile. So lively.
"Is that Miss Yuhuang? Come over here quickly, your little sister is—" But before he could finish speaking, Mu Yuehuang had retreated more than 10 meters away, her face full of panic.
Jiang Chen could only force a smile, wondering why this situation had occurred. He clearly hadn't done anything, but Mu Yuehuang had shouted, "Don't come over here."
What on earth is going on? Mu Yuehuang's reaction was a bit strange. Just saying hello was like seeing a wild beast. At this time, Mu Yuehuang walked out of the house and asked intimately, "Master, are you awake?" "Huh. Why is everyone gathered here? What's going on?"
Jiang Chen turned to look at her and explained with a smile, "Nothing much." Meanwhile, Mu Yuehuang stood behind him, looking totally awkward. She then started to pay attention to her younger sister, Mu Yunhuang. Seeing Mu Yunhuang, it seemed like her life was way better than back in the Yunhua Celestial Palace.
Facing Mu Yuehuang, Mu Yunhuang simply greeted casually, "Oh, it's older sis."
Seeing her younger sister's attire, Mu Yuehuang froze, exclaiming in shock,
"Yunhuang, why are you dressed like this?" The sky was clear, the sun shone gently, and the sun was high above.
Jiang Chen stood outside the door,
arms crossed, watching into the room, and a smile crept onto his face. Clearly, he was in a great mood, all because the two sisters were sitting opposite each other at the pottery table.
The two of them worked together, happily molding the clay, creating a warm and happy scene.
In just a moment, they completed 2 little birds modeled after themselves.
Jiang Chen watched from outside, nodding, thinking to himself, "The atmosphere is great, I told you. Just sit down and talk sincerely. There's nothing the two sisters can't resolve." But suddenly, Mu Yuehuang got angry, overturned the pottery table, and shouted, "Why do I have to be here kneading mud? I told you this is a waste of time." Mu Yuehuang, who was molding the clay, was startled. Jiang Chen watched the scene. The smile on his face froze, and he could only think to himself that he hadn't said anything. Mu Yuehuang frowned and said sternly,
"Yunhuang, your unauthorized departure from the Celestial Palace has caused a great commotion, even alarming the Holy Lord and the Ancestor. After you clean up, come back to the Celestial Palace with me to apologize to the elders. If you humbly admit your mistakes, the Ancestor will definitely not punish you severely."
"This is tense,"
Jiang Chen pondered, feeling that the situation was indeed serious.
Did this happen because Mu Yun came to my place? Jiang Chen wondered if he should intervene, but ultimately decided to continue observing, as this was a personal matter between the two sisters. Mu Yunhuang's expression changed slightly upon hearing Mu Yuehuang's words, but she quickly regained her composure. She took a deep breath, adjusted her breathing, and then calmly asked, "Can we sit down and talk more carefully?" However, Mu Yuehuang seemed to be harboring too much resentment, and she immediately exploded without thinking, "Do you even understand the current situation?
Do you know how much trouble you've caused? If you take one wrong step, you'll be considered a traitor to the Celestial Palace. Being expelled is a light punishment, you might even be wanted. And you still want to stay here and mold clay?
What you need to do now is find a quiet place and cultivate alone to consolidate your cultivation base, or who knows if there will be any sequelae."
Suddenly, Mu Yuehuang turned to look at Jiang Chen, her eyes full of anger. In my opinion, this is the last place you should be. Come back, Yunhuang. Everyone is waiting for you to return. In her heart, she thought, I've made it so clear. Does Yunhuang understand her older sister's good intentions? Facing her older sister's temper, Mu Yunhuang remained silent, seemingly trying her best to restrain her emotions. Her mind was filled with negative thoughts. She realized that the longer she stayed here, the greater the danger, and it was best to leave quickly. Mu Yunhuang tried to appear calm, gritting her teeth to force herself to think carefully. Recalling the words the boss had said, the pottery process requires intense concentration, paying attention to every hand movement and the transformation of the pottery. This state of focus can help people temporarily forget their worries, immerse themselves in the creative process, thereby helping the soul to be relaxed and open. Suddenly, Mu Yunhuang began to pick up a piece of clay and start molding. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised by this unexpected action, and in just a moment, she had molded a somewhat naive-looking penguin. Jiang Chen forced a smile. That was fast, but it's a bit strange. The scene suddenly became chaotic. After finishing the molding, Mu Yunhuang breathed a sigh of relief and said, Older sister, please listen to me. But Mu Yuehuang didn't seem to listen at all. What else is there to say? Can't you see your own problem? This is too much. Mu Yuehuang's face immediately darkened. Her voice cold, she requested, Older sister, please let me finish. Seeing Mu Yuehuang being scolded, the readers probably felt satisfied. Mu Yuehuang was silent, awkwardly looking at her younger sister. Mu Yunhuang calmly said, I apologize for causing more trouble for the Immortal Palace. After this, I will return to the Immortal Palace to accept punishment from the ancestor. No matter what the punishment is, I will accept it. But me being here wasn't a waste of time. I really learned a lot. Older sister also knows. The reason I awakened the Immortal Phoenix body is because of this place. Moreover, everyone here treats me very well, willing to share their cultivation experience. The boss even personally teaches and answers my doubts at any time. This is the most suitable place for me to cultivate. It was obvious that Mu Yunhuang definitely wouldn't go back willingly. Jiang Chen nodded, smiling as he looked towards her. After the pottery, her mood had stabilized a lot. Mu Yunhuang continued to calmly present her thoughts, while Mu Yuhuang was immersed in negative thoughts, unable to escape. She couldn't help but recall the image of Mu Yunhuang begging her when she was little. It's that look again. Mu Yuehuang gritted her teeth and asked, Why? Why don't you ever listen to me? Mu Yunhuang looked at her older sister in surprise, not understanding why she was suddenly like this. Mu Yuehuang, with a selfish and uncomprehending attitude, shouted, What gives you the right to act so willfully? Can't you put yourself in other people's shoes for once? You just made a breakthrough in your cultivation, finally having a chance to catch up to me. Yet, at this crucial moment, you choose to run away from the Immortal Palace. Have you ever thought about how everyone in the Immortal Palace will treat you? A rare opportunity to be on par with the Holy Maiden is right in front of you, yet you don't cherish it, and instead you're here playing with mud. Everyone thinks you're crazy, right? I think you're just being rebellious, wanting to go against me, using your own future as a joke. You say this place is the most suitable for you, and everyone here is good, but are you sure that's true? There's no such thing as something so good in this world, right? You must have forgotten where your current cultivation came from, and how strong you are in this place. It was as if Mu Yuehuang was trying to use meaningless reasons to justify, begging Mu Yunhuang to return. Yunhuang, listen to me, come back with your older sister. Mu Yunhuang's face darkened, and she coldly called out, Older sister. Mu Yuehuang looked up, waiting to see what she would say next. But Mu Yunhuang was very understanding, and just reached out to hold her hand. Mu Yunhuang softly said, There's no need to confirm anything. This is my own choice, and I will work hard to take responsibility for this decision, so I hope older sister can respect my choice. It seemed that Mu Yuehuang's beauty and intelligence were inversely proportional. She didn't pay any attention to her younger sister's words at all, and was only loyal to her own selfishness, always thinking and forcing her younger sister to listen to her. Mu Yuehuang suddenly slapped Mu Yunhuang, the sound echoing in the space. Mu Yunhuang was shocked, her eyes widening as she stared at her. Mu Yuehuang was filled with negativity and resentment, questioning, Have you forgotten? Mu Yunhuang looked back awkwardly, while Mu Yuehuang continued, Every time it's because of you, you have to take responsibility. But how do you take responsibility? That's right, back then, it was also because of you. Because of your willfulness. If it wasn't because of your mischief then, you're very good. Now you've learned how to talk back. You try to appear calm to resolve things, but you abandon reason, using your negativity to perceive everything. Mu Yunhuang still tried to explain, but Mu Yuehuang was almost out of control, gritting her teeth and saying, Don't you know what everyone has suffered because of your whims? If you weren't there. Painful memories flooded back. Mu Yunhuang was on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a gentle but dignified voice rang out, interrupting the argument. Enough! Realizing the situation was getting out of hand, Jiang Chen quickly stepped forward, standing in front of Mu Yunhuang. He looked at Mu Yunhuang, frowning, and said,
"This elder sister, you're being a bit much."
Mu Yunhuang looked at Jiang Chen standing in front of her, a feeling of warmth filling her heart.
As expected of the boss, with the boss here, she felt much more at ease, she thought.
Jiang Chen said, "Some words, if spoken out of control, become swords that sever relationships, arrows that pierce hearts.
So, some words are better left unsaid, I think."
Mu Yuehuang remained silent for a long time, before softly saying,
"Indeed, this one has matters to attend to, and must take my leave, younger sister.
Stay here." She left a sentence and walked out. On the ground, the clay statue that the two of them had made together was already distorted. The conversation between the two sisters could be considered finished.
Below the towering mountain, the scenery was as beautiful as a heavenly realm, with mist enveloping everything.
Mu Yuehuang walked on the path leading to the summit, her heart heavy with worries.
Images of past events kept flashing through her mind, causing tears to silently fall.
As she walked, she thought to herself, "Younger sister, why don't you listen to me? There's a grave up ahead." As she approached, Mu Yuehuang saw an old man standing in front of the grave and asked, "Senior, is this the grave of your family member?" The old man nodded, his voice low and sad. "That's right, my family member passed away from illness years ago. This place is the grave of my younger sister."
Mu Yuehuang mumbled, her eyes full of confusion.
She looked at the old man and exclaimed softly, "Another younger sister." The old man turned to look at her, his voice cold. "What about a younger sister?" As if she had found someone to confide in, Mu Yuehuang recounted her story. The mysterious old man nodded. "So that's how it is. Your younger sister is bewitched by bad people, and no longer listens to your advice. Even just listening to your story, I can't make an accurate judgment, but I want to tell you this. Your younger sister is still alive, and everything can still be saved. Otherwise, when you're my age, it will be too late to regret, and you'll only be able to stare at this cold tombstone."
The old man's words were like wind blowing into her mind, causing Mu Yuehuang to stand silently staring at the grave, her heart in utter turmoil.
The old man sighed and continued, "I understand how you feel right now. The sudden change in your younger sister has caused you pain and confusion.
Perhaps this will help you restore your younger sister's sanity. It's useless for me to keep it." Mu Yuehuang looked in astonishment at the jade pendant in the old man's hand. Even though she knew that good things don't fall from the sky, she still believed in his words. She cautiously asked, "I sincerely hope my younger sister can return to normal, but I can also feel the immense power from your magic artifact. Will it harm her?" The old man smiled. "I understand your worries. This magic artifact is a family heirloom from my ancestors, both ancient and mysterious. It can help calm the mind and restore sanity.
It will not harm the user but also awaken the kindness and gentleness within each person."
Mu Yuehuang reached out and took the jade pendant, her heart full of doubt. Could this thing really be that magical? "Senior, please tell me. You and I are complete strangers. Why are you helping me?"
The old man smiled, his voice warm and deep. "Because the care and love you have for your younger sister is something I will never be able to do again. Our meeting today is also fate. With this magic artifact, you only need to leave it beside your younger sister, so that she can feel its energy. The rest, let your younger sister decide for herself. But no matter what, companionship, love, and care are the best treatments. You also need to believe in the inner strength of your younger sister. In the process of her recovery, always support and encourage her." "Companionship and love, huh?" Mu Yuehuang murmured softly, a feeling of bitterness rising in her heart. "Yeah, she does. But she's seriously too selfish. Not even listening to her little sister, just seeing things one-sidedly."
Even so, Mu Yuehuang still nodded her thanks. Accepting the old man's kindness, I'll try my best to help her, to get through this tough time with her.
"No matter what happens, I'll always love her."
The old man smiled and nodded, his eyes full of praise and belief. However, if you looked closely, you could see something a bit suspicious in his eyes.
But Mu Yuehuang was blind, so of course she couldn't see it. In her heart right now, there was only one thought: to try and bring Mu Wenhuang back to her side.
Remember, love is the greatest power. It can overcome any difficulty. The old man stood there, staring thoughtfully at the distant horizon, as if flipping through memories from long ago in a simple immortal sect.
In the quiet room, the old man sat there alone, his mind lost in interwoven memories and pain. Every time he closed his eyes, those images appeared vividly, as if they had just happened yesterday. The time they spent together happily, helping each other grow, seemed like it had just passed. He realized he couldn't escape those precious memories. The pain of longing was etched deep in his heart, never to be erased.
He remembered the warm smile and the eager striving of his beloved disciple. His heart was filled with longing. Each memory was like a knife cutting deep into his soul. Those times of teaching, guiding, the two of them competing together, overcoming countless difficulties together, creating beautiful memories.
But that fateful day arrived. A disciple ran into the room with terrible news. "Master, senior brother has been killed." The old man didn't remember how angry and desperate he was at that moment.
He only knew that the teacup in his hand was crushed instantly. He growled, "What did you say?"
The disciple continued. "It happened a few hours ago. Senior brother was killed by Mu Wenhuang of the Yuhua Holy Land. She disemboweled him. He couldn't defend."
The old man's heart was filled with murderous intent.
Only hatred and the desire for revenge remained.
Yuhua Holy Land, Mu Wenhuang, my Taiyi Holy Land and her Yuhua Holy Land have no feud. Why did she act so cruelly?
The disciple explained. "It's said that senior brother blocked Mu Wenhuang's path, and she's an extremely extreme person."
The old man roared,
"Shut up, my outstanding disciple." Now that pain could not be quelled. It was like a large sword piercing deep into his heart, causing him pain for the rest of his life. His screams seemed to tear through the sky. All of that was in the past now. The departure of his disciple tore his heart apart, leaving him with extreme loneliness. He felt ashamed, wondering if he had fulfilled the responsibility of a master, if he could have protected his disciple better.
He understood that no matter how much he missed him, his disciple wouldn't come back, and self-blame and pain couldn't bring peace to his disciple's soul.
The old man stared at Mu Yuehuang, his eyes cold and full of hatred. It was time for him to do something for his disciple. The power of love is the greatest power, capable of overcoming all difficulties. Longing and pain are both transformed into the most powerful and pure power, even if sometimes mixed with malicious intent.
Everyone who passes through our lives is a special and precious soul in this world. Even if they have left, the memories of them will forever be a beacon of light illuminating the soul, bringing peace and beauty. Liang smiled, using his chi spirit to drain the soul and energy of heaven and earth from the other person's body.
His eyes were cold, without emotion, as if it was a matter of course. He stood silently before the man. The chi spirit emitted a blue light, both illusory and real. "May we find peace and continue our efforts for the departed, as well as for ourselves."
On the other hand, the great Yan Emperor was carrying the divine wood towards the wooden house. He didn't know if the great expert would be angry knowing this, but with his generosity he definitely wouldn't mind.
The most important thing right now is to catch that shameless disciple and restore the senior's honor. The divine wood next to him said, "I think I should create a host to improve your weak swordsmanship in the meantime." Ji Yuandao, while flying, turned back annoyedly and argued with the divine sword. "You dare say my swordsmanship is bad? Who ate my head? Spit it out." The divine wood retorted irritably.
"See for yourself if you're strong," Ji Yuandao yelled. "I wasn't this weak before I got released. I'm still a grand martial uncle." Suddenly, Ji Yuandao sensed a strange aura nearby, and his wooden sword recognized it too. From afar, a powerful demonic aura burst out, as if it had no intention of hiding at all.
At this moment, Liang had finished draining the corpse and was retrieving his spirit energy. At the same time, he also sensed the appearance of a powerful figure. Ji Yuandao swooped down from above, his eyes sharply scanning the person in front of him, his voice cold as ice. "I finally found you, you bloodthirsty murderer." Li Sheng didn't flinch under the scrutinizing gaze. He recognized that the person in front of him was no ordinary person. The aura emanating from this person was exactly what he needed. However, he had reached his quota for today, and his body couldn't contain anymore. So he chuckled, his voice full of mockery. "Old man, if you intentionally came looking for me, I advise you not to be a busybody. That way I might let you live a few more days." Ji Yuandao frowned, his voice frigid. A busybody, he was getting pissed. Though outwardly calm, when the old man got serious, the aura of an emperor became apparent, causing people to feel terrified. He roared, "You dare call me a busybody? I am the emperor of the great Yan dynasty. This beast murdered my people, and you expect me to stand by and do nothing?" The smile on Liang's face disappeared. He stared intently at the other party, his voice full of doubt. "You are the emperor of the great Yan. The emperor of the great Yan is safe in his palace. Why would he appear in this desolate place? Do you two think I'm a fool? However, from the aura on your body, I can sense that you are no ordinary person. You have at least reached the law manifestation realm," Ji Yuandao coldly replied. "What's even more reprehensible is that you not only do evil deeds, but also falsely accuse others." Liang didn't say anything more. He summoned his spirit energy, his face flickering in the cold light.
Others, you mean that guy on the wanted poster?
Ji Yuandao raged. You dare call that senior ugly? But what surprised him most was the wanted poster. What wanted poster? The city was still crowded with people at this time.
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen calmly walked into the city, carrying a bag of pottery, his heart full of joy. Today he could set up his stall thanks to the help of Miss Yuan Huang.
Why is it so crowded in front of the cameo's bulletin board?
Jiang Chen curiously approached, wanting to see if there was any new information. If there were any listed bandits, he would definitely stay away. But when he saw the contents of the notice, Jiang Chen's face went blank, his heart broken.
The notice read, Ghostly killer, soul-sucking ghoul, a man in green robes, with a face like a painting, extremely shameless. Although it was only similar, Jiang Chen felt like the sky was falling. He stared at the notice in shock. Ghostly killer, soul-sucking ghoul, a man in green robes. What on earth is going on?
Just as he was carefully looking at the notice, an uncle stepped forward, put his hand on Jiang Chen's shoulder, and asked with a friendly smile, Boss Jiang has arrived. Jiang Chen forced a smile and replied, Yes, that's right, the uncle continued. It's been a long time since we saw you. Everyone misses you a lot.
Don't mind that notice. It must just be a coincidence. There are countless young men who wear green. Besides, Boss Jiang is not that kind of person.
The people surrounding the notice also stepped forward, nodding in agreement. That's right, are you hungry? Come to my stall for a bowl of noodles. Even though Jiang Chen was troubled by that picture, he didn't expect to be cared for by everyone so much. Feeling trusted was so great. Jiang Chen smiled and said, Thank you, everyone.
But then he thought, but why is the hairstyle also so similar? Who is that hateful person anyway? Right then, that annoying guy was facing Ji Yuandao, his voice cold and full of disdain. That ugly mug? Are they all blind or what?
Not only did they draw my stunning face like that, but it's even more infuriating that the clothes I'm wearing are white, and that green is just light reflecting off the spirit energy. So annoying. Ji Yuanhao gritted his teeth, saying, Doing such a terrible thing and still acting arrogant. I better capture him alive, give the deceased an explanation, and clear the name of that esteemed figure. But even if my swordsmanship is skillful, it's not invincible. Besides, this kid's strength is a mystery. He's probably deliberately hiding it. I wonder what kind of person he is, how he fights.
Mu Jian, standing beside him, said with a confident smile, Don't worry, I won't let you lose. Your hesitant appearance is embarrassing me.
Ji Yuandao looked at Mu Jian, sighing, You really are a kid who speaks so arrogantly, without any courtesy.
The old man raised his head, his eyes full of challenge as he stared directly at Liang, his voice cold. I'm warning you, you're stepping into big trouble. You've unwittingly become the scapegoat for a figure you shouldn't mess with. Compared to that person, you're just a nobody. Not only in ability, but even your arrogance is worthless.
Li Xiang calmly replied.
Oh, really? Ji Yuandao continued to boast,
proud of his transcendent wisdom and far-sightedness, his ability to understand the principles and mysteries of the universe. He sees through all the vicissitudes of life, guiding us on the great path of cultivation. His extraordinary wisdom understands the human heart, breaking through layers of confusion, enhancing the cultivation level of those around him. Unlike you, a mediocre person who only tarnishes the honor of that esteemed figure.
Liang, hearing this, couldn't help but get annoyed. He asked, Oh, if the person taking the fall for me is really that strong, I'd like to meet him. As he spoke, Liang controlled his spirit energy, rushing straight toward Ji Yuandao.
Two bone snake spirit energies swept through the air with incredible speed, leaving behind a green afterimage.
However, Ji Yuandao wasn't easily defeated. The moment Li Xiang controlled his spirit energy to attack, the old man found an opening to counterattack. Liang instinctively jumped back, dodging. His figure seemed to blend into the mist, showing that he wasn't an ordinary person. Perhaps he really was the great Yan Emperor, indeed with some ability. Ji Yuandao laughed loudly. Ha ha, you're young. Your magic is indeed formidable. But swordsmanship requires courage and strength, not something a mediocre cultivator like you can understand. In an instant, Ji Yuandao had moved behind Liang, preparing to attack. He knew that whether it was an emperor or a true swordsman, they had to overcome the fear and anxiety in their hearts, bravely facing unknown challenges, not only for the esteemed figure, but also for my people.
Concentrating his mind, pouring out all his strength, Ji Yuandao gritted his teeth, raising his sword above his head, preparing to unleash a great wave.
But suddenly, the divine tree swelled up and swallowed Ji Yuandao's head.
On the other side, Liang, who was preparing to fight back, was speechless. In his heart, he thought that he still felt the guy wasn't the great Yan Emperor, even if it was just for a moment. There was no mourning for the great Yan Emperor preparing for the next battle. Cultivators possess extraordinary spiritual energy and power. They can absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, transforming it into their own core source of energy, far exceeding the limits of ordinary people, achieving unimaginable abilities such as flying, invisibility, teleportation, controlling the elements, and even grasping the laws of life, death, and reincarnation. Not only that, cultivators also possess an unwavering will. They pursue the goal of immortality, transcending the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death, willing to sacrifice and persevere on the path of cultivation, seeking eternal truth. If that's the case, Liang really wanted to know the origin of the truth he once pursued. Perhaps he was also a passionate person at first, but now his eyes were as cold as ice, with no interest in life anymore. Crimson blood had stained his memories, making him unable to remember anything clearly. He was only haunted by the sea of blood that day, and the cold words of those people still echoing in his ears. Being someone of the demon race, there's nothing good about the demon race. What can such a small fry do? Forget it. What waves can he make alone? Why? What did I do wrong? He gently closed his eyes, his pupils as red as blood, as if the tears flowing from his eyes were also crimson. What did I do wrong to have to witness that? Ji Yuandao was now controlled by Mu Jian, his mind blurred, unable to see anything clearly. In Liang's mind, a familiar figure appeared, wearing a pure white robe, with hair as white as snow, approaching to ask him, "What kind of power do you want to possess?" Liang suddenly woke up, murmuring, "That's right, power. I want power. I need power. Only the strong can grasp the laws of this world. Only the strong can survive and protect themselves and their loved ones. But what am I doing?" Liang looked at the person opposite him, a sense of confusion rising in his heart. What the heck is this? Why am I wasting my time with this guy? He sighed and said coldly, "Hey, Baldy, I'm not in the mood to waste time with you. If you keep messing around, I can't guarantee you'll leave in one piece." Ji Yuandao replied awkwardly, Senior Shishi, can you cooperate with me a little? We need to work together to face the enemy, not cause trouble for me. Shishi Xiang sighed, his words full of sarcasm. Cooperate? I can't stand your turtle-paced swordsmanship, Ji Yuandao bitterly retorted. Slow. As a sword cultivator, even if you're not confident in your own strength, you should at least respect me a little, Shishi Xiang snorted coldly. Naive talk for a sword cultivator. I think you're worse than a kid from the next village. Ji Yuandao angrily gripped his sword hilt and shouted, Enough! No more arguing. If you have any ideas, spit them out. The old man realized that he couldn't defeat the opponent without Shishi Xiang's help, and of course, Shishi Xiang wasn't being too picky either. Hearing Ji Yuandao's question, Shishi Xiang said, You used to cultivate alone, now you need to cooperate with me. Got it. Well, I guess you don't understand now, but I know a trick that can make your swordsmanship more agile. Close your eyes, feel my consciousness, and use your senses to control the sword. Ji Yuandao was still dumbfounded. Before he knew how to feel, Shishi Xiang continued. That way you can unleash your maximum power. Ji Yuandao suddenly burst into anger, yelling, Am I supposed to believe your nonsense? Are you sure you're not messing with me? I can't see anything now and I don't have a weapon. How can I use swordsmanship? Shishi Xiang suddenly retorted. Are you sure you don't have a sword in your hand? Ji Yuandao was startled, felt again, and realized the situation had changed subtly. He stared at his hand, feeling like he was holding a sword. The old emperor indeed had a sword in his hand, and its power even surpassed Shishi Xiang's true form. Spiritual energy surged continuously. Ji Yuandao, with Shishi Xiang clamped onto his head, jumped into the air, preparing to attack Liang. The feeling of battle had returned. Liang looked at this scene and said coldly, Baldy uncle, don't do any fancy tricks. I could still take you down. Ji Yuandao snorted, annoyed. Just a demon clan member, you think I'll lose to you just because I'm old? Liang replied, I didn't mean that, it's just that even if you weren't older than me, you still couldn't beat me. Ji Yuandao swung his sword and said, You're young, your thinking is too exaggerated, let me show you my new power. Shishi Xiang sighed and said, Don't be too smug, the opponent is very strong, his strength far exceeds your current level. Ji Yuandao was shocked and asked, Really? Shishi Xiang honestly explained, From what I observe, this person is an extremely mysterious spirit weapon master. When paired with a spirit weapon, they can create bizarre and powerful spells. Those who can absorb the magical energy of others must rely on the cooperation with the spirit weapon. However, this power has limitations, such as attributes, state, and compatibility within the spirit weapon's body. The effectiveness of energy absorption depends on the quantity and quality.
Sometimes they can't absorb enough energy from the spirit weapon, thus limiting their ability to cast spells.
This cooperation requires a tacit agreement and a close collaborative relationship with the spirit weapon.
If they can't build a good relationship with the spirit weapon, their ability to absorb power will be affected.
Spirit weapon masters need to clearly understand the characteristics and abilities of the spirit weapon to adjust and adapt, achieving maximum absorption efficiency. These can become weaknesses for those who lack adaptability.
But this person has reached the pinnacle of spirit weapon masters, meaning he is super strong. Ji Yuandao swallowed his saliva and cautiously asked again, "What are you saying?"
Shi Xiang continued. "Although I don't know how he reached that level, but if you use your weakness to challenge someone else's strength, it's no different from courting death."
On the other side, Liang still had no intention of making a move, only coldly glanced at Ji Yuandao and snorted softly. Ji Yuandao angrily asked, "What do you mean by weakness attacking someone else's strength? Swordsmanship is the strength I'm most proud of. You're such a damned idiot."
Shi Xiang sighed lightly and said, "I meant the cooperation between the two of us." This left Ji Yuandao unable to refute, because the two of them had no coordination at all. Shi Xiang continued, "If you want to retreat safely, you need to seriously observe and understand your opponent's behavior and abilities. You can perform some distracting actions to interrupt the cooperation between them and the spirit. Loud noises, bright lights, or thick fog can all create problems for them."
Ji Yuandao nodded with a smile. "Oh, I understand now. These things will make it difficult for him to absorb power, weakening his ability to cast spells. When he uses his absorption ability, he also reveals his weakness. Attacking those key energy points will reduce his ability to cast spells." Enlightened by Shi Xiang, Ji Yuandao began to think more carefully, and the sword in his hand gradually disappeared.
The old lion exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I get it now." And just like that, Ji Yuandao tossed his emperor's dignity out the window.
Anyway, Shi Xiang had already got his jaws around the old guy's head, so no one could see anything, only a wriggling lion calling out, "Come on, little bro!"
The old geezer shuffled over to Liang, all like a sleazy uncle. "Let me tell you about this." Liang didn't even have time to react. Ji Yuandao leaned in close to his ear and shouted, making Liang jump out of his skin. But just ruining his hearing wasn't enough. Ji Yuandao then threw a bunch of pepper powder into Liang's face, this time ruining his sense of smell. Li Xiang coughed up a storm, while Ji Yuandao stood there with his hands on his hips, laughing his head off, a look of pure joy on his face. According to what the predecessors said, those who were sucked dry and died underground were used as pepper powder, a truly cruel trick. Li Xiang was affected by the pepper powder, his hearing was damaged, and even his eyes were watering from the spice. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of anger. Damn it, he's using such despicable tricks. Suddenly, a roar rang out, and a dazzling beam of light appeared behind Liang. The spirit flew over from behind. Liang frowned, looking directly at Ji Yuandao in front of him, his voice cold. "This scum old geezer pretending to be an emperor? You've really pissed me off now." Ji Yuandao shouted in shock and anger. "What? Impersonating an emperor? You dare say I'm impersonating an emperor?"
The old coot turned into a rabid dog and charged forward, attacking and cursing.
"You're the one pretending to be an expert, the villain accusing someone first."
Liang gritted his teeth, his eyes cold. "You want to die? Who's the fake here?" The two clashed. The sky lit up with dazzling gold and green rays, creating a stark contrast. They seemed evenly matched. Liang stood still, observing the situation in front of him, thinking to himself,
"This old guy's got some real strength." Ji Yuandao was no longer a frog in a well either. He'd realized Liang's true strength. He retreated, saying to Shi Xiang, "Just as you said, the opponent is not simple. It seems we have to use our real abilities."
Shi Xiang narrowed his eyes disdainfully, HMPH-ing twice.
"Looks like you've met a tough opponent,
but it's also a chance to test yourself."
Ji Yuandao frowned.
Determined, "I will use my sword intent to let this demon race know their place. I will absolutely not forgive anyone who dares to trample on my great Yan Empire."
Li Xiang coldly replied.
"Then, old man, your expectations are about to be shattered. You think being strong gives you the right to be arrogant." But Ji Yuandao looked at the scene before him with a displeased look. This young man dared to be so arrogant. Who gave him the courage?
Liang didn't reply, simply raising his hand. A pure green light emanating from his palm.
That seemingly gentle light contained terrifying power. Behind Liang, several spirits soared into the sky. Their shapes ferocious, their imposing manner overwhelming, causing the rocks below to shatter into pieces.
Liang Zixun said, "I am not arrogant."
Listen carefully, I am an existence far beyond you, and that is what gives me this authority and arrogance." He clenched his hand. The three giant spirits in the sky immediately tore through the wind and stepped on the clouds, crossing the vast forest to attack Ji Yuandao, who was flying high above. Underneath, the ground continued to be bombarded, shattering into fragments. Ji Yuandao stroked the wooden sword on his head and couldn't help but praise his opponent. "Little brat, you're pretty good." From the palm of his hand, a sword appeared. He shouted loudly, swinging his sword forward with the devil-subduing sword technique. The sharp sword Kuya was full of righteousness, capable of slaying demons and eliminating evil. But Liang just chuckled, saying calmly, "Thanks. Where did these two spirit beings come from?" One of them opened its mouth and chomped down on the sword energy. The sword energy vibrated, and then gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Ji Yuandao quickly retreated, his eyes looking at the two spirit beings in front of him with shock. "They even absorbed my sword intent. How is this possible? Could this be a bug in the system?" He turned to Xinjiang and asked, "What should we do now?" This time, Xinjiang didn't try to bite his head off. Instead, she transformed into a lioness and stood in front of him, saying seriously, "This is not good. My cultivation and life force are also being sucked away." Ji Yuandao frowned, decisive. "If we can't deal with his spirit beings, there's only one way. It's risky, but if we can find a breakthrough point, we still have a chance to win. To catch bandits, you must first catch their chief." He plunged down from above, holding Xinjiang in her complete form. Liang just snorted with disdain. "A master of this level is too mediocre. What a waste of life." He raised his hand. From the ground, another spirit being emerged, opening its mouth to swallow Ji Yuandao whole. This speed exceeded his expectations. Ji Yuandao was worried, thinking to himself, "I can't get close. I can only have my cultivation sucked away by the spirit being. My power will only get weaker and weaker. Oh no. Those three spirit beings are also catching up." For a moment he felt helpless, wanting to give up. The last light in his head seemed to have gone out. Is there really no other way? How unwilling he was. Ji Yuandao closed his eyes, waiting for death. But death didn't come. Instead, Xinjiang transformed from sword form into a person, standing in front of him to let the spirit being suck away her power. Her expression was painful, but at this moment she was only thinking about apologizing for misjudging the information and implicating Ji Yuandao. She shouted, "I'll hold them off here, you go find help." Ji Yuandao's eyes were filled with suffering and despair, as if he was the one in pain. "I'm the one who's supposed to be protecting you. You're always teaching me, even if you say it's thanks to some expert. Whether it's fighting and making a ruckus, being happy, or making jokes, the two of them always took care of each other, and they were very happy together. Now Xinjiang is telling him to run away. Would his conscience and heart allow it? Don't you really like to suck?" Ji Yuandao frowned, then suddenly unleashed all his power. That spirit being will definitely be sucked to a certain extent, so he decided to take a gamble and make it explode. As expected, Ji Yuandao's judgment was correct. The spirit being clinging to Xinjiang disappeared. Success! He quickly rushed over, hugged Xinjiang, and flew away, muttering, "These spirit beings are indeed identical. They have energy resonance. If one is destroyed, the other loses its effect as well." Seeing his spirit being destroyed, the expression on Liang's face changed drastically. He glared and muttered in anger, "My important Hun Chi! All the souls I collected are useless now. That damn old man! Don't even think about escaping." Liang gritted his teeth, ready to chase after Ji Yuandao, but suddenly a youthful voice rang out, causing him to stop. A girl appeared, not to help, but to remind him. "Stop it. That good-for-nothing hasn't returned for so long. Master has asked about it, forcing me to make a trip. Liang, this is the last time." Liang replied angrily, I have my reasons." The girl named M.I. shrugged, ignoring his explanation, and said coldly, "Whatever your reasons are, explain them. To master yourself, I don't want to be implicated by you." Having said that, she vanished into thin air as quickly as she appeared. Being summoned back, Liang naturally didn't stick around to fight or chase after Ji Yuandao. Far away, Ji Yuandao also sensed that the other party's aura had disappeared. The danger seemed to be resolved, but both of them were exhausted. If they didn't act quickly, they might not survive. The scene shifted to a vast hall. The gloomy and eerie atmosphere made everyone's spine tingle. Seeing Liang's return, someone curled their lips in a mocking smile. "What a disgrace, being held back by an old man and a kid for more than half a day. You're not worthy of the title of spirit manipulator," Liang retorted irritably. "Stop talking nonsense. That old man isn't just a dying ember, and he even calls himself the Great Yan Emperor. Plus, that kid who transformed from a wooden sword isn't simple either.
I absorbed some of his spiritual power, which caused my cultivation to skyrocket, but it also caused my vessel to be pushed.
That's why that old man had a chance, the other person scoffed. Who would believe you? Liang immediately shot back. Aren't you a ghost?
As the two were arguing, someone who seemed to be their lord appeared, smiling lightly and mediating. All right, I understand the situation. It's rare that all four of you are here this time.
The speaker was the purple-haired girl who had brought Liang back, along with Zhu Yuantian, a bald-headed muscleman, and finally, Liang. These four were subordinates of the white-robed figure, who was also the mastermind villain. Although he just sat there silently, the aura emanating from him made everyone feel pressured. Finally, everyone's here, he said, but our progress is slower than before. To open the gate to another world, our current strength is far from enough.
Li Zhang became obedient at this moment, cupping his hands respectfully and said, "This time it was indeed the subordinate's fault. It will absolutely not happen again next time."
At this time, another person stepped forward, smiling and saying, "By the way, when we came back, I followed a strange old man and discovered a small wooden house deep in the forest. I feel that the power from that house is very similar to that of the Lord." The white-robed man coldly asked Zhu Yuantian, "Master, is this wooden house the one who beat you half to death?"
Zhu Yuantian's face suddenly turned pale upon hearing that name.
"You originally wanted to sacrifice your daughter, but as a result, you were beaten to a pulp by his assistant. What dignity do you have as a father?"
Zhu Yuantian glared and cursed through gritted teeth.
"You." The other person casually tossed him behind her, laughing and saying, "When we passed by, we happened to see someone walking out of the house. That person looked very ordinary. You could say he was the most mundane person. But what he carried was extremely amazing, containing supreme divine power, as if the power of the entire universe was gathered in it." Unconsciously, she fell into a state of infatuation, sensing the strange power flowing into her body. The corners of her lips curled up, and she licked her lips lightly, exclaiming, "Wonderful. The person he serves must be a talented expert. Just recalling that power makes me tremble." She hugged herself tightly, sighing. "Ah, no, I can't take it anymore," Liang said indifferently. "You should also know when to stop. I have carefully examined what that person was carrying. It is indeed a supreme divine artifact, but perhaps that mortal just obtained it from somewhere." The white-robed man slowly asked, "A power similar to mine, huh? In any case, that small wooden house is worth us revisiting." Someone in the group raised their hand and volunteered, "I request to go into battle. I would very much like to see the expert that the old man mentioned with my own eyes." Zhu Yuantian gave her a cold glare, thinking to himself, "HMPH. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even my cultivation couldn't deal with that person, let alone a bitch like you. It's a good thing if you die early." Trusting his subordinate, the white-robed guy agreed immediately, sending Liang along. Before he left, he instructed, "Remember, you must bring that expert back to meet me. As for the rest, turn them into bait for your chi spirit." Elsewhere, Ji Yuandao was struggling to fly towards the wooden house, gritting his teeth in anger as his Xishang lay quietly on his waist. "Damn it, I have to report this to the expert immediately. We can't let those bastards run wild," he thought. Surprisingly, before he could search, he saw the expert appearing in the distance. Jiang Chen was holding something that seemed ordinary, but in the old man's eyes, it was a treasure containing the power of the universe. He was just happily thinking about firing this batch of porcelain so he could sell it in the city for money. The days of eating meat freely were not far away. How wonderful. As soon as he saw Jiang Chen, Ji Yuandao rushed towards him, his pale face startling. "Jiang Chen, when did you get here?" Ji Yuandao yawned repeatedly. "Ah, no good. My body is so weak I can barely hold on." He trembled and tried to speak. "Boss. Big trouble. Someone is impersonating you and doing bad things." Jiang Chen froze, his face changed, and a string of curses erupted in his heart. Oh crap, even he knows. Did he see the notice in the city? Ji Yuandao complained indignantly. "On the way here I saw him sucking people's souls." He deliberately tried to make himself look good, turning his white clothes blue, and even dared to mock "You, boss, unforgivable." Jiang Chen's mouth twitched as he forced a smile. "Huh, you ran into the real deal. And a murderous devil. This situation is a bit strange." Ji Yuandao handed over the wooden sword, adding, "Not only that, but I also used the wooden sword you gave me to spar with him a few times. As a result, the wooden sword was sucked dry like this." The qi lin on the sword hilt drooped, withered visibly. Jiang Chen was dumbfounded, not understanding how even the wooden sword got sucked dry. He looked at Ji Yuandao and cautiously asked, "Did you take care of that guy?" Of course, the answer was definitely no. The small wooden house was bathed in the gentle light of the setting sun. After being taken into the house to rest, Jiang Chen quickly prepared a simple bowl of soup to nourish Ji Yuandao,
He eagerly gulped down the entire bowl, leaving Jiang Chen and Mu Yuehuang standing beside him just watching silently, thinking to themselves, "He must have been very hungry." Ji Yuandao finished the bowl of soup in one gulp, put the bowl down on the table, and praised, "Delicious? This soup is truly amazing." Looking at his expression, it seemed like his health had recovered considerably. Even his bald head became shinier. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be surprised, wondering how his face changed so much in just a blink of an eye. Mu Yuehuang also gave a forced smile. He finished it all in an instant. Ji Yuandao happily looked at Jiang Chen and asked, "May I ask, boss, what kind of soup is this?" Jiang Chen was a little embarrassed but still smiled and replied, "Ah, this is emerald jade soup." In reality, he wanted to say that they were out of rice and had nothing left but the cold northeast wind. Even though he had abilities, he only had a piece of tofu left at the moment, so he had to cook it so carelessly. Unexpectedly, the guest enjoyed it so much. Maybe he was very hungry or trying to save my face. Anyway, he's really kind. That was Jiang Chen's sincere thought, but Ji Yuandao didn't think so at all. In his mind, it was as if he had just experienced an enlightenment. Everything was just as he expected. This soup is truly only available in the heavens. Mortals can hardly enjoy it. Just one sip is like taking me between the immortal realm and the mortal realm. It's unbelievable. 2 sips of soup have filled my depleted body with vitality again. Now, my life essence has not only recovered, but also sublimated. Oh, I'm dancing with the fairies in the immortal palace, feeling endless joy. Thinking of this, the old man got even more excited, sticking out his tongue to lick up every last drop of broth from the bowl. If one get the chance, I'm definitely having this soup again. Haha, it's just too exciting. Jiang Chen forced a smile, thinking to himself, looks like he was really hungry, but wasn't he supposed to be loaded? Ji Yuandao then asked, "So who might this young lady be?" Jiang Chen chuckled. "Oh, my bad. Forgot to introduce her. This is Mu Yunhuang, Miss Mu Yunhuang." Outside, the azure wood sword planted in the ground was absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, but inside, it was itching like crazy. It wanted some soup too, damn it. Ji Yuandao was taken aback by the name Mu Yunhuang. Isn't Mu Yunhuang the younger sister of the Yuhua Holy Maiden? He immediately put on a smile and said, "Greetings, Miss Mu. I'm Ji Yuandao. Just call me Uncle Ji." Mu Yunhuang was stunned. Greetings, Uncle Ji. Isn't Ji Yuandao the great Yan Emperor?" Jiang Chen, clueless as ever, just grinned and said, "Right on time. Miss Mu and I were just about to fire up a batch of decorative pottery together. You can watch the firing process, and if you like anything, feel free to pick something out. Bulk discounts are available." Mu Yunhuang stared blankly at Jiang Chen, inwardly thinking, what is this boss trying to do by having me get acquainted with the great Yan Emperor? Is there some hidden meaning? Jiang Chen genuinely just wanted to sell stuff? But now, even Ji Yuandao was overthinking things. He mused to himself, if I'm not mistaken, this young lady is definitely someone important from the Yuhua Immortal Palace. I get it now. This senior's move is probably to reconcile the conflict with the Yuhua Heavenly Palace. In reality, Jiang Chen was secretly calculating that if he didn't open his mouth, he probably wouldn't have any soup to slurp tonight. He had to seal this deal. And so, everyone had their own thoughts, and they smiled in unison, almost as if they had planned it all along. Afterwards, Mu Yunhuang and Ji Yuandao followed Jiang Chen to his pottery workshop. From Jiang Chen's perspective, the pottery making process was pretty straightforward. He did it kinda sloppily, putting the pottery into the kiln like normal, then tossing in firewood and lighting the fire. Smoke billowed everywhere from the kiln. Finally, when the finished product was done, it just looked like a regular piece of pottery to Jiang Chen. He didn't notice the shocked expressions on the faces of the two behind him, and just nodded with a smile. That's roughly the finished product. It's not perfect, but it embodies a youthful, naive charm, which is rare on the market. Jiang Chen turned to look at Ji Yuandao, asking with a smile, "So, are you interested?" However, both Ji Yuandao and Mu Yunhuang showed an expression of extreme horror. They smiled, but inside they were sweating bullets. What did I just see? What the heck just happened? Jiang Chen was startled. What's wrong with these two? This time, let's observe from the perspective of Ji Yuandao and Mu Yunhuang. It all started when Jiang Chen casually led Ji Yuandao to his pottery workshop. First was the room called Chen Li Shi, where I usually keep the finished products and materials related to pottery. If you are interested, you can tell me anytime. Of course, you can freely tour. Mu Yunhuang and Ji Yuandao were immediately terrified by the atmosphere in this room. If they weren't seeing things, the aura that everything in this room emitted was immortal energy. That's right, immortal energy. Jiang Chen took out a tray of pottery with a few small items on it and began to introduce them. These are some of my semi-finished products. From these semi-finished products, you can see the material. That's right, just seeing the semi-finished product
But in their eyes, it was as if they had just seen the entire universe, the laws of all things. The light was so dazzling that they were blinded. This is the earth attribute spiritual energy overflowing. There is no mistaking it. This is clearly spirit-nourishing immortal soil. This type of soil, rich in earth attribute spiritual energy, is considered the best soil for growing all kinds of spiritual herbs. Only spiritual herbs grown in this type of soil can exert their true medicinal effects. Moreover, this type of soil can also be used as an auxiliary material in the process of weapon refining, helping to enhance the quality and characteristics of the refined product, and even improve the success rate of alchemy. For any cultivator, spirit-nourishing immortal soil is an extremely precious resource. However, this type of soil has almost disappeared from the world. Just the appearance of a small piece would surely cause sects to fight to the death. And a large amount of spirit-nourishing immortal soil could even ignite a bloody war. Ji Yuandao tremblingly asked, "Boss, where did you mine this kind of soil?" Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "You mean this kind of soil? It's right near my front door." Mu Yunhuang had been here for a while, and all she could do was offer a helpless smile, which wasn't new to her. Meanwhile, Ji Yuandao was crying his eyes out. Outside the courtyard, the Emperor of Great Yan doesn't even know he has such a valuable mine in his own backyard. He's gonna die of regret. Setting aside the land issue for now, their next stop was the kiln. This time, a seemingly ordinary process made both of them freeze in their tracks. While Jiang Chen saw it as just a regular kiln, in their eyes, this kiln seemed to be on par with a top-tier immortal artifact cauldron. What Jiang Chen was using as firewood, in their eyes, were extremely rare spirit woods of various colors. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen continued to add firewood to the kiln. Every time he added a piece, Ji Yuandao felt like his heart was bleeding. Because these spirit woods were all over 1,000 years old, besides their wood properties, they also radiated spiritual energy. Just one piece of this spirit wood is worth a fortune, and he's burning it like this. Ji Yuandao couldn't help but ask, "Boss, where did this firewood come from?" Even though Jiang Chen didn't quite understand, he honestly replied, "You mean this firewood? They're just trees from down the mountain?" Ji Yuandao fainted right then and there. The Great Yan dynasty possessed vast territories and abundant resources, but it was a pity that its ruler was so clueless. Mu Yunhuang, of course, also realized that these things weren't ordinary. A hint of worry arose in her heart, but she said nothing. Was it okay to burn spirit wood like this, she wondered? Suddenly, something very special caught her eye. The flames in the kiln seemed to have ignited a profound realization within Mu Yunhuang. Without hesitation, Mu Yunhuang approached, and in the next second, she felt like she was drawn into another world. It felt like something was about to explode from deep within her. "It's so hot, my body is so hot, I can't take it anymore," she exclaimed, immersed in the flames. Mu Yunhuang clearly felt that this fire was not ordinary. "Before, thanks to the guidance and magical artifacts of a master, I advanced from the 3rd level of the divine power realm to this level. Could it be happening again? So that's it, I understand," she mused. "Fire is used to create artifacts, and my origin is also fire. These two are closely linked. So the master had me knead clay with him here. I didn't understand at first, but now I realize the master's intention." Mu Yunhuang couldn't help but be excited, thinking, "Am I going to reach the Dharma image realm? Could it be like the Holy Lord who can step onto the legendary immortal platform realm? What is the purpose of the master's efforts to help me advance?" Meanwhile, that master had absolutely no intention of helping her advance, and suddenly sneezed. Mu Yunhuang couldn't help but wonder, could it be the master? While Mu Yunhuang was focused on improving her cultivation, Jiang Chen was single-mindedly kneading clay to sell. Meanwhile, in the Feather Transformation Holy Land, a hateful person was filled with resentment towards Jiang Chen. Mu Yuehuang was biting her nails, looking restless, thinking to herself, "Jiang Chen, how dare you charm my little sister?" Just then, Shen Xiaoqi approached and asked with concern, "Yuehuang, you don't look well. What's wrong?" Mu Yuehuang bit her lip and replied, "Don't worry, old ancestor. I'm fine. Just a little agitated. I've finally waited for this day. All the distance between us. I want to take this opportunity to clear things up." Shen Xiaoji laughed happily after hearing this, looking towards those riding on the clouds and saying, "Ha ha, rest assured, Yu Huang. We have your back. The entire Feather Transformation Holy Land has your back. We can't let them run wild anymore. These guys are hopeless." Mu Yuehuang said again, "Old ancestor, although we have a lot of people this time, you've also seen how terrifying he is. Who knows if he has more evil techniques that we don't expect?" Shen Xiaoji nodded. "Agreed, you're right, this person can't be underestimated. Despite being known as high-level cultivators, many of us gathered here can't sense any aura from those people." He looked into the distance, muttering, "Too fierce. I didn't expect them to gather so many powerful cultivators. Come over here and take a look. I didn't expect us to succeed so much. Just a little bit of provocation, and they've launched a full-scale attack."
Li Xiang frowned and said, "You call this a little bit of provocation? It almost blew the whole city away."
"This mission was clearly assigned to me, but you keep interfering. What is it for? In the end."
Turning to look at Liang, she coldly replied, "This. Isn't it just because the guy's too handsome?"
Liang, after hearing that, could only silently glance over, helplessly saying, "What you and I see are completely different."
She hadn't met Jiang Chen in person yet, so hearing Liang say that, she was a bit doubtful.
Liang continued to explain.
"After I personally saw him, my artifact spirits kept trembling. They were all telling me one truth, and that is, the old geezer was right.
The guy is indeed an extremely terrifying existence."
She clicked her tongue, smirking as she asked, "Is it instinct? If it's instinct, then what?" Her mind was flooded with images of herself lunging forward, being embraced in his arms, and then she couldn't help but feel extremely happy.
Liang looked at the images she conjured up, speechless. So this was her instinct.
Ignoring it, she walked over to Liang's side, intimately smiling as she asked, "Are you jealous? Don't worry, no one can replace your position in my heart." Liang snorted and said, "Who's with you? You pervert, be careful I don't suck you dry," she asked with a bit of mischief. "So where do you want to start?" Liang helplessly said nothing more, returning his thoughts to their original place, still feeling that this time's big event wouldn't be good.
The scene shifted to a house filled with sunlight and spring breeze,
where everyone was still leisurely chatting in the small courtyard. In front of them was a small wine pot. Qing Yunzi smiled and said, "I told you that sweeping the house can also improve your cultivation. Just look at little brother Jishuan." Jishuan clasped his hands humbly and replied, "Senior, you praise me too much." Suddenly, Jishuan sensed a familiar aura.
By the time Jishuan realized it, the others had also immediately sensed that this aura was extremely familiar.
Qing Yunzi sighed.
"Another old acquaintance."
Jiang Lingshare frowned, showing discomfort. It seemed someone was coming to visit again, but their aura wasn't very friendly. Yunnan also nodded in agreement. Mu Wenhuang had also sensed that familiar aura, not only Mu Yuehuang's but also many others,
including the Holy Lord and the Old Ancestor. Their aura was aggressive. In the sky, Shen Shazi flew while thinking, "Yunhuang, you're really muddle-headed." Leaving aside Yunhuang being young and easily deceived, why even you, Qing Yunzi, were fooled, selling your life to that heartless devil who kills without blinking. I really can't understand it. Moreover, this devil's power has been developing in secret. The insight of my feather transformation immortal palace was fundamentally insufficient from the beginning. We've really lived peaceful days for too long. Thinking back to the past battles for territory in the immortal realm, human realm, and so on, the invasions of ancient races, and the wanton slaughter of demonic beasts, the feather transformation immortal realm was also, at that time, in order to suppress the demonic army, that it came to be talked about. The last time we didn't have time to act. This time, if the immortal mirror is in hand, plus the high-level cultivators behind me, this can be considered a safe move.
While he was immersed in thought, suddenly Mu Yuehuang called out, "Old Ancestor, we might have to stop for a moment. Something's not right with the place we just passed."
Wu Shenji said, "I felt it too. When I passed by here just now, my whole body felt numb. Although Yu Huang and I don't have any serious problems, but behind us," Shen Shazi suspiciously turned back to look, and behind him, a formation had appeared, surrounding the group, and those with weaker strength were trapped. Shen Shazi was shocked and yelled loudly, "What in the world is going on here?" Before the three of them knew it, everyone was trapped in the formation. "A few days ago, I finally finished the job. The pottery was all prepped and ready to go."
Jiang Chen happily packed them up, hoping that if he could sell them, the living expenses for the coming period wouldn't be a problem anymore.
He lugged the heavy bag in his hand, and Mu Yuehuang helped him put the load on his shoulder from behind.
Jiang Chen said with a smile, "Let's get going then. Thanks for keeping an eye on the place, Miss Yu Huang." Mu Yuehuang waved goodbye. "Take care on your way, boss." On the way, Jiang Chen hoped he could sell the pottery for a good price. Who knew he'd barely taken a few steps when a piece of pottery fell off. Jiang Chen watched in despair, but it was too far away to pick it up. Eventually, it rolled into the water. The pottery slowly sank. Jiang Chen sighed. What bad luck. Losing one before even getting to town. Oh well, guess I'll just leave it there. In reality, Jiang Chen didn't know that this event had been prearranged. Back to the present. After being trapped, they were all confused and arguing. This formation is too vast, and clearly we're still far from our destination. When was this formation set up? Shen Shazi worried. Impossible. We've investigated many times, and found no traces of this formation. This surprise attack operation was kept secret. How could this be? This grand formation is just like the descriptions. Their every move is within the enemy's sight. They've known for a long time, Shen Shazi frowned. This is sincere advice,
We should retreat while we still can. At this moment, another person stepped forward, smiling as he asked, Old Zhao, are you thinking of giving up halfway? That's not like you at all. We're used to situations like this. Shen Shazi looked at those righteous folks in surprise. Flying Cloud Sect leader Ling Wuzi said sternly, Shen Shazi, you're truly extraordinary. Is your mysterious appearance just a trick to lure us down the mountain? Xuan Heavenly Gatemaster Xuan Yi Zhenren stroked his beard and said softly, From my experience, this is the 9 heavens stardust canopy profound dream realm. Madame Qingyi chuckled and asked, Old Zhao, are you still trying to hide something from us at this point? What are you hiding? Thunderous Holy Land ancestor Lei Wanpo frowned and said, This place suddenly has strange phenomena. I only suspected it before, but now I'm certain. It must be the ruins of an ancient cultivator from the Manhwa era that have appeared. The Shu Yu Huashan Palace people exclaimed in panic, Wait, everyone is misunderstanding. How can you imagine it like that? Even though their imaginations weren't lacking either, those old ancestor cultivators immediately flew towards the formation. Their hearts were filled with excitement. The last appearance of a secret realm was hundreds of years ago. It's been so long since they felt this excited. At the same time, Ying Lan, Qing Yunzi, and Jishuan stood below, silently looking into the distance. After a long while, Qing Yunzi asked, Does anyone know when this grand formation was set up? Of course they didn't know. After all, the formation was just small in scale, noisy on the outside but quiet on the inside. What they found most amusing was that those people were forcefully trying to barge in, even with some familiar faces among them. It seems they still don't understand the situation, Yinglan sighed and said. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, Qing Yunzi asked with a smile. Should we stop them? Beside them, Mu Yuehuang's expression revealed discomfort. The auras of the old ancestor, palace master, elder sister, and other elders had all appeared. Why? Is it because of me? If this continues, it'll cause trouble for the boss. What should I do? Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gentle voice rang out. Everyone's here, how convenient. Jiang Chen stepped forward, holding a large watermelon in his hand, smiling casually. He excitedly showed it off. The watermelons have all ripened recently. Come over and eat some watermelon, everyone. Everyone was stunned. Was he implying that they should just sit back and eat watermelon without caring about anything else? Up high, the group of high cultivation old ancestors were discussing making a move. Lei Wanpo shouted, Me first. The old dude opened his mouth, and a shockingly powerful bolt of lightning shot out. Down below, Jiang Chen picked up a knife and positioned it over the chilled watermelon. As the knife came down, the lightning hit the barrier and bounced right back. Boing! The watermelon split open, and the lightning ricocheted back at them, even stronger than when they cast it. Talk about a bad hair day. What the heck? Their attack got reversed on them. That's gotta stink. Down below, Jiang Ling'er and the others were munching on watermelon slices, totally chill. So savage. Up above, the cultivators were getting blasted to kingdom come, barely holding on. Ouch. Madame Qihu was injured too, but she still tried to shout and reassure everyone. Hold on, everyone. Almost there. Famous last words. Am I right? Down below, Yunlan and the gang were each enjoying a slice of watermelon. This watermelon is so good it's numbing my whole body, she said. This is the life. Like a boss. Up in the sky, the group was getting annoyed because they couldn't break the formation. This formation is too damn tough. They kept yelling, Don't stop. The formation will break eventually. Keep telling yourself that, buddy. Ling Wuzi gritted his teeth and said, Looks like I have to use that move. Uh-oh, things are about to get real. A huge formation appeared beneath his feet, and he threw out a few more flags. Was he planning to use a formation to break the formation? Dude's going all in. The guy unknowingly set up a formation with just a lump of clay after finishing his watermelon, then stretched and yawned. Talk about next level. He grinned and said, I'm going for a nap. The rest is up to you guys. Remember to clean up after you're done, mic drop. Then everyone understood what the boss meant. He was giving them the task of dealing with those guys. It was a test, pure and simple. No pressure. Jiang Chen was about to go inside, when he suddenly stopped. Almost forgot something, huh? He turned to look at Mu Yunhuang, called her over, and gave her a task. You know what to do. Outside, after dozens of attacks and powerful spells, the formation still stood strong without budging. They were exhausted and looked like a hot mess. Serves them right. Shen Xiaoji wasn't too surprised, because their actions were doomed to fail from the start. Called it. Suddenly the formation opened up, and Lei Wanpo shouted, The formation's cracked. Look, everyone. The formation seems to have a hole, haha, so our attacks were effective after all, just delayed. Illusions can bring temporary joy, but reality is a harsh mistress, lol. Shen Xiaoji frowned and said, Hold on, someone's coming out. Everyone, stay alert.
This is where the fun begins. But no one expected Yinglan, Ji Yuanhao, and Qing Yunzi to come out, all rosy-cheeked, happy, and cheerfully greeting them. Talk about a buzzkill. Shen Xiaoji was so angry his eyes were seeing stars. Why are they eating watermelon? It's like they don't even see us. The nerve. Watermelon, with its sweetness and cooling properties, contains over 90% water, which helps to clear heat, reduce summer heat, and dispel annoyance. Who needs therapy when you have watermelon? In the sweltering summer, enjoying watermelon not only helps to relieve heat, but also increases urination, thereby helping to reduce bilirubin levels, a healthy and tasty way to troll your enemies. Yinglan posed while eating watermelon, while the great Yan Emperor Ji Yuanhao, with his shiny head, was also happily enjoying it. Bald and happy, can't argue with that. Moreover, watermelon is rich in water, easy to digest, helps to soften stools, and maintains smooth bowel movements. Number 2 never tasted so good, he said. Qing Yun, Holy Land's ancestor Qing Yunzi, with his rosy skin, also didn't hesitate to gobble down the watermelon. Old but gold. The great Yan prince added, watermelon contains a lot of water, which can dilute the concentration of alcohol in the blood and speed up the excretion of alcohol after getting drunk. The ultimate hangover cure. Apparently, the high water content in watermelon not only replenishes water for the skin, but also promotes pigment metabolism, glow up game strong. Plus, with the presence of amino acids like alanine, glutamic acid, and arginine, watermelon also helps boost the skin's physiological activity, repair damaged cells, and leave you with smooth, elastic skin. Shen Xiaoji, looking all grumpy, voiced his doubts. I get it. But why are more and more people showing up, and their abilities are skyrocketing like crazy? What's the deal with that watermelon that lets them accumulate energy after eating it? He asked, clearly annoyed. Is eating watermelon to welcome us a total diss? Shen Xiaoji could sense, through the watermelon, a massive figure lurking in the mist, radiating a profound and ancient aura that spread formidable power throughout the heavens and earth. Who the heck is behind them? I gotta find out today, he decided. Looks like to get near that wooden house, I gotta catch them first. You dare show your face again? I don't even know what to say to you, he continued. Why wouldn't I dare? That evil dude has done so many bad things, harmed so many lives. Qing Yunzi, are you blind or what? Qing Yunzi scoffed. You're the blind one. You see someone else doing bad things, your brain power is so low you can't figure it out, so you make things difficult. Shen Xiaoji roared. Well, Qing Yunzi, you dare look down on me like that? Not long ago you were practically at death's door. The person behind you might have given you a second life, but it's definitely not for free. Today, I'll open your blind eyes wide. Qing Yunzi frowned. No wonder your inner demon is so heavy, geez. Sigh. When your heart's weighed down, naturally you'll only see what you want to see, and miss the truth. How am I supposed to get through to you? Ji Yuandao stepped forward seriously, saying, Grand Ancestor, not long ago I went up against that evildoer. The real culprit is someone else, I swear on my character. Shen Xiaoji scowled, replying, Looks like you're pretty bewitched too. The Great Yan territory clearly had the most deaths. All the evidence points in one direction, yet you're still trying to cover for him. Is your intelligence as bald as your head, Baldy? Ji Yuandao was so furious his bald head turned red, veins popping, and he gritted his teeth, yelling, Who are you calling a baldy, you red-haired monkey? Qing Yunzi hurriedly grabbed Ji Yuandao's sleeve, gently advising, Calm down, calm down. This time the old ancestors started arguing and blaming each other, while Mu Yuehuang stood still, observing the situation. For some reason, she felt a strange feeling in her heart this time. Not only Shen Xiaoji, but the other old ancestors also joined the argument. Xuanyi Zhenren shouted, Great Yan Emperor, you're still siding with the culprit, even bringing a prince to such a dangerous place. I think you're really confused. Ling Wuzi snorted, laughing. Let's not talk about other things for now. If the grand formation is broken, there's nothing to hesitate about, right? Let's go. As he spoke, he attacked Ji Yuandao's group. Shen Xiaoji shouted, Hey, don't act rashly. We can't underestimate their strength. But the advice came too late. A golden butterfly flew into the sky. Jiang Linghe stood in front of Yunlan, gently saying, Seniors, sorry, Jiang Linghe will be impolite this time. Another divine technique struck, hitting the barrier and gradually dissipating. Shen Xiaoji frowned, inwardly sighing. This isn't good. Jiang Linghe's strength has increased significantly this time. The golden butterfly is agile and powerful, facing high-level old ancestors without being at a disadvantage. Shen Xiaoji raised his hands in a defensive posture, cautiously looking at the person in front of him. Sure enough, he can't help but personally step in. As he spoke, he flew towards Jiang Linghe. Dragonfire surged. The sky lit up, and the image of a large dragon soared in the sky. This move is called Wu Long Yu Hui Regret, for having no dragon. But before the fire dragon could touch Jiang Linghe,
Shen Xiaoji appeared and, poof, blasted it away with magic. Qing Yunzi, holding a book on cultivating inner peace, his white robes fluttering in the wind, declared dramatically, "Your opponent is me. You're not going to bully the newbie on my watch?" Mu Yuehuang glanced around, desperately searching for Mu Yuehuang but couldn't find her anywhere. Could she be with Jiang Chen? Or does he know my goal is to bring my little sister back, so he's deliberately keeping her out of the fight? What a pain in the ass. While she was lost in thought, suddenly, a beautiful girl, with hair as silver as the moon, zipped past Mu Yuehuang. Mu Yuehuang looked at her older sister and greeted her with a smile. Then, she tossed a tiny flame towards Mu Yuehuang as a nice-to-see-you gift. It didn't do much damage, but it definitely ticked Mu Yuehuang off. Mu Yuehuang crossed her arms and said coldly, "Well, look who's full of energy. I thought Jiang Chen was too scared to let you fight." Older sister, I haven't been fulfilling my duties. This time, I'm going to make up for it little by little. Let's see if your so-called progress next to him can surpass me. Hearing this, Mu Yuehuang stopped smiling and said seriously, "Sister, that makes me really angry. You obviously got guidance from an expert too. How come you're so ungrateful today? Today I'll make you submit." As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Yuehuang cast a spell. A fire phoenix appeared and flew straight toward Mu Yuehuang. Truth be told, her strength and inner peace had increased significantly recently. Mu Yuehuang stared intently at Mu Yuehuang. This was the power she'd gained thanks to Jiang Chen. Mu Yuehuang may have looked calm on the outside, but inside she was shocked. Mu Yuehuang raised her hand to activate a defensive barrier. A chill surrounded her. Yep, she'd definitely gotten stronger. Looks like I'll have to go all out to bring this girl back. Ice met fire, evaporating instantly. The air quickly filled with smoke and mist. The old ancestors hadn't even made a move when they had to stop. Because their vision was blocked, they had no idea what was happening. Jiang Lingxie, on the other hand, was worried about Yuanhuang. "The fog's too thick, I can't see anything." This is the fog that Yuanhuang and Yuanhuang created. Ji Yuandao also felt anxious. The fog contained a large amount of spiritual energy that was completely abnormal and could block one's vision. Even Shen Xiaozi found it strange, saying that Yuanhuang had been there earlier but he couldn't see her. They're supposed to be sisters, and now they're slaughtering each other. That guy is unforgivable. But Qing Yunzi suddenly pointed to the sky and said, "Hey, look everyone." In the fog, a large rainbow appeared. The scene is extremely beautiful. Mu Yuanhuang stood in the middle of the mist, flames billowing around her, looking hot but completely calm. On the other side was Mu Yuehuang, who was usually cold and thoughtful, but now she was blind and furious. She fought Mu Yuanhuang and shouted, "Is all of this because of that guy Jiang Chen?" Mu Yuanhuang yelled back, "It has nothing to do with the expert. Today I will definitely defeat you and prove my position as a holy maid." Mu Yuehuang frowned and provoked. "Oh, go ahead and try. You've never beaten me before." Mu Yuanhuang replied, "The past is different from the present. Don't forget that you were only able to reach this level today because of the senior." In the sky, two streams of fiery red and pure blue light collided, extremely fast. The strength of the two was quite similar. Love and hatred intertwined. The eyes of Mu Yuanhuang and Mu Yuehuang were like sharp swords stabbing each other. Of course, Mu Yuehuang wasn't really hitting her, but the gentle breeze felt like an epic tragedy you just couldn't put into words. Mu Yuehuang pulled out a jade pendant and pushed it into Mu Wenhuang. Mu Wenhuang asked in surprise, "What's this?" Mu Yuehuang smirked triumphantly. "Wake up! But it's your own ignorance that needs waking up right now, savage." "I know, right?" The jade pendant on Mu Wenhuang's chest suddenly shone brightly, making everyone's heart ache as they stared, unable to look away. As the mist gradually dissipated, the two old ancestors anxiously focused their gaze in that direction. The vision returned to normal, but the scene that unfolded wasn't a clash between two sides, but a heartbreaking spectacle. Especially for those close to Mu Wenhuang. What on earth happened there? Mu Wenhuang weakly fell into Mu Yuehuang's arms. Yunlan looked over in astonishment. Why was Yunhuang like this? Yunhuang's breath was incredibly weak. How could she, her own sister, be so cruel? Weren't they just trying to find an expert to settle accounts and bring Mu Wenhuang back? Why so ruthless? Even Shen Xiaozi didn't expect things to turn out this way, he said in confusion. There must be some misunderstanding with Yuehuang. Mu Yuehuang at this moment was sinking into the despair she herself had caused. She clutched her head in torment. What's going on? Why can't I feel Yunhuang's life force anymore? Qing Yunzi stepped over to them, looked at the thing on Mu Yuanhuang's chest and asked, Mu Yuanhuang, where did you get this thing? It feels like an ancient relic that's constantly absorbing her life force. Mu Yuehuang hesitated. It's a long story. Her answer made Qing Yunzi frown. Something's seriously wrong. This is clearly a deadly object. Why would you leave it on her? Mu Yuehuang stammered. The person who gave me this didn't say it was like this. And I didn't sense any evil power inside at the time either, Qing Yunzi said sternly. There's a curse on it, only activated by certain people. The person who gave you this definitely has a conflict with your younger sister. Could it be? Mu Yuehuang suddenly recalled the scene back then. That person had said, I understand your current feelings, miss. That's right, that face. Mu Yuehuang's eyes widened. How could she forget that face? But it was too late to remember now. Mu Yuehuang collapsed to the ground, her eyes vacant. Could that person be Bai Daoren? She muttered, trembling, tears streaming down. Why didn't I realize it? That's right, Jiang Chen. Where's Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen can definitely save her. Like she messes up and expects others to clean up her mess. Shen Xiaozi, who didn't understand what was going on, began to feel a little uneasy. Yun Huang's breath made him suspicious. Could this child really be? Wait, this breath isn't right? This is the breath that signals death. What on earth is happening? He frowned and looked around, and as the mist cleared, that strange breath had spread everywhere. Shen Xiaozi suddenly remembered the people following behind him. Now a scarlet mist appeared, in which only a few figures could be seen gradually having their spiritual energy drained. They had strange shapes, exuded death aura, neither like humans nor demons. One of them looked down and sneered, Hao Yang's plan has been discovered. He, Jin Yuandao, shouted as soon as he saw Li Qiang. It's him, that fake expert. Li Qiang glanced at him coldly and asked, What's the matter? Didn't you say the mist could last for a while? I just thought so. The two sisters have equal strength and only wanted to persuade each other. It should have been a long battle. I don't know what happened. That girl's breath is very weak. Ji Yuandao seized this opportunity and shouted, Red-haired monkey, open your eyes and look. It's them. The murder methods are exactly the same. The appearance is similar. Except that the woman standing next to him is the first time I've met. Shen Xiaozi looked towards the two people, and it seemed like they were wearing two words villain on their faces. LOL. He didn't deny it, just shrugged and said with a laugh, Awkward. What Baldy Uncle said is all true. Ji Yuandao got so angry that veins popped on his forehead. He roared, You're admitting it already. Who are you calling Baldy Uncle? See? Didn't I tell you? You were all led by the nose by that slimy bastard, weren't you? Shen Xiaozi frowned and said, So, it was you who led us around in circles, treating human lives like dirt. Unforgivable. Liang sighed and said, Hey, I told you this wasn't reliable. Another person laughed. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. You normally don't see so many cultivators gathered together. Wouldn't it be awesome to wipe them all out in one go? Saves us from letting any slip through the cracks. Shen Xiaozi was originally so righteous that he forgot to use his brain when he heard about evil. Now that the culprit had directly admitted it, things just got easier. He huffed and said, You dare to look down on me like this. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll all underestimate my old man's reputation. I'll make you pay blood for blood. This uncle is afraid you'll be disappointed, haha. An ominous feeling suddenly arose in Ji Yuandao's heart, but he was still very annoyed with these ignorant juniors, so arrogant. Shen Xiaozi, now enraged, shouted, I'm warning you, don't be too arrogant. He threatened the group in front of him. This old man's fist isn't easy to take. His face twisted, and his eyes became terrifying. Liang then asked, Should we clear a path back to the mansion? But it doesn't seem satisfying. Going back now would be boring. I haven't had enough fun yet. Qing Yunzi stood outside, observing, thinking to himself, to still be able to chat so happily in this situation, these two aren't weak. No wonder they caused the great Yan Emperor to suffer such a miserable defeat. He decided to first observe what Shen Xiaozi did, and if there were any mistakes, as friends for so many years, he would secretly help out. Jiang Lingzhe seemed to have lost her composure and wanted to rush into battle, but Jishuan reassured her. Let's observe a little longer, and we'll charge in together after my dad makes his move. Shen Xiaozi seemed to have lost his patience. He roared, Enough talk, let's begin. In his mind, he constantly calculated that he must win quickly to take Yuan Feng for treatment. He didn't know if the accident on Yue Feng's side was related to them or not. Seriously, such a rotten temper. I hate old farts like you the most. This sentence really provoked Shen Xiaozi. His whole body was on fire, and he gnashed his teeth. What did you say? I'm about to strike. Obediently prepared to be flattened by me. With that, he clenched his hand into a fist, and the attack went straight towards them. Two azure dragons stood in front to block. Qing Yunzi couldn't help but sigh when he saw his old friend so lacking in composure. He's too impulsive, still as hot-tempered as ever. She aimed straight for the cultivators, because Shen Xiaozi's strength was too terrifying. His attack created an explosion, sending the fighting cultivators flying. Seeing his people severely injured with just one blow, Ji Yuandao became cautious. The attack was redirected to the cultivators on the other side. This is her ability. Ji Yuandao had clearly seen the two people's attacks, and warned. They have one person who absorbs the vitality and strength of others, and another who can teleport spatial attacks. Be careful. Hearing Ji Yuandao's words, Shen Xiaozi calmly recalculated his plan. Absorbing strength, teleporting space. Ranged attacks will definitely be weaker, because the speed of the moves will give the opponent a chance to react. But as long as it's fast enough, and reduces the startup time, close combat is my specialty.
Shen Xiaozi's eyes changed at this moment, and he grinned. Young people.
Shen Xiaozi's whole body blazed with brilliant flames. Without hesitation, he rushed towards them like lightning.
Taking advantage of his superior speed, he flew around his opponents in unpredictable patterns, causing Liang to exclaim in surprise, "So fast!"
This level is completely different from the old man from last time. Both strength and speed are far superior. Suddenly, Liang noticed something.
Shen Xiaozi clenched his fist, channeling all his power into the punch about to be unleashed. With terrifying speed, the fist hurtled forward.
The distance between it and his opponent's face was mere centimeters. Liang seemed to have anticipated it, dodging the punch by a hair's breadth, his face remaining calm, but a hint of regret flashed in his eyes.
"Still gonna get absorbed anyway," Liang muttered, simultaneously activating a technique to absorb the power from Shen Xiaozi's punch. Shen Xiaozi wasn't fazed at all. Even though he saw his opponent block his move, he calmly observed the situation. Not only can he defend from afar, but also up close. He muttered, but just focus on one direction. Just needs enough speed to surround him to the point where he doesn't have time to react. Shen Xiaozi suddenly realized his opponent's weakness. Li Jiang was in a situation where he had to calculate every move carefully. He could only summon spirit beings to defend. But one of the spirit beings he had previously refined had been destroyed by that old geezer, leaving him extremely frustrated.
In theory, if his power is completely exhausted, he definitely won't be able to last much longer. But what kind of spirit pill did he eat that allows him to recover so quickly?
Whatever, I'll find a way to settle this debt later. For now, I still have to solve the immediate problem.
While Liang was still calculating, Shen Xiaoji suddenly vanished, startling him.
Before Liang now was a fire tornado. It seemed Shen Xiaoji was putting all his strength into this move, so fast that it formed a vortex.
I don't know from what moment. This tornado is already surrounding Liang, making him can't help but surprised. Too fast. I've never seen this speed before. Liang scanned for an opening but couldn't find an escape. Suddenly, an attack headed straight for him.
Shen Xiaozi roared with determination, pouring everything into this strike. Faced with the attack, Liang was caught off guard.
But just as Shen Xiaoji was about to hit Liang, a teleportation technique made Liang disappear right before his eyes.
Shen Xiaozi was shocked. Turns out Liang had used her technique to escape the attack.
He then politely said thank you, but immediately after complained. But when he initially attacked, why didn't you help me? The girl replied calmly, because I wanted to see you get hit.
Damn it, what's the background to this old geezer that he's so strong? Liang couldn't help but marvel at Shen Xiaozi's terrifying power.
Hearing this, the girl retorted, besides blindly doting on your little darlings, you don't understand anything about this world. That old man is the ancestor of the Yuhua Holy Land, Dao named Shen Xiaozi. Among the people you've killed, there are quite a few outstanding individuals with both intelligence and courage. But you probably don't even remember a single name, huh? As she spoke, the girl gently placed her hand on her chest, taking out a purple stone.
She smugly said, "Do you know why I'm so arrogant this time? Because the master secretly gave me a secret weapon." With that, she licked the glowing purple stone.
A strange sensation spread throughout her body, making her exclaim, "Ah, so comfortable."
Ji Wandao looked at the scene before him and immediately sensed something ominous. What is this? A power full of malice.
On the other side, the other person smiled brightly and said playfully, "Let's have fun together today." Before this aura, the people who were fighting also shivered. The breath of this power is extremely similar to that high person, but mixed with an ominousness, creating a feeling that is both opposite and complementary. Ji Wandao thought to himself, what's going on?
Could it be that the high person has siblings? Impossible, it's completely different. This power exudes extreme evil, yet it's like a cry for help. But one thing I'm sure of, this power, like the high person's, is extremely strong. Shen Xiaoji was also afraid before this aura. What kind of power is this? It's a bit similar to the person in the cabin.
Seeming to have realized something, his eyes changed. You possess this power alone. Witnessing each person on the opposite side of the battle line being frightened by her power, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, none of you can escape. Obediently become the master's power. With that, the aura around her manifested into a giant skull.
This new source of power formed countless pink thorns,
tightly binding everyone on the other side. It's too tight. I can't struggle. I'm about to suffocate. Realizing a string was rushing towards Yue Huang at lightning speed, they yelled, Yue Huang, run! Yue Huang finally looked up, seemingly oblivious to the situation, wondering, what's this? Just then, a light flashed from Yun Huang's body, and the pair of little birds that the two sisters had sculpted together gradually appeared. Before the fight broke out, Jiang Chen was beside Mu Yun Huang. Seeing her nodding off at the table, he asked curiously, sleeping so soundly, were you up late last night? He suddenly noticed something familiar on the table and took a closer look. Oh, aren't these the little chick figurines the two sisters made together? Yun Huang has reworked them. Looks like she put a lot of effort in. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the funnier he found it. Even though she often complained about her sister, she actually cared a lot about her. Out of respect for her feelings for her sister, I should give them a hand. With that thought, he quietly took the pair of chicks. Yun Huang, who had been dozing off, suddenly slammed her head on the table, waking her up. She opened her eyes and immediately cried out, everything I made last night is ruined. A little later, Jiang Chen said to her, Yun Huang, I have something I want to give you. He scratched his face a bit shyly. I saw you sleeping last time, so I took the liberty. Then he handed her something and continued, and helped you reforge this. Yun Huang was surprised when she saw the object in his hand. It was the pair of chicks that the two sisters had made, now returned to her. Back in the battle, Yu Huang saw the glittering object on her sister's body and exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the thing I destroyed back then? The two clay chicks suddenly emitted a great power, creating golden lightning bolts that surrounded the two sisters, shattering their opponent's attack. Everyone was shocked. Liang saw his lord's attack being instantly destroyed and wondered, what's going on? On the other side, Shen Xiaoji muttered to himself, Yun Huang, Yue Huang, Yu Huang, sensed the power from the two clay chicks, and her heart was filled with indescribable emotions. This feeling, the power of that person is constantly increasing, and turned into a golden core already. Why is there a surge of excitement in my heart? She suddenly realized that they had always yearned for understanding and support from each other. The golden core slowly approached her mouth, filled with jealousy and provocation at the same time. She thought about swallowing the golden core whole, but sister, do you know? Your smile is the most beautiful thing in my life. Your eyes are the scenery that I never get tired of. Your warmth is my most precious gift. I admit I was jealous. There was a complex and bittersweet emotion in my heart. As their faces got closer and closer, she was afraid of losing the one she loved, worried that her feelings would not be reciprocated, and scared of being hurt. Lost in her thoughts, Yu Huang gave Yu Huang a gentle kiss. I'm sorry, I was too selfish. Now I just want to tell you one thing. I love you. The sincere feelings between the two sisters suddenly created a strange power, something that had never existed before. The golden light radiating from the two of them grew brighter and more intense. That power intertwined, forming a massive spirit orb. Yun Huang and Yin Huang were now a unified entity, a perfect combination. As the two sisters merged, a new being emerged, both powerful and stunning. The men who witnessed this scene couldn't help but exclaim, whoa, the two sisters have become one, and a breathtaking beauty at that. Meanwhile, Liang was still confused about what was happening. Just what is going on? This power seems to have appeared out of nowhere. He couldn't believe that the two sisters, who were already weakened, could fuse together. Yeah, it's clear that one of them barely had a breath left, and the other was mentally drained. It's unthinkable that they could pull off this fusion. They stared intently at Yu Huang and Yun Huang. This strange thing happening before our eyes? I get it, someone must be nearby, hiding in the shadows and using their magic to help them. What you're saying makes sense. It's highly likely he's concealing his power so we can't sense his presence. Maybe he's secretly controlling this battle, because only someone with power equal to our Lord could pull this off. Contrary to their assumptions, Jiang Chen was actually somewhere else, seemingly enjoying a delicious meal. Granny, your noodles are as amazing as ever. He laughed loudly. Haha, if you like them, I'll grab you some more. In the meantime, Yue Huang and Yun Huang, with their newfound power, slowly raised their hands towards Liang. In an instant, both of them burst into flames. The others in the battle also felt a sense of peace return to their hearts. A warm feeling spreading through them. It feels so warm inside. Could this be that legendary thing? The ultimate move, Six Flavors True Fire, blazed even more intensely, fiercely burning Liang, who was trying to use his own techniques to counterattack but couldn't. Why can't I absorb it? Damn it, it hurts so much. Just what kind of fire is this? Yue Huang and Yun Huang smiled smugly as they watched the two struggle, and then raised their hands, tightening their grip, creating an extremely powerful technique. Liang immediately felt the killing intent from just Yu Huang and Yun Huang's grip. The ultimate move, Ice and fire, dual heaven, combined both fire and ice, causing unimaginable pain to the opponent. This scene was truly majestic, a combination that seemed impossible. Ice and fire were fusing before their eyes. The people below couldn't help but exclaim at the beauty of this move. Ah, so beautiful. Is this the symphony of ice and fire? Chu Lingshare and Yun Lan also had to look up intently, unable to take their eyes off them. At this moment, Yue Huang and Yun Huang were surrounded by 4 angelic wings, emitting a sparkling light from within. Yu Huang and Yen Huang's original forms gradually disappeared, and after the light the figures of 2 girls appeared. Yu Huang and Yun Huang finished their fusion, appearing side by side. This scene deeply moved Lingwei and Yun Lan. It's truly beautiful. The sight of the 2 sisters falling freely in the sky is truly magnificent. At this moment, Yun Huang slowly opened her eyes, and she saw her sister in front of her, her eyes filled with tears. Sister. You're awake. Overwhelmed with happiness, Yu Huang immediately hugged her younger sister tightly. Yun Huang, just waking up, didn't understand what was happening, and she found her sister's actions strange. Sister, what's wrong with you? What happened? You're being way too dramatic. Qing Yunzi slowly stepped behind the 2 sisters, his voice filled with surprise. Unbelievable. Not only did you break the curse on your younger sister, but you also unleashed extraordinary power to help us escape successfully. It's all too miraculous. Listening to Qing Yunzi's praise, Yue Huang humbly replied, Actually, this merit isn't entirely ours. In that moment, the image of a man flashed through her mind. It was him. Memories of the moment she spent with Jiang Chen and seeing the golden core suddenly flooded back, and Yue Huang couldn't hold back her tears. She cried out in anguish. It's all your fault. Yue Huang screamed at Jiang Chen. You're the reason my sister is in this state. Why did you want to take her away from me? As she spoke, she sobbed uncontrollably. I'll never forgive you. With that, she collapsed into Jiang Chen's arms, her voice weak. I beg you, my sister is dying. Please save her. I'll do anything you ask. Faced with the beauty's sincere plea, Jiang Chen just smiled faintly. Sorry, I can't help. What did you say? Even you can't do anything. Jiang Chen calmly replied. In my opinion, there's only one person who can save your sister, and that's you. Yue Huang was still unwilling, crying as she said, But I'm the one who caused her to end up like this. I misunderstood her, trusted the enemy, and caused irreparable damage. Jiang Chen gently replied. Isn't it clear in your heart already? Love always has 2 sides. Where there's warmth, there's bound to be hurt. The problem between you 2 sisters isn't my doing. I didn't steal your sister away. If you truly love her, then no one can take her. I'm sure your sister can feel that too. The image of Jiang Chen gradually faded in her memory. The one who can save her isn't me, but you. Use your heart to feel. Only you can save your sister. After saying that, he disappeared. Yun Huang, after listening to the whole story, called out garage to Yun Huang. Yue Huang, upon hearing this, immediately replied with all her sincerity. Yun Huang, Mei, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you before. I let jealousy and desire cloud my judgment. Can you forgive me? Also, Jiang Chen is actually a very good person. These words surprised Yun Huang so much that her eyes widened. After everything was explained in detail, everyone present was happy for the 2 sisters. The scene was truly touching. Ji Wandao, with tears streaming down his face, expressed his admiration. To think that the treasure created by your combined efforts would transform into a golden core, helping not only the 2 of you but also us. The method was both discreet and effective, truly worthy of a master. Qing Yunzi laughed happily and added, Moreover, the cultivation of Yutu Shime has increased even more. Damn, I'm really envious. Ji Xuan also couldn't hide his admiration. And I got to witness such a rare sight in my lifetime. I could die without regrets. Tu Shan Mo, on the other hand, looked jealous. I want to eat a golden core too. Shen Shazi, after piecing together the whole story, seemed to have realized something. So that's how it is. First, he put on a good show for everyone, enhanced their strength, so that the 2 of them could face the evil forces, buy some more time for Yun Huang and Yue Huang to merge, then transferred strength to the 2 sisters using the golden core, broke the enemy's attack, resolved the crisis, and defeated those 2 bastards. Every step was meticulously planned, flawless. Could it be that Jiang Chen predicted everything? Shen Xiazi even imagined Jiang Chen arrogantly saying, everything is in the palm of my hand. Thinking of this, Shen Shazi suddenly felt guilty. He even thought Jiang Chen was the bad guy behind the scenes. But it turned out that he was the bad guy himself. It was all due to his arrogance and recklessness. How should he face the relatives of the fallen cultivators? Shen Shazi suddenly noticed Liang lying motionless, his body full of injuries from the battle. He muttered,
Is that kid? He's heavily injured but still has a faint breath. To survive such a powerful attack, he's got extraordinary vitality.
I don't know if it's because he absorbed the lives of many innocent people before, but this condition of his is even more conducive to interrogation. I must find out the mastermind behind it.
Suddenly, Shen Xiaozi startled.
Wait, this isn't good. He's not breathing anymore. The worsening situation made him anxious. Crap. One of them got away. This is bad. She escaped. She must have gone to report to her master. That guy's power is super scary. We're probably going to take a big hit. If they send reinforcements, things are going to get real messy.
After thinking for a bit, Shen Xiaozi decided,
alright, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let's just get this kid back first. Just then, Qing Yunzi popped out of nowhere, grinning like crazy.
Oh my, little Xiao Xiao. Looks like the misunderstanding is all cleared up, huh? The truth's right in front of you, so I don't need to say much. Shen Xiaoji looked deeply regretful.
That's right, this old man was wrong. He gnashed his teeth in pain, realizing the price he had to pay was way too high.
Everyone gradually gathered around Shen Xiaoji, saying in unison, "We'll help you."
Shen Xiaoji analyzed the situation. Considering everyone's condition, let's get them back to the wooden house first, and we'll decide what to do after the high-level expert returns. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed and sorry he felt towards everyone. This old man thanks you all. Once that high-level expert returns, I'll apologize to him. This old man was too muddle-headed.
Ji Yuan Taoist seized the opportunity to jab. That's right, you're just a muddle-headed old fart. You wouldn't believe me no matter how much I said. Hey, I'm talking to you, don't get carried away.
Just then, a figure appeared, causing everyone arguing to stop. Jiang Chen walked over with a satisfied expression, smiling as he said, I'm back. Why is everyone outside instead of inside? I sold all the pottery today and bought back a bunch of food.
Jiang Lingzhe and Yunlan happily greeted him. The high-level expert is back, senior. You've worked hard. We'll come and get the stuff. The Yu Huang and Yun Huang sisters also said in unison.
Boss. Jiang Chen suddenly noticed them. So Miss Yu Huang is back too, Yue Huang whispered. Thank you for the hint, boss. Yue Huang understands. Jiang Chen looked confused. Hint. Thank me. What did I do?
Yue Huang replied.
That chicken.
Jiang Chen suddenly understood.
Oh, Yunfeng showed you, huh? That's really cute, and especially since you two sisters made it together, I think it's really meaningful. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed someone approaching. And you are…
Shen Xiaoji was silent, as if his heart was filled with so much he wanted to say. He knelt down at Jiang Chen's feet decisively, and slammed his head hard against the ground. The kowtow was so powerful that it seemed like it could blow everyone around away.
Without any hesitation, he shouted loudly. Please forgive this old man for being blind.
The people standing nearby were all shocked.
Senior Shen Xiaozi, you're going too far.
Yu Huang and Yun Huang were also stunned.
Ancestor, what are you doing?
Jiang Chen was the most shocked,
to the point where he was completely flustered, not understanding what was happening.
Shen Xiaozi ignored all the pleas and kept his head bowed to the ground. Before, this old man has offended you many times, being blind as a bat. So today, I must use this ceremony to apologize. High-level expert, you were generous and didn't hold it against this petty person, and you even protected our Yun Feng and Yue Huang, keeping them safe. In this battle you helped us repel the evildoers, resolving the crisis for everyone, Shen Xiaoji said sincerely. This old man truly hopes you can forgive my foolish behavior before. Jiang Chen listened, his heart full of confusion. This is getting more and more confusing. Have I met this guy before? Why don't I have any impression at all?
Helped Yue Feng and Yun Feng, could it be? He suddenly thought. Could this person be their father? Before, the two sisters quarreled. Maybe their father was also heartbroken. I used pottery to help them reconcile, so their father is so emotional. But kneeling like this is too much. A few words would have been enough.
So what did I miss in that battle? Jiang Chen pondered in silence for a moment, then smiled softly, looking at Shen Xiaozi with affection.
He reached out his hand. Come on, get up, you're overdoing it.
Jiang Chen continued leisurely. I did teach them a few things, but today's achievements are thanks to their own efforts. Besides, they've helped me a lot too. Yun Feng even helped me fire the kiln. No one owes anyone. Now get up first, and we can talk about it back at the wooden house. Jiang Chen's generous words astonished Shen Xiaozi. This man wasn't just highly skilled in magic and had godlike predictions, but his heart was also so vast. Could this be the legendary omnipotent reincarnation? The more he thought about it, the more admiration he felt, his sparkling eyes fixed on Jiang Chen, making the latter's hair stand on end. Why are you looking at me with such weird eyes? The head of these female cultivators' family is indeed strange. Cough cough. Jiang Chen immediately changed the subject, pointing towards the motionless figure. Oh, why is there someone lying on the ground? Is he wounded? Shen Xiaozi hurriedly explained. That's the bastard who is impersonating you. You went and killed someone. Jiang Chen began to imagine what had happened, thinking to himself, Could the battle they were talking about be a gang beating on one person, then dragging him back here? He looks dead, not moving at all, but from what I can see, he'll recover with a little care.
But is it really necessary to save this murderous criminal? Wait a minute, Jiang Chen suddenly realized something. It seems that the wounds in this person's heart are even more severe than his external injuries. Bring this man back to the wooden house. I'll heal him.
Sheng Xiaozi immediately objected, his voice full of indignation. What? You want to heal this bastard? He's a demonic cultivator who kills without blinking an eye. We should interrogate him to get information about his mastermind while he's in this state, then execute him to commemorate the sacrifice cultivators. That's the right way to do it.
Yinglan nodded in agreement. That's right, this guy has extremely high magic power. If he recovers, his companions will come to rescue him, and he'll slaughter us all.
Ji Yuandao also chimed in. That's right, I was completely drained of energy by him last time. If it weren't for Boss, he definitely would have caused even more disaster.
Jiang Chen looked at the man, startled.
Huh, could this be the energy-draining addict from last time? Truly terrifying.
Jiang Lingir gently intervened. I think everyone should listen to Senior's words. He must have his own plans. Yun Lan added. With Senior's strength, there's no way he can escape. Ji Yuandao, after hearing this, was gradually persuaded. I also think that a master must have his own reasons for doing this.
Sheng Xiaozi had no more arguments to refute, and had to agree. If Senior is determined to save his life, this old man also has a request. Can you help save the cultivators who followed me? Jiang Chen was a little confused. The cultivators, Sheng Xiaozi, pointed into the distance, where countless injured cultivators were lying scattered about. Jiang Chen was stunned by the sight. Jiang Chen stood rooted to the spot in front of the crowd, filled with bewilderment. Why are there so many cultivators?
What happened before I came back? What did these people do?
However, after a closer look, he realized that there was still hope for saving them. The only problem was that they were severely lacking in energy, as if their strength had been completely drained. Jiang Chen carefully considered. Saving them is possible, but there are too many of them. I'll probably be exhausted if I do it alone. He turned to everyone around him and said, Everyone, listen up. I have a task for each of you. Everyone was curious, wondering what Jiang Chen was going to say. A task. Are we about to get a promotion? What kind of task is it? Can we complete it? Jiang Chen was being deliberately vague, which only made the atmosphere more tense, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. Suddenly, Jiang Chen shouted loudly, Let's all cook together! This sentence stunned everyone.
Huh. Jiang Chen smiled brightly, raised both hands to the sky, and said, Everyone, come and help with the cooking.
Jiang Lingjie and Yun Lan exchanged glances, seemingly communicating through their eyes.
Okay? They both replied in unison, their faces beaming.
Ji Yuandao and Ji Xuan also secretly agreed, thinking to themselves, I know this, haha son, I won't lose to you.
Only Qing Yunzi looked puzzled. What is this? Shouldn't we save people first, instead of eating? I'm getting more and more confused. This guy's generosity is off the charts.
A moment later, in Jiang Chen's courtyard, the cultivators were arranged to lie on the ground, waiting for their turn to be examined. Yun Lan looked tired, wiping her sweat and muttering to herself, I've finally finished Master's instructions. Although there aren't many injuries, the body needs to be cleaned up, and now there are even more places that need to be taken care of. The more Yun Lan thought about it, the more worried she became. How can we save so many people? It feels like someone is about to die. Will it be too late if we eat first and then treat them one by one? Jiang Chen was wholeheartedly in the kitchen at this moment, focused on cooking. Dietary therapy is a method of nourishing the body by adjusting the diet to provide adequate nutrients and maintain health. By eating scientifically, we can not only absorb the necessary nutrients, but also customize a diet suitable for each person's health condition. In the process of preparing dishes, the chef needs to meet strict requirements. First, the selection of fresh meat is crucial, because the freshness of the meat directly affects the flavor and sensation when tasting. Fresh, delicious meat usually has a bright red color and good elasticity, ensuring juiciness and freshness like freshly slaughtered meat, even with the nerves still twitching. Second, the technique of slicing meat also plays an important role. Each type of meat has its own way of slicing to maintain its freshness. Beef should be sliced against the grain, while pork should be sliced with the grain. Third, marinating is an indispensable step to enhance the flavor of the dish. Use appropriate spices to stimulate the taste buds. Finally, the cooking process needs to follow the appropriate temperature and cooking time for each type of meat, ensuring that the freshness and original flavor are retained. Mu Yue Huang smelled the aroma of the food, feeling as if her body and mana were about to reach their peak. This fragrance, my body seems to be pushed to its limit. Is it about to break through again? I can't let this happen now. Qing Yunzi was also attracted by the meat dish. This What kind of magic is this? The seven-colored light around his body not only shone brightly but also rose and fell with his breath. This fragrance makes my cultivation increase significantly. What stands before me is no longer Jiang Chen, but some great cultivator. Is this the reincarnation of a senior expert? Qing Yunzi didn't miss the opportunity to mock his friend. Haha. Why do you act like you've never seen anything like this before?
Already convinced, huh? Just you wait, there's more drama to come. Tushan Mo also transformed into human form. My favorite meal is coming soon. There are so many delicious dishes today, I can't let my food intake be inferior to anyone. This way, I'll get closer to achieving 9 tails. Yunlan immediately reminded. If you've transformed into a human, then hurry up and lend a hand. We're busy as bees here. Hearing this, Tushan Mo cleverly transformed back into a fox. I'm just a cute little fox, what can I do? Moreover, I can't let the senior experts see me like this. Yunlan could only sigh. You really are. Yinglan and Ji Yuandao are actively catching chickens. Ataya, this is a rare cultivation opportunity. Use all your strength. It's time to show off our achievements. It's just plucking chicken feathers. Why are you guys making such a fuss?
Mu Wenhuang and Mu Yuehuang saw that everyone was enthusiastic and immediately became full of vigor. These sisters are so lively. That's right, we can't lose either. Besides, we have an advantage over them.
With that, they cast their spells. Ha ha! The 6 true flames broiling great art. The frozen seal ice binding technique. After a period of concerted effort, the 2 girls completed 2 dishes that looked extremely attractive. Finally done. The food reserves are completely depleted. Jiang Chen, after a while in the kitchen, also completed a table full of food. He stretched, unable to help but feel tired. Everyone was excited in their hearts. Let's eat, let's eat.
Jiang Chen scratched his head and said, Everyone has worked hard. Please trouble everyone to help me bring these dishes out to the injured cultivators in the courtyard. I still have one last dish to make.
Huh. It's not for us to eat. The Yun sisters, Yunlan and Yinglan, immediately agreed. Yes, boss. A moment later, outside in the courtyard, the cultivators were still lying down waiting to be rescued. Yun Huang gently fed a piece to the injured cultivator, enough for everyone to have a share. So this was the senior's plan. Come to think of it, the first time I met the senior, I was also gravely wounded and barely breathing. The senior's food possesses extraordinary divine power. Back then, I instantly recovered after just a bite. They'll definitely be the same after eating this. This cultivator took a bite, immediately woke up and screamed, "Oh my heavenly mother."
He immediately snatched the plate of food from Yun Huang's hand. Quick, give it to me. Yun Huang had to forcefully stop him. Hey, one person can't eat a whole plate.
What kind of feeling is this? The meat is so tender and delicious that just a light bite makes the juices burst out.
The exquisite flavor and perfect crispiness make one want to eat it forever.
The piece of meat seems to be dancing on my tongue like a soft floating cloud. The rich aroma fills my mouth, intoxicating me, as if a flower has bloomed inside. What an intoxicating fragrance. Who am I? Where am I?
After savoring Jiang Chen's divine dish, all the cultivators felt a wondrous transformation within their bodies.
The rich flavor of the dish filled them with vitality, completely restoring their qi and dantian. Their severe past injuries also miraculously healed, leaving no trace behind.
The cultivators continuously marveled, sighing in awe at the wondrousness of the dish they had just tasted.
Unable to believe they had the chance to taste such a divine meal, my physique instantly reached peak condition, and my depleted spiritual energy is now overflowing. Could it be that the old ancestor specially arranged this fortunate encounter to help us break through? An excited cultivator exclaimed.
Shen Xiaozi heard those words, and his face twisted into a mess, completely bewildered by what was happening.
At this moment, Jiang Chen walked out with a cheerful expression, a plate of food in his hand. Is everyone awake now? That's truly great news. However, in the short term, you all should focus on cultivating and solidifying your vital essence. Although my food has restorative and healing effects, to fully recover to your original state, you must rely on yourselves.
Seeing their benefactor, the cultivators were overjoyed and immediately prostrated themselves at Jiang Chen's feet.
Dong Long thanks the senior. Please accept our bows.
Thank you for saving our lives. Please accept us. As your disciples, we swear to brave seas of blades and mountains of fire for you, never hesitating. Jiang Chen broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, thinking to himself, so many people. How can I afford to feed them all? He then skillfully refused. I didn't cook that meal earlier to curry favor with you all, so how dare you ask such a thing? Plus, I have some urgent business to attend to.
With that said, Jiang Chen found a way to slip away to a secluded spot. Oh, sure enough. Only he's left, Jiang Chen mused. He then scooped a spoonful of food, carefully preparing it with consideration for Liang's special physique. Then he fed a spoonful into Liang's mouth. The unconscious man. Just as it touched his lips, Liang immediately woke up, as if he had never been injured. Where is this? Wasn't I gravely injured? How? Liang asked, bewildered.
Jiang Chen was still not satisfied, so he forced Liang to eat another bite. Have another bite. Liang, who had just woken up and hadn't yet grasped what was happening, panicked when he saw the man forcing him to eat. What kind of situation is this?
In a deep corner of the forest, Mukulai trembled and muttered, "Damn it, I can't believe I managed to break through the master's formation."
She quickly channeled her demonic arts. A stream of light enveloping her whole body. A desperate move that didn't even spare Liang. Could there possibly be someone stronger than my master in this world? No way, I don't believe it. Master is the strongest.
At this moment, her demonic arts flared even more intensely as streams of purple and orange chi gently lifted her body into the air.
She couldn't help but be terrified. What was that? What kind of move was that?
My lord, I desperately cried for help. Save me, save me. The whole painful scene was being recorded by the communication orb. The lord seemed pretty chill as he watched his subordinate begging for help, muttering, "I gave them a life-saving treasure, didn't expect them to get wrecked so badly.
To rely on power that can dominate me." Lian was blindly overconfident. "I really raised a bunch of good-for-nothings," he scoffed. "If I weren't helping her control her body's origin and circulate her power, she would have kicked the bucket already," he pondered.
But that guy's power is definitely something else. If this time is a success, it was as if he was talking to someone. Should I meet him myself? If I can get his power, then me and her. The figure of a young woman gently appeared behind him, as if answering the question. "It's okay, I can still wait."
He suddenly opened his eyes, startled.
"Her, okay, wait for me a bit." Only then did he return to reality, saying to his servant, "Let me check the situation over there. He's not a cultivator, nor a human, and his talent is trash. Is he dead yet?" However, the image that appeared on the orb was Jiang Chen's smiling face. Seeing that mug, even a badass like this lord couldn't help but blurt out, "The hell."
Back to Liang's current situation, he was still freaked out by Jiang Chen's generosity. "Have some more. What you're eating now isn't enough to restore your body. Can you sit still?" Jiang Chen thought to himself. Why does this guy act like a maggot? Did I beat him so hard he got stupid? Meanwhile, Liang was still suspicious of Jiang Chen. Isn't this the person in that wooden house? Did I get captured? Jiang Chen seemed to understand Liang's worries, smiling reassuringly. "Don't be afraid, I know everything about you." That sentence made Liang even more panicked. Know everything. From the instinctive perspective of prey, Liang was now just a small creature. Jiang Chen in front of him was like a threatening beast. "Kid, if you dare to trick me, I'll kill you," Liang thought. "He's using magical medicine to heal me. After I'm fully awake, will he slowly torture me? What should I do? Death is better than that. Absolutely can't drink it." Liang's limbs trembled as he weakly resisted. "Let me go," he pleaded. Jiang Chen still didn't understand why Liang was acting like this. "Don't you like the taste?"
The more Liang heard, the clearer the threat became. Don't like the taste? How could that be? Just one sip a moment ago filled my body with strength so miraculous.
Liang clenched his trembling fist.
If I could, I'd want to drink more, drink even more. No, why am I having thoughts like that? Can't let the opponent win.
Jiang Chen was out of ideas by this point, so he sighed. "Alright then, I'll switch to a different remedy." Sensing that the opportunity had come, Liang immediately turned away and quickly cast a spell. "The chance is here, let's go down together."
"My last cue, spirit, I'm relying on you for everything."
Jiang Chen suddenly realized something and told himself, "Oh right, if he's awake, restoring his body doesn't necessarily rely on feeding him." Jiang Chen's thoughtless attitude froze Liang midway. Jiang Chen turned to Liang and said, "How about we try this instead, huh? The majestic dragon that was before seems to have run out of energy."
Suddenly turning into a cute little dragon, listening to Jiang Chen's advice, it obediently clung to him. Jiang Chen smiled. "How adorable. Is it your pet?" he thought to himself. "I knew I wasn't wrong. You have a special connection with living beings. You're basically not someone who kills people at random." Liang saw that his move had been broken, his mouth agape and his whole body stiff. Aha, he's speechless too. My key spirit, what's going on?
Jiang Chen realized that the person in front of him was truly a good person, so he became even more determined to heal him. "Don't be afraid, come over here, and let me take your pulse." So damn scary, just too scary. Liang barely managed to shriek out his final words. You stay away from me."
Jiang Chen casually patted Liang's head, and suddenly, boom! Liang couldn't hold his human form anymore, and poofed into this ridiculously cute little beast, letting out a little cheep. Even Jiang Chen was caught off guard. Ah, crap, I went and revealed my true form in front of a human.
Jiang Chen immediately took Liang over to Yinglan and Qing Yunzi. Whoa, could this be one of those legendary strange beasts from the cultivation world? I'm finally lucky enough to see one. Been in this world forever and only heard stories. And now I get to touch one with my own hands. A dark thought suddenly crossed Jiang Chen's mind. I wonder how much I could get for selling this thing. The two of them stared at the creature in Jiang Chen's hand, breaking out in a cold sweat. Ah, so that's what you really look like?
Qing Yunzi explained. This is an ancient vulture of the Yao clan. It's like a bird but not a bird, like a leopard but not a leopard. It has the power to devour a person's life essence.
Hearing his people slandered like that, Liang couldn't stay calm. We would never eat the filthy souls of you humans. That's just your prejudice talking. Your hearts are filled with nothing but arrogance and bias. You're the most disgusting, cruel race of all. Faced with Liang's murderous glare, Qing Yunzi was speechless. Man, the longer I hang around this guy, the weirder I get.
I need to figure out how to get out of here, fast, gotta report this to the master, who knows what other crazy stuff is gonna happen.
But in Jiang Chen's warm hug, all of Liang's negative thoughts melted away. All he felt now was warmth. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was still busy calculating if he could get, 10 silver taels for this little beast, and even thinking its meat was probably pretty tasty. Yinglan started to relax a bit.
Phew. Looks like there was no need to worry after all. No matter how dangerous a person or creature is, they just become tame and friendly around a true master. Yep, we were worrying over nothing. But hold on a sec, she thought. What if the master wasn't here? That thing just made it crystal clear it has a major grudge against all of humanity.
Senior, what are you going to do with this Yao clan member? Hearing the question, Jiang Chen thought for a second, then an idea popped into his head.
Oh right, he said, and immediately cast a spell. A golden collar instantly appeared, somehow already fastened around Liang's neck. I originally made this to walk my little fox.
Since he's here, he can be the first to try it out. Haha, it actually suits you pretty well. Jiang Chen looked totally pleased with himself.
The collar on Liang's neck began to radiate a weird energy, affecting his body. What is it? My body. It's getting really unstable. Controlled by the collar, Liang couldn't help but scream, "This power is!" The master, who was watching Liang from afar through a scrying orb, was also stunned. This power is incredible.
He stared intently at the orb, his eyes burning with ambition. I must have that power, with that energy source.
Suddenly, a crack echoed, making him jump. What was that? Did something just break? He turned towards the sound and instantly teleported to the source, only to realize in horror, this is bad. In front of him was a cracked soul orb. The container used to collect souls was broken, and the spirits inside were trying to escape. After that whole chain of events, the mastermind behind the scenes wasn't feeling so great anymore, because his soul chi was now leaking. All his previous efforts had just gone up in smoke, completely eroded by that other power, which in turn destroyed the soul chi that maintained his own energy. Figures. Even just sitting here minding my own business, I get dragged into this mess. It's all his fault. With the soul chi vessel shattered, all the trapped souls flew out. The grand hall was flooded with resentful spirits, a thick miasma filling the air. He watched the wailing souls fly past. Even though my own power is strong, if I could just get my hands on that power source, I wouldn't need to rely on these useless scraps anymore. With that power, opening the great gate will be within my grasp. Getting his power source, it's like the heavens themselves are helping me. Gazing to the end of spring and autumn, the netherborn at the edge of the sky, I've finally waited for this day. It's not just a distant dream anymore, just you wait, just you wait. Back in the present, after the strange collar was put on him, all the energy in Liang's body was completely drained away.
Liang suddenly lost all strength, his whole body steaming, and he collapsed to the ground, tongue lolling out, looking like all his life force had been sucked dry. Seeing that, everyone couldn't help but freak out, secretly thanking Liang in their hearts. Phew. Lucky it wasn't us wearing that bracelet.
He passed out, huh? This bracelet is seriously extraordinary. If he doesn't behave, we can just make him wear it. Problem solved. Looks like they're not really compatible with this bracelet. He passed out as soon as he put it on, so I guess I should take it off and leave it for Little Fox. Little Fox, though grateful, had no intention of taking it. However, Liang's condition was steadily improving, right as he was dreaming about cultivation techniques. The last time I cooked stew for him, he wasn't happy with it. It must be because I'm not good at cooking. I wonder what he actually likes to eat. That person stared intently at Liang's slumbering primordial spirit. And suddenly, an idea for a dish popped into their head. You all go on ahead, they said. I'll be back. Elsewhere, in the great Yan imperial city, a captured resentful spirit seemed to be searching for a particular place. In a small garden, a lady was holding a watering can, tending to the blossoms. After 3 long years of dreams, it was finally time to awaken. The wilderness scatters. The mundane world feels so drab. It cannot compare to the wild essence, Chen Tuge, Leng Qing Qing, a single sorrowful tear of plum blossom. That resentful spirit entered the flower tree. Suddenly, a dignified man's voice rang out in the courtyard. "Honey, I've missed you to death." The lady heard the familiar voice and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. This is, oh my god. In his sleep, Liang seemed to hear an incredibly familiar sound. Simple, yet deeply stirring his soul. Was this destiny? Liang didn't know. But a lingering sense of yearning continued to haunt him. Back then, Liang was still very young. He sat on the ground and told the person opposite him, "Grand Tutor, I'm all ready." The Grand Tutor smiled and replied, "I've watched you grow up, and finally this day has come, haha, I'm still a little excited about it." Then he continued, Come on, this is the biggest fruit on the divine tree. Even your senior cousin wouldn't want to wait for this one." As he spoke, the Grand Tutor took out a large peach. Liang naively asked, "Is that okay? If senior cousin wants it, you should give it to him?" The Grand Tutor burst out laughing. "Silly boy," he said. "This fruit can't just be casually given away." Liang was curious. "Why not?" The Grand Tutor explained. "Because it's related to your future growth, you foolish child. Our clan has been able to survive to this day, all thanks to the divine tree and its fruits." "The bigger the fruit, the stronger the energy it contains?" Liang asked again. "So, what kind of energy is it?" the Grand Tutor replied. "You'll know once you eat it." Liang's eyes widened as he stared intently at the peach. It looked so beautiful. He was incredibly curious about what kind of energy this thing would bring. Without another thought, Liang opened his mouth and took a huge bite. The juicy sweetness spread throughout his mouth, delighting him beyond measure. But what was even more special was the enormous surge of energy welling up from his dantian. Liang looked down at his hand, and from it, a speck of light flew upwards. He watched intently as the thing before him transformed into the shape of an incredibly adorable little beast. The Grand Tutor laughed and said, "This is your chi spirit." Liang's chi spirit looked at him, smiled, and at their first meeting, said, "Hello? Thank you for entrusting your life to me. Now that that's done, I'm off." Liang hurriedly cried out, "Ah, don't disappear." The Grand Tutor comforted him. "Don't worry, it'll appear again. You just need to cultivate more diligently. To be able to stabilize your chi spirit's form like this on your first try means you're already very formidable." The Grand Tutor happily embraced Liang, praising him. "Truly the pride of our clan. This Grand Tutor feels so content." That was a memory from a very long time ago. But Liang had never forgotten it. "Grand Tutor, I'm very happy too." He slowly opened his eyes. What a beautiful dream it was. But as soon as he came to his senses, Liang fell into a daze. He looked around blankly, wondering, "What's wrong with me? Who am I? Where is this? Wait a minute, I remember now, But as soon as he looked down, he saw a big peach being offered to him. He stared intently at the peach in his hand. It looked exactly like the one on the divine tree that was destroyed in his clan. A voice chimed in, "This peach was just picked from the tree in my backyard. Now is the perfect time to eat it. Quickly, eat it while it's fresh. It's very beneficial for your body." Liang was so shocked he panicked. "Backyard? From the tree, huh? The divine tree has to take root in a spirit vein, absorb the unique essence of the sun and moon of the demon realm. It takes thousands of years to produce this kind of special fruit. Someone like him shouldn't have these conditions on this mountain." His courtyard, though not very impressive, seemed to be blessed by some kind of grand formation. "This is truly miraculous. How did he do it? It must be because I am too injured that I'm hallucinating. But the energy from this peach is very real." Liang was so helpless he wanted to cry. "I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell the difference. Could this guy really be an ancient ruler, with the power to change the rules?" Actually, he didn't know anything. While Liang was suffering and struggling, he just happily told Liang to eat it quickly. Liang looked at him and said, "Don't bother. I know with my current strength I can't defeat you, but I won't compromise. You can kill me or chop me as you please." He listened intently, thought for a moment and asked, "From what I can feel, you don't have such a decisive personality. What exactly happened that made you hate the human race so much? Those people you killed didn't seem to have offended you in any way, right?" Liang's face turned black as he coldly laughed. "Ha ha ha, didn't offend me? That's ridiculous. If they really didn't do anything, my clansmen wouldn't be." Before he could finish speaking, someone ran in from outside in a panic and shouted, "Hi, Immortal, a big thing has happened." According to a letter from the Jishuan family in the city, a riot has broken out. He forced a smile and asked, "What riot?" In his mind, a riot was just some kind of robbery or fighting. What does it have to do with him, a normal person like him? Could it be they are using the things he sells to fight? The person continued, "In the city, many things, like flowers and grass, pots and pans, are about to become spirits. Not only do they have human form but also can talk." The more he listened, the less he understood. The expression on his face stiffened, and he asked in surprise, "Ah, what's going on? Items are manifesting human forms and can talk."
Liang's expression at this moment was no less strange. He already knew where the root of all this came from.
He also noticed Liang's expression, so there was a high probability that this was done by this little brat.
Before I transmigrated, I heard about a paradox. A ship floating on the sea, gradually replacing each piece of rotten wood.
In this way, when all the components on the ship become new, is that ship still the original ship? The human body is the same, made up of basic particles, and since birth we are constantly exchanging matter. This metabolic rate is much faster than we imagine. The elements that make up your body today are very different from yesterday, not to mention a few years ago. But we still think that you are still you. The you of now and the you of a few years ago are still the same. So why is that?
Whether an object is itself depends not on the constituent elements, but on the internal structure. The relationship between the elements and the continuity of space-time. As long as the structure does not change, we are still ourselves. As long as the continuity of space-time is maintained,
the ship retains its continuity even though each piece of wood is replaced. Just like the human body, although metabolism is continuous, it does not affect the continuity of space-time.
Even if thousands of planks are changed, the ship is still the ship it is. Therefore, these people are the ones whose souls you had previously extracted.
Liang chuckled and said, "Actually, it's not because of me, but because of my chi spirit. The collected souls will be concentrated in the center of the chi spirit, but what helps the chi spirit maintain its shape and power is me. Once the power is damaged, the shape of the chi spirit will also become unstable. My previous strength was like something in the water, unstable. Perhaps that is why the host's container had an accident that caused the souls to escape. But why are these souls sticking to ordinary objects?" This is what puzzled Liang. He stared and thought to himself, could it be that the nature of my power has been changed by this person? No, I have to re-examine my thoughts.
Thinking is doing. Liang glanced around for a while and then summoned his chi spirit.
"Esteemed one, look. He's about to hurt someone again. Don't you dare be disrespectful." However, before Liang could touch an innocent bystander, a mysterious force stopped him. The person saw Liang reaching for him and frowned, asking, "What's the matter with you?"
Liang's face turned ashen as he wondered, "Why isn't it working? This power hasn't even been used yet. What's going on?" He realized in shock that he failed, and the aura of his power was different now.
Liang, frustrated, yelled, "No, this isn't right. My power is out of control. Let me try again." A crowd of curious onlookers gathered, while his spirit once again manipulated a soul. The soul flew over and got stuck inside a teacup. The teacup, now with a soul inside, floated up and said, "Thank you, benefactor," Liang angrily retorted. "Who is your benefactor? This is infuriating." He gritted his teeth and thought, wait, did my power turn into helping souls possess objects? No way, I can't naturally create souls. These souls were already here. I'm just helping them stabilize in a new spot. Can't I take souls from people anymore? It's all because of this guy. My expectations have been ruined. I have to kill you.
Li Xiang angrily transformed into his true form and lunged forward, biting the person's hand, startling him.
The person, displeased, asked, "Why did you bite me?" Suddenly, Liang realized something. Wait a minute. If he has this person's power, then the souls of my clan will return to the divine tree, right? Those bastards burned down our divine tree after killing our clansmen. But this guy has boundless magical power. If he could change the nature of my power, shouldn't he also be able to restore my clan's divine tree? After restoring the divine tree, I'll find the souls of my clansmen and continue using my ability. That way, I can bring them back to my side.
Father, mother, clan leader, grand tutor, everyone. Thinking of this, Liang couldn't hold back his tears.
The person forced a smile and asked, "Is my flesh so awful that it makes you cry?"
Li Xiang released his bite, leaving a tooth mark on the man's sleeve, and said, "I'm sorry, please forgive my rudeness."
"I know you're strong. Although I don't know why you're being so kind to me, please, you must help me. Help me restore my clan's divine tree." Divine tree from your clan? What happened to the divine tree? Even though his gardening skills were top-notch, he wondered if the divine tree he spoke of was an actual plant. After all, this was a cultivation world.
Liang trembled and said,
"Our clan's divine tree was destroyed by humans." The person was shocked. What? He had only ever heard of humans being bullied by demon clans, never that demon clans were bullied by humans.
The tree was burned to ashes.
Plants are naturally afraid of fire, but their vitality is incredibly strong. Even a prairie fire can't destroy grass. They'll grow back when the spring wind blows. If the roots underground weren't completely burned, Maybe there's still hope to save it, but I have to see it with my own eyes to know for sure. I can't give a specific method without seeing the actual situation. Anyways, this is a chance for him, but why should I help him? He impersonated me before and almost got me into trouble. Luckily, those aunties knew who I was, or else I would have been a scapegoat. If you want me to help you, you have to agree to one condition of mine, Liang replied. As long as you can restore the divine tree and bring back my clansmen, I'll even give you my life. There's no need to go that far. What's your life worth? I just want you to promise me that you won't continue doing bad things. If you don't do evil, I won't have to take the blame for you later. Give me a break. Moreover, I know that's not what you want either. If I can help you restore your tree, you have to promise me that you won't randomly kill people anymore. Liang was silent, seemingly struggling internally. Telling him to let go of his past vengeance might be too cruel. That vengeance was what helped him persevere until today. It was truly ironic. Humans had destroyed his clansmen, but it was also humans that brought hope to save them. He hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. I agree. Great, give up the killing intent, and you'll become a Buddha immediately. Alright, let's go back to my wooden house to prepare a bit. This is the first time I've been away from home, and I feel like there's a lot to pack. One person came up and asked, Senior, you agreed so readily. I have my own plans. Feeling a little overwhelmed. If I'm leaving home for a while, things here need to be sorted out. Don't know how long this trip will be, and some of the creatures in the house can't come along. Right now, there are a few folks who are around most often. They handle the daily cleaning, take care of the backyard, and earn money for food. The Phoenix person, Yunfeng, and one more who might be their dad. If the misunderstanding between them is resolved, it's best to leave them together so they have time to get to know each other. As for those cultivators, need to find a good reason to send them home first, because there's no way I can support that many people. For real, gotta conserve energy for the journey itself, can cook my own food, and can prescribe my own medicine if I get sick. Yeah, what I really need right now is a bodyguard. Let's just go with this for now. The decision is clear. Yunlan and Kuling Fear both looked bummed and confused. The High Elder wants to go out. That's right, and there's a lot to prep before leaving, especially a mode of transportation. He doesn't want to walk, and immortal cultivators like them can fly on swords, right? Sounds kind of confusing. What kind of transportation is the High Elder talking about? Maybe the High Elder wants to hide his strength so he doesn't use his magic, which is also a way of cultivation. But all four girls looked displeased. Why not let them go along? The list of those chosen consisted of those who were confident, and Yang Yang was smug because he was chosen. He awkwardly explained. Because they look trustworthy. Why is that? The world inside the house was immediately divided into two factions. One side was the chosen group, who looked as majestic as toads. I can understand not taking me, but why that fox? That fox is super picky. I'm afraid no one will be able to serve it after I leave. On the road, it can keep the other one company. It's hard to argue with that. None of us can compare to the craftsmanship of the Tushan Fox clan, one of the 10 great demon clans. Their place in the demon world borders the Ji-Yu Diao. It's a coincidence that the important characters of both clans ran out. The little fox was chased and killed, and the Cbu Zhang's entire clan was destroyed. Liang asked, annoyed. Who's the Cbu Xiang? He replied with a smile. Anyway, let's just stick with this lineup. Next up, gotta pack supplies, food, water, living stuff, self-defense tools, travel expenses, a map, and plan out the route. This little life is precious, he said with a smile. Since I got here, I haven't even left Daiyan City. That's hard to believe. How could that be? Lao thought to himself. Wait, the High Elder must have a deeper meaning. Maybe he wants to test us. Even though I have some understanding of the demon territory, I've only set foot in the golden-winged Great Peng clan, which borders the human race. To get to the destination quickly, I need to know the 10 great demon clans and their special geographical locations. The Zhao clan, with their dragon-headed human forms, are famous for controlling the weather and their majestic appearance. Warriors of this clan often wear dragon-scale armor, showing their bravery and combat prowess. The Baizhang clan has a deep understanding of astronomy and geography, knows both the past and the future, and the whole clan has a refined and polite aura and are good at speech-spirit treatment. The Fei Dan clan were originally grass and trees that attained the Dao, and have a human form with a wood spirit head. This clan is humble, doesn't fight, and always acts cautiously. The Fei Tai clan may have an ugly appearance and stubborn personality, but they possess natural strength and are proficient in forging, creating many peerless magic weapons. The Ji-Yu Diao clan look like living sculptures on trees, and absorb the spiritual energy of all things, and have the ability to transform essence into power. The Zhongming Diao clan have eyes that have the power to fascinate the mind, and see through the thoughts of others.
The golden-winged Great Ping clan has an extraordinary background and the backing of ancient gods, and are often arrogant and disobedient.
The Tushan Fox clan, one of the ancient remnant clans, possesses 9 powerful tails. But this power hasn't appeared in a long time, due to time and disputes. There are also the Kilin clan, Hundun, and Teodi clans.
To get to our destination with the shortest route, we gotta pass through the territories of at least 2 demon clans.
The ancient Eagle clan and the Fox Demon clan are neighbors. If we can get through safely, we should hit up the Fox clan first to stock up on supplies.
The golden-winged Great Rock clan is in the outer region, and we've tangled with them before, which is kinda in our favor.
Next up are the Bai Zi and the Taodi. I recommend choosing the Bai Zi clan because they're reasonable folk, then the Tushan Fox Demon clan, and then we'll have to face the Fox.
Relax, boss. I already beat her dad into submission last time.
I've wandered through the demon realm before, so just follow my lead.
So that means we gotta pass by Little Fox's place. She puffed up her cheeks and pouted, grumbling, "Gotta go home already. But I haven't even cultivated 9 tails yet. I was gonna cultivate into 9 tails and bring glory to my ancestors, but now I have to go back early. But now that this big shot needs me, it's my time to shine.
Even if I'm not 9-tailed when I get back, my near 8-tailed power is already stronger than most of the Tushan elders right now.
Who knows, maybe this time going back I can give Chihuai a fatal blow, so they won't dare bully my clansmen anymore.
This is another great opportunity for me. I have to seize it. Bring glory to my ancestors, and avenge grudges." Even so, she suddenly felt like something was off, making her less adorable. After comforting the disappointed girls, he dragged his tired body and started preparing dry rations. He pondered, is that what it's called? Rations? Should it be vegetarian or should I prepare something special? Fermented food isn't a bad choice either. Just then, someone walked in. He turned to look. It turned out to be Yufeng and the gang, here to express their dissatisfaction.
The Phoenix girl said,
"Boss, please reconsider. Even though we're girls, we're still powerhouses." He nodded. "I know you're all powerhouses, among powerhouses. Let's just leave out the weakest one for now. It's not that I don't trust you. On the contrary. Girls are usually meticulous, and can handle everything with care and attention to detail. I don't know when I'll be back this time, so I need someone to handle all the big and small matters at home. I can only rest assured if I leave it to you guys." After being coaxed with a few words, they calmed down. "That's right, now that the big shot is leaving, only a few of them are left at home. Master Jia Tai has sent reinforcements, and you're definitely a match for them. This isn't distrust, but the greatest trust. Believing that they have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the big shot. The big shot even entrusted this precious home to us. We must complete the mission." Thinking one way, but the reality is another. Basically, it's because the parents of these girls are too terrifying. If something happens, he definitely can't handle it. The trees are lush and green. The goldfish swim happily in the small stream.
Xiang stands in the middle of the courtyard, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth.
This garden is full of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After absorbing it, the wooden objects are truly like fish in water.
Xiang transformed into a Kilin and said,
"I've heard everything. Please take me with you. If I go, I'll definitely take you. But your form will be exposed in front of the big shot. Maybe we should go say hello first."
Xiang insisted.
"I don't know why, but I feel like I must go this time. There's something waiting for me. It's like I've forgotten something very important. The answer is right in front of me, but I can't remember." With that, she flew away. Wait for me. I'll go with you."
Meanwhile, Jiang Chen was at home.
Xiang suddenly appeared in front of the door, pushed it open, and said, "I want to go too." Xiang's sudden appearance and form startled him.
Before he could even figure out what was going on, he was knocked to the ground by her massive foot like, what the heck is happening? Seeing this, the others rushed over to ask what was up. Xiang was still pinning Jiang Chen down, making him tremble as he tried to get up.
She pleaded earnestly, "Please, take me with you." And that's the end of the video. Don't forget to hit like, so the bear can bring you more awesome.
Manhua, thanks and bye everyone.